Feeling something was off with his eyes, this young man decided to go to Dr. Chu's eye clinic for a checkup. Across from him, Dr. Chu adjusted his glasses with a skeptical look. He wondered if the patient in front of him had stumbled into the wrong clinic. Looking at the skinny and dazed-looking Jiang, he was sure the guy must be high on something. Jiang described his recent symptoms, saying his eyes felt uncomfortable. Sometimes it flares up, his eyes get bloodshot, and his vision turns deep red. He also sees a game-like status bar above living things. Dr. Chu's is at 18%. Dr. Chu asked for Jiang age, which startled him. He asked back, "Are you asking for my age?" Annoyed, Dr. Chu snapped, "What else would I be asking for?" He really wondered if this kid had walked into the wrong clinic. With his gaming experience, Jiang guessed the status bar was a health bar, but if it's at 18%, that means he's about to die. Dr. Chu asked if he drank alcohol. Jiang just scratched his hand, still lost in thought, which annoyed the doctor even more. Jiang shook his head to snap out of it. The doctor, feeling helpless, held his head in his hands. Finally, he just took out a penlight to examine his eyes. Jiang opened his eyes wide, following the doctor's instructions. After observing, the doctor was confused. Jiang eyes looked perfectly fine. This kid must be high. Jiang was kicked out. He used his eyes again, and the entire hospital corridor was covered in a dark red hue, with health bars floating above everyone's heads. Jiang smirked. Why bother treating pink eye? This was clearly a God-given ability. But what could he even do with just seeing health bars? Jiang left the hospital. On a news board, there was a recruitment notice from the Night Watch organization. In '99, the entire city faced a great disaster, but they successfully built a safe haven. The swarms of aberrant creatures fled one by one, and hope finally smiled upon them. Jiang wasn't interested in news about the Night Watch. He just wanted to go back to his den. Oh wait, first he had to tie his shoelaces. As Jiang bent down, everything suddenly turned a dark, blackish blue. The once bustling street became desolate and empty. The sun was also tinged with a strange blue. The scene was as desolate as the apocalypse. A girl rushed past Jiang fighting an aberrant creature. It wasn't just her. Many others were also battling different creatures. The bloody scene before him left Jiang astonished, especially as the sun was gradually being eclipsed before his very eyes. Now, Jiang was starting to feel a chill. Cold drops of water fell from the dark sky, simultaneously waking Jiang back to reality, where the street was bustling and he was standing in the middle of the road. The Night Watch was still promoting the city's safety under their protection, but Jiang thoughts had changed. Was this place really safe, or was it all just an elaborate lie? A hand landed on his shoulder. It was a street vendor in a white turban. He licked his lips and began his sales pitch. "Brother, buy some medicine? It's from an Indian sorcerer. 99% effective." Jiang scoffed. A disaster was happening, and this guy was still in the mood to sell medicine. If it were a miracle cure, he might consider it. The medicine seller opened his box. Jiang scratched his head. "Any free samples?" The man turned away in annoyance. "If you're not buying, scram! Where did this weirdo come from? Psycho." Jiang quickly pulled him back. "Just kidding. Don't be so hot-tempered. I want to buy a bottle of medicated oil." On the way back, Jiang still felt the sting of paying 3,000 yuan for a tiny bottle of oil. It was more blood-sucking than any capitalist. Looking at the peaceful street, Jiang wondered if he was going crazy. How could the city possibly be destroyed? The bus stopped at a station. Suddenly, the space around him turned that dark blue color again. Jiang rubbed his eyes, and everything returned to the peaceful scene from before. He figured he really needed to visit the psychiatry department tomorrow. Jiang touched his chest. For some reason, he'd been feeling a slight pain. He needed to get home and apply that medicated oil. Jiang place was in a rundown apartment building. Inside the bathroom, while changing, Jiang panicked when he saw a pattern on his chest where the pain was. Jiang vaguely recognized it. The shape was familiar. It was the culprit that fell from the bookshelf and hit him on the head last time. Who would have thought that damned book would give Jiang a cool glowing tattoo on his chest? The pain flared up again, making Jiang collapse to the floor. A dark blue aura swirled around his body, feeling hot and searing. Jiang quickly sprayed water all over himself. The heat subsided, making him feel more comfortable. Jiang looked at his reflection in the mirror. His own health bar was at 100%, proving he was far from death's door. After his shower, as Jiang was about to leave the room, he suddenly realized he had no shadow. A simple, yet not so simple, fact. Jiang jumped around every lit spot looking for his shadow, finally finding it on top of the wardrobe. Jiang sighed in relief. But then again, he'd encountered so many strange things today that losing his shadow wasn't even that surprising. Even after just a short shower, Jiang already felt sleepy. He stepped out and opened his bedroom door. A pitch-black shadow caught his eye. making his heart skip a beat. Jiang tilted his head to one side to get a better look, and it tilted its head to the opposite side. Jiang looked down at his feet again. There was no shadow. With his years of experience as a writer, he understood what was happening. Jiang pressed the pattern on his chest. Despite the pain, he confirmed that this was indeed his shadow. The good news was that his shadow hadn't run away. The bad news was that it had come to life. That night, Jiang played around with his shadow. He commanded it, raise your left hand, then raise your right leg, and the shadow followed his commands perfectly. Suddenly, a wicked smile spread across Jiang face. His depraved expression left even the shadow speechless. Do the fan dance, Jiang commanded. The shadow immediately complied, performing a flurry of slick dance moves. Jiang was starting to get a headache. He suddenly had a new shadow slave in his house. Suddenly, the pattern on Jiang chest lit up. It flew to the ceiling, spinning like a roulette wheel before stopping on the information section. The attributes of Jiang shadow appeared, and he excitedly clicked to view them. It possessed all of Jiang memories and had a power level synchronized with his, but it had no ability to think for itself. Jiang glanced at the pitch-black shadow still diligently doing the fan dance. Truly mindless. The shadow had no physical form, looking more like a spirit. He was starting to feel a little creeped out. Jiang gave it a pen and a calculus problem. The shadow wrote one character, then stopped and looked at him. Looking at its nonsensical answer, Jiang angrily tried to hit it on the head with a book, but sadly, it had no physical form. All my memories! My ass! I could solve this in 2 minutes. But maybe the problem was just too hard, since the shadow couldn't think for itself. So, Jiang tested it by commanding the shadow to copy a martial arts novel. The shadow warmed up its hands and wrote even faster than a typewriter. Jiang was pleased. With this, he could copy books and sell them for a huge profit. Sooner or later, he'd have a whole factory for bootlegging books. Awesome. Jiang checked the attribute panel again to see if there were other ways to play. He clicked on Shadow Devour. It was an ability that allowed Jiang to obtain shadow points from any darkness to strengthen himself, or by decomposing dead creatures to get shadow points. So Shadow Devour means devouring darkness, huh? But how do I do it? Do I touch it or something? Jiang looked left and right, went to a shadowed corner of the wall, and tried to devour the darkness with his hand. But it didn't work as he expected. He grumbled. What kind of system is this for a main character? There isn't even a tutorial for new players. Well then, he decided to check his other ability, Shadow Eye. It allowed him to see the dark side of the world and choose between observing and entering it. Jiang immediately understood. That's what happened when he was wandering the street and had that hallucination this morning. But what was that ability for? Oh well, he'd figure it out as he went. Jiang looked at his shadow and told it to do some push-ups. The shadow nodded, stood up, and gradually sank into the ground, disappearing completely. Jiang was confused. He told it to do push-ups, and it went straight into the ground, leaving him without a shadow again. Jiang searched for the shadow, calling out, "Get out here and serve your master." A black portal appeared in the middle of the room, and the shadow leaped out in front of Jiang. He immediately asked where it had disappeared to. It answered on a piece of paper, "To the dark side." "What for?" Jiang asked. It replied, "To do push-ups." Jiang understood. Training in the dark side of the world must be more effective, so he allowed it to go back down to train more. Jiang sighed. It had been a long day, and in the end, he still had to rush to meet his deadline. The next morning, Jiang was having a sweet dream at his desk, mumbling, "Such a passionate story. Quick, give me a pen, I can draw more. Heh." Jiang groggily opened his eyes, his back aching from sleeping slumped over the desk. At this rate, his work was going to break his back. "Jiang, open the door." A familiar daily call. He went to open it. It was early in the morning, and his childhood friend Rio was already here to see him. Jiang was stunned. Why was Rio's health bar suddenly at 93%? Then it dawned on him. It was a girl's time of the month. Rio teleported right into Jiang's room, her eyes still glued to her phone. She was a die-hard fan of a hot-blooded story, and Jiang was the one who drew it. Last night, Rio saw on TokTok that he was about to release a new chapter, so she came over to get an inside scoop, wanting a little sneak peek at the manuscript. Suddenly, a loud noise made Rio jump. She yelled, "You dog! Even if you don't want to give me a sneak peek, you don't have to slam the door." The door had a crack in the corner. Even Jiang was stunned by his own action just now. Rio's jaw dropped. Only now did she notice his different body. Unlike his usual scrawny, malnourished look, Jiang now had well-defined muscles that were simply drool-worthy. Rio thought he had started working out, but she immediately dismissed the idea. How could a long-time shut-in like Jiang, who never exercises, get such a great body overnight? Rio glared. "You didn't mess with something you shouldn't have, did you?" Jiang quickly denied it. Of course not. I've just been exercising lately. It turned out that as long as the shadow trained, he would also reap the benefits. Rio lifted his shirt to check. The sight of his perfect 8-pack made her drool, but she couldn't ignore the main issue. Rio had seen some cases involving the use of strange artifacts, and she suspected he had touched one. With her going on and on, Jiang couldn't argue and didn't know what to say. Suddenly, Rio grabbed Jiang arm. He freaked out. She wasn't about to pull out some weapon and blow his brains out, was she? And just as he thought, Rio pulled out a watch and put it on his wrist. It was a contamination index meter. Anyone who acquires an artifact that creates new resentment will show a level of contamination before turning into an aberration. If not cleansed in time, the accumulated contamination will cause them to become corrupted and mutated. Jiang smiled smugly. His power came from the notebook on his chest, so how could there be any contamination? That's what he thought, but his body was already reacting. A quick glance behind him showed that Rio already had a gun ready. Was she really going to blow his brains out? Jiang gritted his teeth. In this life-or-death situation, he had to stay calm and not let her find out. He needed to control the anomalous energy in his body and make it stop. The watch finally returned to normal. Rio nodded in satisfaction. Jiang let out a relieved smile. See? I told you. Why did you pull out a gun so quickly? Rio was taught to be cautious about everything. She could go anywhere, but she always had to carry a gun for self-defense. Jiang quickly changed the subject. He had just drawn some new character designs for the hot-blooded story and asked if Rio wanted to see them. Her attitude immediately changed from scary to excited. The power of a die-hard fan was truly something else. After showing her the drawings and kicking her out, Jiang lay on his bed, relieved. He opened the log system and saw a series of notifications about the Shadow's activities. Jiang was petrified. No wonder he had transformed overnight. It turned out his shadow slave had been training all night long. Now, Jiang focused on releasing his wrath energy. He dripped some liquid, creating a mysterious black area. Jiang waved his hand, shaping it into a human silhouette. He was thrilled with the result. Very good. I've received the results of last night's training. But just doing push-ups isn't enough. We have to keep increasing the difficulty. The shadow excitedly flexed its arms, showing its determination. Seeing this, Jiang cheered. Good! Right after, he smugly directed the exercises. Plancha, index finger push-ups, one-arm pull-ups, more planches, human flag. Jiang raised his voice energetically, pumping his fist. Pistol squats, keep increasing the difficulty. Spider crawl. He performed an unpredictable move. Let's go, dragon flag. At the same time, Jiao was standing outside, secretly eavesdropping. After listening, she breathed a sigh of relief. Looks like he really is just exercising. I guess I was being too suspicious. Jiao felt relieved and closed out the current task, making me worry for nothing. Good thing he's okay. Let's go. Time to go home and read the story. After some time, disaster log. January 20th, 2019. The first day I got the shadow. The shadow trained all night, and I didn't feel a thing. The shadow unconsciously got stronger. This method of getting stronger is truly shameful. How can a Gen Z like me be satisfied with this situation? January 21st. Day 2. Arranged even more training exercises for the shadow. The efficiency increased significantly. Could the current me kill Rio in one hit? No, I can't think like that. It's time to be diligent. Uncle Lee is visiting today. He also works for the night watch, but he probably won't notice anything strange about me. The patrol officer chuckled teasingly. You little brat. What took you so long to open the door? Uncle Lee is also quite old. He's also missing an arm. I feel like I could kill 3 Uncle Lees and 2 Rios in one hit. January 23rd. I have to be diligent. Damn it. Life can't go on being this idle. Having received an extraordinary superpower, I should also be more diligent. If you want to kill, you have to be tough yourself. I can't just lie here. January 24th. The shadow trained. I lay here and enjoyed the benefits. January 25th. The shadow trained. I enjoyed the benefits. January 26th. Very good. I proactively did 10 push-ups today. Continued to enjoy the benefits. And the next day, Jiang looked at the system panel with a confused and suspicious expression. Strange. The growth rate of shadow points is too slow. After so many days, I've only gained 8 points. Looking at the specific stats, he read carefully. Shadow attributes. Shadow points 8. Schema requires 10 shadow points to unlock. Abilities. Shadow Guard, Shadow Eye. Jiang closed his eyes and pondered. If he continued at this pace, when would he ever accumulate enough 10 shadow points to unlock the schema? He quickly came up with a bold idea. Or maybe if I enter the dark side, I can speed things up. Jiang stepped into the layer of shadow. He closed his eyes and focused on teleporting. In an instant, his body completely vanished. He swam through a strange atmosphere. Upon arriving, Jiang slowly opened his eyes. He saw a familiar yet dark scene. He looked around in bewilderment. This is the dark side. It's exactly like my room. Jiang set foot on the desolate ground, looking at the gloomy and deserted outside. He stood still in place. After a painstaking search for an exit, Jiang breathed a sigh of immense relief. Finally, I'm out. A second later, he thoughtfully assessed the situation. Only then did Jiang realize with shock that he couldn't leave his room to enter the Trungku apartment complex from here. He scratched his head and came up with the most feasible solution. The only way is to enter the dark side from outside the Trungku complex in the real world. In the vast and silent space, Jiang remarked in surprise, this place looks so much like the real world. Just as he was observing, noting it was just a bit gloomier, something suddenly shot out like a flash. It unhesitatingly aimed straight for Jiang. Seeing the blurry silhouette, he paused and wondered, is that the shadow? Jiang arrogantly turned his head to greet it. You came to pick me up? Just as he finished speaking, the Trungku monster opened its mouth and roared as if it wanted to swallow him whole. It raised a sharp, gleaming scythe in front of him. Jiang froze, cursing under his breath. Although startled, he quickly dodged the attack. Seeing this, the Trungku monster's eyes glowed as it stared intently. Now, it relentlessly continued with a barrage of slashes. Jiang fearfully dodged while cursing. Facing imminent danger, he quickly summoned his skill, Shadow Eye, open. Jiang held his breath, formed a seal, and dove into the layer of shadow. He used all his strength to swim back to his previous location. In just a few minutes, Jiang was back at his starting point. He wiped his pale face, panting and sighing. That was dangerous. Gasping in horror, Jiang wondered, that was terrifying. What was that thing just now? Why did it appear in front of the Trungku complex? And why did it suddenly attack me? He patted himself down, checking for injuries on his body. Jiang smirked, proudly reassuring himself. But luckily, these past few days of training have made me much more agile. He leaned on a chair, satisfied. That thing couldn't even touch me. Jiang slung the chair over his shoulder, determined to settle the score. That stupid ghost dares to block me in front of my own building. I can't swallow this anger. Then began a long series of battle days. January 28th, first time fighting the Trungku ghost. Unfortunately, I was beaten without being able to fight back. January 29th, second fight. Revenge failed. Took a hit to the chest, almost broke a rib. He cursed in anger. Son of a bitch. January 30th, got 3 slashes on my butt. These days have been tough, but I've managed to chip away 6% of its health bar. Keep it up, Jiang grumbled again. Damn it. Finally, January 31st, resting at home. Jiao was carefully applying medicine to his butt. Seeing the crisscrossing wounds, she asked curiously, have you been getting into fights outside these past few days? Jiang boasted proudly, you wouldn't understand. Scars are a man's medals of honor. Hearing this, Jiao smirked and pressed on a wound. Medals of honor? On your butt? He widened his eyes and yelled miserably. Ouch, she blushed as she questioned him. So you can feel pain? You got a little stronger and immediately became arrogant. Jiang quickly changed the subject. By the way, there's only 1 month left. What are your plans? Jiao looked surprised and confused, asking what was in a month. Jiang snapped impatiently, reminding her it was the martial arts exam, and asked if she had forgotten. During the Great Cataclysm years, most professions were no longer favored, especially those related to culture and the arts. People working in the arts became the lowest class in society. People no longer cared about entertainment but focused on matters of national importance. Warriors fighting on the front lines like the Night Watch were followed by everyone, becoming national idols. To get into the Night Watch, you must pass the National Martial Arts exam. Passing the exam means your life will no longer be ordinary. They fell silent. She hesitated, then admitted that she didn't want to take the exam. Jiao bit her lip for a few seconds, then frankly admitted that she actually wanted to study music. After hearing this, Jiang shrugged and suggested if she wants to study it, she should just do it. It's not like Uncle Lu would disagree. He understood the implication and sighed inwardly. It made sense that he wouldn't agree. After all, Uncle Lu is a high-ranking officer of the Night Watch. It would be like an official becoming a freelancer instead of a civil servant. Hearing this, Jiao suddenly froze. She quickly clarified it wasn't because her dad disagreed. Jiang looked curious as she continued treating his wound, and sadly revealed a secret. Don't tell anyone else. The policy has changed. Jiang asked doubtfully if they didn't respect people's wishes before. Students with normal aptitude were allowed to register for the general level exam. She sighed sadly and confided that the pressure from the Night Watch was increasing. If nothing changes, she would definitely have to take the martial arts exam. He thought in confusion that the device Zhao Zhao used to measure him the other day almost went off. Jiang Du helplessly recalled the terrifying thought. On the exam day with so many sophisticated devices, he definitely wouldn't be able to hide it. At that point, the night watch would probably kill me on the spot. He worriedly wondered if this unreliable notebook had turned him into an aberration. A moment later, Jiang Du suddenly realized something. He urgently asked if that device of hers could defend against aberrations. Zhao Zhao helped lock the charm, then explained everything thoroughly. Of course not. That device is only for detecting aberrations or superhumans. If you encounter a real one, if you can run, then run. If you can't, remember to call the emergency number before you die. Hearing the unfamiliar term, Jiang Du blankly repeated the word superhumans. The two stared at each other for a long time. At that moment, she gently announced that his wound was treated and she was going home. Jiang Du cleared his throat and made a request. Do you have any basic books about superhumans and aberrations? Could I borrow one? Zhao Zhao asked suspiciously why he was interested since she thought he wasn't and planned to take the general exam. Jiang Du smiled and gave a reasonable excuse. You said it yourself. The martial arts exam is mandatory this year. What if I have an aptitude? I should learn a bit about it. She narrowed her eyes skeptically and leaned in close, asking if that was so. Jiang Du startled and stammered that, of course it was. More importantly, I plan to add things about superhumans and aberrations to my action story. Hearing this, Zhao Zhao got excited and urged him to quickly tell her. He hesitated, thinking to himself, I just said that, on a whim. Why are you so excited? Jiang Du thought for a moment, then began to lay out the plot. The basic idea is a sickly young man named Aben who gets bullied all day. But he always maintains a kind heart thanks to the help of his lovely deskmate. Because of his kind heart, he was selected by the Night Watch to participate in the high-level soldier project. Thanks to his extraordinary willpower, Aben successfully transformed after being injected with the high-level soldier serum, becoming the mighty Captain Aben. However, the Night Watch didn't send him to the battlefield. Instead, they had him constantly attend high society gatherings. He had to put on an act, getting to know the daughters of wealthy and noble families, until an aberration invaded the city. A powerful aberration named Skeleton appeared, carrying a blue cosmic cube. Meanwhile, the two of them were laughing and joking together. The scene changes. They are now at Zhao Zhao's house, on the same floor as Jiang Du's. Zhao Zhao calmly told him to wait here. She'll go to her dad's room to get the materials. Her room was decorated in pink with cute objects. Just then, Jiang Du's gaze shifted, and he stared blankly at a comic book on her bed. Jiang Du read the title doubtfully, Unwanted Fate. Isn't this a comic about a romance between brothers? I can't believe you read this. Zhao Zhao shyly snatched the book back and quickly explained that a friend left it here and she would never read it. She warned him sternly to sit still and not touch her stuff. Jiang Du calmly sat down and gestured for her to go on. He chuckled to himself. She's still the same, with no defenses up at all. Jiang Du looked around the room. He smiled, recalling old memories. Come to think of it, she has loved music ever since she was a kid. She couldn't bear to throw away her old stuff. Back then, she'd always pester me to listen with her, even though I don't like music. He pressed a button on the radio, and music began to play. As old memories flooded back, he was lost in thought. Zhao Zhao suddenly asked, "Since when did you like listening to music?" Jiang Du snapped out of his daze. She leaned in close and teased him, saying he didn't even notice it before. Seeing what she brought, Jiang Du excitedly asked if she found it. She replied that it's all in there, and he should see for himself. Without another word, he immediately put the device on his head. A moment later, it lit up and activated, sending him to another world. In the blink of an eye, he was sucked into a spatial portal. Jiang Du groggily came to. He looked around in shock, faced with thousands of eyes. Overwhelmed by the surreal sight, he muttered, "This is the abyss, huh? This VR is incredibly realistic. The abyss." He quickly noticed a panel, unidentified area, filled with traps and dangers. This is the source of the great cataclysm. Aberrations are born in this mysterious space. They are brutal killers that ceaselessly devour and destroy our world. Seeing the strange images, Jiang Du was stunned. This is an aberration. Could this be what I saw at the hospital? He realized that between our world and the abyss is a plane called the shadow plane, a projection of the real world. Aberrations sneak into our world through it. Entry and exit are strictly controlled by the Night Watch, but some still slip through. Jiang Du weaved to dodge a glowing circle and quickly moved away. Jiang Du thoughtfully deduced that the shadow plane resets every month to copy the real world. The number of aberrations increases then and must be cleared out. However, entering the shadow plane greatly reduces human combat power. It's not recommended for experts of the 4th tier or higher to come here. The visibility in the shadow plane is only 3 to 5 meters, though it increases with one's power level. The shadow plane contains a massive amount of contamination. Humans who stay too long will become aberrations. The plane is contaminated. Strange. I didn't feel anything when I entered the Eye of Shadow before. Just then, an aberration suddenly appeared right behind him. Jiang frantically turned around. A blinding golden energy suddenly struck it. In the blink of an eye, the aberration and the golden orb vanished. He closed his eyes to shield himself. Jiang frowned, realizing the requirement. To fight aberrations, one must possess power equal to them. One must become a superhuman. Witnessing this extraordinary sight, he was so excited he could drool. So awesome! Is this what a superhuman is? They look so cool. If I pass the exam, I'll have a chance to become a superhuman too, right? However, the system's voice revealed the truth. The essence of a superhuman is to host an aberration within a human body. While controlling this power, they are also being corroded by it. Superhumans must constantly resist the corrupting contamination. After death, the chance of turning into an aberration is even higher. Therefore, when a superhuman realizes they cannot live on, Jiang was too shocked to speak. Finally, the system gave a solemn reminder. Please use up all of your strength before you die. As soon as it finished speaking, the screen went dark. He was ejected and cried out in alarm. Jiao asked with concern about what happened. Jiang rubbed his eyes and sighed heavily. I'm fine. It was just too much information to process all at once. He casually requested for her to come over and give him a back massage. She narrowed her eyes and angrily told him to say that again. Jiang quickly made an attractive offer. 3 original, uncensored art pages. Content of your choice. Jiao happily agreed. Deal. While massaging his shoulders, she asked doubtfully, Why are you so firm? Jiang smirked proudly and boasted, Well, I train all the time. I've even got abs now. Jiao asked in surprise, You have abs? He smugly confirmed. Of course. Want to touch them? Without hesitation, she quickly lifted his shirt and felt them one by one. Just then, Captain Lu burst through the door with a furious expression. Jiang stammered in embarrassment. Lu! Uncle Lu! Sometime later, the 3 of them were eating a meal together. He silently kept his head down and ate. Suddenly, Jiang made eye contact, which made the man furious. Jiao gently tried to smooth things over. Dad, it's a misunderstanding. Captain Lu didn't believe her and questioned. A misunderstanding? I saw it with my own 2 eyes. How could I be wrong? She hesitated, struggling for words. It's not like that. We were. Jiao blushed and urged him. Jiang say something. With a serious yet flustered face, Jiang took the blame. Dad, no, Uncle Lu, there's nothing to say. I'll punish myself with 3 drinks. Without waiting for a reply, he raised his glass and downed it in one gulp. My glass is empty. Please enjoy your drinks at your own pace. Seeing this disrespectful act, he flew into a rage. This is unacceptable. Captain Lu flipped the dining table and roared in fury. You brat, you've got some nerve. Where's my knife? She panicked and tried to calm him down. Dad, please calm down. Meanwhile, a terrified Jiang scrambled to escape while pleading. Uncle Lu, it's a mistake. You've got it all wrong. The story goes back to our childhood. Although Jiao and I were childhood friends, our personalities were very different from a young age. I was what you'd call a little rascal. Jiao, on the other hand, was a smart and polite young lady from a wealthy family. But for some reason, she'd always loved playing with me since we were little. I would often coax her into doing mischievous things, and the innocent Jiao would imitate me. Can you be naughtier than me? Who's scared now? Maybe it was because I had helped her before. Hey, you punks, get out of my way. If you have the guts, come at me together. Or perhaps she was drawn to my cool and heroic demeanor. Jiao would always cheer me on, go little Jiang. She would even willingly play games with me, like pretending to be beggars. Because of that, I often got beaten and threatened by Captain Lu. You're just a kid and already a swindler. Ouch. Good girl, don't play with him anymore, okay? But Uncle Lu never wanted his daughter to play with me and was always on guard. Back in the present, he calmly took a lighter out of his pocket. Captain Lu flicked open the lighter to light a cigarette. Seeing this, Jiao immediately frowned with displeasure. She quickly strode over and snatched the cigarette pack. His face darkened as he asked sternly, So what exactly were you 2 doing when I got home? Jiang quickly explained. Reporting, sir, we were reviewing materials on supernatural abilities and superhumans. After hearing this, Captain Lu fell silent and glanced away. Jiao playfully stuck her tongue out and giggled. He let out a chuckle and a sigh. It seems I've spoiled you too much. Then, Captain Lu got serious and called out, Kid Jiang. He asked bluntly, Do you know why the government doesn't expose students to these things early on? Jiang honestly replied, Not really. Captain Lu calmly explained, Whatever is in a person's heart can manifest as demons. Despair can pull a person into the abyss. Some things are not meant for public knowledge. He listened intently, taking in the new knowledge. The captain continued to stress the danger. Not everyone's willpower is strong enough. Even the smallest crack in one's heart can create a golden opportunity for the aberrant insects. That's why aptitude is tested before the official martial arts exam. Only those who meet the standards for both body and will are qualified to enter the superhuman world. The path of a superhuman is incredibly dangerous every step of the way. Captain Lu continued with the grim reality. Even with advanced therapeutic equipment, tragic incidents still occur every year. That's why I don't encourage you to delve into this. Understand? Recognizing this valuable advice, Jiang smiled sincerely and said, I understand. Thank you, Uncle Lu. He calmly accepted the reality. Everyone gets tested these days. You can't run from it. Besides, it's better to rely on yourself than others. Even if the sky falls, someone else will hold it up. All I need to do is stay relaxed. He sighed helplessly. Kid Jiang, you really are something else. Just then, his phone rang. Captain Lu answered, Hello. The voice on the other end was urgent. Captain Lu, Shadow Layer, we have an urgent mission. He nodded. Understood. I'm on my way. Before leaving, Captain Lu didn't forget to warn him. I'm off on a mission. Kid Jiang, you better behave. If I catch you again, I'll drag you to the patrol team myself. He obediently promised. Don't worry, Uncle Lu. Jiao Jiao and I won't cross any lines again. His words made Jiao Jiao choke and spit out her water. They angrily pinched each other's cheeks, arguing. What do you mean again? We didn't do anything in the first place. You said that on purpose, didn't you? Scene changed to a bustling street at sunset. The chatter of the crowd fills the air. It's so cold today. Are you cold? Are you free tonight? Tang Hulu. Get your cold Tang Hulu. What time is it? Still haven't finished work. A small boy happily eats a snack. Meanwhile, Jiang stares thoughtfully at a sign. Sunset Patrol, protecting the peace of Yunhai City. I wanted to read more documents, but I only learned the basics. Afterwards, he entered a supermarket to get some groceries. He sighed helplessly to himself. Knowing Uncle Lu's personality, he must have hidden those documents securely. I doubt I'll get to see them again. Just as he was about to check out, his phone suddenly rang. It was Jiao Jiao's annoyed and hesitant voice. Damn it, Jiang, get me an egg, a carton of milk, and actually, never mind, that's all. He was speechless. He walked over to the feminine hygiene aisle. If you wanted me to buy 2 packs of pads, just say it instead of being so shy. Jiang picked up a pack and smiled mischievously. After completing his task, he walked home with his groceries, deep in thought. There's 1 month until school starts. My training with the shadow is becoming less and less effective. Jiang made a firm decision. It looks like training alone isn't enough. I need more real combat experience. A moment later, he abruptly stopped walking. Jiang scanned his surroundings, deep in thought. Come to think of it, there's been a lot more propaganda about fighting aberrant insects lately. He turned, sensing something unusual. On top of that, they've forcibly increased the enrollment quota for this year's martial arts exam. Jiang unconsciously looked up at the sky. Staring at the dark sky, he thought uneasily, I have a feeling something really bad is about to happen to this world. Just then, Jiang stretched his arms and quietly reassured himself. Oh well, overthinking is exhausting. I'll just find a common aberrant insect to beat up and blow off some steam. As soon as he thought that, he squinted and looked around. Seeing no one was there, Jiang decided to activate his shadow ability. He closed his eyes, sensing the flow of energy around him. In the blink of an eye, Jiang teleported into a virtual space. Just then, a health bar appeared at 14%. In the silent space, he asked in a shocked, low voice, Who's there? However, only silence greeted him. At the same time, a man stumbled out from a corner. Duke Bao, his body covered in severe injuries, dragged himself forward. His face was pale and lifeless. Seeing the man slowly approach, he instinctively stepped back. Jiang cried out in panicked surprise, You! I think you live in my building. Why are you here? Before he could answer, Duke Bao's body suddenly collapsed. Not understanding what was going on, Jiang stood there, stunned. He anxiously assessed the situation. Even after watching for a while, the man didn't move a muscle. Just then, a mysterious shadow suddenly appeared. He saw it slowly approaching, its health bar at 24%. Jiang realized it instantly. He locked onto the target in fury. It's you. Jiang gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Flashing back to an earlier time, Duke Bao sighed wearily. I'm exhausted. The workload at the patrol team just keeps increasing. I thought a civilian job at the Tea Association would be cushy with great benefits, but I'm working overtime every day. If I had known, I wouldn't have taken that martial arts exam. Just then, a desperate scream echoed out. Help! 2 children were crying in terror in a dark corner. Save me! Help! He froze at the unbelievable sight. An aberrant insect. It was dragging people into the shadow dimension. That's not right. Aren't these things supposed to sneak into the real world to wreak havoc? This business of pulling people into the shadow dimension has never happened before. The terrified children reached out, pleading, "Help us! Save us!" Without hesitation, Duke Bao leaped straight in. He steeled himself and shouted words of encouragement. "Don't be afraid. Hold on tight." Duck Bao managed to grab the children's arms. However, he was dragged into the other dimension along with them. Duck Bao gritted his teeth in panic. His eyes widened in shock as he entered a strange, illusory world. The two children sobbed and screamed, "Where are we? Mommy!" Realizing the danger, Duck Bao cursed himself. "This is bad. I've been dragged in too. I'm just a civilian employee who just finished my shift. I don't have any of my anti-contamination gear. Isn't this a suicide mission?" Just then, a sharp blade flew towards them. Panicked, he twisted his body to dodge. Duck Bao swatted the blade aside, and before it could recover, he stomped on it, shattering it to pieces. After looking around, Duke Bao was shocked to discover the water rift from before had vanished. It seemed there was no way back. He pursed his lips and slowly assessed the situation. Facing the lurking danger, Duke Bao began a detailed analysis. This place is crawling with aberrations. They could attack at any moment. Plus, he's been working a civilian job for far too long. He'd nearly forgotten all his old fighting skills, and to make matters worse, there were two kids here with absolutely no combat ability. Just then, the two panicked children burst into tears, crying, "I want my mommy." He frowned and pressed his bracelet. Damn it. The only option was to use the distress signal to call for backup. A second later, the signal transmitter activated. Duck Bao gently comforted the two children. "Don't cry anymore. Take this. It can temporarily resist the contamination. I'll figure out a way to get you home soon." He dejectedly thought to himself, "I'm almost certain to lose. Might as well give it to the kids. Whether they can survive after this will be up to fate." Hearing this, the innocent child asked with sparkling hope in their eyes, "Really? You'll take us home?" Duck Bao nodded and instructed the children, "Go hide over there for now." He turned away, announcing, "I have some business to take care of." Duke Bao recalled a critical time. At 18, I passed the martial arts exam and got into the superpower martial arts department, starting from freshman year. I diligently studied the basics, hoping to become a combatant. In my sophomore year, with my professor's guidance, I managed to defeat a level 0 aberration. But the joy didn't last long before he had to face another reality. Just this would never be enough. In the world of superhumans, hard work means nothing in the face of innate talent. Duke Bao helplessly lamented his struggles. His spirit was crushed by his cruel fate. "Even if I don't believe in destiny, even if I try with all my might, I still can't break these chains in the end." In the end, I had no choice but to transfer from the combat division to the liberal arts division, becoming an ordinary office worker. At this moment, Duke Bao seriously wrapped his hands with bandages. He breathed evenly, shifting left and right to warm up his muscles. The Matron Q growled and cautiously approached. Looking at its form, Duke Bao silently assessed it. 4 eyes, 4 limbs, semi-beast type, a mid-tier rank 1 aberration. Without hesitation, the Matron Q suddenly lunged forward. He took a deep breath and assumed a ready stance. Duck Bao punched its tongue to the side, and the enraged Matron Q swung its scythe-like tongue at him. Pushed back, Duke Bao pivoted and retreated, then skillfully delivered an uppercut from below. It was too stunned to register. Duke Bao exclaimed joyfully, "Awesome, this familiar feeling is coming back to me." At the same time, his eyes suddenly widened as he noticed something. All of a sudden, a long arm shot out from nowhere, slamming Duck Bao to the ground. The Matron Q slyly retracted its hand. He gritted his teeth, panicking internally. "Damn it, my mind is telling me to move, but my body isn't listening." Seeing Duke Bao distracted, it swiftly moved into attack, however. Thanks to countless days of harsh training, he swiftly dodged all of its moves. Feeling his entire body go numb, Duke Bao hastily tried to escape. "My body feels so heavy, it's like I'm being stabbed by countless needles." He changed his plan and ran in a different direction. Duke Bao clenched his fist, his determination solidifying. "I can't drag this out any longer. I need a quick victory." He endured, channeling all his power into his fist. Duke Bao unleashed his finishing move straight at the enemy's core, Shadow Veil power, blinding. The Matron Q aberration roared and charged forward, only to be sent flying by Duke Bao's powerful punch. He wearily exhaled a cloud of toxic gas, frowning as he assessed his body. The contamination has gotten worse. Every time a superhuman uses their power, contamination accumulates, especially for someone like me, with low aptitude and weak willpower. I definitely can't use too much power. Luckily, since I started my office job, the times I've used my powers can be counted on one hand. The contamination was also kept in check. But just then, the aberration, refusing to give up, let out an ear-piercing shriek and charged. As they fought, Duke Bao gritted his teeth and thought, "But today, I have no choice but to gamble with my own life. But just then, the aberration suddenly dodged aside, its eyes flashing with triumph and cunning. A slash across his abdomen made Duke Bao spit up blood. The force of the blow sent him flying back, sliding dozens of meters before he could steady himself. Duke Bao clutched his chest as he struggled to sit up. Damn it, I can't believe it adapted to my powers so quickly. It's just a mid-tier, rank 1. Any student from the combat division could easily kill it with one hand, but I never imagined it would be this difficult for me. This must be the talent gap. Knowing it was difficult, he still charged forward. I can't win. But even so, as a member of the Night Patrol Division, I absolutely cannot retreat. The only thing I can do now is stall for time, waiting for the Night Patrol Division to arrive and rescue those two kids. A spray of blood erupted amidst the fierce battle. Duke Bao's eyes widened, his horror and shock unconcealable. It was a gash cutting across his shoulder. The scythe-wielding aberration had utterly defeated Duke Bao. The young man's vision started to blur, his eyes filled with despair. Am I about to die? At this moment, he recalled the past. At 15, I witnessed a loved one die to an aberration. At 18, I had an awakening and chose the path of martial arts. At 20, at the end of my sophomore year, I was forced out of the combat division. At 21, I started an office internship at the Night Patrol Division, and it's been 4 years now. This is my life. Despite the ups and downs, to the rest of the world, I was just an ordinary person living the most ordinary life. Humanity's 100-year war against the aberrations was never as safe or peaceful as people said. If anything, it was just a string of defeats. When dark clouds cover the sun, who can still see any hope, Duke Bao suddenly let out a self-deprecating laugh. He fumbled in his pocket for something. Death is a normal state for superhumans. He took out a blue pill and swallowed it. But before I die, a burning light suddenly appeared in Duke Bao's eyes. I have to take you with me. He gritted his teeth and wiped the blood from his mouth. You filthy beast. His body shot up, erupting with unexpected power. Duke Bao gave the enemy a grim smile. Act 2. The drug is taking effect. It's starting now. Duke Bao assumed a stance. Ready to meet the Ma Trung-Q's next blow, he yelled to build his momentum, preparing to counter. The Ma Trung-Q's countless powerful slashes forced Duke Bao to jump high into the air, but he immediately countered with a kick straight to its face. The Ma Trung-Q lost its footing and stumbled back. Duke Bao seized the opportunity to quickly close in, his fists ready to counter. It was pummeled by Duke Bao's barrage of punches, screaming endlessly in pain. He kept telling himself, persevere, just a little longer. However, Duke Bao's vision started to blur. His body was losing strength, and he swayed as if about to collapse. Just a little more. Duke Bao tightly clenched his fist, which was enveloped in a strange purple aura. Just a little more and I can do it. But now his limbs were like jelly. His head was spinning. The Ma Trung-Q seized that moment and landed a powerful punch on Duke Bao. With no strength left to resist, he was instantly sent flying. The landing was so forceful it kicked up a thick cloud of dust. Blood streaming down his face, Duke Bao silently cursed himself. I can't see anything anymore. In the end, I was done in by the backlash of my own power. I couldn't even win at my best. How pathetic. He gritted his teeth in agony. Is this the end of my boring, ordinary life? However, a flash of surprise suddenly crossed Duke Bao's eyes, as if he'd seen something unexpected. Right near him was Jiang, carrying a bag of groceries and scolding, "You useless animal! I told you to wait in front of the complex. What are you doing all the way out here?" Duke Bao looked at the person before him and wondered, someone from the Night Patrol? No, he looks too young. Besides, his way of speaking is nothing like a patrol member. Could he be a superhuman? That's even more impossible. An ordinary person would never come here. Jiang came over and helped him up, reassuring him, "You just rest here for now. You can leave the rest to me." He flashed a confident smile. Besides, the entrance to the dark side is strictly guarded by the Night Patrol Division. Not just anyone can get in here, unless he's some mysterious powerhouse who lives on the dark side. He had barely finished the thought when Jiang was struck by a painful blow from the Ma Trung-Q. Just like Duke Bao, he was sent flying 3 meters. His jaw dropped as he thought to himself, weak, so damn weak. That monster tried to attack while he wasn't paying attention, but a hand suddenly appeared from nowhere. It was slapped so hard its face was distorted, followed by a continuous barrage of powerful attacks that made the monster's health drop non-stop. After beating the hell out of it, Jiang panted furiously, pointing the sauce bottle he just bought straight at the monster. "Beast, your opponent is me." In the gloomy shadow dimension, the battle raged on. Jiang effortlessly dodged the Ma Chung-Ku's strike. At that moment, a glass bottle clattered in the debris. He used it as a weapon and sent the aberration flying. The resentful apartment monster lashed out its tongue. but Jiang had vanished, slipping behind it and easily striking it with the broken bottle, causing it pain. He dodged the attack and smiled smugly. It's useless. After our last few fights, I've figured out your moves. Besides, you're heavily injured now. Your speed and strength are much weaker. The advantage is mine. Just like that, Jiang continuously used the glass bottle to poke and prod it, making the apartment monster roar in pain and anger as it hastily retreated to distance itself from him. Duke Bao watched with amusement. This guy, I don't know whether to call him strong or weak. His fighting style is completely unorthodox, yet he can always miraculously overpower his opponent. At this moment, he angrily lunged forward. The other day you clawed my ass, today I'm going to shred your back. Go die. Suddenly, Jiang eyes widened. The aberration had used its tail to fling him away, causing him to slam painfully into the wall. He coughed as he sat up. I was careless. I only attacked its back, so it became defensive, and now the apartment monster is rushing to attack me. Jiang frowned, thinking, what now? If I take 2 more hits, I'm a goner. To be safe, I could leave the dark side first, recover for a few days, and then come back. But doing that would be leaving them to die, and that's not my style. Only 20% health left, as if I'm afraid of you. Today, I'll fight to the very end. Just then, Duke Bao shouted, its right rib cage is the most injured. Attack there. Jiang smiled, already having a plan, and rushed forward. Understood. Seeing this, the apartment monster immediately sensed danger, but he already had its number. Smiling smugly, Jiang swiftly dodged to trick the aberration's eyes. Its left side is wide open now. The sharp bottle shard struck its flank, causing the apartment monster's health bar to drop to 18%. It screamed in pain, panickedly turning to retreat. He was a bit surprised. It's running away already? Unexpectedly, the aberration dashed past Duke Bao. His face paled as he watched it. Something's wrong. It turned out the apartment monster's target was the 2 children. Duke Bao cried out in horror when he saw it open its fanged mouth. It wants to heal. The monster rushed straight towards the children, opening its bloody fanged mouth wide. The brave older brother held his little sister tightly. Just as it was about to succeed, a voice shouted, "Stop right there!" Jiang clenched his fist, veins bulging on his arm. He held a water can in a ready stance, his eyes filled with fury as he stared at the apartment monster. Then, without hesitation, he forcefully threw the object in his hand. The can drew a perfect straight line through the air. It flew straight towards the aberration. Startled, it turned and saw the object. It hastily tilted its head, dodging the can in the nick of time. At that same moment, Duke Bao swiftly appeared. He had somehow jumped high into the air and came down, landing a powerful kick on the apartment monster. This full power kick was perfectly aimed, causing the aberration to lose its balance and fall backward. Its health bar dropped straight to 15%, and Duke Bao coughed up blood from the exertion. The apartment monster roared in fury, "I'll bite you to death." In that critical moment, just as it was about to swallow him whole, a strong hand appeared and grabbed its head. Jiang had arrived, wearing a confident smile. He bit down hard on the aberration's neck, causing its health bar to drop to 14%. The furious Jiang grabbed the apartment monster's fur and slammed it to the ground. He pinned it down, hitting and cursing. "An aberration, are you? You beast, take some more." This time its health bar finally fell to 11%. He was about to land another punch. "You like eating people, huh? Then let me feed you." Suddenly, a bright orb lit up on its chest, causing Jiang to pause. "This is..." He immediately gritted his teeth, shaping his hand into a sharp point. Without hesitation, he thrust his hand at the aberration's chest, stabbing directly into the glowing orb. With an explosive aura, he roared fiercely, "Die!" In the blink of an eye, the energy around Jiang caused chaos. The aberration let out a pained scream, and finally, its entire body exploded, its head flying off. He was the only one left standing, covered in blood, panting heavily as he wiped his face and surveyed the incredibly messy scene. Jiang then used his power to connect the darkness to everything, controlling the messy items to neatly rearrange themselves. The fragments on the wall returned to the cracks on their own. In the end, only Duke Bao and the 2 children remained, exhausted and unconscious. Jiang stretched his aching, blood-soaked body, but a smile formed on his lips. "I finally got revenge for my butt." His vision started to blur. Finally, Jiang felt his body sway as he was about to collapse. In his final second, he only saw his own blurry shadow, and then he lost consciousness completely. Before him was only pitch-black darkness. In a city filled with smoke and fire, the bodies of innocent people lay everywhere. Flames engulfed the entire city. Jiang was stunned, unable to believe it. "This is the gathering point. How did it end up like this?" He suddenly turned back, feeling a sense of dread. He didn't know when, but a dense horde of aberrations had surrounded him. Jiang watched in horror as they rushed towards him. Aberrations. All of them were reaching out, as if fighting over prey. Before he could even process what was happening, he was swarmed and crushed by the dense horde of aberrations, unable to fight back. Like a bottomless black hole, it completely swallowed Jiang. In the desolate ruins of the city, only the stench of death remained. The sun is far away. This is the world's dark side. The supernatural are cold. The territory is fragmented. The essence is weak. Some revel in decadent luxury, while others cry out in the darkness. Silence, battle, death. This is the great continent. Some know, some don't, but this is its true face. In his delirium, Jiang heard someone calling, "Wake up! Hurry and wake up!" The person frantically shook him. "Hey, are you alive?" He coughed and sat up. Still alive. Jiang sighed in relief, realizing it was only a dream. After I killed the aberration, I don't remember anything else. He placed a finger on its head and used the skill, Shadow Guard. The dark aura from the aberration was quickly absorbed by Jiang. Duke Bao watched him and asked, "Hey, are you okay? Why aren't you saying anything?" He quickly replied, "I'm here." Looking at his 10% health bar, Jiang thought, this guy doesn't look too good. But according to the system's standard health levels, he can probably still be saved. According to the system's standard health assessment, 70% health, lightly injured, 50% health, moderately injured, 30% health, heavily injured, 10% health, near death. The survival rate for this type of injury is 30%, maybe even 20%, 5% health. A tough person might be able to leave some last words, or they might not be able to say anything at all. He suddenly stood up and patted his shoulder, leaving Jiang confused. Duke Bao explained, "Give me a hand. Help me get to the wall." The two of them finally breathed a sigh of relief, leaning in a safe corner. Duke Bao asked, "Brother, you're not from the night patrol, are you?" Jiang was surprised. He doesn't recognize me, even though we live in the same building. It seems he can't see anymore, so it's understandable. "So, you just went along with it and replied, didn't you?" "No," he actually laughed mockingly. "I knew you weren't. See, I told you, struggling this much just to fight a rank 1 aberration. That weak? Definitely not one of the Night Watchers. Though, not everyone from the Night Watchers is that strong." Jiang felt like coughing up blood. Does this guy even know how to talk? And to think I just saved his life. Duke Bao laughed teasingly. "Just kidding. You're actually pretty impressive, killing an aberration with a soy sauce bottle. That's unheard of." He suddenly coughed violently, startling Jiang. "Are you okay?" He couldn't help but be impressed, to be so injured and still able to laugh. "Are all the members of the night patrol this cheerful?" Duke Bao asked curiously. "Brother, what school do you go to? What year are you?" Jiang stammered a lie. "Fubei Capital University, sophomore year." He thought it was best to keep his affairs private, so he just said something random. But hearing that, he got excited. "What a coincidence, you're my junior. What's your major, literature or martial arts?" Jiang screamed internally. "Please stop asking." Duke Bao answered his own question. "It must be martial arts. A literature major wouldn't be able to handle a mid-rank tier 1. Brother, do you have any medicine?" Jiang was confused. "Medicine?" Then Jiang took out a box of cookies. "I only have these biscuits." He didn't refuse. "Cookies, huh? These will do, thanks." Unexpectedly, he took one and broke it in half, then offered him a piece. "Here, for you." Duke Bao scoffed. "This kid, so stingy." Jiang pointed to the ground. There were more, but they fell on the floor during the fight. "Do you want them? I can pick them up for you." He was exasperated. "If you want to eat them, go ahead." The atmosphere between them fell silent, until Duke Bao spoke up. "Is this your first time killing an aberration alone?" Jiang answered vaguely. "I guess you could say that." His eyes seemed to lose focus. He looked up at the sky and then confessed, "Sometimes, I really envy you guys. The martial arts department, combat specialization, you're all naturally gifted prodigies, not like me, with my poor aptitude and weak willpower. Just like the sky here, it has been dark and hopeless. Even if I took despair, which can greatly boost my combat power, it would be useless." You quickly tried to change the subject. "How about we stop talking, conserve our energy, and wait for rescue?" Duke Bao gave a faint smile. "It's fine, I just want someone to chat with. The willpower of us office workers is like cotton thread. No matter how much you have, its essence is still cotton. When the corruption floods in, how can it possibly be stopped?" Jiang couldn't help but ask, "Do you have any regrets? You could have chosen a normal liberal arts major. Besides, why would an office worker like you come to the dark side?" Unexpectedly, he suddenly clenched his fists. Duke Bao gritted his teeth in anger. "Regret? Hell yeah, I regret it. I was an office worker just coasting at my job, chatting with the girls whether there was work or not. Happily training the cute rookies of the Night Watch. Isn't living the good life great? I must have been out of my mind to jump in here on a whim. Now I'm stuck. After his outburst, he covered his mouth and coughed, making the kid panic. Bro, control yourself. If you keep this up, you won't make it until rescue arrives. He paid it no mind. The rescue signal was sent out a long time ago. Help should be arriving soon. Jiang nodded and was about to leave. Then I'm relieved. Well, then They didn't notice the glowing bracelet in the child's hand. Duke Bao pulled him back. Don't run around. If you run into any mutant bugs with your flimsy skills, you wouldn't even be a snack for them. Come here, chat with me for a bit while we wait for help. Jiang broke out in a cold sweat, wanting to run away. Bro, please spare me. You're more terrifying than the mutant bugs. And so in the small alley at the foot of the building, laughter echoed continuously. Let me tell you. Duck Bao tirelessly made Jiang listen to his bragging. Back then, I was so strong I could take them all out in one move. He listened so much that his ears went numb. Suddenly, the man acted as if he had found a kindred spirit. If you go back to the academy, help me apologize to Director Zhou of the Superhuman Martial Arts Department. Tell him I failed to live up to his expectations. I can't even defeat a mid-tier rank 1 mutant bug. Jiang held his head, trying to suppress his helplessness. Duke Bao kept rambling. And thank Vice Director Huang of the Superhuman Liberal Arts Contamination Studies Department. Tell her thank you for her guidance. Also tell her not to act like she's going through puberty during class. Always going on about passing the torch and humanity's eternal continuation. It's so cringy. He gritted his teeth and forced a smile. Bro, why don't I write this down, or better yet, you can tell them yourself when you've recovered. Unexpectedly, those words made Duke Bao pause. He sighed and shook his head. These words have been bottled up inside me for too long. I just wanted to find someone to say it all to. He clicked his tongue regretfully. Thinking of the old days, his gaze grew dimmer. The Beidou Defense Academy. If only I could go back to that time. Are there any cookies left? Give me 2 more. I want the spicy cinnamon flavor. Jiang was utterly helpless. Your taste is something else. Besides, you won't find spicy cinnamon flavor anywhere in this world. Duke Bao's hand fell limply to the ground. He seemed to understand, but still asked, You're right. Never mind then. A strange noise from the distance caught their attention. Duck Bao raised an eyebrow. It seems the Night Watch is here. Hearing that, he immediately stood up. Great, you're saved. He breathed a sigh of relief. Someone's finally here. He picked up the bag of things and walked ahead. He called out a little confused. Aren't you coming with me? Jiang smiled and turned back to reply. No need, I can go by myself. As if understanding he couldn't be stopped, Duck Bao chuckled softly. He looked up and gave his blessing. Go on, travel safely. He didn't seem to notice whether this man was truly blind. But that didn't stop Jiang from walking away. Duke Bao silently lowered his head, waiting for him to walk away. The sigil for the shadow path appeared at Jiang feet. Before leaving, he turned back to check on the situation. The Night Watch team had arrived. They found a member of their own with 2 children beside him. They tried to treat him, checking for vital signs, but strangely, Duke Bao didn't react to them at all. And those Night Watch members signaled that he was already dead. Jiang now realized something was strange. Duke Bao's health bar suddenly dropped to 9%. He was stunned. How could this be? His health bar is still dropping. How is that possible? With current medical technology, he could definitely be saved. Jiang saw streams of energy wrapping around him. The Night Watch members stood solemnly before Duke Bao. As his body began to fade, they performed a salute, and then Duke Bao's health bar finally hit 0. His body gradually disintegrated and vanished in a wave of fragments. But until the very end, a smile remained on his lips. He stared wide-eyed in disbelief, frozen like a statue. But once the Shadow Path portal had activated, it couldn't be stopped. In the end, Jiang hand could only grasp at empty air. The ordinary people around watched him in confusion. They whispered curiously, What is this person doing? Is it some kind of performance art? The sadness on Jiang face was unconcealable. On a large billboard, an ad played. As a superhuman, remember this. His words echoed in his ears, making him understand. The voice in the ad instructed, Do not give up even at the last moment. If you are aware that your chances of returning alive are very low. Once consumed, it will greatly enhance your potential, but the mortality rate is 90%. It means you are in a perilous situation where normal combat tactics are useless. Please use compound number 3, despair. Burn your life to illuminate the continent. We will remember your sacrifice and advance bravely until all our enemies are exterminated. Standing on the earth, gazing at the stars. For the Night Watch, we watch over the future. With mortal bodies, we perform superhuman deeds. We are always watching. We are the Night Watch. The elevator slowly rose. Jiang covered in blood, stood waiting in silence. He still hadn't recovered from the shock. That guy, he's dead. Jiang staggered out of the elevator. He thought to himself. Just a moment ago, he was talking and laughing so normally. Thinking back, he just wanted someone to talk to before he died. No flowers, no applause. He just passed away quietly like any other person. Jiang made a silent vow. No matter how ordinary he was, I will remember him forever. He held his tired head and sighed. Jiang Du tossed the things onto the table. All right, it's been a long day. Time for a quick shower and then bed. I'm exhausted just from walking and my health is still over 50%. I thought it would be down to 20%. Still in shock, he mumbled. That guy only had 10% health left, but acted like nothing was wrong. I'm still nowhere near his level. It seems just training my muscles isn't enough, Jiang said while getting some food. My willpower needs to be strengthened too. Suddenly, a voice startled him. You blockhead. Duo lay on the sofa pouting. I couldn't reach your phone and I couldn't find you anywhere. I asked you to buy eggs. Did you go to the farm to get them yourself? Jiang quickly defended himself. The new year is almost here. You know how long the lines are. I had to wait forever. Then he suddenly remembered. By the way, how do you have a key to my apartment? Duo jumped down. You never cook and always order takeout. Uncle Lee told me to look after you, so he gave me a key. She observed him with suspicious eyes. What's with you lately? Did you get into a fight? He tried to change the subject. It's late, you should go home and sleep or Uncle Lou will get the wrong idea. Duo didn't give up. Turn over here. Panicked, Jiang tried to leave. I'm hungry, I'm going to make some instant noodles. But Duo was quick and grabbed him. Don't run. Then her eyes widened in horror. She cried out in alarm. How did you get hurt this badly? Jiang tried to escape. I forgot to buy the eggs. Duo didn't let it go. Get back here, where did you go? Jiang struggled. Nowhere, let me go, she said firmly. I won't let go until you tell the truth. Jiang had to make up a story. I ran into a robber on my way back, so I fought him. Don't feel sorry for me. The other guy got it much worse. When the police arrived, they could barely tell he was human. Seriously, you have no idea how fast I was. A left hook, a right kick, hitting him high and low. I beat him so bad his own mother wouldn't recognize him. He was barely human. As he was talking, Duo suddenly reached out her hand. A look of pity was clear on her face as she touched his cheek. Jiang stared blankly at the worried girl before him. He panicked inwardly. Don't tell me she actually believed all that nonsense. Duo gently caressed Jiang cheek. With an unhappy expression, she asked, Does it hurt? He scratched his head shyly. It doesn't hurt. You should go home and sleep. She also blushed, embarrassed by her own actions. She immediately turned away and said, I'm going to tell Uncle Lee about this. You going out to fight people in the middle of the night. Jiang panicked and pulled her back. It wasn't a fight, I was upholding justice. Please don't go. Duo ignored him. I'm still telling him. You fought until you were bruised. My whole body aches. I'm not okay. She turned back in a panic. Are you okay? With these injuries, you need to go to the hospital. Rang Du immediately refused. No need for that trouble. I have plenty of Uncle Lee's medicine from the Night Watch TV at home. It's much better than the hospital's. Jiao frowned, seeing right through him. You just want me to apply the medicine for you, don't you? Rang Du grinned. I'll have to trouble you then, Dr. Liu. He then immediately knew what torture felt like, screaming, Ow, ow, ow. As you applied the medicine, you bandaged me up like a mummy. This is a bit much. She smacked him on the shoulder. Are you going to be so reckless again? Rang Du quickly yelled. No. Next time I definitely won't join in on the fun again. Jiao's eyes were filled with disbelief. Fine then, you'll just defy me again. I won't. Joining in on the fun is just human nature. At most, I'll just watch. I won't jump in. But she definitely wasn't letting it go. What did you say? Say that again. Rang Du quickly defended himself. I said I'll just watch. I won't do anything at all. Jiao snorted coldly. That's more like it. I'm leaving now. He reached out. You're leaving already? Why don't you stay the night? My bed is huge. She turned back to make a mocking face at him, then decisively slammed the door shut, leaving Rang Du all alone in the living room. He muttered, That guy asked me to pass on a message. Beidou City, a guard academy. Then suddenly, Rang Du remembered something else. He shot up in a panic, muttering, Wait, that guy never told me his name. Rang Du's body began to absorb the dark energy from the aberrant insect, seeming to glow brighter and brighter. The system displayed the information. Aberrant species, name, Nether Shadow Phantom Insect. Rank, First Order, Mid-Tier. Introduction. A low-level abyssal aberrant insect of the Shadow Phantom type, it can unleash immense power in the dark. If it targets you, be careful of what's behind you. Note, this aberrant insect seems to be more than meets the eye. Price to pay. 1 arm. Harvest reward, Shadow Pounce ability. Increased shadow points. This aberrant insect has been absorbed. The price has been waived. He was a bit surprised. So, killed aberrant insects are registered in the system's handbook. Or more accurately, I have to absorb them to register them. Rang Du's body quickly converted the energy. New skill appeared. Shadow Pounce. When an enemy attacks from the shadows, you can more easily identify their weak points. The first attack will deal massive damage. He pondered. All right, Let's test this new skill. So, Rangdu staggered to his feet, lowered his stance to activate the ability. Shadow Pounce. Activate. But the only response was a cold breeze. Rangdu grew angry from embarrassment. It has no effect at all. Is this system messing with me? Suddenly, he realized. Wait, could it be that there's no target to activate the skill on? Rangdu gave up wearily. Whatever, I'll try again when I get the chance. He then opened the system to check his information. It clearly stated, name, Rangdu, attribute, shadow points, 14 over 14, title, the mysterious one, unlockable, ability, shadow devour, shadow eye, shadow state. A mysterious killer in the dark, you are a natural-born assassin. When hiding in the shadows, you are like a fish in water, mysterious in the darkness, a hunter in the darkness. Rangdu raised an eyebrow and scoffed. This crappy cheat system is even using gaming jargon now. What's this about hunting in the dark? Shouldn't it be hunting in the light? Then he curiously clicked on shadow state. Is this a new skill too? The system explained. In the shadow state, you have the following traits. 1. Training in this state will yield unexpected results. 2. Your presence will be further suppressed, allowing you to merge with the darkness and avoid detection. Your body's constitution and self-healing abilities are greatly enhanced. 3. When in the shadow dimension, you can use this state without any cost. In reality, it consumes shadow points. 4. You no longer have any vital spots. Even if beheaded, you will only suffer massive blood loss and not die instantly. His eyes lit up. This is the power of a cheat system, especially that fourth point. It's truly invinci. Before he could finish, he saw the text. If beheaded, your health will drop by 99% but not cause instant death. Jiang roared. A 99% health drop? How am I supposed to survive that? I might as well just die. Well, despite all that, this ability is pretty good. Let's test it out. Shadow, come forth. Instantly, a stream of dark energy rose from the ground, gradually forming into his reflection. Jiang tried to control the shadow with his finger, and it immediately mimicked his gesture. Finally, the two touched, and the shadow merged directly into Jiang body. The blackness slowly spread across his face, and while Jiang was still bewildered, the merge was complete. In the end, his entire body turned shadow black. Jiang looked at himself in amazement. So this is the shadow state. Interesting. He took a deep breath, testing the feeling of his new physical state. Then he leaped high into the air, his body zipping around. Jiang moved ceaselessly around the room like a bolt of lightning. He felt the changes in his body. Speed. Then, Jiang decisively lifted the bed with one hand. He lifted it up and down repeatedly like a barbell. Strength. Then, he somehow produced a 100 kilograms hammer. Without hesitation, he smashed it into his own face. Defense. Jiang stood with his hands on his hips and laughed loudly. This shadow state is seriously overpowered. The downstairs neighbor, woken up in the middle of the night, yelled, "Are you having a war up there? Be quiet." He quickly stopped. Be humble, be humble. Deactivating shadow state. Jiang looked at the system's title, the mysterious one. He was curious about the unlockable status. What does that mean? It explained, you possess a fraction of this title's power, but it has not been formally awakened. Upon unlocking, this title will be fully awakened. No one else will be able to awaken any part of this title's power. It will become exclusively yours. However, this process involves a certain degree of risk. Do you wish to unlock it? Note, sometimes risk becomes opportunity. Jiang rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Unlocking a new title seems pretty good. The system highlighted the word risk in red. Choosing no might be safer, but risk implies reward. Unexpectedly, before he could decide, the system automatically selected yes. He cried out in shock, "Hey, wait, I hadn't decided yet." A dark aura immediately enveloped Jiang like a cocoon, causing objects on the floor to tremble. Inside the only lit room in the city, something earth-shattering was taking place. He broke free from the cocoon, his body shrouded in shadows. This was his new title, the Hunter. Hunt or be hunted. You are a natural-born hunter. All attacks are guaranteed to inflict damage. New terminology. Note 1. Excludes attacks from external objects such as firearms. Note 2. The hunter lurks in the shadows. The more you remain hidden, the wider your fearsome reputation will spread. You will achieve more unexpected rewards. Note 3. Not even a god can escape your hunt, Jiang muttered in a daze. All attacks are guaranteed to inflict damage. Not even a god is an exception. The system explained, after activating the shadow state, your execute ability will be enhanced, lowering the health threshold required to perform an execution. It seemed to be describing what happens when he uses the state. Execute explained, When a target's health drops to a certain threshold, their health bar will turn bright red, and you will be able to see their fatal point. Attacking this point will trigger an execution, completely eliminating the target. The execution health threshold is affected by factors like the strength, abilities, and titles of both parties. Jiang thoughtfully reread the information. He suddenly remembered, execute. Could that be the red spot that appeared on the aberrant insect before? Jiang muttered, guaranteed damage plus an execution skill. Then he couldn't help but laugh out loud. It seems I've excitedly pointed to the sky and declared, become invincible. But then, Jiang suddenly froze as a thought struck him. He laughed as he tore off the bandages wrapped around him. He curiously inspected his body. Strange, wasn't there supposed to be a risk? It looks like nothing bad happened. My wounds are almost completely healed. The medicine couldn't have worked this fast. Jiang then pulled off the scab that had just formed over the wound. He realized excitedly, could it be because I activated the shadow state? This healing ability is insane. The next day, Bao Kuang asked, Jiao, that post Jiang made last night, was it for real? He posted, last night, I was like a brave soldier. I didn't even blink after being stabbed 88 times by a thug. Tutio also chimed in. Last night, Jiang DM'd me and said he ran into a human trafficker who was wielding a watermelon cleaver and fought his way down the entire street without batting an eye. Bao Kuang was shocked. So he was actually hurt? Should we go visit him? She shook her head and explained, don't listen to his nonsense. He just got chased by a dog. Her two friends were surprised. For real? Jiao thought, that idiot Jiang is showing off again. Meanwhile, back at his house, she put her hand on the lock. If you don't believe me, go in and see for yourself. Jiao held Jiang key, preparing to open the door. Her two friends asked curiously, how do you have his house key? She calmly turned and explained, Jiang uncle gave it to me. After speaking, Jiao went inside and called out, Jiang, are you home? We're here to visit you. In his bedroom, he was slumped on the floor, clutching his arms. Jiang clutched his wound in pain. I was so careless I shouldn't have taken it off. From outside, a voice called, Jiang, are you okay? Jiao rushed over. Where is your bandage? Why did you take it off? Jiang answered. I thought the wound had healed, so I took it off. The two friends whispered to each other. It seems the post he made on his social media last night was real. I think so too. Then they walked over to Jiang in surprise. When did you get these muscles? No wonder you dared to fight with human traffickers. That's so cool. Jiao immediately pulled them back. All right, stop looking. Go sit in the living room. The two grumbled. We get it. Stop pushing. As soon as she pushed them out, she slammed the door shut. Bao Qiang said suspiciously, are those two dating? Zishao affirmed, 80% likely. Then Jiao had to help Jiang reapply medicine to the wound. Ouch. She looked at him suspiciously. Stop whining. I know this kind of medicine doesn't hurt a bit. Jiang cried out, but his eyes were already wandering to Jiao's thigh. She was still scolding him. Were you kicked in the head by a donkey? Why did you have to peel off a perfectly healing wound? Then Jiao noticed Jiang stare. She sighed unhappily. Young men these days are so lewd. I'll call the kid to put the medicine on for you. Jiang quickly protested. No, don't. He's very clumsy. It won't work. Jiao's expression was clearly distrustful. She pinched his cheek hard. I guess it's been a while since Uncle Lee disciplined you, he thought to himself. Even if Uncle disciplined me 800 times, it would be useless. Jiao puffed her cheeks and pouted. So what did you do last night? Don't tell me you were out mugging people. See if I believe you. Jiang immediately defended himself. I was really being a hero. She laughed. You're such a sweet talker. None of your words are true. Jiang thought helplessly. What else could I say? That I went to the shadow plane and slaughtered an aberration, or that I had a life-to-death talk with a Night Watch member. Would you believe that? He then asked, right, what time did Uncle Lu come back yesterday? Jiao was confused. He didn't come back. Why are you asking about this? Jiang said with a hint of sadness. I just suddenly feel that the people of the Night Watch have it very hard. They work all day, work overtime at night, and it's extremely dangerous. His words made her pause, and her mood dampened. She glanced at him, thinking, Jiang must worry about Uncle Lu often. Jiao said softly, very few people in the Night Watch live a peaceful life. Uncle Lee lost an arm, and Lin Mo died when he was only in his early 20s. Even someone as strong as Uncle Lu was once severely injured, affecting his foundation. He can no longer make any progress for the rest of his life. If you pass the martial arts exam, will you join the Night Watch? Hearing this, Jiang did not rush to answer. As if wanting to break the somber mood, he slowly and deliberately opened his mouth and said, I don't know. Are there many beautiful ladies in the Night Watch? Annoyed, Jiao directly grabbed and squeezed Jiang cheeks. Shut up, making him yell, ouch, stop pinching. Be a little gentler. What kind of girl is like this? She shouted. You've never seen one? Today I'll open your eyes. Jiang Yu's voice echoed from inside. Stop, please don't. Outside, Bao Qiang asked suspiciously, What's going on with them? Xiao Xiao retorted, Take a guess. Finally, after applying the medicine, Jiang Yu got dressed and came out. He said awkwardly, Why are you all here? Bao Qiang said helplessly. We heard all your crazy bragging from yesterday, so we came to check on you. Xiao Xiao asked, Are you still okay? They saw the strange red marks and misunderstood. Are those hickeys? Jiao Jiao is really vigorous. Jiang Yu sat down comfortably. Relax, I'm not gonna die. Come on, have a seat. You guys have no idea. At that time, I had just bought a bottle of soy sauce and some random things from the supermarket. I was on my way home when suddenly a man rushed by, clutching a bag. Jiao Jiao scoffed. He's bragging again. Jiang Yu, I'm going to the supermarket. These 2 shirts are ripped, so I'll take them to be thrown out. He waved his hand without a care. Throw them away. Then 80 big, burly guys jumped out of the woods, and I brandished my knife. But as she was about to leave, Jiang Yu suddenly remembered something. He rushed to stop her. Wait, there's still something in the jacket pocket. However, the item had already fallen out of the jacket. It was a pack of sanitary pads lying on the ground. Jiao Jiao's face went pale as she asked suspiciously, Why do you have this? Jiang Yu said awkwardly, Didn't you have a stomachache last night? I was at the supermarket and thought I'd buy you a pack as a surprise. The 2 friends watched excitedly. This is something only a deeply affectionate couple would do. We have to share this gossip with the entire class. He placed the pack of sanitary pads in her hand. Here, take it. Just tell me if you need more in the future. For some reason, Jiao Jiao angrily crushed it in her hand. She blushed furiously in embarrassment. I don't want it. Then she threw it right in Jiang Yu's face and stormed outside. He rubbed his red forehead and pouted. Why is she mad? How strange. The 2 friends quickly got up to leave. We'll be going now. Good luck, you 2. We're rooting for you. Their words left Jiang Yu bewildered and confused. Oh, they've all left. Now there are no more distractions. So, he activated his skill, Shadow Eye. A black totem array emerged beneath Jiang Yu's feet. A shadowy aura gradually covered his body. The darkness slowly crept over and obscured his face. Jiang Yu thought to himself with satisfaction, Let the fun training begin. Jiang Yu used his power to quickly enter his shadow form, then stepped directly into the umbra. He looked at his body with curiosity. Strange, this place is supposed to be filled with corruption, yet I feel incredibly comfortable. This feeling is like someone who has lived in an industrially polluted environment for a long time, suddenly arriving in a vast, open prairie. Excellent. The pain in my stomach is gone, and my health is regenerating quickly. Jiang Yu satisfyingly stretched out his hand. All right, let's start. He lay flat on the ground, gently pushed down with his hands for momentum, and then jumped up, slamming hard into the ceiling. He then bounced back, landing with a thud. Jiang Yu got up joyfully, feeling a surge of endless power. System. In the shadow state within the shadow plane, your body feels completely liberated. You begin training. During training, Shadow Devour has been triggered. You have devoured the darkness of the shadow plane. Shadow points have slightly increased. Physical attributes have slightly increased. The shadow state on Jiang Yu's body began to transform, receding and then spreading out again. It seemed to be analyzing the changes in him as the system's calculation numbers kept increasing. Jiang Yu was satisfied, easily completing 1,000 planche push-ups. He looked at his room. This place is a bit tight. I should train outside. Jiang Yu then ran straight to the park. He marveled to himself. If this were the real world, all those rich tycoons would be begging me to be their master. He reached for the horizontal bar above him and performed several acrobatic spins. I've decided. First, I'll win the gold medal at the World Championship for horizontal bars. Meanwhile, at the Night Watch headquarters, a group of elite-looking individuals walked in. They headed for the meeting room, where Captain Lu was already seated. One of them reported, The scope of the recent disturbance in the shadow plane is large with abnormal fluctuations. The corruption index has soared past the regional limit. Suspected rift traces have been detected at coordinates B3, B7, A2, as well as in the northwest, south, and east zone 1. This disturbance is unusual as the incidents are concentrated in residential areas, rather than being random as before. The atmosphere in the Night Watch meeting room was tense. Captain Lu frowned, thinking that aberration activity had been increasing more and more lately. In the past 2 days, there have been 4 consecutive cases of people being dragged into the shadow plane. On top of that is the report about Devour and his death. He frowned. It may seem like a few, but who knows if the aberrations will be more skilled next time, causing a more severe impact. Compared to the shadow plane aberrations, the abyssal rifts are much more dangerous. If you consider the aberrations to be wild beasts, then what comes out of the rifts is Godzilla. Just then, the watch commander spoke up. All right, everyone, Get a grip. It's only a suspicion. There's no need to act like the world is ending. Besides, haven't we been prepared for a fight for a long time now? Those words seemed to have stabilized everyone. Both Captain Lu and the others smiled in relief. The watch commander prompted, "All right, continue with the report." The assistant replied, "Yes, sir. Next is the list of recent sacrifices." After the meeting, Captain Lu stood alone by the large window. He pulled a pack of cigarettes from his breast pocket. Taking out a cigarette to relax, Captain Lu muttered tiredly, "Why does trouble always have to stir up right before the new year?" But then he suddenly realized something was off. The thing he had put in his mouth wasn't a cigarette. He frowned. "A cookie stick. That little brat switched my cigarettes again." While he was lost in thought, a pack of cigarettes flew towards him. Captain Lu caught it effortlessly without looking. Then, he lifted his head and glanced to the side. The patrol officer teased, "Stop messing around." He already had a cigarette in his mouth, taking a dry puff. But Captain Lu put the pack down, leisurely chewing on the biscuit he had instead. Then he slowly replied, "Nah, I'm afraid of lung cancer." The patrol officer burst out laughing as if he'd heard a joke. "You're afraid of that?" Captain Lu frowned. "Cut the crap. You stayed behind to see me for a reason, so spit it out." Hearing that, he let out a long, troubled sigh. He flicked his cigarette ash and slowly replied, "The higher-up sent another notice." Hearing this, Captain Lu's eyes widened in alarm. "What notice?" The patrol officer didn't answer immediately, slowly taking a drag from his cigarette. Captain Lu seemed to tense up as he understood. "It's here again." His body swayed slightly, and he had to lean on the table. He tiredly asked, "So soon? Is this confirmed?" The patrol officer shrugged. "Your computer has probably received it by now." Only then did Captain Lu turn on his computer. He asked, "Have you chosen a path for your kid yet? The combat division? Or the superhuman liberal arts division?" Captain Lu shook his head. "Not yet. We'll decide after she completes her aptitude test." On the computer was an urgent notice for all Tier 2 and above superhumans, barring special circumstances. All their children must enroll in a superhuman major after completing their aptitude test. He asked back, "Don't just talk about me. What about your kid? He doesn't seem that bright. Are you enrolling him in spirit tech, aberration studies, or superhuman physiology?" But the patrol officer fell silent, fiddling with his cigarette. Then he said decisively, "He's not enrolling in any of them." Captain Lu was startled. "Don't tell me you're putting him in the superhuman liberal arts division?" The officer shook his head. "Just regular liberal arts." Captain Lu laughed in disbelief. "Are you kidding? The boy hasn't even taken his aptitude test. What if he's compatible? You know that if his aptitude meets the criteria, he'll be forcibly enrolled in a superhuman division." But the patrol officer decisively stubbed out his cigarette. He turned, put on his coat to leave, and said, "He's not taking it." Captain Lu quickly called out, "Hey, explain yourself." But the patrol officer didn't explain further. "Just take your time with your work. I'm going out for a walk." A female assistant entered shyly. "Sorry to disturb you, sir." Captain Lu nodded. "What is it?" "Speak." She reported, "Sir, this is a report that just came in from the shadow layer." He opened it and was speechless after reading it. It read, "Report on new aberrant species, designation D, 29,527. Nickname, the insane training shadow that salutes. Description 1. The subject is a pitch-black entity that exists like a shadow. It was first discovered in the central garden of the Qingyue apartment complex. It is presumed to have entered the complex by accident. 2. The target shows no signs of fatigue. It has a great interest in physical training, knows how to use training equipment, and has a low desire to attack. 3. When reconnaissance personnel approached, the subject stopped training and saluted. Observation time, 2 hours. Threat assessment, quite low. Conclusion, do not capture or kill for now." The assistant summarized, "The observation team discovered a new type of aberrant in a nearby apartment complex. Since there are no records of it in our archives, they would like your judgment on the matter, sir." But Captain Lu was also bewildered. What kind of bizarre aberrant is this? Meanwhile, in the shadow layer, Jiang filmed the aberrant. "Look, in front of us is a spider. Its body contains several times more protein than an equal weight of rice. The spider meat is fresh, delicious, and juicy. If you singe the hair on its surface, you can easily peel it. Take a bite, and you'll find it tastes nothing like beef or goat." "So what does it taste like?" "It tastes like spider." I can't believe those landscape photos of the shadow layer got so many likes. At this rate, I'm going to become a TikTok idol. Turns out, there are a lot of other people making videos about superhumans. This kind of content used to be censored and couldn't be posted. Just then, a system panel popped up, startling him. Jiang frowned as he read, "Shadow Attribute, Path of the Mysterious, the Hunter. If you don't go all out during the hunt, you will die during the hunt. To not hunt is to die." Upon awakening this path, you feel an abnormal joy. You know that only by hunting relentlessly can you extend your own life. Go forth, enjoy the process of every hunt, and become a hunter feared by all until you advance. He swatted at it in annoyance. You popped up just to scare me with this? Unexpectedly, something far more important appeared. Remaining lifespan, 100 hours. The words struck Jiang, you like a thunderbolt. My lifespan. I only have 100 hours left. Jiang Yu's face paled as he stared at the numbers. What's going on? Why is the system saying I only have 100 hours left? Could this be the price for unlocking the hunter path? Yeah, you could definitely call this a risk. Calm down, don't panic. There must be a way to fix this. From the description, it seems a hunter is forced to hunt continuously to extend their lifespan. In other words, I can extend my lifespan by killing aberrants. He read the information again. Point 1. Life and death are the hunter's prerogative. You either stand amidst endless slaughter to achieve immortality, or Jiang. You speculated. From this text, it seems hunting can even grant immortality. Point 2. The hunter path is special. Even if your flesh perishes, you can exist in another state. He was confused. But what does it mean to exist in another state after my body dies? And what's this about feeling abnormally joyful after awakening this path? I only have a few days to live, joyful my ass. If I can't kill a single aberrant, I'll have to ask Uncle Lee for help. Looking at the spider aberrant, Jiang Yu thought, it seems the only way is to kill this thing, to earn some lifespan, and then we'll see. So he turned on his phone to film. This is a rare opportunity. Might as well make a TikTok video and become an idol. Besides, this is a secret account Uncle Lee got from Sunye TV. No one will figure out it's me. Immediately, Jiang Yu activated his shadow form. The phone's camera quickly captured the moment. Turns out he had started a live stream. Welcome to my channel, everyone. I'm Xiao Yu. Today, I'll be taking on this giant spider aberrant all by myself. First, we need to approach it slowly without making any noise. Then, we'll give it a good whack. We're getting closer and closer now. I'm going to be quiet to avoid startling it. Then Jiang, you took out his weapon, a solid steel rod that cost several 100,000. Its tip was embedded with some unknown metal fragments. Just then, the monster spotted its prey, but as it lunged forward, he dodged out of the way. When the aberrant turned, Jiang Yu had already jumped behind it. His heart was pounding, but the confused aberrant couldn't see him, as if he were in its blind spot. Jiang, you thought excitedly. It can't detect me even when I'm this close. This shadow form is seriously convenient. Now I just need to use my slaughter skill to find its weak spot. He immediately slipped underneath the aberrant. Jiang Yu's eyes lit up. Right here, he grinned as he raised his weapon. Have a taste of this. 30 minutes earlier, from the spider aberrant's perspective, it's been a while since I came to this world, and I've grown to like this place. It's not suffocating like the abyss, and there are no terrifyingly huge monsters around. A small fry like me can survive just by being a little careful. I just fought a really ugly one of my own kind. I got a little hurt, but it also provided me with a hearty meal. It happily laid its head down. A little more sleep and I'll be fully recovered. Its many eyes were getting heavy, ready for sleep. But suddenly, its spider sense made it jolt awake. What bastard dares to approach me? The aberrant was confused. Strange, where is it? I can clearly feel it's right near me. Whatever, this place doesn't feel safe anymore. I'll find somewhere else. But before it could leave, it felt something was wrong. Something stabbed straight into its abdomen, making the spider screech in pain. Jiang, you savored the feeling of power. Incredible. For a moment there, it felt like my strength was overflowing. So it turns out I can only unleash my full strength when I'm fighting an opponent. Good. Its health bar is down to 40%. 2 more hits should do it. But before he could act, a claw shot towards him. It sent Jiang Yu flying backward. He got up from the rubble, confused. Huh, that didn't hurt, but the spider aberrant was going insane. My rear end, Jiang Yu smirked. Excellent. The sharp rod is stuck in its weak spot, making it bleed continuously. Seizing the opportunity, he quickly got back on his feet. A great power surged around his body. Shadow dive. He used the skill and began to sink, his entire body submerged into the ground as if diving. He was a bit surprised. So this is shadow dive. I didn't expect it to be like hiding within the shadows. I don't have to fight the aberrant head on. I can just be like a hunter hiding in the forest, waiting for an opportunity, and then deliver a fatal blow to my prey. Watching the struggling spider, Jiang Yu muttered, Aberrants, superhumans. A triumphant smile spread across his face. Hunter, prey. The hunt has begun. A girl was bored, scrolling through live streams. Sunye Patrol, your safety protected by Sunye TV. Hello everyone, I work for the Sunye Patrol, and today I'll be introducing you to low-level aberrant species. Bored, she switched to another stream. Hello everyone, I'm Lala Lala, and today I'll take you to a restaurant deep in an alley. I am the villain. I am Jiang. Hello everyone. I'm going to perform an extremely dangerous stunt for you all. This lighter, my dears, watch me smash it. Shudi scoffed. What is all this junk? Have the streamers run out of things to do? So boring. But then, Shudi's eyes suddenly widened in surprise. It was Jiang Yu's stream. My name is Du, from Beidou. She wondered curiously. What is this place? In the video, a series of strange insects flashed across the screen. Shudi shot up in shock. Was that an aberrant beast just now? Oh my god, for real? That's not a special effect, is it? Jiang Yu was introducing it. This little toy is called a shadow-patterned spider, an ancient demonic insect, mid-rank tier 1, a low-quality aberrant from the abyss. The comments flew by continuously. Brother Yu is so handsome and cool. I'm done for. I've fallen for him. I want to buy a house for you, big bro. That means I can't afford it. I want big bro to buy me spicy fried pork. Forget the pork, forget the spice. He continued to spread his knowledge. The patterns on its body can emit mental pollution. Low-level individuals can't look at it directly for long. Shudi read the comments, annoyed. A bunch of simps. I should post all your cringy comments online for your parents and friends to see. I hate shameless people like you the most. Then, she couldn't help herself and typed an equally thirsty comment. Big bro, can I? A moment later, Jiang Yu in the video sank into the ground. Her eyes lit up. No way. Could this streamer be a transcendent? Shudi smirked excitedly. This is getting more and more interesting. At that moment, in the shadows, Jiang Yu was facing the spider. He was actually aiming for the staff on its body. That one kick made the aberrant beast shriek in pain. It counterattacked, launching a powerful force at Jiang Yu, but he quickly dodged and escaped, leaving the aberrant beast confused about its enemy's whereabouts. It scowled at the spot where its attack had missed. It only saw a finger gently touching its body. Just as it turned around in a panic, Jiang Yu held up 2 fingers in a friendly greeting. I'm over here. Jiang Yu kept toying with the spider without hitting it. Over here. 8 legs and you can't land a single hit? You're pathetic. Shudi couldn't help but gasp as she watched. She was mesmerized. So fast, so handsome. This streamer is truly both good-looking and fast. Just then, in the video, he was hit by a large amount of venom sprayed by the spider. A wave of venom spread across the ground. Jiang Yu completely vanished within that wave. The spider was smug and arrogant. You dare fight me? But then, his voice rang out again. You think you can stop me just by spraying acid all over the ground? Jiang Yu had actually reappeared on a tall building nearby. He smirked and said, darkness is everywhere. Jiang Yu's body shot forward like a bolt of lightning. The aberrant beast hastily spat out another round of venom. But he vanished again. I can move freely within the shadows. Jiang Yu's shadow flickered, moving as he pleased, phasing through and leaping back. His feet landed lightly as he emerged from the wall. I am a hunter from the shadows. He took out another staff-like weapon. Appearing beneath the spider, he said, endless slaughter has made me lose my memories. I only vaguely remember my name. With one thrust, he easily pierced the aberrant beast's body. Jiang Yu's inner voice echoed in everyone's ears. My name is... His entire body enveloped in venom. The battle finally ended in an overwhelming victory. He began absorbing the aberrant beast, Shadow Guard. The dark power of the abyss slowly flowed into Jiang Yu's body. He took a deep breath, absorbing all that energy. A white coat fluttered gently into existence. Wearing the coat, Jiang Yu looked like a hidden god. Hunt complete. The livestream chat exploded. Is this a superhero movie? This is real, right? Not some special effect? He's so handsome. Brother Yu, I love you. Meanwhile, Shudi couldn't help but hug her phone, her eyes shining with happiness. Thrilling. So thrilling. It's been a long time since I've watched something this exciting. Without hesitation, Shudi clicked, follow. Follow. I have to follow. Where else can you find a blogger this cool and a little crazy? Then she even sent a private message. Hello, wanna be friends? Recent assassination mission, highly rated. The system explained, name, shadow patterned spider, demonic dwelling. Rank, mid-rank tier 1. Introduction. Low-level abyssal aberrant. Demonic dwelling species. The patterns on its body represent its strength. The more patterns, the stronger its mental pollution ability. Please do not look at it directly for long periods, unless you are willing to become its prey. Abilities, acid, web spinning, demonic pollution. Price for assassination, a temporary chaos of the 5 senses. Shadow Guard Collection. 1. Ability obtained, Shadow Silk. 2. Shadow points increased. Aberrant has been collected. Price is waived. Jiang Yu sighed in frustration. Just a mid-rank tier 1 pipsqueak, and here I thought I'd defeated a powerful enemy. In terms of raw power, I'm still far behind that monster. I just took advantage of my shadow abilities. At that moment, the viewer count reached 1.5 million. He was shocked. So many people are watching? I'm a hit now. So Jiang Yu smiled brightly and said, "That's all for today's live stream. Let's leave a little suspense to keep the viewers excited." Suddenly, he noticed something on his hand. This black line. Is it shadow silk? Jiang Yu shot a thread towards a tall building. His whole body was pulled up, swinging through the air. He couldn't help but shout in surprise, then acted very childishly. "I'm Spider-Man!" But he lost control and slammed face first into a wall. As he fell, Jiang Yu hastily grabbed onto a lamppost. Staggering to steady himself, he said, "Ow, ow, ow. I need to practice more with this shadow silk." He checked his status. Remaining lifespan, 7 days. Jiang Yu was disappointed. It only added 3 days to my life? That's less than I thought. He thought to himself, even though I have 7 days left, you can't just find these aberrant beasts whenever you want. What if I can't find another one? Just then, the system popped up. Note 3. As a hunter lurking in the shadows, your renown has spread far and wide. You will receive unexpected rewards. Because your renown has spread, the hunter's authority has been unlocked. Mark. You can mark prey, making it easy to spot their weaknesses and launch a critical strike. Prey, marked by you, will experience negative psychological states like panic and fear. The effect is determined by the power difference between you and the target. Single target, short duration. The mark can only exist for 1 second. Increase your renown or status to enhance this ability. Please note, activating mark consumes a certain amount of mental energy. This ability may also reveal your position and startle the prey. Please use it with caution. Hunt. When hunting a marked prey, you will gain increased agility and strength. Upon a successful hunt, one of your attributes or abilities will be enhanced to a certain degree. Please note, hunt has no cost. This ability's duration is linked to mark. Please kill the prey while the hunt is active. Increase your renown or status to enhance this ability. Jiang Yu scratched his head, confused. My renown has spread, so it unlocked this authority? When did my renown spread? He suddenly realized, could it be from that live stream? Kill aberrant beasts, edit videos, make money, unlock new abilities, a whole series of tasks. Both my copy ability and my superpowers are leveling up like crazy. So he stood up enthusiastically. All right, time to work some overtime. Jiang Yu activated his hunt ability. Within his vision, the tracks of an aberrant beast appeared. Found you. His body shot up from the lamppost and then dived straight at the beast. The hunt is on. A bloodthirsty smile spread across his lips. After a full night of fighting, Jiang Yu returned home. Jiao Jiao forcefully pressed a cotton swab with alcohol onto his wound, making him clutch his face and yelp, "Ow!" She raised an eyebrow and questioned him. "Couldn't you just stay home? You went out fighting with someone again, didn't you?" Jiang Yu hesitated, unsure of what to say. He then explained evasively, "Be gentle. I was out playing hero. You wouldn't understand, so don't say anything." Jiao Jiao said dismissively, "Oh, really? Have you ever seen a hero who's covered in injuries every day? You've got no real skill, yet you still act tough." Jiang Yu grumbled under his breath. "If I used my shadow state, these wounds would heal in minutes. I'm only leaving them here so you can put medicine on them." She frowned suspiciously and asked, "What are you mumbling about?" Jiang Yu quickly denied it. "Nothing. Are there any interesting movies out recently? We should find some time to go watch one." Jiao Jiao scrolled through her phone. "It's all trash movies, nothing good to watch. However, there is a really interesting blogger lately." He paused and turned to ask curiously, "A blogger?" She turned her phone to show Jiang Yu. "Look at this." On the screen was a video of him in his shadow wanderer state. "My name is Du, an amnesiac assassin from the shadows." He couldn't help but jump and spit out the water in his mouth. Jiao Jiao was surprised too. "What's wrong? Why such a big reaction?" Jiang Yu quickly deflected. "No, it's nothing." "So, you've been watching this video recently?" She confirmed enthusiastically. "Of course. It hit the trending list in just 2 days. This guy named Du is the hottest superhuman blogger right now." He scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. "Is that so? He's pretty good, huh? But isn't it illegal to publicize this kind of knowledge about superhumans?" Jiang Du was secretly worried. "I got famous so damn fast, I won't be targeted by the Night Watch, will I?" Just then, Jiao Jiao turned to him, a little surprised. She calmly explained, "They don't publish the core combat techniques. What everyone can see now are just the most basic of techniques, so it's not a big deal. Look, this is a video of his actual fight with an aberration." Jiao Jiao came closer and linked her arm with Jiang Du's, bringing them together. Happily showing him her phone, she said, "Aren't you interested in transcendent beings? You can follow him. Look, there's another video about him, but it was re-edited by someone else." Jiao Jiao's cheerful expression made him smile unconsciously, because her joy was so innocent and carefree. She suddenly asked, "Hey, do you think I could make videos and upload them? Maybe I'd get popular too." Jiang disagreed, teasingly. Film what? You wearing a schoolgirl uniform with white stockings, dancing around in the Anha negative floor? Jiao Jiao hugged herself in frustration. Get lost. Can't I make serious videos about transcendent beings? He quickly changed the subject. Don't think that just by watching a few videos. You can compare yourself to those highly experienced Night Watch seniors. Also, don't go out dressed like this next time. It's easy to get followed by perverts. I lost track of one last time. Hearing this, Zhao Zhao's face went pale. You lost track of one? She slipped behind Jiang, raised her gun, and gently poked him in the waist with it. In a threatening tone, she said, all these wounds on you, they're not from getting beaten up after stalking some girl in a school uniform, are they? He panicked and quickly raised his hands. I was just kidding. Unconvinced, Zhao Zhao tapped the gun barrel. Who knows if you're telling the truth? Jiang had to play along. Spare me, officer. She feigned anger and scolded. No way. As punishment, you have to cook for me. After the meal, Jiang sighed in relief and collapsed onto a chair. He grumbled while checking his phone, finally sent that kid home. To his surprise, there were countless messages. Are you there? Who are you? What was your purpose for uploading this video? Are you really from Beidou, mister? Are you a night watchman? Is this scripted? Any more photos of that aberration? This isn't just behind-the-scenes footage, is it? Recipe for braised pork. Pork belly, scraped clean, chopped into pieces, prepare onions, sugar. Jiang was surprised. So many private messages in such a short time. Looks like I've really gone viral. But just then, something else caught his attention. A series of messages tagged Jiang Du, you tumor. Didao has exposed you. Go watch his video. Didao exposed you. Is it true you faked the video, you tumor? What the hell are you? Got exposed? Serves you right. So many night watchmen risk their lives. You got famous by editing videos. What right do you have to be put on the same level as them? Show up, stop playing dead. You only know how to edit videos. Come out and face us. He was bewildered, not understanding what they meant by faking the video. Jiang immediately clicked on the link everyone was sending. It was a video from another blogger. Hello everyone, I'm Didao. Today, we're not exploring shops. I'm taking you all to a takedown. A bald old man was speaking. You've all seen this video, right? Some guy named some aberration. Is he really all that? The shadow floor, aberrations, an amnesiac assassin? See for yourselves. Does this video look real to you? First, let's watch the video. We'll go through it frame by frame. Everyone, look at these two screenshots. You can see there's no continuity. It's obviously been edited. Now look at the background. It's clearly been post-processed to blur the actual scenery. Jiang muttered angrily. Isn't this guy a food blogger who just goes around reviewing restaurants all day? Why is he using me for clout? Besides, I only edited out the parts where I looked bad. He's calling me out for that, the old man continued. Why am I exposing this guy today? Everyone, look here. I am a real auxiliary member of the Night Watch. Back in my day, the number of aberrations we killed was countless. So I can tell what a little punk like him is just by looking. I'll leave it at that. I advise a certain someone to clean up his own mess. He clicked to see the comments below, but this is clearly a real scene. The shadow floor and the aberrations are real. How is it a fake video? Then why edit it? The background was all blurred. That proves he had malicious intent. So what if it's edited? Editing doesn't prove the video is fake. I see some big problems with the camera angles. That guy has no real power. He's just fooling everyone. That's right. Didao is still the best. He's the real veteran night watchman. Jiang scratched his head in frustration. So what if they expose me? Even my comic was once swarmed by a bunch of trolls. As they say, only when the tide goes out do you see who's been swimming naked. Fine. If they say my video is fake, then I'll just go kill another aberration and earn some more lifespan. But first, I need to deal with that Didao guy. He made a compilation post titled, You Owe Us an Apology. Fake transcendent broker, going viral. Has this side to him, an awkward expose. Du's video isn't so simple. Who is really? He's definitely not an ordinary person. Just a passerby. Speak clearly. Scripted edits. A born killer. The enemy's terrifying nightmare. Jiang jumped back into the shadow floor, this time bringing a mini camera instead of his phone. Jiang clipped the camera onto his left breast pocket. He looked around. It felt like there were even fewer than yesterday. The shadow floor resets periodically. There were many more when it first opened. Then, suddenly, his tracking skill lit up. Jiang saw one in hiding. Looks like some stealthy guy is waiting to ambush another aberration here. I'll show you what a real stealth master is. Without hesitation, he prepared to charge. The hunt begins. Jiang peeked over the edge of the rooftop, but looking down at the terrifying height, he gulped. He decided to take the stairs instead. Calm down, don't chicken out. Rather than a mighty assassin hunting his prey, it's more like a rookie transcendent taking the stairs. The aberration was currently in hiding, searching for prey, unaware that danger was also drawing near. Jiang appeared right in front of it. Mark. Instantly, the aberration was locked in as his target. Jiang was delighted. It's working. The marked creature felt a moment of inexplicable fear. This thing looks a lot like that scythe monster from before. Did it evolve? But he wasn't afraid. So what? I've evolved too. Immediately, Jiang attacked from below. Stealth strike, gut thrust. The monster's health bar instantly dropped to 45%. Without hesitation, he pushed off the ground to pursue the aberration, attacking it in midair. Jiang eyes sharpened. Seizing the opportunity, he activated Pursuit. The system prompted, Mark effective, Pursuit activated, strength and agility increased, duration, 1 second. Killing the target within this time will yield extra rewards. He reappeared right in front of the monster. However, the aberration swiftly dodged the attack, and Jiang was slightly surprised by its speed, but he unhesitatingly leaped towards the aberration. Sensing danger, it immediately turned to flee, but Jiang quickly blocked its path. Now, the aberration finally used its skill. Its mouth full of tendrils opened wide, and an invisible shockwave shot towards him. Jiang was startled, so dizzy. This thing can launch a mental attack. Then, 2 sharp slashes hit him, making Jiang cough up blood. He quickly retreated to steady himself. He couldn't help but exclaim, "So strong! I lost 34% of my health in an instant." As the dust settled, the aberration became clearly visible. Jiang frowned, thinking, this is an assassin with high attack, high agility, and lots of health. He wiped the blood from his mouth. I'll have to use a strategy. Jiang used his shadow hiding skill again. You can't hit me now. He swiftly dodged its attacks, but the enraged aberration pursued him, lunging and swinging its scythe at him. Suddenly, the aberration froze, unable to move. Its 2 scythes had been caught by his shadow. He landed a direct punch on its body. Jiang smirked coldly. You fool! You fell right into my trap! His feet moved nimbly as he danced around it. Jiang attacked it relentlessly. So what if you have high attack and high agility? Now you can neither attack nor escape. In my domain, I call the shots. There's no escape for you today. The immobilized aberration roared in absolute fury. He kicked it squarely and taunted. Still trying to act tough? Not a chance. Just like that, Jiang continued to punch and kick the aberration's face, and at the moment the aberration was weakest, he raised his hand for the killing blow. Hunt! But suddenly, Jiang hand froze in midair. Cold sweat beaded on his face. How is this possible? The aberrant's face was replaced by Duke Bao's he was that night patroller. Jiang couldn't believe it. How could this be? Wasn't he already taken away by the night patrollers? How did he turn into this and why is he here? Unexpectedly, the aberrant took that chance to burst out and escape. It immediately panicked and fled, startling him. Stop. I have something to tell you. Stop. Jiang chased it to a high-rise building before stopping. His breathing was heavy, but he still frantically searched around. Jiang could only sigh helplessly as he had probably completely lost the aberrant's trail. System notification entering the shadow plane. You have discovered a prey bearing the status of a hunter. You are extremely excited for the upcoming hunt. You have begun to look forward to the scene of your successful kill. Jiang walked slowly, step by step, ignoring the words ringing in his ears. The system immediately reminded him a successful hunt was imminent, yet the prey unexpectedly escaped. Unfortunately, this is a failed hunt. Warning, if you fail hunts consecutively, your strength will be weakened and even your lifespan will be reduced. You know well in your heart that only by constantly hunting, enhancing your reputation, and leveling up can a hunter grasp more power over life and death. But now your heart is not filled with anger, feeling that this is all there is to life. To hunt, no more hunting. Its voice was like a demonic whisper in his ear. Then just let me die. He angrily punched the system panel. He frowned in frustration and said, That's enough. Stop pushing me. After venting his anger, Jiang helplessly withdrew his hand. He held his head. A hero sacrifices himself to save others, only to turn into this kind of monster afterward. Suddenly, Jiang froze his whole body, stiffening. He looked at his reflection in the glass. If I were to die, Jiang couldn't help but imagine would I also turn into a monster. He clenched his fists tightly. There's no turning back now. I have no choice but to hunt relentlessly. After that, Jiang went to the Van High Assembly Area, East District 1, the Wasteland. He looked around. This is the place. The news said aberrants often appear around here. I probably won't have to worry about not finding any aberrants here. Jiang opened a passage shadow portal. Instantly, a portal appeared on the high-rise building. He jumped out of it. This speed was almost like teleportation. Jiang observed his surroundings. As expected, the number of aberrants here is much higher than in my area. However, they are quite small, all hiding inside the buildings, not showing their faces. Suddenly, he noticed something in the distance. Jiang was a bit surprised. There's one on the rooftop. It's not hiding. He immediately understood something, which means Jiang silently affirmed this one is very strong, but its leg seems severely injured and its health is also low. A good opportunity, I won't let it slip this time. A shadow stealthily approached the rooftop. Jiang Du's shadow hand emerged from the ground. He quietly crept closer to the aberrant, but had already sensed something was wrong. The moment it turned around, Jiang Du immediately sank into the ground, as if nothing unusual was ever there. He was a bit surprised, so sharp. The aberrants here are much more vigilant than the ones in my neighborhood. This one seems to have a very keen sense of smell. Plus, the red spot on its body has weakened a lot. Is it because it's on high alert? No, I have to make it lower its guard first. Be patient, wait for it to lower its guard. At the moment, the aberrant turns back to tear at its meal. Now's the time. Jiang Du ordered initiate hunt mark. Meanwhile, in Lu Zhao's apartment building, Zhao Zhao saw someone enter and immediately started scolding. You're only coming back now. Where did you run off to again? Hurry up and come here and help me. Uncle Li, Dad. The patrol officer asked with a laugh. Are you cooking for Jiang Du again? Captain Lu shrugged. I told you he would be. The kid I raised has become a part of your family. She shyly turned her head away. Dad, don't talk bad about me. But how come you're off work so early today, Dad? He casually replied. There was nothing to do at the station, so I left early. It's rare for us to get together. Let's go eat at a restaurant. Zhao Zhao immediately refused. No need. I'm already halfway done cooking. The patrol officer sat right down without hesitation. Then let's do it another day. Today is a perfect chance for your uncle to taste Zhao Zhao's cooking. It's a rare opportunity. Consider it piggybacking on Little Du's good fortune. Hearing this, she became flustered and angry. Uncle Li, he asked curiously, where's Little Du? Is he not home? Zhao Zhao shook her head. I don't know. He probably went out to play. The patrol officer sighed in disappointment. He's really useless going out to play while leaving you at home to cook for him. Just then, Jiang Du walked in, covered in wounds. Food, 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 I need food. I'm starving to death. Hey, Jiao Jiao, what delicious food are you making? Hurry and let your big bro see. I'm in a good mood today, so I bought you the lollipop you like. You have no idea I was chased by a dog the whole way. I was almost bitten to death. Also, why did you send me so many messages? Did you miss me? But upon seeing the two adults in the room, Jiang Du froze. He gulped nervously and immediately hid the lollipop without a second thought. Then he forced an awkward laugh. I was chased by a dog. I ran like crazy the whole way, so my mind's a little fuzzy. It's all a misunderstanding. The patrol officer waved his hand. All right. It's a rare occasion for us to gather for a meal today. Don't say such mood-killing things. Come over and sit down, Du. Fighting, huh? What young man doesn't get into fights? If you don't fight, you can't be called a youth. Captain Lu nodded. That's right. Like when we were young, getting jealous over a girl we liked. Having some conflict is normal. Oh right, I saw you walking with a girl in a skirt the other day. What was her name again? Jiao Jiao reminded him, Du Chu Ni. He acted as if he just remembered. Right, that's the name. That girl looks pretty good, very elegant, with a graceful figure. If I had met a girl like that when I was young, I would have been willing to risk it all for her. Come on, Uncle Lu, raise a glass. Let's wish the boy success. Jiang Du smiled, looking at her annoyed face. Uncle Lu really says things he shouldn't, especially in front of Lu Jiao Jiao. The patrol officer reminded him, what are you spacing out for? Offer Uncle Lu a drink. He quickly raised his glass of water. Uncle Lu, I'd like to offer you a drink. Inwardly, he was sweating. These two old men have teamed up just to tease me. Jiang Du quickly drank the whole glass. Bottoms up, even though it's just soda. The man raised an eyebrow and smiled mysteriously. Let this little brat be smug for now. He quickly tried to smooth things over. Come on, Uncle Lu, eat up. You've been out all day. It's a rare chance to eat food. Jiao Jiao cooked herself. Captain Lu agreed this time. That's right, it's truly a rare occasion. But then Jiang Du said, when you're at home, Jiao Jiao must cook for you often, right? No wonder her cooking skills are so good. These words made him freeze, completely knocked out. Captain Lu turned to look at his daughter. Cook my ass. Normally when I'm home, we always order takeout. But when it comes to taking care of little Du, she's so enthusiastic. Always running over here every day to wait on this little brat. He smiled smugly, thinking to himself, I won that round. And so they ate and drank very happily. Come on, little Du, offer your Uncle Lu a drink. Uncle Lu, I offer you a drink, you've worked hard. Dad will also have a drink with you. After the meal, the uncle and nephew saw the father and daughter off. Uncle Lu Jiao Jiao, get home safe. Old Lu, come again next time. She waved, see you tomorrow. Afterwards, while cleaning up, Jiang Du casually asked, want some soda, uncle? The patrol officer refused, no thanks. Then he sat down on the chair with a serious expression, while the boy was casually drinking water. The patrol officer was strangely silent. After a long while, he finally spoke. Son, let me ask you something. Jiang Du turned to him, yes. Unexpectedly, he asked directly, have you awakened your abilities? The almost certain tone of the question made him freeze. Jiang Du turned away and tried to play dumb. What abilities? The patrol officer stated, I've been a night patroller for 20 years. I know what kind of wounds those are. I can tell with one look. Tell me, when did it happen? Seeing he couldn't hide it, he helplessly gave in and confessed. Over half a month ago, the man asked again, "How did you awaken?" Jiang turned unhappily. "Are you interrogating me, uncle?" The patrol officer took out a cigarette. "No need to be so tense, just talk." He told a vague story. "How did I awaken? I'm not really sure either. I just suddenly awakened." The man was a bit surprised, a natural awakening. Situations like this are extremely rare, only a few people a year. Jiang waved his hand and shrugged. "Something like that, maybe I'm just naturally gifted." But when he turned, he saw the patrol officer's serious expression. Uncle Lee. He shuddered at the thought. Did Uncle Lee just use his ability? The man was silent for a moment. After a while, he finally spoke. "This year, for the superhuman qualification test, as long as your willpower isn't unacceptably weak, everyone has to take the martial arts exam." Jiang nodded yes. Jiao already told me. The patrol officer said reproachfully, "That girl knows too, that old Lu." These past few years, the pressure on the night patrol department has been immense. The number of casualties increases every year. I can pull some strings for you so you won't have to take the martial arts test. Later on, just take the normal college entrance exams and continue your studies. His eyes widened. Pull some strings. Jiang thought in alarm, is this something you can say so casually? He held his cigarette and said decisively, "Any of those schools you can choose freely. Don't you like drawing comics? If you want to get into the art department, that's fine. Other majors are not a problem either." His jaw dropped. "Damn, uncle, so you're this cool." Jiang jokingly tried to be a smartass. "Can I just skip school and get my graduation certificate?" The inspector gave his nephew a slap that could send him flying. "You want one? Go to Luandong University. The academic atmosphere there is good. After you graduate, I'll arrange a stable job for you. Then you can live a peaceful life with Jiao." But his face darkened as he spoke seriously. "Uncle Lee." The man seemed to understand his nephew's intention and looked over nervously. As expected, Jiang said, "I still want to try becoming a superhuman." The inspector loudly objected, "Absolutely not. You have to listen to me on this matter." After shouting, he caught himself. Realizing he had overreacted, he froze in the same posture, unsure how to respond. Unexpectedly, Jiang said firmly, "No. If you try to get me in through the back door, I'll report you to the Night Watch department." The inspector's eyes widened in disbelief. "Report me?" The inspector looked sternly at his nephew and said, "I'm not joking with you. The world of superhumans is far more dangerous than you imagine. Just focus on your studies. I'll be here to handle anything that comes up." But Jiang was resolute. "Uncle Lee, I'm serious too. There's danger everywhere. Besides, you can't protect me for my entire life, can you?" The atmosphere between them fell silent once more. After a while, the inspector sighed. "Fine. We'll see if you regret this once you truly understand what it's like. In short, you can come to me any time before your third year if you want to back out." Seeing that his uncle was about to leave, he reminded him, "Hey, Uncle Lee, don't go pulling any more strings. You might end up in jail." The inspector waved his hand. "You little brat. All right, if there's nothing else, I'm heading back." Unexpectedly, Jiang called out to him again. "Wait a sec. Last time, in the documents Jiao gave me, it said that superhumans must exhaust all their power before they die, to prevent contamination and mutation into a deviant. So, is it possible for someone who is already dead, with all their power exhausted, to still turn into a deviant?" Hearing this, the inspector's gaze sharpened. He explained, "Of course, special abilities or the influence of an external object could both lead to the situation you described." Jiang nodded, a spark of realization in his eyes. The inspector then asked, "Why do you ask?" Jiang scratched his head and smiled. "No reason, just curious." Before leaving, he advised, "If you choose the martial exam, you'll have to deal with these things sooner or later anyway. Get some rest, and don't go out fighting anymore." He quickly pretended to be obedient. Yes, I'll listen to everything Uncle Lee says." The inspector turned back. "Ah, right, I forgot to tell you. This year's martial exam is early. It starts right after the new year." Jiang was taken aback. "That soon?" He waved his hand. "In any case, just be well prepared." Jiang obediently replied, "Yes." That night, Xiao Di got a notification. The blogger you follow has uploaded a new video. Her eyes lit up. He updated. But as soon as she opened it, there were countless hateful comments. "What is this? It's all fake. The real deal is the Night Watch fighting deviants to the death. You're just using video editing to get famous. I called it from the start. I bet this guy will be doing live stream sales battles in no time. How pathetic." Xiao Di cursed angrily. "Damn it! There are more and more of these brainless haters lately. They're obviously just jealous of my Dukaka's talent. I hate you all so much. I'm so pissed off." She immediately started firing back at them. "You people know nothing and just criticize blindly. You're all just jealous." But even so, Xiao Di herself had her doubts. She mumbled sadly, "Dukaka isn't really a fraud, is he? Please, Don't let it be an apology video. But the title of the video was Kill or Be Killed. Xiao Di stared in awe at the shadow plane he was filming. Whoa, this scene. She was absolutely certain that he was really there in person. Suddenly, Jiang Du leaped off the building. The camera view became chaotic. Wait, don't tell me he's planning to. Xiao Di realized he was diving straight down. She was too scared to watch and screamed with her eyes shut. She only opened her eyes when it felt safe, only to see that he was using a silk thread to swing between buildings. Xiao Di was even more mesmerized. So cool. Is this what a superhuman is like? Suddenly, the camera shook as a figure lunged at Jiang Du. It knocked him down, giving her a first-person view of the action. The detailed shape of the deviant appeared clearly on screen. It's a real deviant. She watched as Jiang Du stretched out his hand, shot a spider thread, and immediately escaped its grasp. Watching from this perspective, Xiao Di was completely smitten. So freaking handsome, through the mini-camera, Xiao Di got a close-up view. She saw Jiang Du lift his leg and kick the deviant away, though he also took a hit in return. She felt like she was in the battle herself. So thrilling. This is what a fight between a superhuman and a deviant is like? It's so realistic. This definitely can't be fake. There's no way. Just then, he leaped up to dodge the deviant. His reaction speed was so fast the monster couldn't believe it. The moment Jiang Du finished off the monster, Xiao Di was certain he really is the assassin from Beidou. He calmly rose from the deviant's slimy corpse. Jiang Du unhesitatingly reached out and absorbed it. Shadow Guard. Xiao Di wondered. He absorbed the deviant. Does that mean he can shoot spider threads because he absorbed a spider monster before? So does that mean he'll get a new ability now? Meanwhile, Jiang Du was already home after the fight. He winced as he touched the wound on his face. Ouch, that hurts. The deviant in that area was really strong. If it hadn't already been badly injured, I'm not sure I would have won. Just as he was bandaging his wounds, a new notification popped up. It was a video from that debunker guy. Hello everyone, I'm Dao. That fake superhuman brat Du has posted another video. While this one looks very convincing, it still can't fool my eyes. Let's roll the clip. As you can all see, this deviant was already severely injured. This kind of deviant is very weak. Any normal person with some training could have done that. If he's a real superhuman, why does he only go after weak targets? An enraged Jiang Du immediately shut off the video. He thought with disgust, he's like a persistent ghost that won't leave me alone. This Dao guy is so hateful. He cursed, this is pissing me off. Jiang Du wearily sank into the sofa to rest. He thought to himself, but my raw power is still not enough. I had a hard time just dealing with a single level 1 deviant. I need to become much stronger, so strong that no one can ever doubt my power again. Jiang Du crossed his arms, thinking, my current level is definitely not enough. I have to become stronger. Through these few battles, I've managed to accumulate some combat experience. First, regarding the shadow points. Initially, I thought it was an experience bar, but it also acts like an energy bar. Using the shadow thread consumes about 3 points. Activating the shadow eye consumes 1 point. Execution, mark, and pursuit. These skills all have different consumption rates. He looked at the energy gathering in his palm and gave it a shake. The energy consumption for maintaining a state like the shadow form depends on the circumstances. For example, in the shadow plane, consumption is 0. In dark areas of the real world, it's low, but in bright sunlight, the consumption rate is high, and the aptitude test is coming up soon. Jiang Du slowly walked onto the balcony, looking at the night sky as he calculated aloud. A person with superhuman talent is probably equivalent to me having 1 to 3 shadow points. Even if I don't get stronger before the test, my current power is enough to blow them away. Because those who stand out too much are easily targeted. The consequence of being too flashy is attracting attention from many factions. Therefore, when the time comes, I'll go all out and put on a spectacular show. Besides, with Uncle Lee backing me up, who do I have to be afraid of? His loud laughter echoed down to the apartment below. Jiang Du cheered. This is making me so happy. The old man downstairs sighed helplessly. That idiot upstairs is acting up again. However, the next morning, he found himself waiting at the shopping center, with Bao Qiang sitting next to him drinking a soda. Jiang Du watched the two girls shopping. Liars. You said it would only be an hour, but it's been the entire morning, wasting my life away like this. I feel like I don't have much time left, Bao Qiang reminded him. It's almost the new year. Don't make jokes like that. It's bad luck, he muttered in frustration. I'm not joking. If I can't hunt, I'd rather die. These words startled his friend. What did you just say? Jiang Du quickly sat up and changed the subject. It's nothing. Look, they're coming out. The two girls were discussing lunch. What should we eat? Maybe a salad? He laughed and said, What's so good about salad? I'll take you to a place that students love. Afterward, Jiang Du took them to a grilled offal restaurant. Jiao Jiao was so full she was about to explode. This is the place you said was perfect for students? Zixiao gave a wry smile. It's a perfect fit, especially for the male students. Jiang didn't think anything of it. I've been getting hurt a lot lately. I need to recover. Grilled buns, soy sauce, pork knuckles, fried eggs, and stir-fried vegetables. She muttered to herself, "What the? So he's just ordering regular dishes. I thought he was going to. But then he actually ordered, we don't need those dishes. Just bring one of everything else, and pick the biggest oysters for me. Make sure they're fresh." The waiter quickly brought the dishes. "Your order is complete. Please enjoy." Jiang Yu coaxed her. "Don't be angry anymore. Here, this one's for you. Come on." Jiao Jiao was extremely firm. "I'm not eating." While they were fighting over it, she suddenly received a notification. It stated that the martial arts exam would be held early, with screening tests starting on February 17th, expected to be completed by February 20th, and special training officially beginning on February 25th. Xiao Xiao also saw the information. No way. The martial arts exam is early, and it's mandatory too. Bao Qiang was so shocked he broke out in a sweat, plus there's an aptitude test after the new year. This is getting more and more complicated. Jiang Yu patted his shoulder. "Don't worry, your aptitude will definitely not pass the screening." Bao Qiang replied with disgust. "Thanks a lot. You guys know, when I was 7, a small ghost-type aberration latched onto me. By the time it was dealt with, I was already infected and developed psychological trauma." Jiang Yu boasted coolly. "If that were me, I would have fought it on the spot." Jiao Jiao scoffed. "You think everyone is as fearless as you? Avoidant psychology, the ostrich effect. Most people have this mentality. Even if they look fine, the psychological trauma left by the aberrations remains." Those words made the atmosphere at the table heavy, and everyone lost their appetite thinking about the aberrations. Seeing everyone so tense, Jiang Yu got a bit flustered. He quickly raised his glass. "All right, no more gloominess. Bottoms up." Just as Jiang Yu reached out to toast with them, an alarm sounded, causing everyone in the room to jump to their feet in shock. Jiao Jiao's face turned pale as she realized this is the alarm from the contamination detector. An aberration has entered the shopping mall. The warning alarm blared throughout the shopping mall. Someone suddenly screamed, "Run for your lives." As if a switch had been flipped, everyone started rushing out. "Get out of my way. Make way. Hey, you in front, hurry up. You want to die? The aberration is here. The aberration is here. It's so noisy. Quiet down a bit." Bao Qiang broke into a cold sweat. "This is bad. There are too many people. We can't get through." Xiao Xiao was also terrified. "What do we do now?" Jiao Jiao tried to calm them down. "Don't panic. Everyone quiet down. It'll be okay." But then they heard Jiang Yu's calm voice. "Take cover here." At some point, he had already smashed through the wall, leaving her stunned by how cool he was. Jiang Yu took control of the situation and urged everyone, "What are you waiting for? Run." While the two girls helped Bao Qiang, he was already scanning the area. A panicked citizen ran past. "The aberration is over here." It was a massive monster with arms like sharp scythes. Jiang Yu gritted his teeth. "There are too many people here now. If I make a move, I'll be seen." So he grabbed Jiao Jiao's hand and started pulling her away. The four of them weaved through the crowd. "We have to run first." She calmly assessed the situation. Logically, there should be protective measures around the mall. So how did an aberration manage to get inside? Jiang Yu reminded her. "It's too late to talk about that now. Let's just get outside." Luckily, it took some time for it to break out. Otherwise, it would have already killed everyone in this mall. He pointed ahead. "Quick, we can get to the next floor from there." But just then, a tremor shook the building. Jiang Yu quickly told his friends, "Careful, it's about to collapse. Hold on to me." And so, all four of them fell into the sinkhole. Oh crap, no. Screams echoed from within the thick cloud of dust. "Help me." After the fall, Jiang Yu, covered in dust, felt the pain. He worriedly asked his friends, "Is everyone okay?" Jiao Jiao and Xiao Xiao were messy but fine, just a few scratches. Bao Qiang grimaced, clenching his teeth in pain. "It hurts so much, my leg is trapped." Everyone rushed over to him worriedly, and Jiang Yu knelt down to help. "Don't worry, I'll help you lift this rock off." He used all his strength to lift the stone. When Jiang Yu lifted the rock off Bao Qiang's leg, they saw that it was quite severely injured. He tossed the rock to the side. Jiao Jiao took out a white box of medicine and gave it to Bao Qiang. "It's a painkiller, just chew it." He took it and asked, while chewing, "Where are we? Why did it suddenly get so dark?" She also frowned nervously. "I don't know. I've never seen anything like this before." Jiang Yu touched the ground to get a feel for it, his eyes widening in surprise. "The floor is still the shopping malls. We must still be on the same level as before." Suddenly, a wisp of black smoke enveloped his hand. Jiang Yu frowned in surprise. "It can't be, this familiar and intimate feeling." He looked at the hazy floor enveloped in smoke. The entire building has been dragged into the shadow realm. Another group of people fell down, pinned by concrete. My leg. Dad, I'm scared. Don't be scared. The night watch is nearby. They'll get here soon. Jiang Yu observed everyone carefully. Damn it. So many people are still trapped here. The shadow realm has no means of transport. It'll take the night watch some time to get here. He turned back to his friends. If we wait too long, we'll be attacked by aberrations. The contamination here is deadly enough as it is. We have to get everyone out of here fast. Jiang Yu pointed to his own wrist and asked, Jiao Jiao, aren't you wearing the watch Uncle Lu gave you? Hearing that, she happily remembered. That's right. I was in such a panic I completely forgot. Bao Qiang and Xiao Xiao were overjoyed as Jiao Jiao pressed the emergency alert button. She explained, this watch can emit a signal. The night watch will be able to get here very quickly. Xiao Xiao cheered happily. Jiao Jiao is always the quick-witted one. We're saved this time. Jiang Yu silently glanced over. I'm not sure if they can arrive quickly, but at least this watch can resist the contamination here. From now on, we can be attacked by aberrations at any moment. We can't let our guard down. Suddenly, giant shadows of aberrations appeared, making everyone scream in terror. Monsters! There are monsters! He looked at them with rage in his eyes. They're here. Suddenly, a loud tremor came from beneath everyone's feet. Facing this scene, even Jiang Yu broke into a nervous sweat. Something had smashed into the ground, creating a thick cloud of dust. Jiao Jiao lowered her head and coughed weakly. She struggled to call out, Xiao Xiao, Bao Qiang, Jiang Yu. Xiao Xiao immediately hugged her reassuringly. I'm here. From the rubble, Bao Qiang struggled to speak. Where are you guys? I can't see clearly. A moment later, Xiao Xiao, seemingly ignoring him, continued to call out, Where is Jiang Yu? Where are you? She suddenly noticed something and quickly called to Jiao Jiao, Look at this. Xiao Xiao looked at the large crack in the ground and guessed, Jiang Yu didn't fall in there, did he? Elsewhere, Xiao Di, her face covered in painful wounds, looked up. She struggled to get up from the rubble. It hurt so much. Her clothes were tattered and her body was covered with wounds. She unconsciously whispered, What happened? In her panic, fragmented memories returned. She was strolling through the mall with Xiao Ya, then the alarm went off, and the two of them ran frantically with the crowd. Suddenly remembering, she sat up and shouted, Xiao Ya, where are you? Her hand touched a strange puddle of liquid. She turned to look and froze. Before her was a person so severely injured they were unrecognizable. Xiao Di stammered desperately, Xiao Ya. Suddenly, a large aberration appeared behind her. With tears streaming down her face, she turned to look at it in absolute terror. As the aberration lunged at her, only one thought crossed her mind. Am I going to die? Crying, Xiao Di thought, I can't believe something you only see in movies is happening to me. If I were the main character in a movie, a hero would probably come save me now, right? She muttered, That's not realistic. That's impossible. No one is coming to save me. She shut her eyes in despair, awaiting certain death. There are no heroes in the real world. Just then, a sharp and decisive slash tore through the darkness. A few drops of red liquid fell to the ground, spreading into stains that stood out against the wreckage. A mysterious figure stood protectively in front of her. Xiao Di slowly opened her eyes, her face still bruised and flushed, with a look of disbelief at what just happened. A mysterious young man had rushed in to block the aberration's attack on her. With just a flick of his hand, Jiang Yu sent the aberration tumbling to the ground. Xiao Di couldn't help but exclaim in shock, You're... A system notification announced, Shadow Form, an ability obtained by devouring the predator. Greatly increased attack power combined with high mobility. To her amazement, he leaped high into the air. Jiang Yu gathered all his strength and came down right on the aberration's head. With a single kick, he sent the aberration sprawling to the ground. After being knocked down, it slammed its weapon on the ground and forced itself back up. The aberration panted heavily, filled with pain and rage. Meanwhile, Xiao Di was beyond excited. No way, am I dreaming? It's really the assassin, Ru. Jiang Ru was startled, not understanding what was going on, as she kept rambling on. I'm your biggest fan. I've seen all your videos. You're so handsome. I like you so much. Come here and let me kiss you. He was stunned, not knowing what to do. Miss, your white stockings are laddered, and your skirt is torn too. Diak pouted and said, Humph, Brother Du, where are you looking? He was speechless. No, I was just kindly pointing it out to you. Her expression suddenly changed as she said shamelessly, But if you like it, Brother Du, I can go home and change into a new outfit for you to see. Who knows what was going through Jiang Ru's head, but he stared at her legs and couldn't help but gulp. He asked excitedly, Really, how about torn fishnet stockings? She replied, Forget fishnets. I'd wear spicy shredded chicken if you wanted. The aberration, seeing it was being ignored, roared to get their attention. Only then did Jiang turn back and say, "We can talk about tearing things later." He was now ready for a new hunt. And so, the hunt begins. The aberration looked around, confused about where Jiang had gone. While it was distracted, a cord of energy suddenly lashed out from behind, striking it. He had used his spider silk skill to fling it into the air. Sharp claws slashed across the aberration as he spun and landed gracefully before it. As the aberration shrieked in pain behind him, Jiang glanced back and said regretfully, "My strength and accuracy are still a bit off. Otherwise, that would have been an instant kill." Without waiting for the aberration to recover, he swung his arm to attack again, taunting, "Want some more?" Jiang keenly noticed the aberration was also preparing to counterattack. He quickly raised his hand to parry its attack. Unexpectedly, it was quite strong. Jiang panted, steam rising from his forehead. Two more aberrations flew in. The first one grinned smugly at him. Jiang mused, licking the blood from his claws. Two more. This is going to be tricky. Seeing him at a disadvantage, Diak cheered loudly, "Go, Brother Ru. If you win, I'll show you my black stockings." Instantly, all his fatigue turned into fighting spirit, fired up by the promise of black stockings. Seeing the aberration about to attack, Jiang clenched his fists and leaped gracefully, easily dodging its punch. Suddenly, another aberration attacked from behind. "This is bad. I'm in midair. There's no way to dodge." He swung his arm, launching a stream of power towards it. With a surprise move, Jiang locked the aberration's arms, preventing it from attacking. With a swoosh, he flicked his hand, and a stream of power tore through the air. Seizing the chance, Jiang lunged forward, slashing through its body and destroying the aberration with his sharp claws in an instant. He lowered his head, a smug smile on his lips. "Want to kill me? It's not that easy." But the moment Jiang lost focus, the aberration seized the opportunity to attack from behind. Caught by the surprise attack, he had no time to defend, and a mouthful of blood sprayed from his mouth. Jiang jumped back, quickly retreating from the aberration. He clutched his injured arm. "I didn't expect these things to coordinate their attacks. Two to pin me down, one for a sneak attack. This isn't going to work. I need to find a way to isolate one of them." Jiang shot a black thread from his hand. "You, come here." The aberration suddenly ducked, dodging the projectile. A cold sweat broke out on his disbelieving face. It saw through my plan. Just then, all three aberrations charged simultaneously. They attacked from three sides, leaving him no room to escape. Jiang struggled to parry their blows. Damn it, they're not giving me any chance to hide in the shadows. Under the relentless assault, his health kept dropping. At this rate, I'm done for. Jiang stood his ground defensively as the three aberrations circled and attacked him non-stop. The relentless attacks left him no room to counter. He thought to himself, I should probably leave an opening to lure one of them in. An aberration struck Jiang from behind, causing a huge drop in his health. He spun around, a beam of light shooting from his eye. Mark. Activating pursuit. The aberration was hit by the ability. After he posted that video, his infamy level increased, extending the duration of his mark ability to 3 seconds. During this time, the marked target is affected by fear and temporarily loses its ability to think. At the 8-second mark, the aberration is hit by the ability. A thread appears and binds it tightly. 2 seconds later, as Jiang held the thread, the other aberrations prepared to strike from behind. At the 12-second mark, he swung the thread with all his might, knocking them away. Then, he kicked off the ground with full force, launching himself high up. At 22 seconds, he flew to the aberration and slashed continuously, causing its health to plummet. At 26 seconds, he gathered a massive ball of energy in his hand. Finally, at the 30-second mark, Jiang slammed it into the aberration. Execute. In that instant, all sound seemed to vanish. The aberration at his feet disintegrated. A system window popped up with a notification, judging pursuit. Pursuit successful. Pursuit successful. Shadow form has been enhanced. When using this ability in the real world, shadow point consumption is reduced. Additionally, you can now absorb shadows at any time while in shadow form. Replenishing shadow points also increases self-healing speed. Activating this form will continue to provide a threat aura and a double experience buff. The wound on Jiang back started to heal. He raised a hand tauntingly. Now it's your turn, you two runts. The aberrations seemed to have grown fearful of Jiang. He gave them a cold smirk. What's wrong? You were all so cocky before. Why so scared now? Then Jiang charged forward fearlessly. If you won't come, I will. But at that moment, a beam of light suddenly appeared. He turned in shock. What's this? Light in the shadow layer? Then, he suddenly felt a strange urge to leap towards it. But the two remaining aberrations had already rushed toward the light, even fighting each other to get to it first. That light source was the eternal flame. When used, It emits a gentle light that dispels darkness, a truly benevolent beacon. And the person holding it was Kan. He activated a skill, preparing to attack the aberration. But Jiang realized the attack was aimed at him. He panicked and yelled, "I'm one of you!" Just then, an aberration snuck up behind Kan, but he effortlessly redirected his skill and annihilated it. A cold sweat ran down Jiang back. One shot, one kill. So this is the power of a night watcher. If that had hit me, I'd have been a goner. So he grabbed one of their hands and said with a laugh, "Brothers, if you'd arrived any later, the fight would have been over. Good thing you made it." The night watcher looked confused. "Sorry we're late. And you are?" Jiang pointed at Tu Diek. "Who I am doesn't matter. That girl over there is lightly injured. Please look after her," she protested, confused. "Huh? Wait, I thought you were going to take me home." He gave a salute. "I was just kidding. As a proud member of the Night Watch, I always put duty first. I'll leave her to you guys." Then he vanished, leaving Tu Diek stunned. "Wait, Brother Du," Kan frowned. "Is he one of ours?" His subordinate explained, "There's a popular blogger who's been trending recently. His ability is likely a branch of the Shadow class. He's not very strong, probably. Rank 1. This made him even more suspicious. Rank 1? Kan knew perfectly well. I'm holding the eternal flame, so how could there be any shadows? Plus, he disappeared right in front of us. Is that something a rank 1 is capable of? Looking at Tu Diek, Kan ordered, "All right, take this girl home first, then get me the file on this Du guy for Han Hawaii." Jiao shone her flashlight over the bodies scattered on the ground, calling out worriedly, "Jiang, where are you?" She moved forward cautiously. "Answer me, there was blood everywhere." "You have to be okay, Jiang." Suddenly, a hand shot up, startling her. "I'm over here." He was pinned under a giant boulder and called out with difficulty, "Quick, come give me a hand." "My chest feels tight. I can't breathe." She hurried over. "Hang on, I'll move the rocks." Jiang grabbed her arm desperately. "It's no good, just pull me out." He pulled so hard she panicked. "Stop pulling. How can I get you out if you're stuck like that?" Jiao had already lifted him into the air. He pointed helplessly at the pile of rocks. "This pile of rocks wasn't even on you, was it?" Jiang laughed awkwardly, trying to save face. "Oh, looks like I could have gotten out on my own. I guess the shock just paralyzed me for a second." Jiao looked at his back worriedly. "How did you get such a long wound? Did the rocks hit you after all?" Jiang smirked. "I don't know if there's anything to worry about either," but he thought to himself, "It's not like I was just hit by rocks and slashed by aberrant beasts." As if remembering something, he asked, "Where are Xiao and Bao Kuang?" She cheerfully informed him. "The night patrol came to rescue them. They were injured, so I let them go first." Jiang's expression flickered. "So you stayed behind just to find me, huh?" Jiao blushed, turned away, crossed her arms, and pouted, "Of course not. If something happened to you, how would I explain it to Uncle Lai?" Jiang looked at her blushing face again, his eyes welling up as he softly called her name, Jiao. Without warning, he suddenly rushed forward and hugged her tightly. Jiao was stunned. The spreading warmth made her face burn. She tapped his head with her knuckles, both embarrassed and annoyed. "What are you doing? Let go!" Jiang shamelessly pressed closer. "Just now I saw so many huge, aberrant bugs chopping and slashing everywhere in the city. It was horrifying." He continued his act, burrowing deeper into her chest. "I was so scared. Let me hug you for a bit." Jiao snapped helplessly. "Let go." A voice suddenly broke the intimate atmosphere, startling them both. Tuet? Tuet spoke up shyly. "I heard screaming earlier. Is everyone okay?" She forcefully pushed Jiang away and stammered, "We're fine." He whined pitifully. "Ah, young people." Tuyet looked at them helplessly. "It's good that you're okay. Follow me. I'll lead you two out." Jiang shouted, "Oh, okay." Jiao shot him a disdainful look. "What's with you now?" He gave a bitter smile. "Nothing," but screamed internally. "Why didn't I just bite those aberrant bugs to death back then? My precious attribute points." The sky was clear blue, with golden sunbeams piercing through the windows of the night watch department. Under the desk lamp, Li Ai's voice broke the silence. Full name. The heavy handcuffs had just been removed. Jiang. Her pen was in hand, her eyes focused on the file. Age. He sat up straight, his eyes casually looking at her. 18. Li Ai turned on the recorder. "Taking the college entrance exam this year?" Jiang nodded. "Yeah." Her tone suddenly turned serious. "The impact of this incident is significant. According to procedure, anyone who has experienced this must undergo psychological counseling and therapy, which will last for about a month." The owner of that captivating voice and charming figure was the Night Watch's Li Ai. She sat straight, facing him. "If you take the martial arts exam during this period, your willpower aptitude test results will be significantly lower." Hearing this, Jiang Du broke into a cold sweat. I think my mental state is very healthy. Can I skip the therapy? Li Ai looked back at the report, disagreeing. The corruption from aberrant bugs is deep-seated and dangerous. By the time it erupts, it'll be too late. Receiving therapy is necessary and also mandatory. He was startled and flustered. The martial arts exam is in about 10 days. Won't the timing conflict? She smiled and pulled a piece of paper from the report. No need to worry, there's a precedent for this kind of situation. The Night Watch has appropriate policies for these cases. The party involved can apply to take the test early. Looking at the paper, Jiang Du asked in surprise. An early test? Li Ai placed it in front of him. Contact your guardian and have them sign the commitment form first. Seeming to notice the confusion on his face, she smiled. The early test is held here at the Night Watch department. The results are entered into the system. The procedure is the same as the normal test, and the equipment is identical. It is also fair, open, and just. Safety and all other aspects are guaranteed by the department. Hearing this, a hint of sadness flashed in his eyes. My guardian is my uncle. He works at the Night Watch department. Li Ai wasn't surprised. Please specify which area your uncle works in, his position, and his full name. Jiang Du scratched his head. I think it's the General Affairs Department, Area 1, a regular clerk, his name is. She shot up from her chair, her voice trembling when she heard the name Li Xiangguang. Li Ai's eyes lit up. Is it the Li with the I radical, the Xiang with the 3 water dots, and the Guang as in brightness? Jiang Du was full of question marks at her hurried and excited attitude. Li Ai leaned on the desk and asked again, Are you sure he's a regular clerk? Jiang Du, flustered and confused, scratched his head. Isn't he? Suddenly he was startled. Wait, don't tell me he's been dismissed and put under investigation? I haven't even reported him yet. She jumped up, waving her hands frantically. Of course not. And what report? Li Ai picked up a file and turned around. How about this? I'll take you to see him right now. Please, follow me. Jiang Du was led by her to the vast main hall of the Night Watch department. This was the department's research and development center for weapons, personnel, and future technology. He couldn't close his mouth at the sight of the high-end products on display. So this is the headquarters? It's truly extraordinary. Suddenly, the conversation of 2 passing staff members caught Jiang Du's ear. Could it be that he's not a member of the Night Watch? The other staff member nodded. We've checked all personnel files. There are no records related to Du. He flinched, his eyes darting around anxiously. Noticing his unusual reaction, Li Ai asked, What's wrong? Jiang Du scratched his head and gave an awkward laugh. Nothing. It's my first time at the department, so I'm a little nervous. He worried inwardly. This is trouble. It seems they've already started investigating me. Li Ai gently and politely opened a door. No need to be nervous. First, go into this room and rest for a bit. I'll go find Commander Li. Stepping inside and seeing the people within surprised, Jiang Du, Jiao, and Xiao Di are both here. Suddenly, she slammed the table and stood up. Really? You've fallen for that assassin, Du? Xiao Di, with her hands on her hips, smiled brightly. Of course, he even saved me. Jiang Du was surprised to see Xiao Di chattering non-stop. Why is she here too? What a coincidence. Jiao pointed to the seat next to her. You're here? Sit here. Then she turned back to the other girl, eager to hear more. Keep telling me. What did Du do next? The girl gestured wildly, her excitement unconcealed. I saw him fight 10 aberrant bugs. He was so calm, like a ruthless killer. In the blink of an eye, he had already cut down one of them. And just when the aberrant bugs were beaten with no strength left to fight back, the Night Watch arrived. Dukaka then vanished into the shadows, his good deeds hidden from the world. The corner of Jiang Du's mouth twitched. Hey, don't just add your own spice to the story. He thought that. But his eyes couldn't leave her legs, smiling so hard he was about to drool. However, the thin white stockings riddled with sexy rips. Since you're wearing white stockings, I'll forgive you. Jiao rested her chin on her hand, puzzled. So what's this Du's identity anyway? From what you said, it doesn't sound like he's from the Night Watch. Xiao Di put on a knowing look. From what I see, Dukaka is 80% likely a student around our age. The girl asked doubtfully, A student? How do you know? She lightly flicked her hair, her face full of confidence. Of course, from his words and actions. And my intuition, too. Most importantly, he likes to look at girls' legs. He just stares without hiding it at all, just like... Xiao Di pointed forcefully towards Jiang Du, exposing him. This guy right here! He jumped, his smile turning into a grimace. Ah! Jiao was so angry she wanted to grab his head and smack it a few times. Jiang Du, you really never learn. He could only stammer, I. Suddenly, a man rushed in, startling the two girls. She was slightly surprised and called out softly, "Dad?" Captain Lu looked at his daughter and asked, "Are you okay? I heard you were pulled into the shadow plane." Zhao Zhao glared, her eyes cold as ice, as she stared at Jiang Du and pulled his cheek hard. "I'm fine. This brat is fine too. He just needs a good beating." He giggled and chimed in, "And I'm hungry too." The man sighed in relief. "It's good that you're okay. You two, come with me for a moment." The three of them sat around a table with serious expressions. Zhao Zhao spoke up. "Dad, is this incident very serious?" Captain Lu replied thoughtfully. "Of course, after all, this is the first time in history that such a large area of the real world has been pulled into the shadow plane. The specific number of staff casualties is still being tallied, however. This matter has nothing to do with you kids anymore." He lit a cigarette and reminded them, "You two should both know already. Due to the effects of this incident, you'll have to take the aptitude test early." Seeing the cigarette, she cleared her throat loudly, leaving Captain Lu speechless with a grim face. Ahem. He stubbed out the cigarette on the table. "I'll keep it simple. The test is divided into two parts. One is an ability test, and the other is a willpower test. The ability test, also known as the First Awakening, will have students subjected to a preliminary level of corruption to awaken their abilities. This test has no risks. It's mainly used to assign students to different specializations based on their ability characteristics. After that, the willpower aptitude test will be conducted. The object of measurement is the spirit and will, things that are inherently invisible and intangible. And this test is the key factor that determines whether you can become a transcendent. Jiang spoke up and asked, "Willpower is the key? Does that mean the more tenacious someone is, the better they are?" Uncle Lu shook his head. "Not necessarily. Some people can endure the pain of a severed arm but have average aptitude. Some people are carefree all day but possess top-tier aptitude. Willpower isn't just about the ability to endure pain. It also includes the inclination towards good, resistance to evil thoughts, and tolerance for corruption. In short, it's a complex standard." His eyes lit up and he raised his hand. "So, does one's worldview affect their willpower?" The man raised an eyebrow. "Worldview? Why do you ask?" Zhao Zhao cut in coldly. "For example, if someone's head is only filled with thoughts about girls' legs." Jiang felt awkward. "Are you still mad about that?" Uncle Lu didn't mind and explained, "It does have an effect, but the positive impact of a righteous worldview on the test results isn't significant. However, if one's worldview is twisted and their heart is full of negative emotions, their test score will usually be very low." The boy was surprised. "Why?" His eyes turned sharp. "Evil thoughts will drag a person into the abyss. Extreme negative emotions are, in themselves, a form of corruption. Long-term accumulation is even more deeply rooted and ingrained than the contamination from the variant insects, so you have to release any negative emotions promptly. Bottling them up will only push you to your breaking point." Jiang cleared his thoughts. "Do normal, negative, dark emotions count? No way. Later I have to go get my leg cleansed to purify my sullied soul." After explaining, Uncle Six shooed them away. "All right, go on now. Someone will take you two to the test later. Amatiozu, your Uncle Lee is out on a mission and probably won't be back. I've already signed all your test documents for you." He smiled and said, "Thank you. Sorry for the trouble, Uncle Six." He advised, "Don't push yourself too hard. Just let things happen naturally." Jiang smiled and waved. "Don't worry, Uncle Six." Duo also replied obediently, "I know." After leaving Uncle Six's office, they found Xiao Di was already back. At that moment, she was the only one in the room. Duo sat down and looked around. "Where is everyone else?" Xiao Di pointed towards the elevator. "They went to handle the procedures with their families." She asked curiously, "Hasn't your family arrived yet?" She waved her hand. "My parents are business people. They just left Yunhai, so they can't make it. I just called them to sign the forms remotely." Just then, someone returned. "Everyone's here," Bao Qiang said with a laugh from his wheelchair. "This is so damn magical. I just sprayed some medicine on my leg, and guess what? The pain completely disappeared." Jiang asked worriedly, "You're still injured, but you have to take the test? Will you be okay?" Bao Qiang laughed nonchalantly. "Don't worry. They said it won't affect the test results." Xiao teased. Don't be fooled by his relaxed look. A moment ago, he was sulking in a corner. He flinched. "I was not." As they were chatting, the door opened and a group of people walked in. The atmosphere immediately became tense, and no one dared to say another word. Jiang frowned slightly. "Why does everyone look so dejected?" Duo sighed. "You don't understand. They just want to live normal, peaceful lives. After today, the rest of their lives will probably never be peaceful again." A man spoke up. "All right, now that everyone's here, let's get down to business. This test is divided into two parts, an ability test and a willpower test. The The ability test will be a comprehensive evaluation based on aspects like development potential, destructive power, and the cost of using the ability. The results will be divided into 4 tiers: low, middle, high, and top tier. As for the willpower test, it will be based on the ability to resist mental corruption, divided into 6 levels from 1 to 6. These correspond to the colors: white, green, blue, purple, red, and orange. In previous years, those with level 1 talent were not allowed to participate in combat. But this year is different. As long as you reach level 1, the white grade, participation is mandatory. The determination of a transcendent's true strength is based on a combination of both ability and willpower. With enough willpower, even a weak ability can turn the tables. Conversely, no matter how strong your ability is, if your willpower is lacking, you can only take on a non-combat role. That's the gist of it. If there are no questions, follow me to the waiting room. Jiang Zuo curiously leaned against the glass door to look inside. It was a large room, and inside was an object covered by a cloth. The person in charge called out a name, their voice ringing clearly. Xiao Xiao. Startled, she replied, "Here." Xiao Xiao took a deep breath. Someone reassured her, "Don't be nervous." She nodded to her friends, took a deep breath, and said, "I'm going in first." Xiao Xiao was now inside with Sun Ming. Outside the door, a crowd stood silently, watching intently. The cloth was whipped away, revealing a stone that continuously radiated power. Holding the cloth, Sun Ming said, "All right, let's begin." The light on the doorway, which was green, suddenly turned red. The curious crowd outside started whispering, "What's happening? Do they turn off the lights for the test? It looks like they're starting the willpower test." Seeing this, Jiang Zhuo thought worriedly, "This level of darkness. I've already adapted to it in the shadow plane." He squinted, looking inside. There seems to be a glowing stone tied to her leg. From her expression, she seems to be facing great resistance. Is it coming from that black crystal? A dazzling light erupted from the stone, momentarily blinding the crowd outside. Then, Xiao Xiao came out from inside. Jiao Jiao saw her and ran over. After that, Bao Kuang, who was in a wheelchair, also came closer. "Are there any results yet?" She shook her head. "Unfortunately, I have no talent for willpower. All that willpower training I did was for nothing." Hearing this, he cried out in frustration. "What? So you wanted to apply for the Transcendent Major all along? You even did special training?" Xiao Xiao replied bluntly. "That's right, and I got slapped in the face with the result. Are you happy now?" The voice on the speaker announced. Next, Bao Qiang. As he wheeled himself in, he muttered, "Please don't be a transcendent. Thank God. Please don't be a transcendent. Amitabha." Feng Xiao said helplessly, "No need to pray. You're definitely not one." The light on the doorway was still red. Bao Qiang wheeled himself out, his face grim. Then, he said reluctantly, I passed." Hearing this, Feng Xiao was completely thunderstruck. "What?" Afterwards, the two of them sat around moping. The one who wanted to pass failed, and the one who didn't passed. Seeing this, Duo tried to console them. "I guess that's just fate." The speaker announced again. Next, Duo. Hearing her name, she sighed. Jiang Zhuo, standing behind her, smiled. Duo turned around and said cheerfully, "I'm off. See you later." Duo looked extremely focused as waves of dark red energy radiated from her body. The main source of that light was likely the stone on her. Jiang Zhuo quickly realized as he observed. Duo's stone was emitting a red light, while a previous one had emitted a green light. I remember that willpower levels 1 to 6 correspond to different colors. Red is. After a moment of thought, he realized in surprise, "That's level 5. When the test ended, the room erupted in noise. Xiao asked curiously, "How did it go? Are you done?" Duo seemed flustered and stammered. Seeing her state, Jiang Zhuo became even more confused. "Are you that tired? You can barely breathe." Duo retorted, "You'll find out when it's your turn." Jiang Zhuo puckered his lips and teased, "You're making me scared. How about some motivation?" "A kiss?" she yelled angrily. "Get lost." Just then, the speaker announced, Next, Jiang Zhuo. Hearing his name, he hurried off. "It's my turn. I'm going," leaving Duo to sigh by herself. With a shy expression, she muttered, "Good luck." Jiang Zhuo, touched, blushed slightly and said, "Thanks." Soon, he stepped into the examination room. The proctor inside asked sternly, "Jiang Zhuo?" He replied, "Yes." Sun Ming looked at his file. "Have you awakened your ability?" Jiang Zhuo nodded. "I have." The man then requested, "Show me." But then Sun Ming paused, startled. "What? You've already awakened?" He nodded blankly. "Yes. It was a natural awakening." The proctor broke into a sweat and pointed behind him. "In that case, I have no more questions about your ability. We'll proceed directly to the willpower test. Put that equipment on. Jiang Zuo did as the proctor said and put on the equipment. Immediately, he felt a dark aura surrounding him, accompanied by strange noises. Sun Ming came closer and placed a hand on Jiang Zuo's shoulder to reassure him. Don't be nervous, just walk forward based on your instincts. Since your ability has awakened, you will feel your consciousness gradually leave your body. Don't worry about it. Just keep moving forward. The proctor then gave him a hard push. Go. Jiang Zuo shot forward as if weightless. He muttered in confusion. What is this? His body zipped through the air as if he were free-falling into a void. Jiang Zuo's soul fell through a pitch-black void, then landed gently on the water's surface outside the city. He couldn't help but marvel. This is so strange. I can't feel my physical body, but I can still clearly sense the connection to it. Jiang Zuo's soul leaped weightlessly, and his physical body back in the room swayed in sync. Interesting. This is so much fun. Sun Ming had to remind him. Stop fooling around and take the test. He quickly replied, Got it. Jiang Zuo ran towards the test stone. It's just walking, right? This is too easy. Just then, he felt his body sinking until the water was over his nose. What's going on? My body suddenly feels so heavy, and it's hard to breathe. Something is affecting my emotions. Jiang Zuo's soul felt as if it were sinking into a river of emotions, despair, pain, and rage. No, I can't let these emotions affect me. Suddenly, Jun Guan appeared behind him, little Zhuo. He was stunned and confused. Uncle Li, why are you here? He said coldly. Young Ru, your temperament will never allow you to become a superhuman. You will only harm others, including yourself. Hearing these words, Rang Ru hurriedly turned away. That's not right. This is an illusion. You are not Uncle Li. But then another voice rang out, Tuan Quan, his body filled with a bloody aura. You should know you have no aptitude for this. The great continent is shattered. Aberrant insects are on a rampage. Dangers are everywhere. You know this all too well. You could have lived a peaceful life. Why must you pursue the path of a superhuman? What allows a superhuman to transcend the mundane has never been strength, but a strong spirit. All his illusions spoke in unison, pointing in one direction. And you, Rang Ru, can you really save those who keep fighting as one falls and another rises? The aberrant insect in the illusion viciously destroyed everything, growing larger than a skyscraper. And Rang Ru was forced to watch all his loved ones die before him, like raindrops falling and dissolving into the stream. The illusion of Tuan Quan mimicked flicking a lighter open. He coldly revealed, This is the fate of a superhuman. Do you really want to become one of them? The blood-soaked illusion reappeared. Stop deceiving yourself. The words were hypnotic. In reality, you just want to show off. Tuan Quan relentlessly persuaded Rang Ru. That's right, just like countless ordinary teens who fantasize about becoming superheroes. You love sleeping in, hate waking up early, hate studying, love to have fun, like pretty girls, dislike nagging parents, and think you're different with a unique perspective. You're eccentric, always feeling that you're not like everyone else. You like to boast, wanting everyone to know you, having no real skills yet, still believing you're superior to others. In truth, you know you're not special. You're just like most of your peers. A red flame ignited in the gloomy void. A strange man in a night watcher uniform appeared. You know well that the dark side of this world is not just the shadow plane. You also know that no matter how brightly the sun shines, there will always be shadows it cannot reach. Their voices were chillingly cold. The world of undercurrents has never been a fairy tale. That person vanished, and the torch fell straight into the water. Images of thousands of aberrant insects appeared in the smoke. This is the great calamity, and to become a superhuman means facing it head-on. The voice questioned him. Now, back to the first question. Can you become a superhuman? Rangdu's face was filled with tension. Meanwhile, his body was immersed in the illusion. Just then, Tuyet from the testing team entered. She raised a hand to greet them and asked, How is it going? Tong Bao shook his head. Not good. He's stuck in a loop. Tuyet wasn't surprised. That's normal. It is a Moyuan stone from the abyss after all. Not everyone can withstand its contamination level. He agreed. That's right. Only those with a strong aptitude can withstand the pressure. He is still struggling endlessly in the illusion, Tong Bao said regretfully. It seems this guy Rang Du has no hope. But just then, Tuyet noticed something unusual, she exclaimed while looking at the illusion totem. Look, it's turning red. Hearing that, he excitedly turned back. What? Sure enough, a red light was gently enveloping Rang Du. The red light on the stone grew brighter and brighter. Tong Bao was shocked. Impossible. He's still so far from the Mo Yuan stone to reach level 5 at this distance. Doesn't that mean? Tuyet was intrigued. Do you think he can reach level 6? He replied helplessly. I don't know. In the entire great continent, only 15 people have reached level 6 inches the last few decades. But then the light around Rang Du dimmed. Tong Bao was stunned. What's going on? The light is fading. Quick, check his wristwatch for any anomalies. She got closer to check. Nothing. All the readings are normal. He grew more confused. Impossible. The closer you get to the crystal, the stronger your willpower should become. It keeps getting weaker. This is very strange. Yet Rang Du continues to advance. He's even about to touch the Mo Yuan stone. Tong Bao couldn't believe it. Is he kidding? He wants to touch it. Even someone with level 6 willpower can't do that, let alone him. But he actually touched it, emitting a brilliant golden light. It seemed the Mo Yuan stone was responding enthusiastically. Inside the illusion, Rang Du's mind felt distorted. Go away. Stop thinking about becoming a superhuman. Think of your friends and family. An illusion of Jiao Jiao appeared. Think of the one you cherish most. She smiled sweetly and reached out her hand to him. Rang Du couldn't resist taking it. Tuan Quan's voice echoed, "That is where you belong." But suddenly, his eyes lit up. Enough. The illusion of Jiao Jiao shattered before him. Rang Du looked disgusted. All you do is nag in my ear. Is this little temptation all you have? You should have at least given me a whole harem. Rang Du approached Tuan Quan's illusion and shrugged. To be honest, you really scared me for a moment. I even felt like I was cornered. It's true. At first I wanted to be a great hero, the kind who just poses and acts cool for show. But in this world, heroes don't just fall from the sky. There are only brave mortals who rise to the occasion. It is because of their silent sacrifices that we have the peace and stability we enjoy today. Rang Du reached out towards the Night Watcher. I have already enjoyed the peace you fought for once. His hand firmly gripped the man's torch, as if the fire was being passed to him. He declared, "This time, I no longer want to hide behind the protection of others. I want to become that undying flame." A light shone in his eyes as understanding dawned. Rang Du's face filled with determination to light up the darkest places, and the water in the illusion grew calm and still. Inside the meeting room, Team 6 was listening to a report about the recent incident of reality collapsing into the shadow plane. It concerned floors 2, 3, and 4 of the shopping center. The 5th floor was also affected, but did not fully collapse into the shadow plane. Approximately 850 people were affected, with 700 trapped in the shadow plane. So far, 650 have been rescued, and the operation is ongoing. The 30 students preparing for the martial arts exam will be divided into groups for preliminary tests, followed by immediate treatment for minor contamination. He frowned and asked, "What did the contamination analysis department say?" The assistant replied, "They've already got the results. The file has been sent to you." A confidential file was quickly transferred to his computer. It clearly stated, "Aberrant insect, alias phantom, contamination level assessed at high tier 1, analysis of their morphology, exoskeleton, and other parts shows the 3 phantoms are nearly identical. Furthermore, there are significant traces of human intervention on them, as if they are the result of human aberration." Another assistant exclaimed in shock, "Impossible! Not only is every individual different, but the level of contamination and the direction of mutation during aberration also vary. Aberrating into 3 identical insects is virtually impossible." Team Leader 6 couldn't help but light a cigarette to calm himself. Standing by the window in deep thought, it seems that guy from Bay 2 was a product of research and creation. Someone hiding in the shadows is getting restless. Just then, a blinding light flashed from the building opposite. He was so startled he dropped his cigarette. Over there is the superhuman testing room. He couldn't believe his eyes. Team Leader 6 rushed over. "Excuse me, let me through." His face was tense. "Sorry, please make way." Team Leader 6 frowned in disbelief. The highest willpower test only ever produces an orange light. A golden light like this has never been seen before. He pushed open the door to the testing room. What on earth happened? Inside, a large crowd had gathered. Seeing him, Tong Bao quickly reported, "Patrol Leader 6, there's a guy named Jiang Du." The leader frowned. Jiang Du. A sudden gust of wind swept past Team Leader 6, followed by a blinding flash of golden light. And then, Jiang Du slowly opened his eyes. Emerging from the illusion, he looked up at his surroundings. A large crowd was watching the test from behind the glass. Afterwards, Team Leader 6 took Jiang Du to a private room to rest. He offered a bottle of soda. "Here, have a drink." Startled, he replied, "Thank you, Uncle 6. "Where are Lu Jiao Jiao and the others?" Team Leader 6 explained. "While you were being tested, they were taken to a lounge to rest. They probably don't know what happened." "Little Du, you really gave me a huge surprise this time. Level 5 would have been understandable. Level 6 would have shaken the entire Night Watch department. But you went and produced an unprecedented golden light." He puffed out his chest in pride. "So isn't that the legendary golden light, even more powerful than level 6? He was pensive, maybe, but there's never been a precedent, so it's hard to say for sure. You might even be taken away to be dissected for experiments." "Huh?" No way, Uncle Lu, don't scare me. Captain Lu, you're already scaring me like this. And it's the legendary golden color, too. I won't take you for experiments, but later someone will come to document you. Your file will be sent to the major Night Watch departments for research, and you'll also be placed under special surveillance. Hearing this, he felt uneasy. No way. Is it really that complicated? He comforted him. It's okay. I'll teach you how to handle it later. Just follow the procedure. But Captain Lu didn't know he was thinking, my chance to show off is here. Afterwards, Jiang was questioned. Name, age. He answered honestly. Jiang 18 years old. What are your hobbies? He answered concisely. Reading and exercising. The other candidates watched curiously. Is that the kid who emitted the golden light during the test? He looks so ordinary. I can't believe he's a rare genius. But the golden light alone doesn't necessarily mean he's highly talented. What if the equipment malfunctioned? Song Baocha asked. During this willpower test, what did you see? I saw countless Night Watch members raising their torches and advancing. One after another, they fought against the Aberrations. He thought to himself, how boring. Uncle Lu prepared all these lines for me. I'm the legendary golden one, yet I have to follow the script here. Captain Lu continued with the procedure. When you saw those things, what were you thinking? Jiang answered exactly as he was instructed. At that moment, I was very excited because I was about to enter the world of the extraordinary. I could feel the weight of responsibility on my shoulders. Then he suddenly stopped, bowing his head in silence. The man urged him anxiously, what is it? Continue. No one knew what Jiang was thinking as a mysterious smile crept onto his face. Instead of answering, he asked back, Uncle Lu, you have a map hanging on your office wall, right? Captain Lu was taken aback and replied, yes. He then excitedly stood up, placed a foot on the chair dramatically, and declared, of the 10 survival zones that luckily remained, now only 5 are left. Perhaps our situation is not so simple. Nothing is as wonderful as we imagine. Sometimes, knowing the truth is its own kind of pain. He thought speechlessly. What is this brat improvising? What on earth are you trying to do? Jiang continued tearfully. I hope the youth of Dazhou can cast off their indifference and always forge ahead. I will dedicate myself fully. Even if there's only a faint spark like a firefly's glow, I will do everything in my power to make it burn bright. After speaking, he changed his pose to look extremely proud. The light of truth shines down. If there are no more torches in the future, I will become the one true light. His words plunged the examination room into an awkward silence. Captain Lu said embarrassedly, my apologies, this kid Jiang, he likes to joke around sometimes. Unexpectedly, Song Bao was deeply moved. I never imagined this kid's ideological awareness was so high. Shui was also moved to tears. He will surely become the most outstanding talent of our Night Watch department in the future. This reaction shocked him. He couldn't believe they actually bought it. The candidates outside also reacted with admiration. No wonder he could emit a golden light. Is this the enlightenment of a genius? There's no doubt his talent is unprecedented. That's right, all of us combined are no match for him. Hearing this, the high-ranking officers exchanged satisfied glances. Jiang pouted and thought, the show's over. Can I go home now? I still want to go to the massage club. Seeing things had gone this far, Captain Lu stopped the act. All right, that's all for today. Go home and wait for the notification, the boy asked, confused. Notification? He stood up and closed his laptop. He already knew the result without any notification. His brows furrowed as he said, that's right, it's about the special training camp. Jiang sat pensively on a high wall, his brows tightly knitted as if contemplating something serious. He recalled Captain Lu's earlier warning. Didn't I tell you to be more humble? Now look, you're practically famous in the Night Watch. He replied sheepishly, sorry for causing you more trouble. He sighed, rubbing his neck. I have no idea how I'm going to explain this to old Li. He never wanted you to get involved with the supernatural. He's going to be furious this time. Well, what's done is done. Go home for now. Remember to report to the special training camp on March 25th, Gengdu asked, confused. Special training camp? Captain Lu explained that it's where qualified individuals gather for several months of training. At the end of the special training, there will be an evaluation through a final combat exam. When you get home, don't say a word about what happened today. Not even to Lu Zhao. I'm off. Remember, March 25th. Back in the present, he checked the system. Lifespan, 20 days. Jiang sighed. The special training starts at the end of next month and lasts for several months. My lifespan isn't nearly enough. I have no choice but to keep hunting. If only I could earn enough lifespan. Just then, something that startled him entered his line of sight. An aberration with only 27% health ran past. Delighted, Jiang used Shadow Walk to pursue it. Looks like I've found an easy score. The aberration seemed to sense the danger and looked back, only to be immediately targeted by his skill, Mark. Then, in just 2 moves, Jiang defeated it. Hunt, massacre, the system prompted. This was a heavily injured aberration, so pitiful, fleeing for its life in a panic. It only wanted to live on. That was all it wanted, but clearly, its life was over. It would never see tomorrow's sunrise again. It would no longer hear the whisper of the wind. You hunted a heavily injured prey that did not belong to you. Of course, this was not a glorious hunt. Remaining lifespan increased. Current lifespan, 22 days. Combat skills slightly increased. Shadow points +4. He felt lucky. My luck's pretty good. It's a bit shameful to pick up scraps, but it would be a waste not to. As he was collecting the Aberration's corpse, someone yelled, "Where did you come from?" Only then did Jiang notice someone chasing from behind. Ah! The person, covered in dust with their face hidden, yelled, "Where's my aberration?" He was stunned, realizing he had likely stolen someone's prey. Flustered, he looked back at the absorbed corpse. The aberration. The mysterious person yelled, "You thief! Give me back my prey!" Jiang asked in confusion. "Thief?" The man angrily raised his staff. "Still playing dumb with me? You'd even steal from a scrap collector? Have you no shame?" Startled by the sudden attack, he quickly retreated, on his guard. But unexpectedly, as the man got closer, he suddenly froze. He screeched to a halt right in front of Jiang, then calmly walked over to his side, leaving him completely bewildered. He suddenly smiled and took off his hat, his intentions unclear. Jiang watched awkwardly as the man approached. "What are you doing?" Suddenly, the man grabbed his hand excitedly. "Holy crap, you're brother Du, right? I can't believe I'm meeting the famous blogger Du. I'm a huge fan of yours. I watch every single one of your videos. Come on, smile. Cheese. Oh, right, about that prey earlier. Let's go with the usual 70-30 split." But Jiang was completely lost. What scrap collector? What old rule? Seeing his expression, the man misunderstood. Then he excitedly started typing a post. "Famous blogger Swordmaster Du bullies a scrap collector, steals prey and refuses to admit it," he shouted angrily. "Wait a minute, what scrap collector? Admit what? Make yourself clear!" Then he used a skill to pull the man directly toward him. It sent the man stumbling to the ground, unable to even grab his phone. Jiang grabbed his head and irritably demanded, "Explain yourself." The man conceded, scratching his head. "Yes, sir, brother Du. Scrap collector is just our slang term. Officially, we're called non-staff personnel of the Night Watch Department. You just need to reach the rank of first-tier Zongwei to register." He was a little surprised. "Non-staff personnel? What's the compensation like?" He quickly replied, "It's not a lot, about 6,000 to 7,000 yuan per kill." Hearing this, his jaw dropped. 6,000 to 7,000 yuan isn't a lot? Still in shock, Jiang's entire body emitted a dark aura. He gritted his teeth. "Damn it, 7,000 yuan gone in a flash. That's almost a whole month's salary for me." Dang Ke disagreed. "It's not that much. There's no insurance, no housing fund, no benefits. We just risk our lives for the money." He even said sheepishly, "We're basically scavengers in the shadow plane." Only then did he notice the remains of the corpse. Jiang asked curiously, "So, who do you sell the killed aberrations to?" Dang Ke explained, "The Night Watch Department, universities, or some material acquisition companies. They post missions to collect aberrations and even provide you with their locations." Hearing this, he was ecstatic. "They tell you the aberration's location? That's incredibly convenient." So he took out his phone and said, "Come on, give me your WeChat code. Add me as a friend, then I'll send you 7,000 yuan for the aberrants." Dang Ke was stunned to hear that. 7,000 yuan. Let's do a 70/30 split. Just give me 4,900 yuan. Jiang patted his shoulder generously. "How could I do that? I've never been one to take advantage of others. Besides, I want to discuss a partnership with you." His words took Dang Ke by surprise. A partnership? After that, he took Dang Ke on a continuous hunt. He easily subdued a cat-like aberrant. The system immediately displayed a notification. "Blood Shadow Scheme Bug. Blood Shadow." Concealing his killing intent, Jiang whispered, "Shadow Guard." Instantly, the monster was defeated, collapsing weakly. He controlled the absorption, making sure to only extract the essence to keep the corpse intact, or else he couldn't sell it for money. Afterwards, he announced, "All right, pack this one up and let's go." Dang Ke happily ran over. "Yes, you're a really good guy. You clearly did all the work, but you're still willing to split the reward with me." Jiang smiled and replied, "You're not idle either. You have to screen for aberrants, pinpoint their locations, and bring their corpses back to the Night Watch station." Dang Ke disagreed. "Actually, you could do all this by yourself. You just need to register as a freelance agent." Jiang, you feigned contemplation. "That, I want to maintain a sense of mystery. Besides, what would happen if the people at the Night Watch found out my identity?" Dang Ke praised him generously. "You're so damn good. You killed 4 aberrants in a single day without even breaking a sweat." Jiang, you smiled smugly. "Forget 4. If I had enough time, Even 100 would be no problem. But then he felt a bit down. I've absorbed a few of them, but I haven't gotten much stronger. There's no point in continuing to hunt these mid-tier, level 1 second. So he suggested, Dang K, help me find some high-tier level 1 second tomorrow. He was startled to hear that. High tier? Level 1 second? You can't be serious. You probably don't understand what that means. They're still level 1, but a high tier is strong enough to crush a mid-tier. They're extremely dangerous. Hearing this, Jiang gave a confident smile. I know. His eyes filled with ambition. Experience and money. I want it all. It was late at night when Jiang Yu returned to the dormitory building. He tiredly reached out and flipped on the living room light switch. He walked in wearily. Finally home. I'm dead tired. Suddenly, Zhao Zhao's voice rang out. You're back late again. I've been waiting for a long time. There are some cookies I made on the table. Help yourself. Feeling hungry, Jiang Yu immediately grabbed one and started eating. Then he sat down beside her and asked, Where's Uncle Lu? She replied calmly. He's on a mission, he asked, a bit surprised. Is he coming back tonight? Zhao Zhao shook her head. No. A perverted look appeared on Jiang Yu's face. So, does that mean you can stay here tonight? She punched him right away, then crossed her arms in annoyance. I didn't get a chance to ask you during the day. Did you pass the test? Jiang Yu clutched his swollen head in pain. I passed. Zhao Zhao was surprised. You passed? What level? He hesitated and said, Probably level 3. He thought to himself, It's actually the legendary gold rank, but Uncle Lu told me not to tell anyone. She moved closer and pressed him. So, what about your awakened ability? What is it? Jiang, you stammered, making something up. My ability? Shadow pupil? Zhao Zhao sighed in relief. That's fine. It's a branch ability of the shadow class. Its power and potential are average, and it's more of a support type, so you won't have to fight on the dangerous front lines. Her words moved him, so she waited up for me because she was worried. Then Jiang, you asked, What about you? What's your ability? Hearing this, she smiled confidently and gently explained, Soul Shock. It's a branch ability of the Soul Soldier class. Its potential is rated at the highest level. Although its combat power is a bit weaker than yours initially, it will definitely become stronger than you later on. Jiang Yu was speechless. So she was just bragging to me this whole time? He flicked Zhao Zhao's forehead. Well, take it slow then. Don't go dying in the early stages, she immediately retorted while pinching his mouth. Jinx it! Don't say things like that. Jiang, you couldn't help but blush at her touch. The atmosphere between them became ambiguous. He quickly changed the subject. So what are these shadow wielders and soul soldiers? Zhao Zhao frowned and replied, I don't really get it either. I just know that these names correspond to aberrants. For example, your shadow wielder class corresponds to shadow type aberrants, while my soul soldier class corresponds to soldier type aberrants. By absorbing the contamination from corresponding aberrants, superhumans can become stronger. The efficiency is much higher, while absorbing other types will be a lot of effort for little gain. Jiang Yu was intrigued. Interesting. Your soul shock ability sounds powerful. Let me see you use it. She was flustered. How? There are no aberrants here to activate it on. He winked and pointed to himself. You can use it on me. Don't worry. With my constitution, you won't kill me. Zhao Zhao's face turned beet red. It's soul shock, as in concussion. Then, Zhao Zhao demonstrated her skill. A stream of light gathered in her hand, and she shyly reached out towards Jiang Yu. The blue light in her palm pulsed gently. Zhao Zhao snapped her fingers, and instantly his eyes went vacant, his expression frozen. Seeing him collapse startled her. Jiang Yu, are you okay? He groaned softly. Ow, quick! Massage my head before it explodes. Zhao Zhao had no choice but to comply. Okay. And she gently started to massage his head. She asked shyly, Like this? He instructed leisurely. Not quite. Press from the forehead back, then from the top of my head to the sides, gently. Zhao Zhao naively followed. Like this? Jiang Yu was in heaven. Yes, that's it. Curl your fingers, a little softer. You were really amazing just now. I was already on guard, but it still hit me without leaving a single trace. She couldn't hide her joy at being praised. Our abilities come from aberrants, so it's normal for them to be strange. Besides, soul shock is a form of mental attack. He was amazed. That's so powerful. You'll definitely stand out at the special training camp. Zhao Zhao scoffed. I don't like showing off like you. Besides, I heard that top students from other bases will be there too. Jiang, you felt the pressure, so there's going to be a lot of competition? She reassured him. Don't worry. Everyone at the special training camp is from the martial arts academy. You like massages so much. How much money have you spent at that club near the neighborhood entrance? Jiang, you casually replied, Not much, just a few thousand. Zhao Zhao's face turned sinister as she smiled devilishly. She activated her ability. You like massages, right? Let me give you a few more soul shocks. He fled in terror. No, don't. I won't go again. Help me. The next evening, Jiang Yu returned to yesterday's hunting ground. He was a bit surprised. Is this the high-tier, level 1 aberrant we were looking for? Dang K confirmed. It's the same type you fought before. Just stay calm. Need my help? Jiang. You refused and charged in alone. No need. When Dang Ke looked again, he was gone. He only saw a streak of light descend from the sky onto the aberrant. Jiang Yu had jumped from above, easily overpowering the monster. He pulled his sharp claws from the aberrant's lifeless body. System notification. Hunt target identified. Success. Shadow Thorn enhanced. New ability acquired. Shadow Cluster. Shadow Control ability increased. Condense shadows and release Shadow Cluster. When the Shadow Cluster explodes, it shoots out multiple piercing Shadow Thorns in all directions. From a high floor, Dang Ke watched wide-eyed. Brother Yu is so incredible! On the screen, a superhuman was displaying his power. Below him, a massive swarm of aberrants had appeared. Yet, a single bolt of lightning completely wiped them all out. This was a recorded battle video being shown to the other candidates. Zhao Zhao, who was also watching, was startled. This is a war general, the strongest fighter in the great continent, Captain Liu explained. Among superhumans, the awakening rate for the Soul Soldier class is not high. Your Soul Shock ability is considered top tier among them. There was once a war general who awakened an ability just like yours. This USB contains his training experience. Study it carefully during this time and don't let it leak out. She was a bit confused. Dad, you probably couldn't have obtained this with your rank, right? He nodded. Right. Your Uncle Li gave it to me. He's very close to those war generals. Hearing this made Zhao Zhao even more suspicious. That's strange. They could have just given this to Jiang Yu. Why give it to me? Elsewhere, in Xun Guang's office, he stood by the window, smoking with a thoughtful expression. Behind Xun Guang, a report lay on his desk. On the cover, 2 words were printed in red. Top secret. It was all about aberrant species number B14256, which appeared 200 kilometers west of North Capital in year 90 of the Great Catastrophe. Its entire body is enveloped in a white halo, floating in the air. Its form is indeterminate, and it appears to be on the verge of death. Prolonged observation is impossible, as it will cause contamination and turn the observer into its fanatical follower. It possesses powerful energy and self-healing abilities. It has no blood in the way humans understand it. Immune to most forbidden substances, completely immune to psychic-type supernatural abilities. 2 Grandmasters were killed, 3 war generals were seriously injured, and 300 Night Watchers were injured or killed. It was successfully captured and imprisoned, and its file was sealed as top secret. During a long-term study, the following characteristics were discovered. It cannot be looked at directly, its specific shape cannot be described, and it cannot be destroyed. After comprehensive consideration, it was decided to be named God Soldier. Back with the Aberration, Jiang Yu was currently hiding in the shadows. He then leaped out from underground, firing a lightning bolt at the monster. Unexpectedly, the attack didn't inflict any damage. It even counterattacked, sending him flying with a single punch. Deng Ke, filming on the side, cheered, Brother Yu, you can do it! Jiang Yu's health bar dropped to 66% as he calmly stood up and wiped his mouth. Just then, he saw the Aberration aggressively charging to attack. He put a leather item in his mouth and said confidently, Get ready. As that food bar was bitten, Jiang Yu quietly uttered, Explode. The confused Aberration didn't know what was happening but felt a sense of unease. Instantly, a massive explosion occurred at its location. The system explained, Shadow Pellet, launches a small pellet that explodes midair or sticks to an enemy. The damage dealt is limited, but if it gets a chance to enter the opponent's body, the resulting internal explosion is terrifyingly powerful. Deng Ke showed him the video. You looked so cool at the end, Brother Yu. That was awesome. I'm telling you, this episode will be a huge hit when it airs. Jiang Yu was also satisfied. Great camera work. Afterwards, Deng Ke busied himself with collecting the Aberration's corpse, while he checked his stats. Shadow attribute, shadow points, 78/78. Remaining lifespan, 47 days. Jiang Yu was silently satisfied. Great, lasting until the special training camp begins will definitely be no problem this time. Then he laughed heartily. Deng Ke, give me the location of the next target. Deng Ke immediately replied, Got it. Unexpectedly, an Aberration with a giant eye appeared at that moment, directly firing an energy beam at the 2 of them. Jiang Yu, with his sharp senses, felt something was wrong. He reacted instantly, pulling Deng Ke behind him. On high alert, protecting the man behind him, he yelled, Who's there? On the other side, as the smoke cleared, a red pupil was revealed. Then its full form was revealed, a giant eye with dozens of tentacles. Deng Ke screamed in terror. An eye demon, a level 2 spirit insect. Jiang Yu was startled to hear that, a spirit insect. He recalled Jiao Jiao's words. My soul-guiding master once corresponded with a spirit insect from within an aberration. He immediately reacted and charged forward. No, I absolutely cannot let it activate its ability. However, just as Jiang Yu launched his attack, a flash of golden light shot forward, striking right into the center of the aberration's pupil. As it fell in agony, completely immobilized, a foot gently stepped on the monster's head. A large figure materialized, hand gripping the spear embedded in the monster's head. He stared, stunned, at the mysterious person who had saved him. You are. But without hesitation, the man turned and left before anyone could react. Suddenly, a yellow piece of paper drifted on the wind into Jiang Yu's hand. He took it, bewildered, and read the words on the paper. It said, Are you worried about not finding your potential? Do you want to be as successful as others? Struggling with your studies? Don't know which path to choose for your future? Shuoyang Group, the most recognized corporation in Yunhai. Jiang Yu was dumbfounded. Shuoyang Group. The next morning, Jiang Yu went directly to the Shuoyang Group. He stood in the crowded plaza, looking at the large statue erected at the entrance. Jiang, you had come here following what was written on the piece of paper. Back to yesterday, Deng Ke had explained that Shuoyang Group is the largest pharmaceutical company in Yunhai. If you can become even a temporary employee there, you'll be set for life, he asked confusedly. Was that guy a pioneer hired by Shuoyang? Deng Ke nodded. Judging by his combat suit, that's likely the case. Jiang, you remain doubtful, but pioneers are only level 1. That guy just killed a level 2 eye demon in an instant. Deng Ke smiled and said, You probably don't know this, but the drugs developed by Shuoyang can significantly boost a superhuman's combat power. They also cooperate with the Night Watch. In fact, the communication network was expanded with their assistance. If you want to get stronger quickly, Shuoyang is considered the best shortcut. Jiang Yu probed, So you want to give Shuoyang a try? He calmly replied, I'll pass. It's better to rely on yourself than on others. Back at the Shuoyang Group, an announcer was making a presentation. This drug, codenamed 1928, is called Sweet Dew. It was developed by a team led by the esteemed Dr. Beidou 30 through 15,000 trials. It effectively enhances brain development, thereby strengthening one's supernatural perception. Jiang Yu crossed his arms. Bored. This sounds like a scam. Is there really a drug that can enhance abilities here? The female MC continued. Now, let's invite an audience member from the crowd to come up on stage and try this drug. As soon as she finished, Deng Ke jumped up from the back of the crowd and shouted, Me, pick me. He watched skeptically as the man enthusiastically drank the drug on stage. Jiang Yu felt helpless. Didn't you say you'd rely on yourself? After drinking it, Deng Ke's eyes lit up. Wow, my mind feels so much clearer all of a sudden. The female MC immediately seized the opportunity. Original price $8,888, but today's special price is only $1,888. First come, first served. The excited crowd swarmed forward like ants. Sell me a bottle, I want one too, he cringed for them. These people are beyond saving. Later, Jiang Yu toured the corporation's exhibits, which included everything from a great sword broken in half to a tattered suit of armor. There were also ancient scrolls that were now just half-remaining relics. In addition, there was a large photo of a glorious 4-person team. The inscription read, A gift to the founder, Mr. Zhao Shuyang. He muttered in surprise, Zhao Shuyang. The founder of the Shuoyang Group was a night watcher? Someone beside him answered, That's right. He was one of the very first night watchers. Unfortunately, very few people remember him these days. Jiang Yu was startled to realize it was him, the patrol captain who kept investigating his identity. Qing'an explained, 55 years into the Calamity Era, Aberrations swarmed Dazhou. Mr. Zhao Shuyang ventured deep into the desolate lands alone to lead the people out of enemy territory. To protect everyone, he didn't hesitate to burn away his own life, fighting the Aberrations to the death. That sight was so magnificent that it's forever etched in my memory. Qing'an continued. In the end, he burned away the very last of his life, not even leaving his bones behind. Fortunately, the next generation developed the Shuoyang Group he founded, continuing his legacy of contribution. Honestly, you and Mr. Zhao Shuyang are very much alike. Jiang, you pointed to himself, stunned. Me? He smiled and nodded. That's right. Do you remember telling the Night Watch that you wanted to be the only light in the darkness? Jiang, you awkwardly scratched his head. Well, I did say that, he thought to himself. I was just spouting nonsense. You actually believed it? Qing'an looked at him admiringly. As expected of War General Li's descendant. Your conviction is very strong. This only confused him more. War General Lee? Who is that? He looked back in disbelief. It's War General Lee, of course. Inspector Lee. He recalled the old man's foolish antics and was floored. What? He's a war general? His jaw dropped wide enough to fit an egg. The strongest combatant in all of Dazhou? Qing'an scratched his head in confusion. He didn't tell you? Jiang, you immediately replied, no, I always thought he was just a regular civil officer. He then explained, he also holds a civil post, but he has immense authority. He's not ordinary at all. He facepalmed. No wonder he said he could pull strings for me and even arrange my schooling. I originally thought he just knew some influential figures, but it turns out he's one himself. Qing'an wasn't surprised. It seems War General Lee kept this from you for your own good. By the way, my name is Song Qing'an, and I'm the officer for this special training camp. Jiang, Yu was confused. Training? But he leaned in and whispered, keep up the good work. I have high hopes for you. I'll be training you seriously when the time comes. Then he immediately left, leaving Jiang Yu standing there, stunned and alone. He felt a sense of dread. Train me seriously. I have a very bad feeling about this. Just then, a strange, dark aura emanated from the painting. Jiang Yu's sharp senses picked up on it. Startled, he called out, who's there? But when he looked again, it was just the painting. Suddenly, a huge, roaring aberration leaped out from inside it. Upon seeing the aberration, Jiang Yu quickly gave chase. He was horrified. It's a wraith! Why would one appear here? Jiang, you chased it to the emergency exit, frowning in thought. There's so much security outside. How in the world did it get in? However, the aberration was flying incredibly fast, and Jiang Yu struggled not to lose its trail. Just then, the system's description appeared. System introduction. An alien life form that resides in the abyss. A shadow-type aberration. It can use superpowers in the dark. If it spots you, be extremely careful. Pay attention. This type of variant bug is not easy to deal with. He frowned cautiously. Not easy to deal with, huh? The first wraith I killed also came with this reminder, so the guidebook had already detected something was wrong. However, Jiang Yu didn't give up and hurriedly chased after it. He guessed it was somehow related to the recent appearance of variant bugs. Suddenly, he reached an alley that made Jiang Yu stare in bewilderment. Because the dark corridor was completely empty, the variant bug was nowhere to be seen. He frowned warily. This is the basement of the scythe-wielding Corporation. Strange, why is there nothing here? Suddenly, there was a voice. Number 9 is back, come in. Jiang Yu was startled. Someone's here. But when he turned around, he didn't see anyone speaking. Jiang Yu guessed, did they hide downstairs? What the hell is the scythe-wielding Corporation up to anyway? So he immediately used his shadow form skill. Jiang Yu moved along the path, passing through the ground and walls. Suddenly, a noise made him instantly alert. In front of Jiang Yu was a series of glass tanks containing something. His eyes widened in horror. This is... Jiang Yu saw clearly what was inside the tanks. Variant bugs. What the hell is the scythe-wielding Corporation doing? He secretly moved closer to a hidden corner to eavesdrop. 2 people came out from inside. Professor O, the cultivation of the wraiths is on the right track. The plan to cultivate the hunters is also underway. This morning, Director Triu came to see me. He said we must first control the blood bugs. The younger one asked hesitantly, Professor O, do you have a way? He smirked slightly. Variant bugs are hard to tame after all. The 3 wraiths roaming the shopping mall last time already caused a lot of trouble. If we insist on using blood bugs for experiments, I'm afraid it will only cause more damage. Tianmin was confused, but isn't using the flesh and blood of variant bugs also effective? Professor O shook his head. No, just relying on the flesh and blood of variant bugs can't completely tame them. Our ultimate goal is still to find a way to control the variant bugs and help the Night Watchers. And to do that, we still have to deal with the soul bugs first. You could say, this aberrant spirit originally evolved from that very soul bug. Jiang Yu, watching from the side, broke into a cold sweat seeing the monster in the solution tank. Professor O whispered to the variant bug, hello there, number 9. In the solution tank, the variant bug reacted slightly. Tianmin was frightened. Be careful, Professor, he calmly reassured him. Don't worry, just take complete notes. How is your body feeling? Are the eyes I gave you working well? Number 9 responded, slowly raising its large claw and tapping the solution tank 3 times as if reporting. Professor O was pleased. Very good, your emotions are becoming more and more stable. Next, we will clone number 9 to have variant bugs fight against other variant bugs. Quickly bring a few soul-calming stones for number 9. Tianmin hurriedly replied, yes, sir. From behind, Jiang Yu felt a bit uneasy, thinking, did it see me? It's not like the wraiths I saw before. It's not aggressive, and it even knows how to communicate simply. He felt like it had its own consciousness. Just then, Tianmin asked again, Professor, if we continue like this, what if it escapes our control and becomes difficult to deal with? He agreed but didn't seem concerned. You have a point, but I believe we'll find a solution. He took off his glasses and whispered softly, or maybe we could try a more foolproof method. Professor O frowned, not understanding. A more foolproof method? Tianmin's eyes suddenly turned cold. For example, replacing human souls with those of variant bugs. He furiously grabbed his collar and yelled, "Nonsense! This is no different from completely abandoning your conscience. Ha Tianmin, I advise you to get rid of that thought, or else I will." He feigned a friendly pat on the professor's back. "Sorry, I was just speaking casually. Please don't take it seriously," he disagreed. "You can't even say it casually. This is a taboo." Just then, Professor O's eyes widened as he coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. A sharp dagger was plunged into his chest by his own assistant. Professor O gasped in pain, trying to look at him. "You." Tianmin held his glasses. "Variant bugs, humanity, night watchers." "Sorry, Professor. The research ends here." He completely revealed his cruel true face. "I am from the firebugs." An extremely powerful energy gathered in Tianmin's hand. His eyes held a purple glow as he gave an incredibly wicked smile. Suddenly, Tianmin clenched his fist and unleashed his power. Instantly, countless objects around the room flew chaotically into the air. At the same time, countless cracks appeared on the solution tanks, causing the monster number 9 to break out. The security system alarm blared. "Warning. Variant bug from room 035 has escaped. Threat level red. All research personnel, evacuate immediately." Following that, not only it, but other variant bugs also broke out of their tanks. The people in the lab below also received the warning. Room 035 holds dozens of variant bugs. "Security, get security over here now. What are you standing there for? Run." From above, Tianmin watched the researchers struggle. "It's too late. Help." His human face seemed to crumble, revealing a gleeful smile. Then Tianmin's body emitted a powerful pressure, and his eyes turned white. He fell onto the chaotic ground, his health bar gradually depleting until it reached 0%. Only then did Jiang emerge from the ground, frowning at the corpse. He was confused. A student kills his teacher, then self-destructs. What was that all about? That aberrant spirit also escaped during the chaos. Just then, a hand reached out from the rubble. "You, come here." That person was none other than Professor O, who was still alive, but his breathing was weak. Jiang exclaimed, "Don't move. I'll call a doctor right away." The professor struggled to say, "Fire seed." Before he passed away, he struggled to say, "He is a fire seed." Jiang was stunned. Fire seed. But then Professor O's eyes rolled back, and his life signs ended. Seeing this, Jiang could only shake him desperately. "Wait, what's a fire seed? Explain it properly. Don't tell me you're pulling this on me again at a critical moment." Then, feeling an unusual aura, he quickly turned his head to check. Jiang stood up to face number 9. "I'll have to put this matter aside for now." The claws on his hands flashed with lightning. "I'll kill it first and deal with this later." Jiang rushed in to attack number 9, taking it down easily in the blink of an eye. Just then, 2 more variant bugs appeared. Without hesitation, he finished them off as well. As he landed, Jiang suddenly realized he had stepped in a pool of blood. He frowned at the mess on the floor. Red covered the entire ground. It turned out there were countless bodies lying everywhere. Jiang grew tense. This is bad. Those variant bugs have escaped into the real world. Outside in the hall, a presentation for new medicine was still ongoing. Suddenly, claws and skulls dropped from the ceiling. 3 variant bugs lunged at the female MC giving the presentation. It made everyone there run in terror. "It's a variant bug. Run, quickly run! Help!" Dang Koa tried to calm the situation. "They're blood bugs, don't scatter." They specialize in picking off individuals, try to stick together as a group. But at that moment, one of them had already noticed him. "Don't scatter, get over here." It lunged at Dang Koa as if about to enjoy a delicious meal. But suddenly, a punch sent the variant bug flying. Jiang made a powerful entrance from within the cloud of dust. Dang Koa was amazed. "Brother Dutu, how did you get here?" he replied quickly. "Never mind how I got here. Let's focus on saving people first." He looked at the chaotic scene. "This is no good. They're all just running around in panic. No one is listening to me." Just then, Jiang saw someone about to be attacked. "Help!" Without hesitation, he rushed forward and kicked the variant bug away. This scene inadvertently drew everyone's attention. Jiang shouted, "Don't scatter! If you don't want to die, gather here. Watch the shadows around you. Don't give the variant bugs an opening to get in." Some people there recognized him. "You're Dutu, that famous amnesiac assassin from TikTok? It's really him. We're saved. Listen to Brother Dutu. Huddle close together. Watch the shadows around us. Report anything strange immediately. Don't push. Women and children first." Seeing the situation stabilize, Jiang breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, he heard someone scream, "Help! We're trapped! Is anyone there?" He assessed the situation. It should be fine here. Next is the floor above. So Jiang said, "Dang Qua, you take them and go first. I'm going upstairs to check." He immediately replied, "Understood." In a burning room, a woman pleaded, "Is anyone there? Help us." A little girl was crying, "Mommy, it's so hot. I want to get out." Suddenly, a dark figure kicked open the locked door. The woman thought she was saved and shouted, "Over here! I'm over here!" Unexpectedly, she froze up as fear began to rise, and a giant aberrant insect appeared roaring and attacked them. The panicked woman hugged her daughter. "No," the little girl cried. "Mommy," but before it could attack, the aberrant insect found it couldn't move. An energy rope grabbed it and threw it into the air. Jiang had appeared in time and pulled the aberrant insect back. He took it out with a single punch, piercing through its body, then pulled his hand out, causing the aberrant insect to lose its balance and fall. And the monster was completely incinerated by the flames. The woman hadn't even finished saying her thanks. Jiang hurriedly put out the fire on himself. "So hot. My body is supposed to be fire-resistant. Why am I still burning?" Then he quickly regained his composure. "Don't be afraid. I'm here to save you two." The little girl couldn't stop crying. "This is even scarier than the monster just now." The mother comforted her. "Don't be afraid. He's a superpowered person here to save us. He's just a little ugly." After that, Jiang took the mother and daughter. "Hold on tight to me." He directly smashed through the building's glass window, taking them outside. Fortunately, a fire truck was already waiting below for the rescue. Jiang landed gently on the ground, his body perfectly stable. The fire truck also sprayed water in time to extinguish the fire in the building. The mother and daughter were lucky to escape safely, still shaken. The mother was moved beyond words. Thank you so much." The little girl also stammered, "Thank you, Mr. Monster." Quite a few people recognized him, but that's due to, he saved that mother and daughter. The crowd cheered for him until he turned his back. "So cool, Due is saving people again. Go for it, Due." Jiang thought, "I have to hurry. My shadow points in this world are being consumed quickly, and I don't know where the other Night Watchers died. Reinforcements should have arrived long ago." But just then a golden light exploded inside the building. He had just entered and couldn't help but break into a cold sweat in horror. It was complete chaos inside. The Night Watchers had been neutralized. Could it be? This chaos was all pre-planned. A powerful hand rose up, gathering energy. It was Kan, surrounded by 3 aberrant insects. He didn't hesitate to attack them, firing 3 energy beams at once, completely taking down the aberrant insects. Other superhumans were also fighting them, although many aberrant insects had been taken down and were scattered on the ground. But their numbers were still overwhelming, causing countless explosions. The entire building was nearly suppressed. Jiang was horrified. Over there is the So-Duong industrial zone. It seems that's the real target of the aberrant insects. The situation is worse than I thought, and the Night Watchers aren't here now. He opened his system panel. I can only rely on myself. Then he hurried to save people amidst the cheers. He's here. He appeared again. Everyone was in awe. This time he's carrying 3 people at once. Jiang even carried out innocent animals. So handsome, go for it. On the other side, Kan had also noticed him saving people. He didn't know it was Jiang and only recognized him as, "It's him again, that mysterious assassin." At that moment, he had just set a young man he was carrying on the ground. People saw the unconscious youth and panicked. "This is the last one. Are you all right, sir?" "This is bad. He's injured. Call an ambulance quickly." Jiang leaned on his knees, panting. So tired. So this is how tiring it is to be a hero. I was trying to act cool, but now I don't even have the strength to stand up. After shaking off the fatigue, he smiled again, but seeing the safe civilians cheering, he couldn't help but feel it was worth it. Suddenly, an old woman cried out, "My granddaughter! Have you seen my granddaughter? She's about this tall and wears braids." Others also asked, "I can't find my son either. Have you seen him?" "My daughter too, and my grandson. He's only 7 years old." Jiang frowned. "I didn't see them. They're all children." He looked up at the floor that was burning the most intensely. Jiang frowned as he noticed something dangling up there. A little girl caught by an aberrant insect was crying, "Daddy, I want to go home." Jiang gritted his teeth. Damn it. What are these aberrant insects trying to do? Why are they kidnapping children? Just then, he received a call from Jiao Jiao. Jiang answered. "What's up?" She got straight to the point. "Are you at the So-Duong factory?" He was surprised as he ran. "How did you know?" "Don't worry about how I know. Just get over here right now." Jiang chuckled lightly. "No need to rush. Wait until you finish cooking dinner. Beef stew with tomato scrambled eggs will do." Jiao Jiao heard this and was about to scold him. "You just wait." But he had already hung up, running directly towards the building where the children were being held. She frowned helplessly at the cold dial tone from the phone. Meanwhile, Jiang was trying his best. His blood volume and shadow points were almost depleted. If he kept trying to save people, he might not make it out alive. Just then, a person appeared holding a megaphone. Captain Luke appeared and announced, "Attention all superpowered individuals ahead." According to Article 113 of the Superpower Act, individuals without professional qualifications are not permitted to use their superpowers in public without authorization. Cease using your powers immediately and submit to an investigation. This is the final warning. Cease using your powers now, or we will take legal measures. The soldier next to him raised a special-issue weapon as a warning. Jiang helplessly raised his hands. "I get it," he thought. "Forget it. I'll just leave it to the night watchers. They're more professional than me and can save those kids." But behind him, the old woman was crying and begging, Lam, my granddaughter." This scene made Jiang unable to resist gritting his teeth and making a decision. He turned back to talk to the man. "Follow me." These words left the man stunned and confused. Jiang didn't say much and ran directly towards the building. Two soldiers raised their guns to shoot him down. But Captain Luke stopped them, causing the soldier to ask in confusion, "Captain," he watched Jiang retreating back. "Go up with him and see." Countless aberrant insects were moving back and forth on the roof of the building, each of them carrying a kidnapped child. He frowned and followed them secretly. Where on earth are they going? Then Jiang saw them take the children into a gate. He was stunned to realize this action led into the shadow plane. Jiang secretly followed the aberrant insects into the shadow plane. He frowned and thought, "How strange. Blood insects only have a murderous instinct, yet they're doing something like kidnapping. Moreover, they are clearly organized. Just like an organization. So Duang Corporation, fire insects, experimental subjects, I seem to be involved in something terrible. It's too late to back out now. I can only see it through to the end." At that moment, a group of children were crying, guarded by an aberrant insect. Suddenly, it saw a stone being thrown in front of it, but when it turned to look, there was no one there. The silence was so unusual that even the aberrant insect became suspicious. It turned its head to look at the still crying children. Suddenly, another stone was thrown, causing the aberrant insect to quickly turn its head, but seeing no one made it doubt itself. Suddenly, the aberrant insect noticed something unusual. It wondered, "Wait a minute. Has the number of children decreased?" The aberrant insect jumped around, looking everywhere, but couldn't find any missing children. Then it suddenly sensed movement and turned back. It saw Jiang carrying 3 children and running away. He calmly looked at it with a mocking smile. "I've been found out." Immediately, several aberrant insects jumped out from all around to surround them, but in a flash, they were all caught in a net, causing the aberrant insects to roar in fury. Jiang led the children down the stairs. "Slowly now, everyone stay close to me." He quickly took out his phone. "Is this the night watch? I have about a dozen children with me." Just then, an explosion shot out and directly blew up the phone. He quickly covered his face to avoid the hot residual dust. A figure suddenly emerged from the darkness. A guy with a deformed face said with a smile, "I didn't expect you to chase us all the way here. I thought you were one of the night watchers. Turns out it's Du, our internet celebrity." Jiang was on guard, looking at the man before him. "Who are you?" The guy flicked his snake-like tongue. "Take a guess." Hwasun lightly waved his hand directly, shattering the wall next to them. Luckily, Jiang managed to escape the attack in time. He was secretly horrified. "Psychokinesis. This guy is also a superhuman." Jiang quickly shot a wire to the ceiling. He moved quickly, wanting to separate the battlefield from the children, but as soon as he landed, a series of iron bars stabbed down at that position. Luckily, he still managed to jump away from them. The guy also appeared. "Not bad. Just like in the videos, your movements are very agile, but your overall strength is only at level 1, basically not worth mentioning." Jiang frowned and asked, "Are you from the Duang Corporation?" Hwasun raised an eyebrow and smirked. "Do I look like it?" Jiang was almost certain. "Then you're from the fire insects." The guy smirked before launching an attack. A dead man doesn't need to know so much. He quickly dodged the attack. But it was as if it had a mind of its own and turned back to attack, catching Jiang off guard and hitting him with an explosion. He was thrown far away amidst the spreading smoke and dust. Just then, 2 more energy orbs came to attack Jiang. The explosion seemed to have no effect on Shushan. He frowned, thinking, "How boring. I thought I could play a little longer." On top of the building, the terrified children watched the situation. They couldn't hold back their sobs. "Big brother, he's not going to die, is he?" Below, as the smoke and dust cleared, a surprising scene was revealed. Shushan also frowned slightly in disbelief, because in front of him was just an empty patch of rubble. Where did he go? Shushan frowned, observing his surroundings. Jiang emerged from the ground behind him, quietly rising to launch a sneak attack. The shadow figure was like a leopard sweeping through space. Shushan sensed it and tilted his head to dodge, but it still left a scar. Not giving up, Jiang Yu appeared right behind him again. A confident smile played on his lips as he raised his hand. The attack almost made him unable to dodge in time. Jiang Yu quickly hid himself as soon as he saw Shushan preparing to strike. He furiously lunged at the disappearing figure. "You stinking rat!" Before Jiang Yu vanished, he quickly threw out a black sphere. Shushan cautiously watched it explode in midair. Just as he thought the black sphere couldn't harm him, his eyes widened in shock. Because from that explosion, countless tentacles as thin as thread emerged, attacking Shushan. He had to use his body to withstand its whip-like strikes. Shushan licked the blood on his face, ambushing from the shadows. This is indeed a bit tricky to handle. But I have my ways of dealing with you. He swung his arm and threw a strange energy sphere. It actually flew back towards the building where the children were. The girl in front had no way to dodge this attack. She screamed in fear and despair. "Big brother." The shadow figure immediately appeared right in front of her. Jiang Yu appeared to block the giant energy sphere, gritting his teeth as he endured the toxins invading his body. Shushan appeared right behind him. "Got you." Jiang Yu couldn't help but turn around in horror. But he had already gathered his powers in his palm and directly attacked his back, causing Jiang Yu to suffer painful internal injuries. Knocked down by this powerful blow, he fell into the pile of rubble below. Shushan laughed maliciously. "Still want to hide in the dark? You don't have a chance anymore." He laughed maniacally while punching Jiang Yu, his terribly heavy fists raining down relentlessly. He was both in pain and bewildered. "What's happening? My shadow form is shattering. The shadows in my body are in chaos. I can't use my skills." Shushan forcefully grabbed Jiang Yu like a toy and slammed him down, causing the ground to shatter. A part of the shadow form shattered, revealing his face. He licked his lips and tightened his fist. "Come on, let me see who you really are." Just as Shushan raised his hand to finish off Jiang Yu, rocks were suddenly thrown from above, hitting his head. The angry children yelled, "Let him go, you bad guy. Beat him to death." Shushan was furious. "You little devils. Do you really think I don't dare to kill you?" Just as he turned his attention to the children, Jiang Yu sat up, his shattered shadow form slowly reappearing. Jiang Yu grabbed Shushan tightly. "Your opponent is me," he thought to himself. "Thank you, little ones." Jiang Yu jumped up, shadow pupil, instantly pulling him into an illusion of 1,000 eyes. Furious, Shushan gritted his teeth, his eyes bulging as he exploded with power, knocking Jiang Yu away. "Get lost." Watching Jiang Yu stagger to regain his balance, he sneered. Luckily, his shadow form had also recovered in time. Shushan sneered, "I won't spare you. Do you think dragging me into the darkness can stop me? After I kill you, I'll send those brats who helped you to join you." Jiang Yu frowned. "As expected, you're the one controlling those blood puppets. But why are you capturing children?" He laughed viciously. "That's because children's souls are purer. You've probably heard of it." Shushan's eyes glinted with greed. The soul seed technique. He recalled the laboratory from before. "Hello, number 9, the soul seed technique from the lab in Shuyang." He then summoned the aberrant insects he had encountered on his way here. "Does that satisfy your curiosity? Now then." Shushan snapped his fingers, signaling the attack. "Go, die." The controlled aberrant insects roared and shrieked relentlessly. All of them charged towards Jiang Yu, but he just smiled strangely. His face lit up with confidence as he said, "I was waiting for you." Jiang Yu couldn't help but smile as if he had achieved his goal. Countless aberrant insects were quickly and completely absorbed by him. "Thank you for this grand gift." Seeing the monsters become his prey, Jiang Yu just waved his hand. "Come here!" He used mark and chase, so none could escape, completely subduing them into an energy sphere in his hand. Jiang Yu devoured them all. Shadow Guard, Shadow Points +6, Shadow Points 81 out of 90. Shushan watched in horror. Damn it, he can absorb aberrant insects. Jiang Yu's body slowly rose into the air, merging into the vortex of power. All surrounding aberrant insects were swallowed by his Shadow Guard. He realized in horror that he had made a mistake. "This is bad." Shushan hurriedly rushed forward to interrupt. This kid, he couldn't be. But his punch couldn't even shake the vortex. Shushan was even painfully knocked away. He stared with furious, bloodshot eyes, gritting his teeth. "Damn it, he's using the blood puppets I raised." Now Jiang Yu was enveloped by energy like a cocoon. He couldn't help but tremble and stammer. Leveling. Leveling. Watching the energy converge, forming what looked like nerve fibers, Shushan yelled in frustration. He leveled up. Without hesitation, he turned and fled. "Damn it, you win this time." "I've never seen someone level up by devouring aberrant insects before." Shushan suddenly stopped. "Wait a minute, aren't aberrant insects the same?" Suddenly, his eyes filled with terror, and his fleeing footsteps came to a halt. Because in front of him, as the dust cleared, stood a familiar black figure. Jiang Yu's body seemed to have ascended to another level. The smile on his lips was even more arrogant. Well then, now it's my turn to hunt. Holding his dual swords, Jiang Yu slowly advanced towards Shushan, taking a deep breath as if savoring the moment. He could feel it. This is the second realm. It felt as if his whole body had been freed from shackles, casting off all restraints. His sword-wielding hand just twitched slightly, and the aura around him exploded. The world in his eyes changed visibly. Every aura felt so vivid. I can even feel their fear. Jiang Yu couldn't help but smile with excitement. Let me play with you. Then, in an instant, his figure vanished into thin air. Shushan's eyes widened in horror. He hid in the shadows. No, this time he completely vanished. He quickly summoned his minions. Damn it, still trying to sneak attack me? Block him. But all he saw were a few flashes of light. Shushan saw his aberrant insects struck down right before his eyes. He quickly enveloped his body with energy but was still slashed across the chest. He clutched his wound in pain. I couldn't see his attack at all. Too fast. What kind of monster is he? How can a regular second realm be this strong? Jiang Yu, on the other hand, was having fun. Interesting. I was right in his face and he couldn't see me. I can now hide deeper in the shadows, like an entirely different existence. Then, he landed several consecutive strikes, which Shushan couldn't dodge at all. Shushan looked at the wound on his face with hatred. Bastard, how dare you play with me like an animal? He couldn't help but scream, damn it, if you're gonna kill me, then do it. Stop toying with me. As if trying to preserve his last bit of dignity, he yelled, come on. Jiang Yu appeared directly behind him. Fine, I'll grant your wish. But just as the shadow sword was about to finish him off, he suddenly sensed something approaching. Jiang Yu hurriedly jumped back to block it. He looked in bewilderment at the object caught on his sword. A brick. Someone emerged from the darkness. What on earth are you doing, Shushan? I've been waiting for you for half a day. The boss is about to lose it. Shushan was overjoyed. Yang Cheng, did the boss send you? He smirked. The plan is about to begin. Go get the children. I'll take care of things here. He obeyed without hesitation. All right, I'll leave that madman to you. But Jiang Yu rushed forward to block his path. Don't you dare touch those children. Just then, a brick flew out and blocked his sword. Yang Cheng attacked Jiang Yu with his brute strength. Seeing this, he didn't just stand there and take it, quickly leaping up to evade the blow. Jiang Yu immediately used his shadow body to sink into the ground. Just then, the ring on Shushan's finger glowed brightly. A strand of energy turned into a rope and bound him. He said smugly, trying to pull that disappearing act again? It's not that easy. Yang Cheng coordinated his attack and rushed forward, sending Jiang Yu flying with a single punch. Shushan excitedly cheered for his partner. Well done, kill him. But a flash of light sliced through him, cutting him into 4 pieces. The life gradually faded from Shushan's eyes. In his final moments, he couldn't believe he was dying. Finally, he fell to the cold ground, his body in pieces. The attacker was Jiang Yu, who wanted to eliminate him before he could harm the children. Yang Cheng looked impressed. Nice moves. You're probably not a Nightwalker, are you, kid? Why are you meddling in our affairs? He shouted in a rage. Cut the crap! You bastards are kidnapping kids to experiment with aberrant insects on them. How can I possibly ignore that? He was a little surprised. So you're acting alone, huh? Thinking you're the embodiment of justice, wanting to be a hero. Leaning on his sword, Jiang Du pushed himself up, suppressing his exhaustion. I'm not a hero, and I've never had any thoughts of being one. I just do what I think is right, that's all. Yang Cheng suddenly laughed upon hearing that. What's right, you say? If saving these children leads to the end of all humanity, would you still think it's the right thing to do? Jiang Du stammered in confusion. What did you say? You mean you're kidnapping kids to save the world? What kind of sick joke is that? Yang Cheng said coldly. You already know. The war between humans and aberrants has raged for 100 years. Humanity has only survived this long by clinging to a sliver of hope. But humans have limitations. While the aberrant insects don't, human strength is like a firefly's glow, completely unable to resist the darkness of the abyss. Instead of dying a painful death for a false hope, it's better to find another way. If the darkness can't be defeated, then embrace it and adapt to it. We will plant the seeds of hope in the abyss, wait and hide until we become the final fire seeds, extinguishing all of humanity's hope. He sneered. You're clearly traitors, yet you still pretend to be so righteous if you call yourselves fire seeds. Jiang Du's power flared. Then let me extinguish you. The man clicked his tongue in annoyance. As expected, talking to your kind is pointless. His body radiated a terrifying pressure. Let me open your eyes a little. He then rushed forward, raising his sword to strike. However, Yongcheng blocked the powerful strike with his bare hands. Even pushing back with enough force to knock Jiang Du down, he steadied himself against a wall, then attacked again, but despite his speed, all his strikes were parried. Yongcheng clenched his fist, turned, and fired an energy sphere with one hand, forcing Jiang Du to quickly block with his sword. But the sphere exploded like a bomb, lighting up the sky. Despite that powerful attack, he showed no signs of fatigue. On the other hand, he was blown into a corner by the shockwave. Jiang Du clutched his wound, coughing up blood. This guy is incredibly strong. Jiang Du looked down in frustration. The wound isn't healing. What was that just now? Yongcheng slowly walked towards him. With a dark expression, he explained, "Super-class skill, Hellfire Slash. That was my move." Jiang Du became even more wary of his opponent. "A super-class skill," he said scornfully. "You can't even defeat me, let alone the abyss. In the face of absolute power, resistance is truly meaningless." "It all ends here. Go to heaven, then," Jiang Du smirked lightly. "Yes, it's time to end this." He activated a skill on Yongcheng. Mark. He couldn't react in time and was hit. Just like that, Yongcheng was completely trapped, falling into a dimension of darkness. He was suddenly gripped by fear. How can this be? Why am I here? No, save me. I don't want to die. Jiang Du's whisper echoed in his ear. Do you see it now? The fear, hidden deep within your heart? Saving humanity is just an excuse. Your fear of the abyss is the real reason for your betrayal. You people aren't fire seeds at all. His shadow sword glowed with a brilliant, thunderous light. Jiang Du clenched his fists. You're just a bunch of cowards who only know how to run away. This time, Yongcheng was completely enraged. Gritting his teeth, he charged forward furiously. Shut up, just shut up. He swung his sword using pursuit. The shadow sword pierced through Yongcheng's body. He coughed up black blood in disbelief. What? Only then did Yongcheng see Jiang Du's face. Turns out he's just a brat. As he fell helplessly to the ground, a thought crossed his mind. No wonder he was so fearless. I was once as spirited as you. A nostalgic sadness flashed in Yongcheng's eyes. He was terrified. That fearless spirit was shattered by the abyss long ago. The same will happen to you. Sooner or later, the abyss will consume you too. I just won't be able to wait until that day. Jiang Du frowned and muttered, What in the world are you guys? Yongcheng's body gradually dissolved into a small, faint flame, fire seed. Outside, a reporter was on the scene. Hello viewers, I'm your host Thuy Thu. Behind me you can see the Sawdung Group's skyscraper. An hour ago, a massive fire suddenly erupted at the Sawdung Group building, and at the same time, numerous aberrant insects appeared. The lower part of the skyscraper is now completely burned out. Over there, you can see signs of a battle between a superhuman and the aberrant insects. One victim being interviewed said, It was Yu Gay who saved me, the reporter explained. According to our information, many people trapped in the fire were rescued by an internet celebrity known as Yu Gay. After learning that many children were missing at the scene, this Yu Gay immediately went to rescue them. As of now, there is no definite news about him. Let us all pray that he and the children return safely. Just then, someone in the crowd shouted joyfully, It's Yu Gay. He's back. It's really him. Look over there. This is wonderful. Jiang Du returned with the missing children. He was taken aback by the enthusiastic crowd waiting for him. He crouched down and patted the children's heads. Go on now. This is as far as I can take you. The rescued kids now adored Jiang Du. Thank you, big brother. The night watch quickly helped reunite the children with their families. The bright sunlight shone down, as if celebrating with them. Afterwards, he returned home, covered in dust and exhausted. Finally, I'm home. To his surprise, Zhao Zhao was still waiting up for him despite the late hour. Her face was filled with worry, and she couldn't hold back tears upon seeing him return. The dinner she had prepared was completely untouched. Jiang Du was suddenly overcome with feelings of warmth and guilt. He took the broken eggs out of his bag. Sorry, I'm so sorry I'm late. I even made a special trip to the supermarket to buy eggs. But something came up on the way, so I was held up. However, Zhao Zhao didn't respond to his attempt at humor. She cried angrily, lying to me again. Do you think I'm a kid? Jiang Du sighed with his hands on his hips. What's the matter? Did you think I was dead or something? Zhao Zhao yelled furiously. It would be better if you were dead, but he caught her small fist. Startled, her shock turned to anger as she said, Let go. Jiang Du pulled her close. I'm not letting go. Under the warm lamplight, the atmosphere suddenly grew intimate. He lifted Zhao Zhao's chin. You've never tried it before, have you? She stammered. Tried what? Jiang Du reassured her. Don't be afraid. After we try it, we won't be children anymore. Zhao Zhao's face flushed bright red. What haven't I tried? Jiang Du leaned in and said intimately, I haven't tried it either. A playful look crossed his face. So how about we give it a try? Jiao Jiao was caught off guard. Her body went limp. What are you talking about, Jiang Du? Snap out of it. But he didn't give her a chance to resist, leaning in for a kiss until their lips gently met. The look of shock on Jiao Jiao's face was unmistakable. She frantically pushed him away. What are you doing? Jiang Du, also startled and embarrassed, said, It's nothing. I was just a bit thirsty and looking for a drink. Jiao Jiao blushed and covered her lips. Thirsty. He quickly changed the subject. Are you hungry? I'll go warm up the food. Then he practically fled into the kitchen. Jiang Du hurriedly put some of the food into the microwave to heat it up. He tried to calm his racing heart. Man, I was so nervous, but I actually went and did it. I got carried away and kissed her. I really thought Jiao Jiao was going to kill me. But man, a girl's lips are so soft. He was thrilled. Let's call it a reward for the big battle. It was definitely worth it. Unbeknownst to him, she was secretly watching. Her expression was a mixture of happiness and shyness. Idiot. After the food was heated, they both sat down to eat their late meal. Jiang Du watched her blush, unable to forget the previous scene. He pretended not to know and hurriedly ate his food. He thought to himself, I wonder how much I've improved after this fight. An information panel appeared. Jiang Du, Shadow Attribute, Shadow Points 105 out of 150. Skills, Hunter, Shadow Devour, Shadow Pupil, Shadow Search, Form, Shadow Blade, Mark, Continuous Kill. Remaining lifespan, 80 days. Evaluation, you now have some real strength. Among the weak, you can be considered somewhat strong. Shadow Search, you can move freely within the shadows. Move at lightning speed, form Shadow Blade. Your arms can transform into sharp blades. Its destructive power is extremely dangerous, but be warned, your mobility will be hindered in this form. Continuous Kill. Consecutive attacks build overwhelming pressure like a storm. Your attacks accumulate killing intent. Attack power increases with consecutive hits, but if an attack fails, or your assault is interrupted, the killing intent will instantly reset to 0. Killing intent can enhance the power of your slashes. Enhances cold abilities in the shadows, allowing smooth movement in and out of shadow layers. Enhances hunter abilities. The ability to identify bloodlines has been upgraded and perfected. Jiang Du thought, Latent Shadow must be that skill to freely enter and exit the shadow plane, which is quite useful. Continuous slaying is also very powerful, but it only takes effect upon attacking, making the condition a bit strict. He closed his eyes to recall, red must be the enemy. Jiang Du remembered from the previous battle, blue was for allies, and when it was over, white was for passers-by. Suddenly, he snapped his eyes open and looked at Jiao Jiao. Being stared at so suddenly surprised her, and she snapped out of embarrassment. What are you looking at? I'm warning you. Don't get any weird ideas. But Jiang Du was stunned. Why is there pink too? Jiang Du smiled. I get it now. Pink means she likes me. Jiao Jiao frowned and muttered, What wicked thing is this guy thinking about now? A sudden flash of light outside caught his attention, and she also turned her head in surprise. The two went out to the balcony together, looking up at the sky in slight amazement as countless fireworks bloomed in the darkness. They silently enjoyed this rare and beautiful sight together. Jiang Du asked, By the way, do you know about an organization called Fireseed? Jiao Jiao frowned curiously. Fireseed? Where did you hear that from? He was startled that she knew. Jiao Jiao nodded. There was some basic information in my father's documents, and Fireseed was mentioned. Unlike the mainstream war and research factions, they are a bunch of bizarre, contradictory madmen. Their bodies are mutated, classifying them as a different species. They are a heretical organization that has betrayed humanity. Oh, and if you catch a Fireseed member, you must hand them over to the Night Watch. The reward is 500,000 inches cash. Jiang Du's jaw dropped in shock. 500,000, she asked confusedly. What's wrong? But he didn't dare tell the truth. Nothing. Inside, his heart was bleeding. $1 million just slipped through his fingers. Then Jiang Du asked, So besides Fireseed, are there any other strange organizations, the kind with rewards? Jiao Jiao answered decisively. No more. Why were you hoping there were? He scratched his head awkwardly. Well, I was just wondering if I could get rich this way. Hearing that, her expression became thoughtful as she tried to recall something. Then she explained, There are indeed strange organizations, but they don't have rewards. For example, Dawn. Jiang Du repeated the strange name. Dawn. An unusual energy flared in Jiao Jiao's hand. A contradictory organization. One part of it is pro-war, but they're different from our mainstream pro-war faction. Another part of it firmly believes that humanity is doomed to fail. They're always looking for a way to escape this land, for example, by leaving this planet to find a new dawn. he exclaimed. That's too far-fetched. This isn't a sci-fi movie. We can't just build a spaceship. She shook her head. It doesn't necessarily rely on technology. The aberrations in the abyss don't have any technology, but they can still come to our world through the abyssal rifts. If they could master this method, then the Dawn faction's wish might actually be achievable. The days passed quietly, and the joyful spring festival gradually came to an end. People returned to work, and students prepared for the new school term. Ever since reaching level 2, the lifespan and shadow points from hunting level 1 aberrations were just a drop in the bucket. Sometimes, a full day of hunting only added 3 days to his lifespan. The talent test for final year students had ended, and it was time to report to the special training camp. Bao Kuang had already gone ahead. Jiang was the last one in this batch, and he was scheduled to leave tomorrow. However, on the night before his departure, Tuan Kuang returned from the North Capital. The moment he arrived, he asked, I heard you manifested a golden light during the willpower test and became the new hotshot in the night patrol. You're pretty tough, you little brat. He turned around, startled. Uncle Lee, aren't you supposed to be in the North Capital? Is your work there all done? Tuan Kuang wearily rubbed his neck. Not yet. The night patrol has been extremely busy this year. A lot of trouble has been popping up. For example, in the aptitude test, besides your golden light, there was also a misty phenomenon. Jiang asked curiously. A misty phenomenon? What level is that? Is it better than mine? He shrugged. Who knows? Everyone is clueless about it. Then Tuan Kuang thought to himself. But then again, it's really strange. I observed this kid very carefully before. His body showed signs of contamination. I thought he would surely fail the aptitude test, but I never expected him to pass with a result exceeding level 6. But no matter how I look at him, this kid doesn't seem like a superhuman. Could there have been an error in the test? Jiang remembered something and asked, Oh, right, uncle. I met a guy named Song Ching-an earlier. He mentioned something about you being a war general. Is that true? His face darkened. He hadn't expected to be exposed. Seeing he couldn't hide it, Tuan Kuang admitted it was true. Jiang couldn't contain his excitement. What? You're really a war general? One of the 5 legendary strongest generals of Grand Xia? He sighed nostalgically. To be precise, I used to be. I'm over 40 now, after all. I retreated from the front lines a long time ago. Back then, I was just like you, full of passion. As a war general of Grand Xia, I fought against countless powerful enemies. My thinking was simple back then. If I just killed all the aberrations, Grand Xia would be safe. But the aberrations were endless, and in the blink of an eye, over 20 years have passed. In the end, my wife was killed by those aberrations, and I grew old and lost an arm. The once invincible war general is now just a half-crippled wreck. Furthermore, an even stronger aberration has appeared in the North Capital this time. So you. Jiang cut him off directly. Stop, stop, stop. You're going to advise me against becoming a superhuman again, aren't you? I will absolutely not give up. Besides, I want to be just like you, a war general of Grand Xia. Hearing this, Tuan Kuang decided not to dissuade him further. He stood up. Fine. Someone from the higher-ups has taken notice of you. I can't stop their plans. Then he took out a pendant. Here, take this and wear it. Jiang took it, confused. What is this, a pendant? Tuan Kuang explained. It's a forbidden object, the whisper of the night. When you wear it, you'll hear the whispers of those dragged into the abyss. Wearing it for extended periods can train your willpower and hone your fundamentals, but it can also amplify your negative emotions. So, after wearing it for a long time, you must wait 3 days before putting it on again. It can also be used to activate your superhuman energy, releasing the power of contamination. This will greatly enhance your combat abilities for a short time, but it can only be used once. He caught the key point. The energy of contamination. This thing is from the abyss? He smiled, satisfied. You're sharp. That's right. It was brought out from the abyss. These forbidden objects are concentrations of contamination, and using them comes at a great price. Furthermore, this pendant is special. The price of using it is related to your aptitude and willpower. As long as your willpower is above level 5, you can wear it. And the most special thing about this pendant is that it chooses its owner. Jiang couldn't hide his excitement. How interesting. I'll try it on. Tuan Kuang watched curiously. So, do you feel anything? After a moment, Jiang replied, It's strange. I don't seem to hear anything at all. He nodded. It seems your willpower can completely resist its influence. Then I can rest assured. When I get back, I'll get you the files on this pendant's previous wearers. Look at them when you have time, Jiang replied obediently. Okay. Goodbye, uncle. As night fell, he drifted into a deep sleep. The moonlight from the window slowly shone on the pendant, and it began to react. A stream of strange energy spread out, its aura growing wider and gradually enveloping Jiang body. In his dream, he rubbed his eyes, confused. Where am I? Am I lost? He drowsily looked around the dark space. Suddenly, a series of bubbles floated toward him with people trapped inside. A young girl who had once worn the pendant was screaming, "Stop it! Stop whispering in my ear!" Jiang realized the others were screaming too. Some, who had gained power from it, had gone mad. They were in constant agony. "It hurts! It hurts so much! Kill me! Help me! I'll never wear it again! This is a curse! I don't want it! I don't want to be your master! Stop!" Breaking into a cold sweat, he realized this must be the pendant's memories. A gentle voice whispered in his ear, "Master." From the darkness, something seemed about to emerge. The vehicle carrying the last batch of ability users headed toward the camp. Jiao Jiao couldn't help but let out a big yawn. Jiang asked with concern, "Didn't sleep well?" She rubbed her nose. "It's my first day at the special training camp. I was too excited to sleep all night." "What about you?" she asked. He laughed. "I slept like a log, of course, but he actually felt hazy. I think I dreamed about something last night, but I can't remember what it was. Was it the pendant's influence? I think I even heard it speak." Jiang lightly touched Jiao Jiao's shoulder. "If you're tired," leaning on me to sleep, she huffed angrily. "No way! Don't even think of taking advantage of me," he reassured her. "Relax. I swear I won't try anything." But when she turned, she saw Du puckering his lips at her. Captain Lu sighed, watching them play around. "Jiao Jiao, the barracks is crowded. You must stay away from people with bad intentions. Understand?" She obediently replied, "I know." He was startled. "Is he talking about me?" The man continued his advice. "Also, at the barracks, you must follow the instructor's arrangements. If anything happens, find the instructor first. If you can't, call me." Jiao Jiao said shyly, "Dad, you've been saying that the whole way here." Jiang proudly puffed out his chest. "Don't worry, sir. With me here, no one will bully her." Captain Lu fumed internally. "It's because you're here that I can't rest easy." The car then stopped in front of the station. "We're here!" Jiao Jiao waved. "Dad, we're off! Goodbye!" He nodded. "Remember to call." Seeing the two walk and holding hands intimately, Captain Lu snorted in annoyance. He thought, "You rotten brat. I'll show you once you're in the barracks." Just then, Jiao Jiao pulled her hand away. "Are you trying to die? If my dad saw that, he would kill you." Jiang paid it no mind. "What's there to be scared of? We won't see him again for another 6 months. Besides, by then we'll be at the same university. He won't be able to see us then." She turned away shyly. "Who wants to go to the same university as you?" The crowd of candidates gathered. "The train is here, let's get on." He followed the group, beginning his journey to the barracks. Everyone around was a young teenager. Jiang looked around. "So this is the train to the special training camp." An announcement came over the loudspeaker. "Attention all trainees. The train to the Yunhai Special Training Camp will depart at 10:30 a.m. Beijing time and will make no stops. The entire journey is expected to last 20 minutes. Jiang exclaimed, "So many people." Jiao Jiao nonchalantly added, "Of course, people from all the gathering areas are here. Everyone in this car has the best aptitude from this trial, from high willpower levels to special transcendent abilities. With just a little training, they'll be strong enough to face Tier 1 aberrant beasts." He feigned surprise. "Wow, really? Then I won't have to be scared of aberrant beasts anymore." But he sneered internally. "With my current strength, even Tier 2 beasts are no problem for me." She, of course, was unaware of his thoughts and said, "Don't think it's that simple. Even with great aptitude, it's useless if you can't pass the training. Just rest for now. You'll see when we get to the training camp," Jiang said casually. "Don't worry about me. I'll be fine." The train sped towards the barracks, then entered a pitch-black tunnel. Jiao Jiao shook him. "Wake up. Don't sleep." He groggily opened his eyes. "What's wrong?" She pointed at the clock in the car. "Didn't they say the trip would take less than 20 minutes? It's been almost 40 minutes, and we're still moving." Jiang frowned. "That's strange." It was still bright outside. He startled, turning to look out the window. There's fog now. The others on the train also found it strange. Something's not right with this fog. One of them reached a hand out to touch it. He then snatched his hand back in a panic. "Don't touch it! It feels like it can sense me." This bizarre scene left everyone bewildered. Suddenly, the speeding train slammed on its brakes, causing people to stumble into one another. An announcement came over the speaker. "We have arrived at the Yunhai training camp. All passengers, please exit through the doors on the left." Everyone stood confused at the door. What's going on? Aren't the instructors supposed to meet us? I have no idea. Just then, Jiang pushed through the crowd. He was the first one to set foot off the train. Jiao Jiao, seeing this from behind, was horrified. She quickly ran up, shouting, "What are you doing? Come back!" But Jiang gaze was resolute. "I won't." His dark pupils trembled slightly. Why? Because there were strange bloodstains under his feet. Jiao Jiao recoiled in horror, covering her face. This is. Jiang crouched down to inspect it closely. He confirmed, it's fresh blood. The others were terrified. Blood? You've got to be joking. Does this mean everyone in the special training camp was killed? Impossible. The camp has instructors. Who could touch them? Ignoring them, Jiang gave his answer, aberrant beasts. This caused all the young candidates to panic. He turned to them and said, everyone, contact the night patrol immediately. If anyone knows how to operate this train, we should go back now. Zhao asked worriedly, and you? Jiang Du's gaze wavered as he looked at her, then he forced a smile and lied, I'm just going to the restroom. There was no way for Zhao to stop him. Jiang Du, her face was filled with a dark sense of dread. Zhao suppressed her fear, then steeled herself and ran after him. The others were lost. Now what do we do? Are we really going to drive the train back? Our phones have no signal. We can't call anyone. Waiting here is not a solution. Come on, let's go outside too. So, all the new trainees followed after them. No one noticed the camera high above, observing their every move. And so, Jiang Du really did go to the restroom. He zipped up his pants and let out a sigh, his face showing clear relief. Ah, I had to hold that the entire trip. Much better now. But as he turned, he sensed a strange presence. A snarling, wolf-like, aberrant beast lunged, ready to tear him apart. But right before it reached him, it was knocked away by a rock. Jiang Du turned in surprise and asked, You came to use the bathroom too? Zhao yelled furiously. Bathroom my foot! Don't you know how dangerous it is out here alone? What if you were eaten by an aberrant beast? How would I face Uncle Lai? He smiled to calm her down. Okay. Just calm down and listen. She put her hands on her hips. Fine. Talk. Let's see what excuse you have. Jiang Du then confidently explained, the special training has already started. Zhao was bewildered. The training has started? When? Jiang Du explained, it started the moment we got on the train. She was completely unconvinced. You're spouting nonsense. What's your proof? He pointed to the corpse on the ground. Right there. That aberrant beast you just defeated. How strong was it? Zhao thought for a moment. It was very weak. Only a little stronger than a common type. Logically speaking, an aberrant beast that weak would never have the guts to attack a training camp. Jiang Du laughed and patted her shoulder. Exactly. See? You're not so stupid. But Zhao was still unconvinced. Hey, maybe we just haven't run into the stronger ones yet. He raised an eyebrow. Okay, let's assume the training camp was attacked. The night patrol would have definitely noticed, right? If there was a real incident, wouldn't they have informed us? They deliberately extended the time to create anxiety, used fog to cause panic, and fresh blood to instill fear. The main goal is to put psychological pressure on us. Under that kind of pressure, a person's true character, good or bad, is directly exposed. Then he suddenly raised his voice. And as for me, Jiang Du, am the strongest. Zhao sighed helplessly. Did you say all that just to show off? At that moment, more aberrant beasts appeared, a whole pack leaping towards them. Jiang Du quickly dodged back. Go, Zhao, use your soul shock attack, she retorted with disgust. Aren't you the strongest? What are you doing hiding behind me? He grinned confidently. If I step in, you won't get a chance to shine. Zhao was furious. Then I'd prefer it if you stepped in. Jiang Du pushed her forward. Stop wasting time. I'm giving you a chance, so take it. On the monitor, he was shouting, You can do it, Zhao, go! The camp officers were monitoring the situation on a large screen. By now, she had successfully defeated all the beasts. He praised her lavishly. So amazing! Zhao, you took on 3 at once. She turned on her companion in a rage. Jiang Du, you're shameless. You just stood aside and watched? He quickly tried to defend himself. Don't be angry. I was just showing my trust in you. But Zhao was still fuming. Trust my foot. Go die. Suddenly, Jiang Du grabbed her hand to calm her, his face serious. This is no time to be fooling around, he reminded her. Look, it's a map. We have to choose an exit, Zhao asked. Which exit should we take? Jiang Du observed for a moment before deciding. Gate C, the shadow field. She looked over in shock. The shadow field? Are you sure? It feels like a simulation of the real one, and isn't that place extremely dangerous? He replied, the most dangerous place is the safest place. Let's go. If it's dangerous, I will protect you. Just then, other freshmen ran over in a panic, screaming for help. Jiang Du was surprised and tried to stop them, but failed. Guys, what's wrong? What kind of aberration could scare our elite team like this? Zhao pointed in terror. Jiang Du behind you. She realized the giant aberration that appeared was a frost serpent. He lightly jumped up, dodging its attack. A bit surprised, he thought, what is going on? This aberration's power has reached the middle stage of rank 1. Using this for a training drill is basically asking for someone to get killed. Zhao immediately stepped forward to fight the frost serpent, her hands already gathering aberrant energy. That terrifying aberration had also noticed its prey opening its mouth wide like a black hole and lunging forward to devour Jiao Jiao. Immediately, Jiang leaped out, kicking the copper serpent away. Be careful. He didn't hesitate to grab her hand and try to escape. Taking advantage while the aberration was still stunned, he pulled her and ran. The copper serpent chased after them relentlessly. The other students who saw this were horrified, their jaws dropping. Jiang pointed to a door. The door is up ahead, let's get in. But just as he rushed inside, the hand that was holding her was now empty. She was nowhere to be seen. His face turned pale in an instant. Jiang was standing all alone in the room. Jiao Jiao. The observation room was in an uproar. What's going on with that copper serpent? Isn't the blood essence supposed to be suppressing its power? The officers were confused. I don't know, but it's clearly showing signs of losing control. If we can't handle it, just shoot to kill. The cadet's safety is the top priority. But Khan, and suddenly spoke up. No, wait a moment, he observed Jiang seriously. There's no need to worry for now. This is a good chance to see his true strength. By now, he had also realized it. As expected, there's something wrong with this door. The door's glass is made of abyss material. It must have a function similar to teleportation. Even though we opened the same door, our destinations were different. Without hesitation, Jiang decided to open the door. He muttered to himself, if I just open it a few more times, I might be able to find Jiao Jiao. Unexpectedly, the copper serpent appeared and launched a surprise attack. Its 3 heads simultaneously restrained him, startling Jiang. Panicking as the snake's mouth was about to devour him, he tightly gripped its massive jaws. Jiang roared, using a flurry of kicks to completely defeat the copper serpent, then landed safely on the ground. He clutched his injured arm, panting. That was close. I hope those moves weren't exposed. Suddenly, a dark aura surged and enveloped Jiang and his body transformed into its phantom state. Jiang was surprised. What's happening? I didn't activate my dark form. Why did it appear on its own? Just then, someone fell right next to him. Startled, Jiang turned to look in confusion. A completely different and oppressive aberration appeared. He watched it warily. This is a peak first tier. The situation is getting worse. Back in the observation room, the officers' faces turned pale, Khan, and muttered in disbelief. What is going on? Eyes began to separate from the faceless pupil's body until its entire figure was covered in eyeballs. Suddenly, the faceless creature raised a hand and pointed at Jiang. A wave of energy immediately rushed toward him. Jiang quickly jumped to dodge it but fell right into a trap. A giant eye enveloped the spot where he landed. Jiang was in so much pain he coughed up blood. Damn it, it's a mental attack. Seeing him weakened, the faceless creature charged forward. But unexpectedly, Jiang gave a triumphant smirk. He caught the aberration with just one hand. With a victorious look on his face, "You fool, I lured you here." Then he decisively snapped its arm. The faceless one collapsed in pain. Jiang threw the aberration's corpse to the ground and calmly absorbed it. Shadow Devour. He opened the info panel to check the details. The 2 aberrations killed were name Copper Serpent, type Pupil, rank first tier mid-rank. Description: a low-level abyss aberration, a snake-like creature. Usually has multiple pupils or heads, enjoys strangling and crushing its prey. Note: low-level pupil type. Rumored to be a low-level relative of the shadow bugs. Analysis cost waived. Shadow Devour harvest shadow points increased. Aberration recorded. And faceless pupil. Type Pupil. Rank first tier high rank. Description: A low-level abyss aberration. Its pupils are its main source of power. The number of pupils does not represent its true strength. Proficient in mental attacks. Its pupils allow it to see into many small places. It attacks by exploiting weaknesses. Note: low-level pupil type. Rumored to be a low-level relative of the shadow bugs. Analysis cost temporary blindness in both eyes. Cost waived. Shadow Devour harvest shadow points increased. Shadow pupil slightly increased. Aberration recorded. Jiang stroked his chin. Pupil bugs related to shadow bugs. I'm a stealth walker, a natural counter to shadow bugs, so is that why they're targeting me? I thought this was just an assessment with a few weak aberrations for show. But they sent killers instead. He sighed weakly. The biggest problem is this form of mine. The instructors from the special training camp must have seen it. There's no point in hiding it anymore. Deactivate form. But he couldn't deactivate it. He stared blankly at himself, still stuck in this state. He tried again and again. Deactivate. Deactivate dark form. What's going on? There's no response. Just then a roar echoed. Countless watching eyes appeared above Jiang. He gritted his teeth in realization. Looks like I've stumbled into a pupil bug nest. The observation room was in complete chaos. What's happening? The screen went black. Quick, contact the equipment room now. Only Khan. An remained deep in thought. Suddenly, someone rushed in frantically, reporting, all communication systems are strangely malfunctioning. In addition, we've lost contact with Instructor Luo and Instructor Luo. Hearing this, a cane slammed forcefully onto the floor. Elder Zhen roared, I'm so impressed with your Yunhai special training camp. One small problem and you all fall into chaos. How is a bunch of useless fools like you worthy of being instructors? Khan uncalmly stepped forward and asked, my apologies for this embarrassing display, Elder Zhen. What should we do now? He slammed his cane down again, denting the floor. Elder Zhen gave his orders. Little Chin compile a list of names and awakened abilities for all students who entered the shadow field. Recall the white bones. Suspend the assessment. Dispatch instructors to maintain order. Finally, gather all remaining Tier 2 and Tier 3 instructors and head to the shadow field. The officers immediately left to carry out their orders. Yes, sir, but he called one person back. Instructor Song, wait a moment. You've been quiet and thoughtful this whole time. Speak up. What exactly is your Yunhei's shadow field hiding? He didn't intend to lie. It seems you've already figured it out. That's why you dispatched the Tier 2 and Tier 3 instructors. Elder Zhen nodded. An abnormality occurred the moment a certain student entered the shadow field. Anyone with sharp eyes could see at a glance that there was a problem. Khan. And agreed indeed. I won't hide it any longer. The shadow field originates from an abyss forbidden object called the pupil bug nest. Direct contact with this forbidden object will cause an eyeball to appear on your body, eventually transforming you into a pupil bug. After this forbidden object made landfall, it began to continuously alter its surroundings, creating a semi-shadow state in the area. Normally, the pupil bug nest only produces low-rank Tier 1 aberrations for the cadets to train with. Occasionally, it will spawn a mid-rank one. We have to suppress them with bloodstones, and any high-rank ones are eliminated immediately. The elder frowned. What level is the forbidden object? He recalled. Based on the ranking of Nest Month Day, this one is a mid-rank moon tier. Elder Zhen pondered. Mid-rank moon tier. Its power is enough to rival a Tier 4 transcendent. Khan and confirmed. That's right. As long as it isn't provoked, it remains dormant. The entry of Tier 3 or lower transcendents into the shadow field won't trigger it. However, if a Tier 4 or higher transcendent enters its domain, the seal will be activated. It will endlessly spawn powerful aberrations and use its full power to eliminate the intruder. The elder asked, startled. You mean there's a Tier 4 or higher transcendent among the cadets? He replied. Honestly, I believe the chances are very low, but we can't rule it out. Regardless of whether has a Tier 4 or not, the person in the shadow field right now, Jiang, is likely facing a life or death situation. Meanwhile, Jiang was fighting an aberration. He quickly crushed it to death and absorbed it. Then he couldn't help but complain, I've really had enough. Can you stupid birds stop chasing me? Jiang took a running start and leaped into the air. He smirked at the horde of aberrations behind him. Keep chasing me, ill. Let you fall to your deaths. But it seemed they figured out his plan. They attacked him from behind with another energy wave, knocking him straight to the ground. Jiang clutched his arm and stood up. Damn it. Once they've targeted me, I can't shake them off. Stealth is useless. And most importantly, their mental attacks are my counter. The horde of aberrations flew in to surround him. Jiang gritted his teeth as he looked at the swarm. First tiers are one thing, but there are even a few second tiers in there. Fine, you want to go all out? Then I'll show you this old master is also a second tier. Shadow Blade activate. But just then, he felt something was wrong. He looked at his hand in disbelief. Shadow Blade, it won't activate. No, wait, it's been sealed by something. Then Jiang heard the aberrations communicating. He was confused. Strange, they've stopped moving. Were they scared off by my aura? Unexpectedly, they suddenly parted to form a path, and a blade glowing with red light slowly passed through. A massive, terrifying aberration appeared among the monsters. Jiang looked up in horror. This is a third-tier aberration. The moment it arrived, the third-tier aberration attacked with its blade. Jiang hurriedly raised his hands to block the strike. However, its pressure was still so immense that it sent him flying, causing Jiang to slam into a nearby building. He struggled to sit up. Damn it, the sword is useless, and even my shadow plane shifting isn't working. In my current state, even fighting a level 2 is tough, let alone a level 3. Jiang immediately shot out shadow tendrils, trying to bind it. He thought to himself, I can't win if I keep fighting like this. I'll restrain it for a moment and then run. Of the 36 stratagems, fleeing is the best. But the shadow tendrils had no effect on the aberration. Jiang watched in horror as it chased him. Damn it, it's so fast. The level 3 aberration leaped to attack him. Jiang dodged and jumped up, parrying one of its slashes. Seeing this situation, he rejoiced. A good opportunity. He immediately began to relentlessly attack the aberration, striking continuously to build his momentum. Jiang frowned, looking at its health bar. There's hope. Although each attack is like a scratch, continuous strikes can build up killing momentum. With enough momentum, I can kill it in one blow. But before he could celebrate, he was hit by a punch. This single blow sent Jiang flying backward, crashing into a tall building. Immediately, the level 3 aberration charged again with its blade. But as if receiving some signal, it suddenly stopped, breaking hard right in front of Jiang. Even he was bewildered. Why did it stop all of a sudden? Jiang tensed up. What's going on? Why isn't this thing attacking? Suddenly, a spatial fluctuation caught his attention. Only now did Jiang realize this place had changed. He was confused. What's happening? This place looks exactly like the shadow plane. This shadow field simulation is too realistic. Moreover, this place feels even more sinister than the shadow plane, as if something is drawing me in. Before he could figure anything out, the level 3 aberration attacked again. Jiang quickly turned to flee. Whatever, I'll just escape with my life first. By now, his strength was reaching its limit. He looked at the scene before him. Strange. Why is this alley so long? I can't see the end. Jiang body trembled and fell. In his vision was a space like a starry universe. He looked around, bewildered. What's going on? Where is this place? I can't see or feel anything. Suddenly, a surge of special energy appeared on Jiang hand, pulling him forward at high speed in a certain direction. The pull twisted Jiang body. Damn it, my body. Why can't I control it all of a sudden? Who is controlling my body? Stop! Stop for me! I am your master! Just as he screamed this in his mind, Jiang came to a halt. It stopped. But then, a sphere suddenly rushed toward him. It slammed into his chest, causing him to spit up blood. Just like that, Jiang fell unconscious. The sphere on his body then emitted a shadow force, enveloping him. It moved slowly, as if embracing a precious treasure. Suddenly, Jiang eyes flew open as he heard a voice. I've finally been waiting for you, heir of the shadow progenitor. Jiang fell into a shattered space. What the hell is this place? A voice rang out. This is the boundary between the mortal world and the abyss. He was startled, looking around and shouting, Who's there? The person calmly replied. Can you not feel it? This source. It's a familiar feeling from the shadows. Mysterious, dark, malevolent, and cunning. Jiang suddenly felt something and turned around. A hand, seemingly without substance, tapped on a glass wall. The shadow progenitor appeared. You and I are of the same source. We are both. Without hesitation, he punched and shattered the glass wall. It jumped back, startled. No, what are you doing? You scared me to death, Jiang said with disgust. What am I doing? Obviously, I'm destroying you, you aberration. The shadow progenitor angrily scolded. Acting like that, you're liable to miss key plot points like a martial arts manual or a hidden master later on. Jiang said impatiently. If you have something to say it quickly. If you want to fight, let's get it over with. I still have to get out and find Yaya. Annoyed, it waved its hand. See for yourself. Instantly, an image appeared before him. It was a giant figure staring straight at Jiang. He was stunned as he looked up at it. He immediately recognized it. This is the bronze progenitor. Was it the one who sealed parts of my power before? The shadow progenitor confirmed. That's right. To be precise, it's the prime bronze progenitor, a forbidden object from the abyss. The bronze progenitor and the shadow progenitor are enemies. Although you are a transcendent human, you share the same source as the shadow progenitor. Now the prime bronze progenitor sees you as an enemy. A moment ago, if I hadn't intervened to block that level 3 bronze progenitor for you, you would be a dead man now. Jiang was a little surprised. So you saved me back then? Why? It smiled and replied, Because I have been waiting for you. He was confused. Waiting for me? The shadow progenitor explained. That's right. I've been waiting for an individual who shares my constitution and source of power. I once held a high position in the abyss. I was noble and powerful. Even in the endless chasm, I was known as a regional overlord. But due to an accident, my main body was shattered into countless fragments and scattered across the mortal world. My guardian, the prime bronze progenitor, happened to find me. I took it in and protected it. However, that lowly brat, when I was weakened, turned around and imprisoned me, constantly absorbing my power to strengthen itself. That's why I have been waiting for another shadow progenitor to appear. Come, inherit my great power, help me get my revenge, and then become my host to be completely controlled by me. Without hesitation, Jiang slapped the shadow progenitor, sending it sprawling to the ground before it could react. It stammered in horror. What are you doing? Weren't you going to help me deal with the prime bronze progenitor? He scoffed. Whoever agreed to that? Someone who was betrayed by their subordinate and lost everything down to their underpants has no right to talk about cooperating with me. Besides, you want to be a parasite in my body and control me? The shadow progenitor sneered. So what? You can't escape anyway. Jiang watched as its body grew larger. The shadow progenitor boasted, Submit to me. Becoming my host is your greatest honor. Unexpectedly, he reached in, grabbed it, and directly pulled the shadow progenitor's body out of the mirror. Jiang said coldly, Although you say you were once very powerful, you also said it yourself. Right now, you are just a weakened fragment. Furthermore, more than half of your power has already been absorbed by the prime bronze progenitor. Between the two of us, it's not yet certain who will submit to whom. It was unwilling. I am a level 6 shadow progenitor, a direct descendant of the Abyss's bloodline. I can't be defeated by you. What is this? This is impossible. A mere level 2 wants to control me? What in the world are you? Jiang was seen effortlessly absorbing the shadow progenitor. In its final moments, it couldn't even scream. Finally, it turned into a mindless shadow that he held in his grasp, completely merging into Jiang body. In the end, it was unable to resist and merged with his power. Jiang frowned and slowly opened his eyes. He placed a hand on his chest. Shadow progenitor, your fragment. This is the power I lost. Back in the shadow space outside, the officers had entered. They shouted to everyone, "Everyone, gather together. Instructors will protect the perimeter. Students stay inside. Therefore, students must use the anti-contamination medicine immediately. Do not leave the protective circle." Yaya stood worriedly among the crowd. Jiang, where on earth did you go? She didn't notice the prime bronze progenitor watching her from the side. It gradually revealed its form, as if consciously planning to do something. At this moment, 3 aberrations suddenly rushed towards Yaya. She didn't hesitate to counterattack with her special ability. A single blow controlled all 3 monsters, allowing the officers who arrived just in time to take them down. An instructor hurriedly said, "Thanks. It wouldn't have been this easy without your help. Can you still hold on?" Yaya panted. "I'm fine." The officer then turned to announce, "All right, everyone follow me. Prepare to leave this place." Just then, the prime bronze progenitor appeared before him. A single touch to his face made the officer recoil in horror. Yaya stared blankly as the man fell in front of her. It then leaped right in front of her, intending to capture her. She couldn't react in time and could only watch. "I'm done for." Luckily, Kan appeared just in time to strike down the monster. He frowned. "A level 3 aberration. The situation is worse than I imagined." Kan instructed his subordinates. "Didn't I tell you all to be on high alert at all times? We were almost ambushed." The 2 officers bowed their heads. "Sorry, it was our negligence." He turned to look at her. But among these students, only they were attacked by a level 3 aberration. Could it be that one of them is a transcendent of level 4 or higher? So Kan took the lead. "Is everyone here? All of you, follow me." Yaya quickly called out, "Wait, I came with Jiang, but he's not here." Hearing this, he was startled. "Jiang?" he speculated internally. Wait, could it be that the person the prime bronze progenitor is targeting is him? This girl came with Jiang, and they seem close. Just then, a 3rd-rank aberrant insect appeared for a sneak attack, but Kan was already very powerful. He lightly turned and unleashed a move, easily sending the 3rd-rank insect flying, confirming his suspicion. As expected, she's also being targeted by the brood hive. Kanan ordered his subordinates, "You 2 take the students and go first. Leave this to me." He rushed straight towards the roaring aberrant insects, gathering aberrant energy in his hands. He decided to face the 3rd-rank insect head-on. One move, a gust of wind, engulfed the creature. Superhuman skill, wind vortex. It was caught in the vortex, unable to move, and immediately took the chance to aim for an opening. It hastily tried to escape the technique, but Kan wouldn't allow it. Trying to escape, seal. Then suddenly, a giant eye appeared beneath his feet. He looked down in horror. "What's happening? I can't use my powers." Elsewhere, the new students were also surrounded by aberrant insects. It was a brood hive offspring, even more powerful than the last one. Its entire body was covered in eyes, radiating an unfathomable pressure, as it continuously enveloped the new students with dark power. Even Kanan's mind was affected. Damn it! He finally collapsed powerlessly onto the cold ground. The others fell into a similar state. Jiao was still trying to resist. "I'm done for. My body won't move, and my consciousness is fading." Even though I was mentally prepared, when I'm actually facing the aberrant insects, I still feel so helpless and hopeless. She felt herself being dragged away and could only struggle to think, "Goodbye. You have to survive." In the moment she was about to lose consciousness, Jiao whispered, "Gang. Suddenly, a strong hand grabbed hers, while another hand easily supported her body. He smiled, appearing just in time. "I'm here." Afterwards, Gang gently laid Jiao on the ground, then stood up angrily to face the enemy. The brood hive was also watching Gang, and its underlings immediately rushed forward to attack him. Gang smirked. "So this is the brood hive's territory? But have you all forgotten this is the Shadow Realm?" He gently raised a hand. "And I am the master here." 2 fingers pointed straight at the sky, and a fierce beam of light shot out, felling countless enemies, while a curtain of darkness swirled in the air, easily swallowing the aberrant insects. They looked up in fear. "Welcome to my domain." Instantly, a shadow barrier appeared, swallowing all of them whole. Gang slowly walked past them. Wherever he went, aberrant insects exploded, and the monsters were completely wiped out one after another. Finally, Gang Du reached the third-rank insect. Hey, we meet again. You chased me all over the place before. He readied his twin swords. Now it's my turn. In the blink of an eye, he slashed past it. Before the aberrant insect could even react, its entire body exploded into hundreds of pieces. Even the brood hive began to observe Gang Du, but he had already plunged his sword into its largest eye. Gang Du didn't hesitate to use it. Chain kill, activate. And just like that, hundreds of shadow swords pierced every single eye. Finally, as its health bar hit 0, he swung his sword for the final blow. This was the execution slash. The brood hive's entire body decisively shattered. As a rain of blood, its remains poured down from the sky. Gang Du thought to himself, so strong, this is the power of the shadow bug. Gang Du stepped on a corpse. This brood hive was actually killed by the shadow bug. It died right at the start of the show, huh? Even at level 2, it can easily kill a level 3 brood hive. No wonder the brood hive was so scared, but I should thank it for giving me so much experience. And now, time for a meal. Just then, a few instructors ran over. Hurry, over here. The signal came from this direction. Gang Du quickly spotted them from below and snorted coldly at losing his meal. What bad timing! Just as they arrived, Gang Du turned into a shadow and vanished. The instructors didn't notice anything strange. Quick, get the injured out of here. Has the anti-contamination medicine arrived yet? These people are about to die. A few of you, go check on the brood hive. Hurry. Later in the hospital, Gang Du was telling a story. The big-eyed monster rushed at me, so I smacked it a couple of times and then ran for it. One of them flew over a plane and just exploded on the spot. Then, another one tried to sneak up on me, so I Jiao punched him in the face. You're this injured and you're still bragging? She angrily put her hands on her hips and demanded, drink your medicine now. Gang Du pushed his luck. Can you apply it for me? Jiao accepted without hesitation. Fine. Then she poured it directly onto his hand, causing him to cry out in pain. Gang Du smelled the strong medicine and screamed in pain from her act of revenge. Gang Du rubbed his hand. This is medicine for drinking. Are you trying to kill me by pouring it on my hand? Jiao ignored him. You told me to apply it, he asked hesitantly. You're not angry, are you? Jiao snorted coldly. What do you think? You suddenly disappeared, making me look for you everywhere. Seeing this, Gang Du quickly tried to console her. I'm sorry, But she suddenly held his face. You don't need to apologize. Her finger gently touched Gang Du's lips as Jiao said weakly. Next time, you don't have to show off, okay? Being treated so gently, Gang Du blushed and agreed. Only then did a smile appear on her face. Jiao said, by the way, something strange happened. When I passed out from the aberrant insect's attack, I woke up to find I'd already been saved. He played dumb. What's strange about that? The instructor saved you. But she refuted. No, it was Brother Du who saved me. Gang Du tried to cover his tracks. You must have seen it wrong. How could Brother Du possibly be at the special training camp? But Jiao was extremely certain. No, I'm sure. The moment I lost consciousness, Brother Du was the one who held me. But the strange thing is, I clearly whispered a different name. Yet Brother Du answered. That feeling was so familiar to me. No way. He averted his eyes. Hey, you don't suspect it was me, do you? Jiao thought about it for a moment, then shook her head. Probably not. Brother Du couldn't possibly be a weakling like you. Gang Du pouted. Who are you calling a weakling? She swung her legs and whispered, You. Could Brother Du be among our students? He immediately denied it. From what I can tell, definitely not. Jiao was a little surprised. Why do you say that? Jiang Du immediately praised himself. See? Not only am I this powerful, but my intellect is also transcendent. He's both brave and righteous, and most importantly, he's incredibly handsome. How could such a perfect person be some kid who couldn't even get into university? Jiao nodded. That makes sense. But how would you know that he's handsome? He wagged his finger. Whether he's handsome or not isn't the point. What's important is that Brother Du could be one of the instructors at the special training camp. She agreed with that. An instructor. That's very likely. Just then, Kan An appeared. Gang Du. He quickly stood up to greet him. Instructor Tong. We meet again, Instructor Tong. How are your wounds? He patted his shoulder. Just a minor injury. Sit down. Jiao thanked him. This time, thanks to you and the other instructors, we were able to make it out safely. But Kan An blamed himself. Ultimately, this was our fault for being careless. Luckily, no students were seriously harmed. By the way, you weren't there when the other students were rescued. Did you get out on your own? Gang Du laughed and said, Of course I fought my way out. He raised an eyebrow. Is that so? Then I'll be looking forward to your performance, he thought to himself. To escape alone in a situation like that, this Gang Du is no simple kid. An took out a scanner. Oh right, the testing room is swamped, so I'll check your contamination levels. Very good. Your levels are stable. Just go back and take some medicine and you'll be fine. Well, I'm gonna check on the others now. Be safe on your way back. Jiao Jiao waved goodbye. Yes, take care, Instructor Tong. He also waved cheerfully. See you later. However, that wasn't An's only purpose. He stared at the information on the device in shock. Contamination index, 0. Superhuman rank, level 2. And thought to himself, level 2. As I thought, he's been hiding his true strength since the exam. But this rank shouldn't be high enough to make the broodhive spawn. Could it be that he wasn't its target? The strangest part is the 0 contamination index. He claimed he fought his way out, but killing an aberrant insect inevitably leads to contamination. Meanwhile, Gang Du was still curious. By the way, whose name did you call out when you were unconscious? Was it mine? Jiao. Jiao immediately denied it. No, I was calling for my dad. He joked, well, isn't that still me? And secretly smiled to himself. Interesting. This kid certainly has a lot of secrets. At Fenghai University, this special training was held in the area for first and second year students, which was also the training ground for third years. Seeing the female students, Gang Du's eyes lit up. University is the best. Jiao Jiao angrily turned and walked away. Pervert. I'm going to the dorm to check in first. Gang Du scratched his head and said, you're not familiar with this place, so it's better if I take you. But Jiao Jiao was suspicious. You're planning to go to the girls' dorm to check out the ladies, aren't you? He didn't hide it at all. That's right. How did you know? So she gave Jiang Du a piece of her mind and stormed off. Don't talk to me. When did Bao Kuang show up? Was he waiting for Jiao Jiao to storm off? You're still the same as always. Jiang Du's jaw dropped. Holy crap, Bao Kuang, how did you get so fat? Watching him eat nonstop, he felt helpless. I think I get it now. Bao Kuang was extremely calm. I awakened a gluttony ability. The more I eat, the stronger I get. Plus, I can even digest spoiled food. Originally, my innate talent wasn't enough to qualify for this Van High special training camp. But because this ability of mine has great growth potential, they made an exception for me to come here. Come on, I'll take you. Which dorm are you in? Jiang Du replied. Building 1. Then he led him to a building. We're here. This is dorm building 1. Looks good, right? He nodded in admiration. Impressive. It's like a hotel. Bao Kuang explained. This dorm is exclusively for the top students of the special training camp. The facilities are all state-of-the-art, and the environment is great. Besides the dorms, there's also a sky garden, a gym, and a study room, he assured. I guarantee you'll live very comfortably here. Indeed, the room looked magnificent. Then Bao Kuang pointed. Here we are, your room. Why is the door open? Isn't this supposed to be a single room? The two of them, confused, opened the door and went inside, only to see 3 students chatting. This is nice. The bed is so big, the lighting is good, and the ventilation is great. It's so comfortable. Brother Mock, do you think the new student will be particularly strong? We can't let them get the best of us. Look at you. We're about to be second years, and you're scared of some freshmen? Speak of the devil. The guy sitting in the middle stood up. Hey, buddy, go find another dorm room. This place is mine now. That's the rule of the Van High training camp. Bao Kuang angrily retorted, that's a lie. The special training camp has no such rule. Duong Xiu put on a threatening expression. What? You got a problem with it? He was furious. Of course I do. This is a freshman's dorm. Get out. He let out a smug grin, then shouted outside. Hey, we've got a newbie here who says this dorm is his. As soon as he said that, the other dorm rooms were stirred. Several doors opened, and people came out. Then, a swarm of other male students appeared, all of them tall and fierce-looking. The new guy is pretty feisty, huh? Do you understand the rules? If you want to stay here, fine. Let your strength do the talking. But just a little reminder. We were the top students of the first year. You can probably guess what our strength is like. Bao Kuang broke into a cold sweat. Holy crap, they've taken over this entire floor. Jiang Du patted his shoulder. Let it go. After all, they are our seniors. Let's give them some face. He obediently followed. That's right, we won't bother with them today. Let's go. But his eyes held a provocative glint. After all, letting a junior who's about to piss his pants spread the word outside wouldn't look too good. Hearing this, Bao Kuang was stunned, and the seniors were shocked too. They rushed forward. This newbie is way too arrogant. You're the one who's gonna get beaten until you crap your pants. Jiang Du himself was prepared to fight, but unexpectedly, the one called Mok behind them released his aura first. Seeing him make a move, the second years paused. A powerful aura emanated from him that no one dared to oppose, especially his eyes, which burned red like fire. Jiang Du furrowed his brow. It seems this brother Mok's ability is related to his eyes. Mok approached and asked, "What's your name?" He answered concisely, Jiang Du. He smirked. I see you're just a scrub. You want this room? Then according to the rules of Van High, let's have a fight in the gym. He replied without hesitation, fine. But one fight isn't enough. He pointed at the second years. You guys don't even think about running. A rumor spread through the school. Have you heard? A high schooler in the special training camp isn't afraid of death and dared to challenge Mock's group. I heard. Mock's group loves to bully others. Hey, I heard a student wants to help us take back our dorms. Is it true? Can he do it alone? Let's go cheer for him. Where is it? I heard it's in the gym. Just follow the crowd. A short while later, the entire stands were filled with spectators. Instructor Thuong Van recorded, "All right, your information has been registered. Next, you can choose your weapons and protective gear. Everyone knows the rules. Hold back a little when you strike." The second years arrogantly replied, "Don't worry, we'll go easy on the freshmen." Bao Kuang was worried. "Jiang Du, you should stop now that you know. There are too many of them." He reassured him. "Don't worry, I have a plan. First, let's pick a suitable weapon. A long blade. And, using this feels a bit underwhelming." He nodded. "Indeed. Maybe I should pick a bigger one." Jiang Du was still observing intently. "Which one is good?" A second-year student jumped onto the stage. "Hey, scrub! What are you dawdling for? Get up here. If you're scared, kneel and admit defeat, and I'll let you off." He hid his dark power and scoffed. "What a joke. I was just thinking about what weapon to use to teach you guys a lesson. It's just taking a little time." Brother Chin gritted his teeth. "You're not wearing protective gear, and you chose that crappy weapon? Are you looking down on us?" Jiang Du shrugged. "That's right." He charged forward in a rage. "Too arrogant. Take this." He smiled faintly and thought, how interesting. He's a speed type too. The audience was excited. "Here he comes. Here he comes. The fastest person from our first year, known as Chin, the Snake Shadow. Go. Brother Chin, teach that kid a lesson." Only Bao Kuang was panicking. "Dodge it! What are you just standing there for?" He was seen disappearing right in front of Jiang Du, then reappearing right behind him to attack. A flash of light burst out, covering the entire arena. When the dust finally settled, Bao Kuang stared wide-eyed in disbelief, and even Mock was startled and broke into a sweat. And the other second years were all dumbfounded. Jiang Du stood victoriously on the stage. Next. At that moment, Jiang Du ruthlessly rammed the club into his opponent's weak spot, sending blood flying. Seeing this, the teacher hurriedly carried the student away. "Help needed! Student is bleeding from the anus." Meanwhile, he just spun his club arrogantly. "What's wrong? Is no one else brave enough to come up?" At the same time, Jiang Du chuckled and remarked, "A bunch of cowards. All of you, come at me at once." However, the students couldn't accept it. "This is ridiculous. He's too arrogant. That bastard. To be humiliated by a high schooler." With that, they all rushed forward to attack him, each one getting into a stance with a serious, grim expression. At the same time, the group of second years smirked and made a decision. "Interesting. Let's go too." Seeing this, Jiang Du became even more excited. "I've been waiting for this moment." Faced with this situation, he decided to use a skill. The system immediately sent a series of notifications. Shadow attribute, class, the hidden one, hunter. The hidden one hides in the shadows. No one knows you exist. You can easily hide in the shadows, making it difficult for others to detect you. All shadows are your home turf. Second, please note that revealing your identity will reduce the power of this class. It is most lethal only when you remain in the shadows. Hearing that, Jiang Du paused and thought to himself about after he absorbed the class fragment of the shadow worm last time. "My abilities have successfully leveled up. Among them, I've already tested the hidden one ability when I was killing the bronze worms. It's not necessary in this world for now." The blazing energy within him grew larger and larger. Hunter mark, 100 battles. A true 100 battles hunter is extremely adept at gaining and applying experience from combat. Through high-intensity combat, you can develop rapidly and have a certain probability of awakening entirely new abilities or strengthening existing ones. From this, Jiang Du realized that 100 battles is specifically for dealing with direct confrontations. The more intense the battle, the faster he develops. And just like that, the team continuously tried to corner Jiang Du. Thank you for watching. Goodbye and see you in the next. This is against the rules, isn't it? It's many against one. "Ma'am, tell them to stop. That's absurd," Chang Wen retorted without hesitation. "This doesn't count as breaking the rules. After all, your friend was the one who challenged everyone." Witnessing this one-of-a-kind match, she smiled quizzically. "Besides, you don't need to worry. That friend of yours is unreasonably strong." Before long, Jiang Du alone had swept through them all. When it was all over, he sighed wearily. "Is that all you've got? I still haven't had enough." Just then, Shimu casually appeared eating an apple. He praised him, not expecting a high school student to have strength surpassing a normal person. As he tossed the apple, Shimu began to preach some wisdom. But in a fight, you don't just use brute force, the most important thing is. Then, he picked up his sword and made countless slashes on the apple. His gaze suddenly became as sharp as a blade. Every slash was precisely carved onto it. Finally, Shimu showed off his hard work, affirming it with a single word, technique. Seeing his heroic display, his underlings cheered, "Go, Shimu, don't let these seniors get so arrogant. In terms of real combat skills, you're in the top 3 of our year. Teach this senior a lesson." Despite the noise around him, Rang Ru just stared at the apple, thinking to himself, this guy's swordsmanship is on another level, like a supreme master from a novel. Without hesitation, he rushed straight at Shimu. "Then let me test my strength against you." Seeing this, he frowned in annoyance. No matter how Rang Ru unleashed his power, Shimu stood perfectly still. As they closed in, he smirked contemptuously. "You fool! My pupil ability is the highest branch of the ancient demon arts. Once my ability activates, your movements will seem to stop." Hearing this, he was stunned. Shimu continued decisively, "Not only can I easily dodge your attacks, but I can also spot your weaknesses and counter. Before me, you are just a lamb to the slaughter." At that moment, his sword tip was about to strike Rang Ru, whose eyes grew increasingly cautious. With a mysterious force, Rang Ru luckily escaped and took a defensive stance. Shimu clicked his tongue and laughed, quick reflexes. "But that was just me testing your skills. Now, I'll get serious." As he spoke, a cross-shaped glint flashed in his eyes, and Shimu decisively raised his sword high. He observed every detail. The blade's angle was aimed diagonally upward. Both hands exerted force. The wrist was angled slightly to the right. This force generation method increases smoothness. The distance between his feet was not too wide. It's hard to generate power. The waist must rotate to unleash the body's full strength. I shouldn't block this attack directly. I should dodge to the right, evade the attack, and then counter. His opening is at the shoulder. Just as Shimu struck down, Rang Ru nimbly dodged, even finding a chance to counter. At that moment, Rang Ru's sharp elbow dug deep into his opponent's back, and he was sent flying 1,000 meters. And my ability somehow failed in that moment. Who is this guy? On the other hand, Rang Ru himself didn't understand how he had such a power. Suddenly, he staggered back, mouth agape in astonishment. His voice trembled as he realized the secret. Wait, could he be a shadow user? Facing the power radiating from Rang Ru, Shimu felt a deep sense of unease. This is not good. The effect of my pupil ability is greatly reduced against a shadow user. He gripped his sword tightly, thinking, if he uses his ability, I'm afraid I'll be at a huge disadvantage. He laughed provocatively. What's wrong? Let's keep going. Are you scared now? Seeing his opponent's contempt, Shimu gritted his teeth. Scared of you? In an instant, blazing flames erupted around him. Ridiculous. At this point, I can no longer hold back. Then, Rang Ru activated his eye ability. The changes in the sword's angle are mostly feints. Don't be tricked by the wrist movements. Watch his shoulder. Power transfers from the core to the shoulder. The moment the shoulder drops to exert force is the real attack. Strike first, just as his shoulder is about to move. Instantly, he lunged forward as fast as lightning, almost landing a clean hit. Without stopping, Rang Ru launched a relentless barrage of attacks. Seeing this, Shimu was stunned. It took me 5 years to master this technique, and this brat learned it in an instant. Furthermore, he even understood the principles and adapted the sword art into a fist technique. Even though the victor was obvious, Shimu refused to give up. His eyes filled with anxiety as he panted heavily. A second later, the boy gave a slight, mocking smile. Without saying another word, Rang Ru turned to leave. But he left behind one final taunt. If you have any other tricks, bring them all out. The moment he finished speaking, the man brazenly played the victim. You rotten brat. I only wanted to teach you a lesson. You forced me to do this. Die. He unleashed one powerful attack after another, but Rang Ru silently observed every move. He was now facing the transcendent skill, after-image slash. But even against this, Rang Ru could still dodge with ease. Soon after, he landed a precise strike, but it had no effect whatsoever. That made Shimu more horrified than ever, and then Rang Ru swiftly moved behind him. Once again, he jabbed his elbow straight into his opponent's butt. Instantly, an excruciating pain shot through his rear. This traumatic pain made his eyes shoot out beams of light, snot streamed from his nose, and he even foamed at the mouth. Feeling he might have overdone it, Rang Ru awkwardly bowed and said, "Thank you for the lesson." Finally, after hundreds of battles, he gained a new ability, the sharp intuition of a natural-born hunter. He now has sharp intuition, allowing him to detect hidden dangers and make more accurate judgments. Receiving this satisfying result, Rang Ru was very pleased. Excellent. This was a fruitful harvest. Perhaps I should seize this chance. After that, he continued to challenge new opponents. Is this the best your first-year class can do? Bring out everyone you've been bragging about? Not only that, Rang Ru added an impactful statement. Let them know that I, Rang Ru, will defeat everyone in this entire Fanhai University. After the battle, Rang Ru's entire body was covered in casts. He lay in a hospital bed with a strained smile. He really overdid it. Jiao Jiao sat next to him, peeling an apple while scolding, challenging all the freshmen. Are you insane? On the other hand, Yu Qiang excitedly recounted, Jiao Jiao, you should have seen how amazing Rang Ru was then. He defeated all those seniors, all the new students were stunned, and the girls were screaming like crazy for him. Rang Ru added with a satisfied smile. In the end, over 100 people came up to fight. I only collapsed because my stamina ran out. It's a pity I couldn't activate my shadow form at that time. Otherwise, I would have defeated all of Fanhai. Hearing this, she quickly covered his mouth. Knock it off. If the instructor hadn't shown up to get you, you would have been beaten until you were crippled by now. As she finished speaking, Rang Ru suddenly remembered something. That's right. How are things at your dorm? Did the freshmen take it over too? Jiao Jiao immediately replied. No, why do you ask? A second later, he sighed in disappointment. What a shame. That made her look confused. A shame? Just then, Rang Ru imagined the two of them getting close in bed and began to drool. I was thinking if you had no place to stay, I would take you in, and we could start our happy life together. Seeing his delusion, Jiao Jiao repeatedly punched Rang Ru in the face. In your dreams, I'd rather sleep on the street than at your place. He screamed loudly in pain. Ouch! Stop hitting my wounds. Witnessing this, Yu Qiang felt helpless. Can you guys stop being so lovey-dovey? Just then, a voice suddenly spoke up, making the atmosphere awkward. It seems you're still doing quite well. Ching An waved and said with a smile, Judging by your spirit right now, you should recover quickly. They were startled and recognized him. Instructor Song. A second later, Rang Ru shot up trying to look tough. I'm all healed up, sir. When can we start training? To stop things from getting worse, Jiao Jiao sternly said, Lie back down for me. Are your injuries not serious enough for you? He slowly sat down and explained, Don't rush. Your training regimen is different from the others, so it will be scheduled a bit later. After hearing that, he was a little confused and asked directly, Different, why is that? Ching An raised an eyebrow and explained slowly, Because you've already reached Transcendent Level 2. Hearing his secret exposed, Rang Ru was stunned and thought, How did he know? I didn't leave any clues during that fight. Learning the truth, Yu Qiang turned to exclaim, Impressive. No wonder you were so freaking strong. You're already level 2 and you didn't tell me. Even Jiao Jiao couldn't hide her astonishment. No way. You're already level 2. Since when? Faced with this situation, Rang Ru could only give an awkward reply. I also just found out recently. The instructor continued to explain the upcoming schedule in more detail. Subjects like the history of transcendence and other basic knowledge will be the same for you and everyone else. You'll advance to the next grade as usual. As for practical combat skills, you'll likely be scheduled to train with the second-year students. Hearing this, he looked visibly excited. Fighting with the second years? Kan An replied with a stoic face and a cold tone. Possibly, but it's combat training. Getting the desired outcome. Rang Du couldn't help but rejoice inwardly. This is great. I can use 100 battles to absorb practical combat experience again. Seeing him lost in thought, he could easily tell. It seems you really enjoy fighting strong opponents. I like that about you. Before leaving, Kan An looked at Rang Du with sharp eyes and said in a firm tone, When the time is right, I will train with you. A few days later, the Vanhai Academic Building was bustling with people coming and going. Inside, the bell rang, signaling the start of class. Everyone was seated properly, except for Nungo Kuang and Rang Du, who were chewing away. This annoyed Jiao Jiao. Hey, it's the first day of school. Can you be a little more serious? However, he remained nonchalant. Does it matter? I've already gone through the entire supernatural history textbook at home anyway. She lowered her head and threatened, Suit yourself. But if you fail the exam, don't even think about getting into the supernatural program. Just then, Rang Du was startled. There's a test too? While they were engrossed in conversation, both of them suddenly froze with shocked expressions. Before them was a strange map projected on a large screen. Next to it, a mysterious, brightly glowing orb appeared. Suddenly, he stared intently, not taking his eyes off it. This and that map looked just like the one I saw in Uncle Luke's room. What is this supposed to mean? Ahem, Qian Duong spoke in a calm voice. Everyone, I am your professor for supernatural history. My surname is Tu. and my name is Qian Duong. Looking at the orb, he held a glimmer of hope. Supernatural history is a subject that records the major events since the Great Deluge. For all of you, this is a new subject in your studies, and your initial perspectives will be challenged. But please do not despair. With that, Qian Duong flipped a switch. Immediately, the orb emitted gleaming rays of light. It projected onto the ceiling, creating a giant compass. Then, he carefully explained, a millennium ago, the aberrant insects descended, and our world began to be invaded. At first, no one knew where they came from. People just thought they were an unknown species of animal that had appeared out of nowhere. The unique body structure of these aberrant insects, along with the contaminating fluid they constantly secreted, seemed to open a new door to another world, driving our world into chaos. Just over half a month later, 36 abyssal rifts appeared across the world. A large number of level 2 aberrant insects poured out from the abyss, massacring us indiscriminately. The aberrant insect's strength wasn't considered high. Heavy ordnance could easily tear them to pieces. But the most terrifying thing about them wasn't their strength, but the price of destroying them. And that price was the special contamination hidden within the aberrant insects' bodies. Every time an aberrant insect was killed, it meant we lost the life of one of our own. Fortunately, the effect of killing low-level aberrant insects was limited to a small area, so we tried using long-range attacks. This seemingly desperate measure brought temporary stability to the human world. However, as the number of rifts increased, the contamination gradually worsened, and the world unknowingly underwent a massive change. Compared to humans, flora and fauna were more easily contaminated and infiltrated, causing them to mutate. The wilderness was no longer safe. In the second year of the new era, Namdo announced the establishment of large-scale gathering zones and planned to gather the populations from surrounding towns into the zones in phases. In the fifth year of the new era, the aberrant insects began launching attacks on the gathering zones. Humans tried to enter the abyss, but the death rate was as high as 97%. From then on, humanity learned to use the abyss to fight the abyss, and everyone officially entered the supernatural era. Qian Duong continued in a serious tone. Although research into supernatural powers progressed, we could only attain level 1. There was still no way to fight the abyss. That same year, 15 nations were annihilated, and the danger crept ever closer. Soon after, forbidden objects from the abyss were discovered, and the wave of forbidden objects exploded in the Zhou era. Using these forbidden objects, some people pioneered a way to reach level 2 supernatural power through extreme methods. They formed the Dawn organization, which made significant contributions in the initial confrontation with the aberrant insects. Hearing this, Rang Du silently recognized the familiar name. Dawn was the organization Luke Jiao had mentioned before. Moreover, in the 10th year of the new era, we finally discovered how to advance to the second level through conventional methods. Our transcendent combat power took a qualitative leap, and we could finally fight the aberrations head-on on the battlefield. In that same year, the two gathering sites, the Bakdu Garrison and Namdu's Dawn, were established and completed for the first time. After that, 8 level 1 gathering sites, including Kan Duong, Mai, Aktai, Tinhua, Lam An, Lam Dong, Trunggyang, and Tien Fu, were also completed. Sensing the serious atmosphere, a student whispered to another, I had no idea there were so many level 1 gathering sites. The student next to him answered, this is completely different from the usual propaganda. Hearing the students whispering, Qian Duong quickly assured them, I know this might be hard for you to accept at first, but everything I'm teaching you now actually happened. In the 20th year of the new era, a level 3 aberrant insect suddenly appeared. Even heavy artillery struggled against it. The Namdo gathering site paid a heavy price to finally eliminate it. In the 30th year of the new era, the first special type aberrant insect appeared, its strength far exceeding others of the same level. It led an army of aberrant insects and besieged the Mai gathering site. Because the distance was too close, nuclear weapons could not be used. Hearing this, the students below broke out in a cold sweat with curiosity. What happened then? Suddenly, his face darkened and he said nothing. A moment later, Qian Duong raised his head and delivered the news. Mai was destroyed, and there were no survivors. The city was shrouded in dense gray smoke. At that moment, the entire hall fell deathly silent, and he stood motionless. Jiao Jiao lowered her head sadly. Even Rang Du and Nga Kuang froze for a few seconds. The story of Mai was not over. In the 40th year of the new era, a level 4 aberrant insect appeared in a nuclear explosion. The aberrant insect mutated and emerged from the blast. Afterwards, the Aktai gathering site was destroyed. In the 50th year of the new era, Tien Fu and the surrounding gathering zones were facing deep abyssal rifts and the threat of aberrant insects. They were in grave danger, leading to the first great migration in history in the 60th year of the new era. The southwest and northwest of Daitru became completely occupied territories, a paradise for the aberrant insects. In the 70th year of the new era, the aberrant insects were advancing north. If the Lammen gathering site fell, the aberrant insects would directly threaten the north. Speaking of this, Qian Duong clenched his fists with determination. This led to the second great migration in history. But this time, the supernaturals did not retreat. 1 million youths marched to their deaths in unison to save the 1,000 miles of Daitru's land, pushing the aberrant insects back 1,000 miles. A sharp glint suddenly flashed in his eyes. Later that same year, the north and south were completely separated by the abyss. In the end, Namdo became an isolated city. Scene changed to a stadium on campus. The once clear sky was suddenly overrun by dark clouds. By now, the history class had ended. Rangdu walked and chatted happily, while Jiao Jiao sighed softly. It feels so unreal. Everything around us is still the same. I never thought reality was so much harsher than I imagined. He admitted honestly, I was naive before, thinking we were about to defeat the abyss. Suddenly, her face filled with worry. Namdo has fallen. How much longer can our Van Hai hold on? Despite that, Rangdu was unusually calm. Who knows? If we can last a year, then we last a year. After speaking, he slowly glanced over to see Jiao Jiao's reaction. A moment later, Rangdu slowly walked up to her and, without hesitation, gave Jiao Jiao a surprising yet warm hug. At his action, she blushed shyly. Rangdu gently made a promise. If that day really comes, I will risk my life to protect you. Hearing that, Jiao Jiao was moved to tears. Rangdu, you really know how to seize the moment, she said, puckering her lips in anticipation. Come on, while the aberrant insects haven't reached us yet, let's have a kiss first. The romantic moment was unintentionally shattered by Rangdu. Jiao Jiao angrily scolded, You damned pervert, you're shameless! Suddenly, Qian Duong appeared, laughing heartily and teasing, It seems you two are keeping your spirits up quite well. Then he looked up. You're student Jiangdu, right? I recognized you at a glance. I've taught many generations of students, but you have the best mindset of them all. Extremely confused, he asked back, Teacher, you know me? Jianyang smiled and confirmed, Of course, you just defeated all of Yunhai's freshmen. Your name has already spread throughout the school. However, that's not what I'm concerned about. Teacher, there's something I don't understand. The teacher gestured for him to speak. Go on. And so Jiangdu got straight to the point. Why did you teach such heavy content in the very first class? Faced with that question, a flicker of hesitation crossed Jianyang's face as he fell into a moment of contemplation. Jiangdu thought, Isn't it better for everyone to know the truth sooner? He explained gently, It's not that it's a bad idea. It's just that if I reveal everything, everyone's will to fight will be completely crushed. Despair is necessary. Spring is about to begin, and the only flowers that can survive the harsh winter are the plum blossoms. Humans are the same. Only in the depths of despair can one truly grow. A moment later, Jianyang glanced at Jiangdu with a cold expression. But you, even though you've reached level 2, don't get angry if I'm blunt. Right now, you still can't be called a true transcendent. Jiangdu was completely baffled. I don't understand. You said I've reached transcendent level 2, but now you're saying I'm not a transcendent. What do you mean by that, teacher? Then Jianyang coldly asked, Does having the power of a transcendent automatically make you a transcendent? Hearing these words, Jiangdu froze as if he'd been struck by lightning. Suddenly, he spoke in a firm, stern voice. Level 1, Spirit Awakening is the first glimpse of the path. Level 2, Aberration is the most dangerous stage. Corruption coils around you. Your body is no longer your own. You fall into a deep abyss, down a 1,000-foot cliff. You are standing precariously, clinging to the cliff face. The path juts out from the rock, like walking on thin ice. Then Jianyang lightly touched Jiangdu's chest and asked gently, I just want to ask you, you're level 2, but have you ever seen the abyss within your own heart? Have you ever seen that cliffside path laid out before you? Before turning away, he emphasized each word. Right now, you are clearly not ready to become a transcendent. With that, Jianyang waved goodbye. I still have to go to the lecture hall to teach. As the leaves fell endlessly around him, Jiangdu was plunged into deep thought. Is that really the true history? And so he placed his hand over his heart, trying to feel something. Seeing Jiangdu lost in thought, Jiao Jiao came over and poked him. Hey, what are you thinking about so hard? He tried to brush it off. It's nothing. Let's just get ready for the next class. Meanwhile, the entire lecture hall was engrossed in the basics of being a transcendent, and the teacher was instructing with great enthusiasm. The power of a transcendent originates from aberrations, with types like core bugs, bone bugs, copper bugs, blood bugs, and feather bugs. By hunting aberrations that share our lineage, the price to pay is relatively small. We can absorb the corruption from them after they die and use it for ourselves. This is considered a fairly common way to grow stronger. The more Jiangdu listened, the sleepier he got, eventually nodding off. Elsewhere, the aberrant energy trainer suddenly shouted, "Mobilize the power within your bodies. Focus your spirits." At his command, every student began to manifest their own unique power. When lunchtime arrived, Jiang went to the cafeteria. The chef served him with trembling hands, saying, "Students, today we have home-style braised pork." The school grounds were quiet and deserted, with only the leaves continuing their endless fall. Later, everyone assembled in formation for the special combat training. Jiang noticed he had been separated. He wondered why Jiao Jiao was assigned to Class 3. Based on her ranking, she should be in Class 1 with me, he thought. Jiang then thought to himself, Uncle Lu must have pulled some strings. He intentionally separated me and Jiao Jiao. A moment later, the instructor spoke up. "Hello, dear students. Starting today, we will officially begin the combat training course, which will be led by your class instructors and their assistants. Your performance in this combat training will count towards your university entrance exam scores. I won't waste any more time with unnecessary words." Below, the instructors received their orders. They responded in unison, "Yes, sir." The speaker above continued, "Proceed to your respective classes and begin training." Once again, they all shouted in reply, "Yes, sir." Once assignments were made, the instructors approached their classes. Seeing his instructor, Jiang froze and thought, "He's the instructor for Class 1? Isn't he a little skinny?" Qing Yu barked a stern command, "Attention!" Instantly, everyone stood perfectly straight. Hearing that powerful voice, Jiang changed his mind. That voice is incredibly imposing. A moment later, the instructor lowered his voice and said, "Just hold that position." Jiang screamed internally, "What? I thought this was combat training. Why is he just making us stand in a military posture?" After a while, his expression suddenly turned grim. Jiang face was covered in sweat. He gritted his teeth as he realized something was wrong. This killing intent, my body, it won't move. Jiang started to wonder, "It's not just me. Everyone is paralyzed by this killing intent. Is it a forbidden artifact? A special ability? No, that's not it either." A moment later, he identified the source of the energy. It was the instructor. The killing intent was radiating from him. After a while, one student couldn't bear it any longer and collapsed from exhaustion. Seeing Qing Yu's profound teaching method, Jiang was both surprised and impressed. "I get it now. This military stance is actually a test of one's transcendent aptitude. To put it simply, whoever can persevere to the very end is the strongest." 15 minutes later, everyone else was collapsed on the ground. Only he remained standing as if it was nothing. However, Jiang was straining so hard his whole body was steaming. The instructor suddenly gave a friendly smile and said, "You can rest now." As soon as he got permission, he collapsed to the ground, hastily wiping the sweat from his face. "Well, that's something at least." At that moment, Ching-An walked over and commented, "Still the same show-off as always." He extended a hand. "Come on, you're coming with me." Jiang quickly got up, curious. "Where to? Are we training with the second years?" Ching-An bluntly replied, "No. The camp has arranged special training for you." Soon they arrived at their destination. "This is it." Jiang scratched his head, confused. "Here? There's nothing here?" The instructor replied smoothly, "Well, you have me, don't you?" Then it slowly dawned on Jiang. "Huh? Wait a minute. Teacher, are you saying?" Ching-An nodded full of enthusiasm. "That's right. We're going to have a one-on-one training session." The other students saw this special treatment and were filled with envy. "Look, Jiang is getting one-on-one coaching from the chief instructor. He's so incredible." As expected of the genius who defeated all the freshmen, he was also the last one standing during the stance drill. However, the surrounding words of admiration were distracting Jiang. He cautiously suggested, could we move this private session somewhere else? It's not good to have so many people watching." Ching-An put his hands on his hips. "What's the matter? Afraid of embarrassing yourself in front of everybody?" Jiang replied with a wry smile. "A little." He closed his eyes, recalling Li Xun's instructions. "That's right. Arrange a private session and suppress that kid's arrogance." However, Ching-An refused. This special training was arranged by Li Xun. "If you have any objections, take it up with him." Hearing that name, Jiang crossed his arms in frustration. "Uncle Li, that despicable person has gone too far." Without any further delay, he began to execute his moves. Moreover, Kan-An was the one who cut the conversation short. "All right, time is precious, let's begin." Seeing this, Jiang suddenly sighed wearily. "Hey, with this little strength of mine, it's basically not even worth mentioning." Even so, he still tried to encourage him. "Don't lose faith, just use your full power to attack first. I won't fight back." Hearing that, Jiang smirked and asked back provocatively, "Is that so?" After saying that, he quickly leaped to attack without hesitation. "You're the one who said it." The speed of Jiang attack was like a blur. In response, Kan-An also hurriedly used his power to block. The surrounding students cheered non-stop. "So cool, he suppressed the instructor with just one move. He's too strong. We're both at the final high school level, but the gap in our strength is so huge." Go for it if you're not careful, Jiang might actually win. However, one of them thought the current fight was lacking. No, this is a flawed demonstration. Tinvu crossed his arms and commented. The first move used his legs almost jumping into the air, leaving absolutely no opening. That makes it very easy to seize a counter-attacking opportunity. This is a demonstration of a mistake. Don't you dare learn from it. Facing Jiang Kan, and deliberately let him attack. You're really not holding back at all, are you? The power isn't bad, but in an instant, he could easily grab his opponent's ankle. The move is too simple, making it very easy to counter. With that said, Kanan immediately threw him 1,000 meters away. At that moment, Jiang was flying through the air. However, that couldn't really trouble him. Jiang lightly pushed off the air. Without another word, he charged at his opponent again. He unleashed a continuous barrage of attacks. However, Kanan thought, this kid was much stronger in the last fight. In any case, he had to be somewhat wary. Although his skills weren't at a master's level, they could be considered his newly revealed forte. From this experience, Kan began to doubt himself, wondering if his senses were wrong. Every punch he throws gets stronger and rawer. Is this kid's growth rate measured in seconds? Due to a lapse in concentration, Jiang punch suddenly reached his cheek, making him widen his eyes in shock. Immediately, that punch landed squarely in the middle of Kanan's face. Jiang broke into a satisfied smile. It's a hit. Suddenly, he appeared with his face unharmed, grabbing the boy's hand tightly. He smirked and asked, really? Kanan squeezed Jiang wrist tighter and tighter, making him grit his teeth in pain and break out in a cold sweat. Once again, he threw Jiang far away. As he prepared to slam him to the ground, Kanan simultaneously unleashed his energy to surround him. Finally, Jiang lay motionless on the ground. His friends around him were all gaping in astonishment. It was over in the blink of an eye. Jiang entire body went stiff. His eyes rolled back into his head, and his mouth hung open as if he were dead. Nearby, a student said with some disappointment, I really thought Jiang had won, but he got countered so quickly. The instructor watched from the side with his arms crossed and sighed. Too reckless. Instructor Tong deliberately left that opening, and he actually fell for it. At the same time, he sternly instructed, a fight isn't just about physique and skills, you also have to use your brain. All of you, remember that. A moment later, Jiang slowly sat up holding his back. He carefully got to his feet and asked, Uncle Tong, did you use your powers? Kanan replied smugly, forget about my powers. I even had to suppress my physical stats to a rank 2 level. I beat you purely based on my vast combat experience. His movement speed is just as fast. Kanan continued to boast. A body that is too strong, proficient techniques, smart tactics, these factors are the basic qualities needed in a fight and the key to victory or defeat. Moreover, just studying isn't enough. The battlefield is unpredictable. There's no time for you to think. Seeing him lost in his lecture, the boy seized the opening and attacked, but it was all within Kanan's control. He easily raised a hand to block. That's why you need to spend a lot of time practicing. Turn what you've learned into combat instincts, Kanan asked tauntingly. You don't have a good memory, do you? Not letting history repeat itself, Jiang used his other hand to grab Kanan's. The unexpected move surprised Kanan. In an instant, he had learned to use his opponent's own trick against him. As he landed, he quickly used his hand to brace for the impact. The match ended, and everyone cheered. However, the instructor cut them off. Break time is over. Whole squad assemble. After they lined up neatly, the instructor announced, the first 2 days were for you to adapt. Starting from today, the 3rd day, the official class division will begin. Before starting, he stated the rule. Those who cannot hold the military stance for 1 hour, those who collapse from exhaustion will be dropped from their initial class. Those who are eliminated will be reorganized into new combat classes in the order they dropped out, with no gender distinction. This time, after hearing the rules, everyone looked grim and displeased. Jiao gritted her teeth and told herself, I must persevere. I cannot fall no matter what. She imagined Jiang teasing her. Jiao, how come you're still in class 3? That gave her even more motivation. Otherwise, that Jiang will definitely make fun of me. I must get into class 1. Suddenly, Jiao looked back, feeling a little uneasy. But Jiang will be okay over there, right? Even though it's special training, Instructor Tong will surely go easy on him. Contrary to her expectations, he was beaten to a pulp, lying stretched out on the ground. His body was now covered in injuries, but he was determined to get back up where he fell. Seeing this, Jiao was horrified. Are they training him to death? Kanan walked over and praised him. You're a tough kid. At this point, he thought to himself, I thought I could beat him easily, but this fight is forcing me to use my real skills. This fearsome combat aptitude is just like his uncle's back in the day. Even though he was exhausted, Jiang was determined to fight to the end. It's not over yet, let's go again. However, Kanan stopped him. That's enough for today. Your punches have slowed down a lot. It looks like you've reached your limit. No matter how Kan An tried to dissuade him, he kept attacking. With that last blow, Kan An was truly shocked, and then he decisively gathered his strength to push his opponent back. Although he stood his ground, he must have endured a very powerful blow. Kan An stood stunned, staring at the wound. Jiang smiled in satisfaction. It's a hit. With everything over, he let himself collapse and lay on the ground, savoring the feeling. Oh my god, I finally did it. I was about to collapse. At that moment, he stared at Jiang, secretly admiring him. On the verge of exhaustion, he mobilized every last bit of power in his body to unleash the most powerful attack. There's no doubt the basic form of the transcendent skill he used is. With his eyes closed, Jiang softly called out, "Uncle Tong." He asked frankly, "This training ground ended up like this. You won't make me pay for it, will you? If you want compensation, go find my Uncle Lee," he replied calmly. "Don't worry. We'll use a forbidden artifact to restore it in a moment." After the fight, Jiang was taken to the infirmary. Duang Tu asked him, "How did you end up here?" He was still curious about her identity. "What a coincidence. All 3 times I've been here, you were the one on duty. What's your name?" She slowly placed her hand on his bed. Duang Tu leaned closer to Jiang. "First, I am your senior. I'm here for an internship. Second, you already asked for my name the first time you were here. You asked again the second time, and now you're asking on the third." However, Jiang gulped, as what caught his eye wasn't her criticism, but a certain pair of fruits. He suddenly recalled some information he had seen. Duang Tu, 23 years old, 36D, 175 centimeters. So it's her, the 36D. With that, she hurriedly turned away. "Get some rest." Jiang reached out to stop her. "Senior, don't go. I'm scared of getting an IV drip alone." Kan An was a bit surprised. "What's gotten into you, kid?" He snapped back to reality and called out, startled, "Uncle Tong." A second later, he tossed a small vial of medicine to Jiang, who asked curiously, "Uncle Tong, aren't you training anymore?" Kan An replied nonchalantly, "I'm Instructor Tong for this training program. It's fine if I'm away for a bit. Drink this, it will restore your stamina." As soon as he got it, he opened it and chugged it down. "Thanks, Uncle Tong." Right after he drank it, a brilliant light flashed in Jiang eyes. His energy was quickly restored. He jumped up enthusiastically, showing off. "I'm back from the dead. I can still fight for another whole day." Seeing this, Kan An was left speechless. All right. Just get some rest. Wait until you've fully recovered. We can have another solo match when we have time." Suddenly, he remembered something strange. "Speaking of our match, Uncle Tong, about that last exchange we had, I felt my condition was a bit strange. It wasn't comfortable, but it wasn't uncomfortable either. It was very strange." He crossed his arms and replied with a serious face, "I came here to explain that to you. Your special training will continue, but with a new adjustment from now on." Jiang asked in confusion. "What kind of adjustment?" Kan An answered frankly, "You'll be training with the second-year students. Expanding your training." The more he said, the more confused Jiang became. "But I haven't even graduated. Besides, I came to this special training camp to learn about transcendent knowledge and how to use my head." However, he didn't elaborate. "It's an order from above. Just follow it. That's all." Kan An slowly walked to the door. "I have to go now. Regarding the micro-level technique you used, I will email you the related documents. Read them yourself, and don't leak them to anyone." Jiang immediately reacted and quickly opened the superhuman skill mailbox. This must be it. A giant screen suddenly appeared. Xiang Yang was the representative for this matter. "Hello everyone, I'm Fang Xiangyang. Today, I'll be mainly discussing the basics of superhuman skills. I will discuss superhuman skills from various perspectives and their composition. First, please look at the content on the board. What is a superhuman skill? Level 1 is Spirit Awakening, Level 2 is Anomaly, and only Level 3 is the true superhuman level. This level is completely different from the first two. The contamination in the body reaches a qualitative transformation. It can cause immense damage. Simply using energy is a waste of power. If you can amplify 100% of the contamination's effect to 200%, that is a superhuman skill. The principle of a superhuman skill isn't complicated. It relates to 3 factors: physical constitution, the amount of energy used, and the degree of willpower condensation. Combining these 3 can unleash the terrifying power of a superhuman skill. Right after, he snapped his fingers to elaborate. Xiangyang firmly gripped his sword to give an example. Then, he decisively swung and slashed directly at the training target. Xiangyang added, "This is target number 7, made from a sturdy alloy. It can normally block the physical damage of a level 2 superhuman, just like my previous slash." Not stopping there, he created a dazzling golden energy in the palm of his hand. "Everyone, watch carefully. I am now using about 500 units of energy, which is the threshold for level 3. With that, Xiangyang precisely launched that terrifying power at the target. However, it only managed to knock the target over with no other damage. Witnessing this, Jiang felt it wasn't very impressive. This seems pretty normal. It knocked over the target, but there was no real damage. Next, he continued. Now, I will use 500 units of energy again, but this time, I'll attack using a superhuman skill. This time, Jiang was truly surprised. Xiangyang's expression became serious as his whole body radiated a blazing aura. This is it. A superhuman skill combines 3 elements: physical strength, superhuman energy, and willpower, condensing scattered power into one and unleashing it with finesse. Without hesitation, that power shot straight forward with overwhelming force. This time, the targets remained standing, completely unscathed. The atmosphere became incredibly overwhelming. Xiangyang's will felt like it could shatter mountains. The ground and rocks began to crumble, and gusts of green energy whipped through the air. The sky turned dark and gloomy, and the very air became contaminated. Xiangyang boldly declared, "A superhuman skill is an unparalleled power." Witnessing this, Jiang thought to himself, "So this is the power of a superhuman skill? It's so strong." After the demonstration, Xiangyang straightened up and said, "The move I just used is a common superhuman skill. It's called Bach Liat. Even with the energy of a new level 3, it can be extremely effective. Most superhumans can learn and use it. Train hard." Superhuman skills are what will allow you to severely injure the aberrant insects. After watching the video, Jiang was still in shock. Why did I ever think I was so good? After 2 days in the training camp, I realized I'm just a newbie. Unbelievable. As expected of the superhuman world and the Night Watch, they really know how to put you in your place. Superhuman skills can only be fully controlled by level 3 superhumans, but each use consumes a great deal of stamina, energy, and spirit. First, microscopic control. Meticulous and absolute control over the body, performing microscopic operations beyond all comprehension. 2. Overclock. Mobilizing muscle power and superhuman energy to forcibly burst out with strength beyond the body's limits. This skill is related to willpower. A strong will can break the body's physical restraints to achieve this state. 3. Mindscape. The heart is as calm as still water, then surges like a great wave, dominated by willpower. Additionally, take special note, physical constitution, superhuman energy, and willpower represent quantity. The 3 skills above represent quality. In the early stages, focus on cultivating quantity. Don't rush to achieve quality. Remember, being hasty will only make it harder. Hearing this, he rested his chin on his hand and thought, this thing is a double-edged sword. Then, he began setting up his profile. Name, Jiang. Attribute, shadow. Remaining lifespan, years, months. Evaluation, congratulations on surviving until the end of the year. Not only that, there was another line of text that Jiang found strange. Not yet 18, and I've already grasped superhuman skills. Please, nation, let me skip to university. It sounded really weird. The next day, he met with Ching-an again. Jiang asked, Uncle Song, is it even legal for someone my age to be in a workshop? Can you give me a few more details? He replied concisely, running drills with the second years. He couldn't quite wrap his head around it. Running? Not long after, they arrived at the Jiaolong area, where Ching-an gave him detailed instructions. Once you're inside, just run as hard as you can. Your watch will monitor your physical condition, and the training will only end when you meet the requirements. During that time, the instructor won't step in unless it's a life-threatening injury. What a strange training method. Seeing the space in front of him, Jiang jaw dropped in amazement. This is incredible. A moment later, Ching-an turned and asked, Well, do you dare to go in? Jiang grinned confidently. Are you kidding? My uncle is a retired war general, and my father-in-law is the current Yunhai emissary. Standing on the shoulders of giants like them, I'm destined to be the ultimate war general. Who would dare let anything happen to me? Without another word, Ching-an cut to the chase. All right, let's go. The worst that can happen is you'll be bedridden for 2 months. If that happens, I'll request a forbidden class healing item for you. To get you out of the hospital sooner, though he didn't know what dangers lay ahead, Jiang still shouted, I don't believe you. A moment later, they were deep inside. Feeling a chill inside, Jiang became suspicious. Huh? Why does this place look like a prison? This is a bit strange. Thinking this, he asked, Uncle Song, what is this place called? For a second there, I thought you were going to sell me to some shady factory. Ching-an immediately retorted, What shady factory? This is the Jiaolong area, but the students prefer to call it the escape zone. Hearing this, Jiang started to panic and turned to leave. On second thought, I'll pass. Sorry for the trouble. Seeing Jiang trying to flee, he kicked him decisively, sending him tumbling inside. Enough talk. Go. Ching An stood casually outside, leaving Jiang all alone inside. Hey, Uncle Song! Hey! His task complete, he made a call. Hello, Captain Lee. I've locked the kid in. Everything is normal. Yes, sir. I know. I'll be careful. The person on the other end said something else that made Ching An pause. Well, that doesn't sound too good. Inside the confined space, Jiang screamed nonstop. Uncle Song! Oh my god! Why are there aberrant insects in here? This is so gross! No matter how much he yelled, Ching An was engrossed in his call. What's he doing? He's screaming his head off. You ask if he's scared? Ching An strained to listen to the sounds from inside. Don't touch me, you disgusting things! You want to bite me? Go to hell! As the incessant noise continued, he helplessly cleaned his ear. Reporting, Captain Lee, I think Jiang is quite excited. In reality, Ching An couldn't hear any pleas for help. His report was just a guess. Jiang was holding his head, tears streaming down his face. What kind of sick joke is this place? Please, no more frogs. I'm going to puke. Just as his screaming reached a climax, a door suddenly swung open. Jiang wondered in confusion. Huh? The door opened by itself. His expression turned serious as he considered his options, not knowing what dangers lay beyond. But compared to being trapped here, wasting time with these endless frog monsters, I might as well go through and see if I can find a way out. With that, Jiang made a break for it. But many more aberrant insects stood in his way. Trying to stop me? At this point, his resolve hardened. Not a chance. In an instant, Jiang broke out of the area. He stopped, looking around in a daze. This new area was no less strange. This path is so weird. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed out. This is disgusting. Don't touch me. Seeing him standing there dazed, Ming Hui shouted a warning. Bro, what are you standing there for? Run. Hearing that, Jiang scrambled to move. I'm coming. As they ran for their lives together, Ming Hui took the chance to ask, Brother, what class are you from? I don't recognize you, Jiang answered bluntly. Class. One of the special training camp. Ming Hui frowned in realization. Class 1? Thinking it over, he shouted in confusion. Wait, class, one of the special training camp? You just joined the camp, so why are you in this hellhole? Jiang answered with a forced smile. I guess I must have offended someone. Min Hai glanced over in disbelief, judging others by his own standards. Nice one. You must have slept with the instructor's daughter. Otherwise, how could you end up in a place like this? Not wanting to dwell on it, he tried to change the subject. Senior, what on earth is going on here? Minhu then explained. This is the escape zone. You have to run continuously with all your might and unceasingly use your willpower to resist the surrounding malice to get out. As soon as he finished speaking, he took off running for his life. Junior, hang in there. I'm going on ahead. Jiang tried to keep up and asked, where's the exit? In a flash, he caught up, startling the senior. How can a newbie freshman be so fast? I'll explain one last time, otherwise talking while running will leave me breathless. I heard that the exit automatically appears once you run to the brink of death, but that usually takes about 2 months of running. After running for a while, they encountered others. A girl was standing still and struggling instead of running. I hate frogs the most. Get away, get away, get away. And then, the frog lunged directly at Jiang. Having no other choice, he decisively grabbed and squeezed the frog. Then he delivered a finishing blow, leaving everyone bewildered. Why did you kill the blood-patterned frog? Hearing this, Jiang was stunned. We can't kill this thing? Min Hui continued to explain in detail. We're here for training. What we need to do is face the ever-strengthening malice and keep running forward. The price for killing them is your mind becomes sluggish. Do you want to be eliminated early? Not wanting to waste time, another student urged them on. It's already come to this. Talking is useless. Everyone, hurry up and run. Suddenly, a girl fell into a pit. She screamed in panic, help me, but the further she fell, the faster she went. Just then, Jiang managed to grab her arm. Be careful. Just like that, he became a hero, saving a damsel in distress without even realizing it. Jiang gently asked, Are you okay, fellow student? She shyly asked. Why did you save me? He replied nonchalantly, It was on the way. Afterwards, they separated. Ki explained further, in this escape battle, every unnecessary action comes with a price. By saving me, you harmed yourself. Hearing this, Jiang looked annoyed. This crappy place has so many rules. As he complained, sharp weapons shot towards him from behind. Jiang immediately activated his keen intuition. These frost thorns are so sharp, they can even pierce through the wall that easily. And then, the white frost aberrations emerged menacingly. Witnessing the scene, she gasped in astonishment. Oh my god, those are 2 level 2 aberrations. Without hesitation, Jiang counterattacked. Take these frost thorns back. Immediately, The frost thorns decisively and painfully impaled their bodies. After dealing with them, he quickly grabbed Ki-Ai's hand and fled. At that moment, she secretly admired him. He not only dodged the frost thorns, but also used them to create an escape opportunity. This is the first time I've met a male student with both courage and strategy. However, it wasn't over yet. The white frost aberrations charged at them once again. Seeing this, Jiang decisively pushed Ki away. "You go on ahead." She was bewildered, not yet understanding the situation. With that said, he focused on the fight, Phantom Strike. Jiang quickly got behind it and attacked. Then, he struck without mercy. "Take a kick from me." At the same time, Jiang Du's eyes narrowed, activating his keen intuition. As he turned, a purple weapon aimed straight for him. Jiang Du dodged while looking for an opportunity to counterattack. But that sharp weapon stuck to him like a leech, refusing to let go. His eyes sharpened as he calculated his next move. Does this steel thing have a GPS? Why can't I shake it off? Looks like I have to use that move. Finally, he decided to change direction, using the hidden shadow technique. Right after, he launched a giant weapon. That move directly pinned down the sharp weapons. Jiang thought to himself, has the training camp gone mad? Didn't they say they would intervene if there was a fatal attack? If I hadn't dodged it with my keen intuition, my heart would have been pierced. You mean this attack isn't considered dangerous? Suddenly, a desperate cry for help echoed from another direction. "Help me!" One glance and Jiang recognized her. Oh no, it's the girl from before. Faced with this, Ki could only struggle helplessly. Soon after, her entire body was badly injured, with blood trickling from her mouth. And just like that, Ki was officially eliminated. Seeing this, Jiang felt a pang in his heart. Damn it. It's been less than 10 minutes and someone's already been eliminated. It seems this escape battle won't be easy. I need to pull myself together. Suddenly, a strange object began to form. In a moment, it took its full form. He jumped in realization. Isn't this a man-eating flower? As soon as it appeared, it used its vines to clamp down on a wooden plank. Witnessing the man-eating flower's attack, Jiang thought, this thing's level must be no lower than the previous white frost aberration. Regardless, he breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, it only has 20% health left, otherwise this would be a problem. As he spoke, poison from the flower tried to seep towards him. At the same time, its form started to fade, surprising Jiang. It can even turn invisible. Where did the training camp find such strange aberrations? In any case, he could still easily dodge everything, but that wasn't a long-term solution. I can't keep dodging forever. Otherwise, my stamina will run out before its health does. Jiang observed carefully. The important thing now is to see its movement pattern clearly. With that, he changed his technique. Shadow pupil, open. Now Jiang was quite pleased. I can finally see you clearly. Let's see you act arrogant now. He charged forward confidently. You think you're so great just because you can turn invisible? Seizing the chance, Jiang added a threat. You messed with the wrong person. He used its own wooden plank to stab it, making it scream in pain as blood splattered everywhere. The man-eating flower's health dropped to 10%. After that blow, it lay motionless on the ground. But the more Jiang looked, the more uneasy he felt. He decided to kick it far away. Get lost. Don't block my path. Having dealt with it, Jiang turned to leave. The training camp staff will probably handle these dead aberrations. I can't waste any more time. I have to keep running forward. At this point, Jiang felt weary. The pressure from this mental pollution is so strong it travels on the wind. Is this difficulty level really for training? Suddenly, his spirit became exhausted. I'm so dizzy, it feels like I'm drunk. While Jiang was distracted, the man-eating flower seized the opportunity to attack his shoulder. The wooden plank was launched with incredible force and impaled Jiang. It hurt so much. At that moment, a turquoise power radiated from his entire body. Seeing what appeared before him, Jiang jaw dropped. A level 2 aberration with 70% health. It calmly approached with light steps, and it wasn't alone. Jiang screamed when he realized there's a whole pack of them. Facing this brutal scene, Jiang could only give a wry smile. Releasing a pack of level 2 aberrations with 70% health just for me, this training camp is really something else. Suddenly, he noticed something unusual. Wait a minute, there's a glowing door over there. Jiang started to deduce. Unlike the other doors on the right side of the hall, this one is all by itself on the left. Could it be the exit? Even so, he still had to face countless aberrations all by himself. Jiang was extremely determined. I'm not sure if that's the exit, but I have to try. I must get through that door before my stamina runs out. A wave of power radiated from his entire body. And then, Jiang came up with a crazy idea. If I just grit my teeth and run through, this will all be over. With that, he dashed forward like lightning. However, things weren't that simple. Unexpectedly, it managed to dodge. Instead, Jiang managed to counterattack, creating a massive explosion. The blast sent an injured Jiang flying backward. He gritted his teeth and lamented. As expected from an aberration with nearly full health, a single blow was enough to draw blood. If this keeps up, I'll be crippled and eliminated before I even reach that door. A moment later, Jiang took a breath to compose himself. An aberration was right behind him, but he calmly continued to strategize. It seems I have to use my ultimate move while I still have the stamina for it. Even with danger so close, Jiang calmly planned to deal with the one that had come right to him. He decided to grab the aberration's arm and hold on tight. His determination grew stronger. This time, I definitely won't let you escape. Not long after, the aberrant's energy quickly dropped to 27%. It didn't stop there, as others continuously charged forward. A gaze locked on from the front right, left shoulder back, dodging the attack. The sound of wind from behind, an attack rushed in. Able to step forward and then back, Jiang felt very satisfied. Within a 6-foot radius, his mind was clear, seeing everything perfectly. His spirits were lifted by this feeling of seasoned mastery. This was the Sun Leap realm. He tightened his grip on the sword and attacked with prideful might. Seeing the enemy let its guard down, Jiang quickly made his escape. Now's the time. Run! Suddenly, the two aberrants he had previously dealt with appeared before him. This made him gape in disbelief. Hey, what's going on? Weren't the white mist aberrant and that carnivorous flower already defeated by me? Why have they revived at full health? At that moment, Jiang was surrounded by danger. A second later, he was suddenly slammed headfirst into the ground, his heart refusing to accept it. This special training camp has no martial ethics. No matter what, Jiang tried everything to escape. If that's how it's going to be, you guys can have fun on your own. He stared at the door ahead with determination. I'm done playing with you all. Jiang poured strength into his legs and accelerated. However, the aberrants had already surrounded him. This is bad. These two are not easy to deal with. Besides, with my current stamina, at most, I can only use microperception one more time, Jiang thought grimly. Therefore, this time, I must win. I cannot lose. Before acting, he calculated every move. The mist thorn from the back left will aim for my abdomen. I can block it, but it will cost me a torn palm. Then, I'll use the momentum to pull it forward. A vine will attack from the upper right. As I grab the mist thorn, I'll lean back 40 degrees, and the vine will strike the mist thorn aberrant. A second later, Jiang closed his eyes and focused intensely. Microperception. Microperception. It's about detailed observation and self-control. Why have my observation and control abilities not only increased, but a solution has also appeared in my head? Does this even make sense? He immediately answered his own question. Not really, but heaven has handed me this opportunity on a silver platter. I just have to follow through. With that, he landed a precise blow, causing the aberrant to roar in pain. Meanwhile, the man-eating flower also took the hit. You two idiots, Jiang panted anxiously. My stamina is almost gone, but luckily, I'm almost there. He didn't even bother with the aberrant's attempts to lunge and attack him. By now, he had already slid out of the danger zone, and the man-eating flower watched in astonishment. He laughed smugly. Didn't expect you to be so helpful. Bye-bye. The moment he warped through, the door disappeared. He calmed down and looked closely. An exit? This isn't an exit at all. There's not even a door. He screamed in desperation. Hey, is anyone there? Let me out! Once again, an aberrant appeared, out of the frying pan and into the fire. Jiang felt helpless and wanted to curse. Another level 2! Special training camp! Are you trying to kill me? He stepped back and pleaded. Hey, at least let a guy catch his breath, will you? However, the aberrant showed no mercy, whipping Jiang directly in the face. The blow was so powerful it sent him flying 1,000 meters, and he fell unconscious. Even though he was completely exhausted, he still forced his eyes open to curse. Damn you, special training camp. I'm not done with you. The moment he opened his eyes, a confused Jiang wondered, where is this? He squinted, trying to remember. I remember. I think I was knocked out by that Type A aberrant. Suddenly, Jiang looked down and froze for a moment. A girl was pulling down his pants and said, You're awake. Jiang panicked and yelled, In broad daylight, what are you doing pulling down my pants? A second later, the girl stopped and ordered, Since you're awake, take them off yourself. Hearing this, he recoiled and whined. Oh my God, my heart already belongs to someone else. Seeing this, she took out a bottle of medicine and explained, Your butt is all messed up. You need to apply this. Only then did Jiang grit his teeth and comply. Right, miss. Before he could finish, Zheng Tu explained, My name is Zheng Tu. Don't ask. We're already friends on Quisin. I don't have white socks. I can't wear them at work. If you're not afraid of your girlfriend finding out, you can come to my room to get a pair. I'll pretend I saw nothing. Jiang Yu was stunned and thought, damn, I've hit on so many girls, but this is the first time one has hit back, and she's no amateur. With that, he spoke up. You just said my butt was messed up. But is it serious? Will it affect its future use? A man's dignity is on the line, you know. Without hesitation, Dung Tu gave his butt a hard smack. Jiang Yu screamed in pain. Ouch! She turned away coldly and instructed, you can still feel pain. That proves your senses are working fine. Apply the medicine for a few days and you'll recover. It won't affect your manly dignity. Then Dung Tu glanced over and added, it's the same rule as always. After you finish a bottle, press the button by your bed to call me. However, after getting a look at her firm backside, Jiang Yu felt it was worth it. Although her slap really stung, thinking back on it now, it was pretty exciting. Suddenly, he silently reconsidered what had happened. That final attack from that creature must have pushed me to the so-called critical point, allowing me to leave the escape zone. Based on the training camp's difficulty, no one should be able to pass that easily. But this is too weird. Why would they design a stage that's impossible to clear? Could there be a secret to clearing it that I'm missing? Jiang Yu closed his eyes and thought, let's review it one more time and digest the combat experience I gained in there. It was 7 o'clock. He opened and rubbed his eyes. I've processed a lot, and it's almost dark already. You're finally awake. At that moment, Bao Kyung, who was standing nearby, said while snacking, I saw on the forums that you were carried out, so I rushed over. Don't tell me you actually fought a second year like everyone guessed? Waking up, Jiang Yu immediately asked. I was called for special training. Where are Instructor Tong and Jiao Jiao? Sucking on a candy, he replied. Instructor Tong is still at the main campus. Jiao Jiao came with me, but when she saw you were still out, she went back to training. He was very pleased. Great, she's still training, Bao Kuang added bluntly. Yeah, you were reckless enough to get yourself injured. How could Jiao Jiao just sit idly by? I really admire you, elite students. Instructors don't even have to force you to train. Your futures are so bright. As he sucked his candy, he was bewildered to see Jiang Du get out of bed. What are you doing? You're still hurt. Jiang Du immediately reassured him. It's fine. No need to stay here. I'll be more comfortable resting back in my room. He looked at himself in the mirror and noticed his complexion was still decent, but his energy felt completely drained. It seems I really need to rest well. Seeing him walk out so casually, Dung Tu was somewhat surprised. So, she frowned and asked sharply, why are you out here? Jiang Du gave a weak smile and replied, my injury isn't serious, so I'm heading back to the dorm to rest. Dung Tu scowled and warned, hey, if anything happens to you, we're the ones responsible. He bravely puffed his chest and declared, I'll take responsibility for you. She blushed beet red and retorted, who needs a stinky brat like you to be responsible for me? Just then, Bao Kung asked worriedly, Jiang Du, you just said you'd take responsibility for that nurse. So what about Jiao Jiao? Hearing this, Jiang Du quickly corrected him. Don't say that. Why does it sound so weird when you say it? Realizing his mistake, he lowered his voice. Okay, my bad. I read too much into it. Then, Bao Kuang gestured and reminded him, go see Jiao Jiao. She's very worried about you. I'm not a Zone 1 student, so I can't get in. I'll wait out here. Jiang Du immediately agreed. Okay, I'll just say a few words and be right back. As soon as he entered, he saw Kan An sitting imposingly on the steps. Seeing Jiang Du was fine, he greeted him cheerfully. You're awake, kid. Why not rest for a couple more days? Your injuries aren't fully healed yet. He smiled brightly and replied, it's a minor injury, nothing to worry about. To make conversation easier, Kan Han invited him, come sit over here. He said seriously, in a dangerous situation, using a level 2 sun leap, even with your great talent, can easily deplete your essence, chi, and spirit. You should rest more to avoid damaging your foundation. After hearing that, Jiang Du didn't seem too concerned, and curiously asked about something else. Is that a thing? So, when can I go to the Jiao Dragon Zone again? Khan, and answered decisively. Next week. For the next few days, you'll train with them. Hearing that, he was a little dissatisfied. That's too long. This made Kan An even more confused. What's the hurry? It's not like you can clear it anytime soon anyway. Jiang Du stretched and casually explained, isn't it because the difficulty is too high? Of course it's high, but this is the final exam for second-year students. At that moment, he rested his chin on his hand, thinking carefully. Although the final exam is graded, those students don't have the ability to kill the alien insects. Are the points just based on frantically running away? That makes no sense. Suddenly, Jiang Du paused as if he remembered something. Wait a minute. He began to have doubts. The passage, the trap, the students. Could it be? Jiang Du hesitantly guessed. Teamwork? Suddenly, Kan An's face darkened as he coldly replied, what the escape zone truly tests is the student's ability to cooperate. Once again, he thought to himself, The escape zone's difficulty is extremely high, and they put so many students in at the same time. The most feasible way to pass is through cooperation. There might even be choices, division of labor, and sacrifices. So this is a university for superhumans? I feel like I've just had another major reality check. He then deftly changed the subject. By the way, Uncle Tung, how is teacher Tokian doing? During the first class in the camp, everyone nearly broke down. I even ran over to ask him a few questions then. Mentioning this name, Kan An smiled gently. Teacher Kian Duong, huh? He recalled the details from that time. It's understandable, since it was their first time encountering the real world. Feeling shocked, scared, hopeless, and angry is all very normal. In the first class, they showed us gory documentary footage without any censorship. You can imagine what a huge blow that was. While Kan An kept talking, he couldn't help but feel unsettled. Back then, after class, I had nightmares for 3 straight days. Why do you ask? Jiang Du answered honestly, I just feel that Teacher To looks fierce, but the content of his lessons is so intense it's suffocating. He praised him inspirationally. Teacher To's classes are very useful. They're the foundation for breaking through to level 2. You're already level 2, far ahead of your peers. But don't get reckless. You must be steady with every step. Otherwise, if you force your level up, it might be fine in the short term, but it will cause big problems in the long run. At this moment, Jiang Du realized, Uncle Tung is level 3. Kan An didn't hesitate to share his troubles. It's because I didn't master the basics at level 2 that I got injured. So after reaching level 3, I faced many difficulties. Hearing this, Jiang Du sighed wearily. The path of a superhuman is much harder than I imagined. At first, I thought getting stronger was like in the novels. You meditate, absorb spiritual energy, and then have a breakthrough. He rolled his eyes and reiterated, that's why those are novels and anime. If there really was such a quick way to become strong, our great continent wouldn't be in this state. Being an optimist, Jiang Du tried to console him. Uncle Tung, don't be so pessimistic. Things will get better eventually. Kan An immediately retorted, who's being pessimistic? I'm just stating the facts. The first principle of a superhuman is to never despair. Curious, Jiang Du asked, so what's the second principle? He replied coldly, I forgot. At the same time, in the distance, Jiao Jiao was happily waving and calling out, Jiang Du! Her voice rang out, both decisive and gentle. Are you coming? Seeing her made him overjoyed. Wait a minute, I'm coming right now! At that moment, the flag hung high above, fluttered in the evening breeze. Jiang Du quickly looked up and thought, the books say that the 5 stars on the national flag all have special meanings. The star in the middle represents the great continent, and the 4 surrounding stars represent 4 major events and their corresponding great figures since the time of the cataclysm. The 5 stars embody the dedication of countless people. Reality is indeed not as smooth as in novels and anime, but as long as the countless superhumans of the great continent are here. The determination in his eyes was incredibly firm. Although the road ahead is arduous, we can definitely overcome it all. Lost in his train of thought, Kan An suddenly came over, patted his shoulder, and said, why are you staring at the national flag? Next week, I'll let you be the flag raiser, okay? Jiang Du immediately refused. No need, I was just thinking about the origin of these stars. And so, he also looked up and explained, it's written in the books. The 4th star represents the Nightwatch organization. It didn't have this name at first. The Superhuman Bureau, the Superhuman Organization, the General Administration of Superhuman Affairs, all sorts of names until it was later renamed the Nightwatch Organization. Guess why it's called Nightwatch? He answered without a moment's hesitation. Because there are many ghosts at night, or because the alien insects often appear then. Faced with Jiang Du's curiosity, Kan An brushed it off. Forget it. It's better not to know. Jiang Du, being sensible, let it go. All right, I get it. Knowing in advance would destabilize my Tao heart and create inner demons, right? Seeing Jiang Du pestering him with questions made Kan An very annoyed. If you're that bored, how about we spar for a few rounds? Hearing this, he scrambled away, trying to find an excuse. Bullying an injured person goes against the code of martial arts. I'm out. A moment later, Jiang Du came up to Jiao Jiao and asked, where's Fatty? He was just here a moment ago. She pointed and said, he went to the canteen to save us a spot. Suddenly, Jiao Jiao gently tugged on his sleeve. Don't you want to live anymore? Though a small action, it made Jiang Du cry out in pain. Heroine, please have mercy. I'm still perfectly fine right now, aren't I? She snapped in a low voice. You still have the nerve to say that. Then her eyes welled up and tears streamed down her face. Do you know how scared I was when I heard you were carried out on a stretcher? Seeing her like this, Jiang Du was at a loss and didn't know what to do. And so, he moved closer to comfort her. Jiao Jiao, don't cry, even using his hand to catch a precious tear. Not stopping there, Jiang Du even shamelessly licked that finger. Then he frankly commented, a bit bitter, and a little astringent. Jiao Jiao's emotions shifted instantly. Are you crazy? Why did you suddenly taste my tears? He blushed and replied directly, Of course, it's because I want to remember your taste. Without hesitation, Jiang Du hugged her tightly and made a promise. Jiao Jiao, don't worry. From now on, no matter what happens, as long as I remember the bitter and astringent taste of your tears today, I will always protect myself well for you. Feeling his heartbeat, a very embarrassed Jiao Jiao threatened, You better do what you say, or I'll have my dad and Uncle Li beat you up and deal with you. After observing for a moment, Jiang Du noticed a scrape on her leg. What happened to your knee? Have you been to the infirmary to get it checked? Mentioning the wound, she recalled the moment she overheard others gossiping about him. Have you heard? That guy named Jiang Du got ganged up on by the second-year students. He was beaten until he was crippled and carried out. Seeing this, Jiao Jiao couldn't hold back and rushed forward, intending to give them a beating. Jiang Du. However, things didn't go smoothly, as her haste caused her to trip and fall. Recalling it, she felt a bit embarrassed. During training, how can you not get banged up a bit? It's just a small wound. I'm hungry. Let's go to the canteen. Even while being pushed along, Jiang Du still tried to advise her. You still have to be careful. What if you dislocated something? Not wanting to discuss it further, Jiao Jiao took the initiative to pull his hand. Why are you being such a nag? Let's hurry, or else there will only be leftovers. The two ran hand in hand while talking. Later, I want to eat chicken breast and potato chips and Coke. You're treating. To make Jiao Jiao happy, Jiang Du immediately agreed. Okay, whatever you want. Half a month later, in the escape zone, Jiang Du was chasing an alien insect. What are you running for? Weren't you so smug when you were bullying me earlier? I told you not to be so arrogant. It's tough to survive out here. And then, he smirked calculatingly. You think you can escape? Without hesitation, Jiang Du quickly activated his mark. He took a running start, leaped high into the air, and attacked the alien insect from behind. That power directly clamped onto its head, and from there, Jiang Du charged forward like a god. At this moment, in the escape zone's monitoring room, Kan Ain shouted in alarm, This is bad! That kid is trying to kill that alien insect! Get it out of there immediately! The training ends here! After the training session ended, he specifically praised him. You brat, you've improved again. After only half a month of training, almost none of the level 2 alien insects in the escape zone are a match for you. Now I'm starting to suspect whether you awakened a shadow clone ability or some kind of skill that makes you stronger the more you fight. Jiang Du gave a wry smile and subtly reminded him, Uncle Tung, after all, you can't compare the physical constitution of different people. His way of answering made Kan An a little dissatisfied. Don't get cocky just because you have a little strength. Are you interested in joining a mission? Besides teaching, we instructors also have to carry out missions for the organization. There are missions in the real world, and also in the shadow dimension. Want to experience it once? After hearing this, Jiang Du quickly closed his eyes to think. I still can't reveal my shadow clone. If I go with them, I can only kill the alien insects but can't eat them. I'm not going to be some sidekick, and so, he decisively refused. It's a waste of time. I'm not going. Just then, he was trying to find a way to bait the hook. I was about to say, if you do well on the mission, I can get you an ID so you don't have to stay in the special training camp permanently. Upon hearing this, Jiang Du firmly placed his water bottle on the table. Then he stood straight and declared, It's a deal. A moment later, they both got on a bus. Standing before so many people, Jiang Du was a bit bewildered. Uncle Tong, these are. Before he could finish, Kanan quickly introduced, the students joining us on this mission. Glancing around, Jiang Du immediately spotted a familiar face. This senior looks really familiar. Seeing him, she dropped the pretense. My name is Duong Tu. This is the 5th time you've asked. Is my name that hard to remember? Caught in the act, Jiang Du scratched his head. How embarrassing. You're wearing different clothes, so I almost didn't recognize you. I mean, you're not in your nurse uniform. You look great in casual clothes too. Hearing him flatter her nonstop, Kan An got goosebumps. All right, enough chatter. Find your seats. I have something to discuss. Once everyone was settled, he got straight to the point. There are signs of bloodbug activity in the shadow layer near West Yunhai's District 2. It has already caused a number of casualties. The enemy is a level 2 lion rank, accompanied by several level 1 minions. This mission is to eliminate this fully mutated Fallen One with blood-based abilities. As he finished, they all responded in unison, Roger. Half an hour later, the convoy was still on the road. At this point, Jiang Du was so tired that he leaned on Duong Tu's shoulder and dozed off. Duong Tu blushed, wondering, this rotten kid, what on earth did he do last night to be sleeping like this? Not only that, he even drooled on her shirt in his sleep. Suddenly, Kan An shouted, We're here! Everyone get ready to disembark! Jiang instantly woke up as if he hadn't been sleeping at all. Looking at the drool on Duong-tu's uniform, Jiang felt extremely embarrassed. How could I drool on someone else? Then, he took out a tissue to wipe it for her. Sorry. Yesterday's training was exhausting, and I haven't fully recovered, so I fell asleep on the bus. Let me clean it for you. Duong-tu buried her face in her hands, exasperated. Then she demanded loudly, "Don't you dare move, or I'll message Luke Jiao this instant." His weakness exposed, Jiang thought to himself, "Oh my god, how did she get Jiao's contact info?" He handed her the tissue, looking away. "I've cleaned the top part for you. You'll have to wipe the rest yourself." Duong-tu was speechless with anger. "Just shut up!" Seeing them bickering, Kanan yelled, "Jiang Duong-tu, get off the bus now." Once off the bus, he began to brief them carefully. "All right, everyone, the detector has located the blood bug within this residential complex. Don't fall behind. Wild aberrations are extremely ferocious. If I don't manage to act in time," before he could finish, Jiang chimed in, "then we'll get caught by the blood bug and sucked into husks." But Duong-tu disagreed. "That won't happen. The aberration business is highly competitive now. When they catch their prey, they won't drain it dry right away. They'll play with it and drain it slowly." "Exactly. So this is a test of what you've all learned at the academy. I'll be wearing a camera to record your performance. Do your best." A moment later, Jiang walked along, lost in thought. This complex isn't huge, but it's not small either. Which room on which floor could the blood bug be in? Seeing him like this, An smiled to himself. This kid Jiang seems really excited. He's definitely had blood on his hands before. I can't be mistaken about that aura. Then, he frowned. It usually takes a year to advance from level 1 to level 2. This means when Jiang was 16, Li Qintuang was already sending him into the shadow layer to hunt aberrations. How cruel. Wasn't he worried the boy's body couldn't withstand the contamination? Reaching level 2 at 17 is rare, but not impossible. General Fuang reached level 2 when he was young, and his combat power was unrivaled, far surpassing his predecessors. I wonder if Jiang can achieve the same. After walking a bit further, he spotted an aberration up ahead. Seeing this, he deduced, a level 1 blood bug has appeared, so the level 2 must be close by. Without hesitation, he charged forward to take it down. Just then, another aberration appeared from behind. It instantly launched an attack that sent Jiang flying. He struggled to block the wave of power. Seeing this, An couldn't just watch and decided to help. "Jiang and I will take the level 2. The three of you handle the level 1 second." Hearing his orders, the three complied. Before charging, An glanced back and warned, "Duong-tu, you're a medical student and not suited for fighting. Find a safe place to hide." Just as he said that, an aberration appeared and lunged at her. Faced with this, Duong-tu wasn't scared at all. She even reached out and grabbed its head. An incredibly terrifying power emanated from her body. Even more terrifying, Duong-tu swallowed the aberration whole, yet she handled it with a completely calm expression. A moment later, Duong-tu shrunk the aberration until it fit neatly in her palm. Then, she carefully put it into a special container. Just then, Jiang returned and saw everything. "What in the world? Where did my gentle nurse go?" Seeing his stunned face, Duong-tu casually asked, "What's wrong?" Jiang grinned. "Are you full yet?" she shamelessly requested. "Then get me another one," he immediately agreed. "All right." After that, Jiang curiosity got the better of him. "Sister Du, what's your ability?" She answered bluntly, "A branch of the Devourer class, Swallow." Hearing this, Jiang actually got excited. "Does that mean you can turn any part of you into a tentacle?" His face suddenly lit up with excitement, imagining all the possibilities. "Oh my god, her ability is so unusual, but it's really stimulating. So, can I touch it?" However, Duong-tu coldly crossed her arms and refused. "You may not," Jiang stubbornly insisted. "Then can I just look?" This annoyed her even more. "You're such a pervert. Believe me, I will report you to the special training camp for harassment." Seeing her act so haughty, Jiang decided to pull rank. "Report me." "My uncle is." Before he could finish, she cut him off. "Your uncle is a retired war general, and your father-in-law is the current patrol envoy. So what? Are you going to use your connections to pressure me?" Duong-tu's smirk made Jiang nervous. "I was just kidding. Don't take it seriously." "Great, my villainous backstory. How does everyone know about it?" Finally, Duong-tu relented. "Fine, whatever. Look, if you want to. After you're done, you'd better remember my name, right?" After a moment, she asked quietly, "This mutation is hideous. It's scary, isn't it?" But he was completely fascinated. "This is great, really great. So flexible and agile. A tentacle girl is actually very cute." Startled by his unexpected response, Duong-tu was taken aback. "Cute? Ever since my mutation started, people have been too scared to even get near me. He's the first person to ever call it cute." Jiang was practically drooling with excitement. Yeah, I really do think it's cute. Besides, your tentacles are reacting to seeing me. Just as he was about to touch them, she quickly retracted everything. I'm warning you, don't cross the line. Duang Tu began to grow wary. I thought this kid might actually be a decent guy, but now I see he's just a total pervert. Not stopping, Jiang Du kept teasing her. What are you thinking? The reaction I mentioned wasn't below, it was above. A moment later, he thought to himself, I wonder what happened to the Shadow Man's locus. It's giving me this indescribable urge to enter the shadow state and beat the mutated Duang Tu to death, he thought while staring intently at her body. Is the relationship between shadow bugs and devourer bugs like that of a shadow and its source? There seem to be conflicts and tangled relationships between the bug types from the abyss. I'll probably need to absorb more locus fragments to understand the full story. Soon after, Kan An finished off both aberrations by himself. Little Yang, handle the cleanup. We're mostly done with this mission. Seeing Jiang Du, he asked in surprise, why did you leave one alive? But it seemed he had a different plan. Aren't we supposed to turn one in alive? It only has 4% health left, but it should last for half an hour. A live specimen is better than a dead one after all. Hearing this, Kan An put his head in his hands. Kid, have you been playing too many video games? 4% health? You say that as if you can actually see it. Just get rid of it so we can go back. But the story of how these blood bugs came to be is quite tragic. He opened a restaurant and ended up provoking a scavenger. His shop was wrecked, and he was threatened. The owner couldn't move on and chose revenge, eventually mutating into a blood bug. With the matter concluded, they felt uneasy. He had his revenge, but countless innocent people were dragged into it. Suddenly, Jiang Du froze, sensing something was off. He caught a glimpse of a shadow on a rooftop. An aberration, or a scavenger, over 100 meters away. Was it a coincidence they looked this way, or have they been watching us all along? Khan, and continued. In any case, when an ordinary person goes up against a superhuman, they almost always end up paying a heavy price. Back then, if a great power was offered to them, most people couldn't refuse, even if taking that step meant falling into an abyss. That thing was the purple aberrant. It stood over the fainted blue aberrant, approaching it and crying sorrowfully. Then, the purple aberrant dripped a drop of its blood into the blue aberrant's mouth. Instantly, the blue one woke up and started wailing loudly. In an instant, Jiang Du appeared and dealt with them one by one. He grabbed the purple aberrant and declared that one had slipped through the net. Jiang Du's eyes were filled with determination as the enemy vanished. At that moment, the purple aberrant screamed in pain. Seeing how they treated each other, Jiang Du realized she had actually given her blood. To think she gave half her blood, it's clear these two were a married couple who both lost control and became aberrants. Even though he held her hand tightly, the purple aberrant still struggled to fight back, which surprised him. As he fought her, he glanced at the blue aberrant and thought, no matter how much they suffered, I can't let them go in this state to harm more innocent people. Having made up his mind, he began to channel power through his swift and sturdy legs. Without any hesitation, Jiang Du unleashed a brilliant power. By now, the purple aberrant was exhausted but not dead yet. Its health bar was still at 10%, so it seemed one more punch was needed. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, he delivered a devastating punch that sent it flying 1,000 meters. Witnessing the scene, Jiang Du said, "Rest in peace." In that moment, an excruciating pain finally tore the purple aberrant apart. His gaze was resolute. He had never doubted his beliefs, but the moment she reached out her hand, she seemed almost human. At the same time, Jiang Du felt a pang of guilt. If he were to mercilessly kill her now, he would be the inhuman one. He looked at his hands and hesitated, wondering what the right thing to do was. Seeing his indecision, Kan An gently reminded him, Jiang Du, it's an aberrant now. Whether it was born that way or transformed from a human, the transformation is irreversible. Hearing this, he pondered the words. That's right, transformation is irreversible. And so, he knew he had to finish the job. There could be no mercy for aberrants, or humanity would be in danger. He began to worry about the future. What if the next person to transform was Uncle Lai, or Jiao Jiao, or even himself? Lost in these unanswered thoughts, he wondered what he would do then. The next day, Kan An and Jiang Du calmly walked up the stairs to get a non-staff certification for him. From now on, you can use your contractor status to log into the Night Watch's internal network and accept missions. You're an external member. He honestly recounted that this was General Lai's decision, made while ignoring everyone else's opinions. He saw the video of your fight and wanted to give you some work. Hearing this, Jiang Du smirked and thought, so the job is just killing aberrants everywhere. Uncle Li, aren't you afraid I'll fail spectacularly one day? But on the bright side, this is a good opportunity to train and a legitimate way to become stronger. A moment later, they entered the office. Kan An then enthusiastically guided Jiang Du. Go ahead and enter your information. That's right. General Lai said that if you want free access to the special training camp, you must complete at least 3 missions per week. Hearing that number, he was a bit daunted. 3? That's way too many. There's no use complaining to me. I can't do anything about it. Why don't you go bargain with General Lai yourself? Hearing how difficult it was, Jiang Du could only sigh and let it go. Forget it. Then, Kan An looked into the distance and instructed, from now on, you'll be going back and forth between training at the camp and taking missions in Van Hai. Sometimes you'll encounter stragglers from the shadow plane that aren't on the list. You can try killing them, and it will also count as a mission. Good luck. I have high hopes for you. Afterwards, he left in a hurry. I have to get back to the camp. You can look around on your own, kid. Jiang Du politely saw him off. Goodbye, Uncle Tong. Although Kan An's explanation was detailed, it all seemed too simple for Jiang Du. He felt like the certification was too easy to get. Could Uncle Lee be tricking him into doing missions for free? Suddenly, Dang Qua's loud voice startled him. Hello, doctor? Has Hoa Hoa's condition gotten worse? Okay, I just left the night watch building and used my points for the medicine. I'm coming right now. Ah, I see him now. Jiang Du immediately recognized him. Isn't that Dang Koa? I haven't seen him in a month. Why does he look so haggard? He felt uneasy, especially after hearing the tone of his voice. It looks like he's in serious trouble. I can't just leave him be. He was one of my men. I have to follow him. Just then, Dang Koa rushed to the hospital. Inside the emergency room, Dang Koa was in a life-or-death situation. The doctor was trying to administer medicine into the little girl's body. Hua Hua's eyes grew dim and her breathing became weaker. Just then, he took out a vial. As he opened it, a mysterious vial of medicine lay inside. Seeing it, the doctor was startled and immediately asked, "Where did you get this medicine?" "Dang," Koa said firmly. "Doctor, just tell me if there's anything wrong with it." The doctor got straight to the point. "This is indeed the latest blood source tube, but there's something I need to tell you. Let's talk outside." Once outside, the doctor revealed the truth. "Your daughter's condition worsened suddenly because the supernatural contamination in her body has turned malignant. If we had this blood source tube 3 days ago, a miracle might have been possible, but now it's hard to say." Hearing this, a worried Dangkoa asked, "Doctor, tell me, how much longer can Hoa Hoa hold on?" The doctor's face darkened. "About 1 month. However," he breathed a sigh of relief. "There's still time. Please prepare for the surgery, doctor." Meanwhile, Jiang Du had managed to sneak inside. He learned many details. Hoa Hoa, 5 years old, hemolytic blossom syndrome. Reading it, Jiang Du frowned in confusion. What kind of disease is this? And what's the blood source tube they mentioned? With that thought, he quickly went online to investigate. The website explained in detail that hemolytic blossom syndrome is a serious disease caused by blood system contamination. Although the probability is very low, once contaminated by bloodworms, infection occurs if not purified in time. The blood then corrodes the body like acid, turning it into a pile of sludge. If detected early, treatment with a blood source tube can still purify the contamination. But most people diagnosed with this are already in the final stages. Understanding this, he grew more suspicious. Hoa Hoa is only 5 years old. Besides, she's always been in the real world, so how could she get this disease? Could it be related to the bloodworms that the news reported had snuck into our world? At that moment, Dang Qua was alone in the garden downstairs, making a phone call. He growled into the phone, "How many blood source tubes do you have left?" The other side tried to shirk responsibility. "Please, 1 tube costs a fortune. Besides, the materials are rare. There are other methods to produce high-quality tubes. Why waste effort on this one?" As soon as they finished, Dang Koa flew into a rage, veins popping as he yelled, "I asked how many you have left." Noticing his aggressive tone, they were not pleased. "Dang Koa, you should know your place. You want a blood source tube, right? Fine, come and get it yourself." After the call, Dang Koa clenched his fist in determination. "Hua, hua, Daddy will save you. Don't be afraid, even if it means sacrificing myself." Jiang Du overheard the entire conversation. This made him even more worried. Is he going to get another tube? Why do I have such a bad feeling about this? Finally, Jiang Du decided to make a call. "Uncle Lai, a friend's daughter has hemolytic blossom syndrome. Can a blood source tube cure it?" Exhaling smoke, Uncle Lai replied casually, "Not sure. How old is the patient?" Jiang Du answered, 5 years old. Uncle Lai's next words plunged him into despair. Then the chances are almost zero. A child's resistance to contamination is extremely weak. If caught early, a blood source tube might work, but in the final stage, it's almost impossible to save them. Suddenly, Tutu appeared and softly called out, "Jiang Du." He turned and smiled. "Tutu." She started chatting excitedly. "Long time no see. Aren't you supposed to be at the special training camp? Why are you back? Pushing his worries aside, Jiang decided to chat for a bit. I was let out early for good performance. What about you? No school today. She excitedly explained the reason. A few days ago, I was captured by a variant. A night watcher saved me, and he was seriously injured, so I came to visit him. We've only been apart for a month, but you've changed so much. Your whole aura is completely different. Receiving the compliment, he shyly scratched his head. It's nothing. I feel like you've changed a lot too. How have you been lately? Xiao Xiao lowered her head gloomily. I'm still the same, but seeing you all get to go to the camp while I can't, when I face danger, I'm completely at the mercy of others. Luckily, the Night Watcher saved me. The more I think about it, the more I admire you guys. It would be great if I could become an extraordinary too. Jiang Yu humbly replied, actually, being an extraordinary isn't as good as you think. You have to face danger and life-threatening challenges at any moment. Most ordinary people can live a peaceful life. In contrast, for an extraordinary, how many can avoid getting injured or crippled? She immediately spoke her mind. No, Jiang Yu. You're gifted. You're different. You can't understand the helplessness an ordinary person feels when facing a variant. That day, if it weren't for the Night Watcher, I would have been swallowed whole. Suddenly, Jiang Yu sensed danger and moved to protect her. They stared in confusion. What is that? Why is there a variant here? The variants started running rampant. Run! Help! Someone save me! Just then, a variant targeted the two of them. Jiang Yu played the part of a hero saving the damsel. Hide behind me. Don't move. The variant opened its huge mouth, revealing rows of sharp, blood-stained teeth. Despite that, he easily took care of it. Jiang Yu smirked smugly. A tiny level 1 ant dares to dance in front of me. In an instant, Jiang Yu had dealt with it. He glanced back and told Xiao Xiao, you stay here. I'll be back in a bit. In other areas, many variants were attacking innocent people. Help! Desperate cries for help echoed. No, no, someone save me. Fortunately, Jiang Yu arrived just in time. Die. And just like that, the variant died in front of the civilian. Not stopping there, Jiang Yu went on to deal with the variant on the car roof. You too, come get some. A moment later, the area was safe once more. He didn't leave immediately, pausing to deduce, I'm afraid these 3 blood variants were also transformed from humans. Things are getting really unusual. It's normal for 1 or 2 people to become fallen ones, but for several to appear in a row like this, it's definitely not a coincidence. Later, he met up with Xiao Xiao. She asked timidly, you see? This is how weak ordinary people are when facing variants. The peace didn't last long before another terrified scream echoed. At that moment, a civilian was in agony. I'm so dizzy. Why are my hands so red? My blood feels so hot. Hearing this, Jiang Yu stepped up to handle it. Everyone else stay back, spread out. It seems these people have been contaminated by the blood variants. I'm good at killing variants, but I know nothing about treating the contamination. I'll have to notify the Night Watch organization for reinforcements. After today, Xiao Xiao was truly full of admiration. Jiang Yu, you're so strong now. Thank you for saving me. He replied humbly. We're old classmates. There's no need for such formalities. You should hurry home, stock up on supplies, and don't wander around. I have other things to do, so I'll see you later. She immediately replied, okay. After saying goodbye, he shot off like a rocket. However, Xiao Xiao continued to admire him. Jiang Yu, thank you for showing me the strength of an extraordinary once again. Even though I'm only an ordinary person now, I will still look up to you all and help more people. At that moment, the phone in Jiang Yu's pocket suddenly rang. Uncle Lee sent a text asking, still alive? He replied, afraid I can't provide for you anymore. The uncle replied nonchalantly, no problem. The Night Watch organization will support me. You can't even imagine how cushy this position of mine is. Seeing this, Jiang Yu tried to threaten him. I'm screenshotting this. I'm going to report you now. Immediately, Uncle Lee recalled a message and said, we've already dispatched people to handle the blood variant riot near you. If you're okay, head back to the camp. Jiang Yu suddenly grinned with delight. If that's the case, I must take this chance to go to the shadow layer and farm some kills. Killing those 3 blood variants earlier completes my 3 weekly missions. Now it's time to hunt freely. But it wasn't over yet. Another variant, at 20% energy, was trying to recover its strength. In a flash, its power had surged to 40%. To prevent future trouble, Jiang Yu mercilessly split it in 2. Faced with that terrifying power, the variant stood no chance. Energy still surged in his hands. I can't believe I killed such a strong level 2 blood variant in the blink of an eye. This feeling is amazing. Suddenly, he felt something was off. Wait, this absorption doesn't feel right. Looking at the object in front of him, Jiang Yu was stunned and wondered, what is this thing? Faced with this strange thing, Jiang Yu struggled but couldn't break free, making him very uncomfortable. What the hell is this? I can't shake it off. Worried, he quickly checked the system. I hope I didn't absorb something I shouldn't have. The system immediately displayed detailed information, shadow form. 1. Using this ability reduces shadow point consumption in the real world. While in the shadow layer, it constantly drains shadow energy to replenish shadow points and enhance self-healing. 2. In this state, your oppressive aura is stronger, which can intimidate prey and make them expose their weaknesses. 3. This ability is evolving and may become even more powerful. Jiang Yu clutched his head, breaking out in a cold sweat. What is going on? The system even gave me an open-ended upgrade. Could it be because this is the first time I've absorbed a wild level 2 variant? Not wanting to waste time, he quickly made a decision. I'll just find another one to test it on. In a flash, Jiang Yu was sneaking through a pitch-dark area where a variant appeared amidst blazing flames. He was secretly watching it from behind a wall. This chicken is so plump, I was just craving some chicken soup. Suddenly, he froze, as if he had been discovered. And then, the chicken variant looked directly at Jiang Yu. He was completely shocked. What the? No way. This is the shadow layer. Without hesitation, it charged at Jiang Yu with all its might. He quickly jumped to dodge the blow, taunting, "Hey, don't run!" Now, Jiang Yu tried to speed up, shouting, "Stop!" The prolonged exertion was causing him to sweat buckets. And so, Jiang Yu decided to stop and bravely confront the chicken variant. He alone dared to stand against the dazzling wave of power. Jiang Yu struggled to endure the perilous moment. Right after, blinding blue rings of light began to radiate outwards. Even so, it refused to give up. A moment later, the power within it erupted even more violently. Jiang Yu was stunned, speechless. Jiang Yu hastily blocked the attack from the Hellfire skeleton, but was still sent flying back, unable to resist. He only stopped after crashing into a car by the road. The variant raised its blade again to attack him. Jiang Yu's eyes flashed and he frowned. Just as the great blade fell, he jumped up to dodge it. He used Shadow Strike to attack the skeleton from behind, enraging the fiery variant. Jiang Yu frowned. Only 7% damage? I'm sure I just hit its weak point. It seems this bone variant is a level 3 with extremely high defense. In that case, system notification, activating continuous kill, +1 kill stack, +1 kill stack, +1 kill stack. He also attacked non-stop. Let's see me chip you away. I'll chip you to death. Energy gathered. The kill stacks are full. Activating slaughter. Jiang Yu watched it warily. You little toy, you think you can ambush your big brother Jiang? Die. Unexpectedly, a golden beam pierced his right shoulder, making Jiang Yu cry out in pain and quickly form a shield. He ducked behind a brick wall. Outside, a giant eyeball variant appeared, making Jiang Yu gasp in horror. From behind, another crimson-bodied one flew out. A swarm of high-level variants suddenly appeared. He frowned. Damn it. So many of them at once. This situation is extremely unfavorable for me. Furthermore, because the feast is approaching, the shadow layer is extremely unstable. Trying to escape now would be incredibly dangerous. What should I do? Am I really going to have to solo all the variants in this entire area? Just then, a flame flared up from behind. It's the Eternal Torch. When used, it emits a gentle light that repels the shadows, a source of benevolent light. Please note that this light strongly attracts variants. The cost is that the user must consume their extraordinary energy and stamina to maintain the light source. Jiang Yu couldn't help but feel overjoyed. Reinforcements are here. He instantly understood that the post-feast campaign had begun. The summoned extraordinaries who appeared were incredibly powerful. Jiang rushed forward to seize the opportunity, and the alien insects fearlessly attacked him. But at the same time, 2 powerful shells flew towards them, causing the area to explode instantly. The insects hit by the shells were all blown away by the flames. Jiang immediately seized the chance to strike, quickly using his shadow to absorb them. The system displayed a notification. Name: Armored Mistman, Insectoid Bone, Level, Tier 2 High Rank. Introduction: The price upon death. Malignant bone quality increased. Price waived. Harvested Shadow Guard, increased shadow points, increased mist bone hardness and strength. This alien insect yielded 195 shadow points. Jiang was satisfied. Very good, I'm definitely going to feast today. But looking at the troops, he felt helpless. Wait, you guys don't have to all show up at once. But then, countless artillery shells rained down on the alien insects. It was the superhumans behind him, providing support. Wow, their long-range firepower is insane. Skills were relentlessly unleashed upon the monsters. They had no way to dodge the explosive firepower. The powerful superhumans appeared right after that. With bulging muscles, they charged forward to attack, able to fight the alien insects with their bare hands. The giant alien insect was restrained by several superhumans using their raw strength. One of them roared and slammed it down. Bam! On another side, his teammates continued to prepare the cannon, firing directly at the alien insects. The unsuspecting creatures continued to charge forward. A moment later, they were blown to pieces by the shells. He then ordered the Night Watch team to pursue them. They charged forward, engaging in an extremely fierce battle. Jiang looked around in amazement. Wow, these things are almost dead and I haven't even done anything yet. He got excited. It would be a waste not to kill Steel at this moment. So, Jiang began reaping the alien insects' heads one after another. The Night Watch members were startled. Whose subordinate is that? He's so strong. Isn't he afraid of paying the price? We can't lose. Let's continue. I'll pay the price to kill the next one. A moment later, he used the darkness to swallow the alien insects' corpses. Jiang wiped his sweat. We've taken care of so many in just half an hour. The combat strength of the Night Watch is terrifyingly powerful. Suddenly, he saw a system notification. Name, Blood Insect, Level, Tier 2 Mid-Rank. Introduction. Price upon death, blood soul contamination, has been waived. Harvested Shadow Guard. This alien insect has been processed. Jiang stared blankly at the blood thread connecting to him, the blood soul contamination. Just then, he heard a voice shout, "Hey kid, snap out of it. It's blood system contamination. Get him to the hospital now." A teammate replied. Got it. Announcing to all personnel, retreat immediately. Two Night Watch members grabbed Jiang. What are you standing there for? The boss gave the order, let's move. He angrily watched his walking experience points get away. No, there are still hundreds of alien insects I haven't absorbed. That's a ton of EXP. Let me go. The blood-contaminated superhuman was convulsing in pain. The doctors struggled to hold him down. Quick, get the respirator. Prepare the intravenous anti-contamination injection. Bring the serum here too. Meanwhile, Jiang secretly used his skill to enter the patient's room. He frowned as he watched them treat the patient. Then he moved stealthily, making sure not to be discovered. Jiang left the room. This blood-soul contamination is stronger than I thought. Even a veteran Night Watch member with 100 battles under his belt couldn't withstand it. Could this thing on me, related to the blood-soul contamination, be from absorbing those blood insects? Unable to figure it out, he could only sigh. Jiang looked at the red thread on his hand. But the system said the price was waived. What exactly is this blood thread? Suddenly, the phone in his pocket buzzed. A series of alien insect alerts popped up. East District 2, Nam Street, alien insect activity detected. Proceed immediately. East District 2, 20th Street, blood insect. East District 2, 20th Street, blood insect, inside a building. East District 2, 20th Street, blood insects, suddenly attacking pedestrians. He was shocked. What is happening? Why are there so many blood insects all of a sudden? A government announcement. Attention all superhumans. A large number of blood insects have appeared in East District 2, along with incidents of blood system contamination. The situation is extremely critical. Furthermore, this blood system contamination can be latent, posing a high risk of transmission. Following an emergency meeting, East District 2 is now under lockdown. Jiang eyes widened in disbelief at the news. He thought anxiously, a lockdown? Normally the Night Watch and the scavengers would handle this. Why the need for a full lockdown? In the distance, the sky was filled with constant tremors. Jiang grew worried. What in the world is happening in East District 2? An announcement blared through the streets. Attention residents of the Van High concentration zone, alien insect activity has been detected in East District 2. All city residents are advised to stay indoors and not remain outside for long. All entertainment venues must cease operations immediately. Meanwhile, in East District 2, Dang Qua was fighting for his life. Looking at the two menacing alien insects, he feared he wouldn't make it out of this alive. Just as he thought he was about to die, Jiang appeared and blocked the fatal blow. He turned to Dang Koa and asked, "Are you all right?" Seeing his savior, he exclaimed happily, "Brother Du, you're injured?" Only then did Jiang notice. "I ran into some trouble on the way here, but it's nothing. But what are you doing here?" Dang, Koa laughed and explained, "To make money, of course. I'm planning to make a fortune this time." But Jiang saw right through him. "It's for your daughter, right?" Jiang asked. "Your daughter was infected with the blood soul contamination, right?" Dang, Koa looked at Jiang in surprise. "How do you know that?" Jiang asked about her condition. "How is she now?" He explained. "She's fine. She had surgery to remove the contamination. But to get the blood source antidote, I had to spend everything I had." Jiang frowned. "So, you came to this dangerous place to earn money?" Dang, Koa shrugged. "I had no other choice. I have to provide for my family, and my regular salary just isn't enough." He placed a hand on his shoulder and said, "Go back." Dang, Kwa was confused, huh? Jiang smiled and said, "Don't make your daughter worry. I'll give you a share of my earnings from today's hunt." Dang, Koa was stunned. Brother Do, I can't. He held back his tears of gratitude. Then he turned to leave. All right, I'll head back first. You be careful. Jiang boasted. Don't worry, you of all people should know how strong I am. Only when the man was far in the distance did he clutch his back. Ouch, ouch, ouch. My wounds have reopened. I can't retreat to the shadow dimension for a while. This is a real headache. I've absorbed so many blood insects, yet the system hasn't responded. A voice flashed through his mind. Rations. Jiang was startled. What? Rations? He turned to look at the alien insect he had just taken down. Could it be? So Jiang actually opened his mouth and bit into it. He then spat out a mouthful of feathers. Good grief, this blood chicken's feathers are as hard as iron. How am I supposed to eat this? He jumped up in frustration. Damn it, I'll crush you. He stabbed his weapon straight through the alien insect's body. The energy from its body was then easily absorbed by Jiang, quickly restoring his health to 100%. Jiang smiled in satisfaction. Absolutely delicious. He stretched contentedly. So this is what it meant by rations. I can absorb the blood of blood insects to heal. That means I have a way to heal in the real world now, making up for the shortcomings of my shadow form. I should find a few more blood insects to test this. I might even awaken a more powerful ability. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. He saw the caller ID and answered. Uncle Lee, what can I do for you? Uncle Lee yelled furiously. If you hadn't picked up, I would have sent a team to collect your corpse. Are you in East District 2 right now? Come back immediately. Jiang quickly lied. No, I'm out getting a bite to eat. I'm not in East District 2. The uncle didn't buy it. Who are you kidding? This blood system contamination is extremely abnormal. It's not something you can handle. Listen up. Even a Tier 3 superhuman can't withstand the blood system contamination spread by these blood insects. In severe cases, blood-colored patterns appear on the skin, and the victim can lose control and transform into an alien insect at any moment. Jiang quickly replied, Yes, I get it. This entire district has fallen. This blood contamination will quickly infiltrate the population, won't it? Based on the number of infections, it must have been around for over half a month. It's been that long, yet it only broke out in East District 2, and all at once. Uncle Lee, don't you think that's strange? Uncle Lee paused for a moment after hearing him out. Then he said firmly, Don't try to pry. This is not your concern. Jiang quickly asked, Wait, just one last question. Among the patients treated for blood-soul contamination, was there someone named Dang Kwa? He frowned as he checked. Dang Kwa wasn't on the list, but his daughter was, and she was one of the 3 in the most critical condition. What's wrong? Why are you asking about this? But after asking, he heard no reply because the phone had dropped to the ground. Rang-du. Hello, Rang-du. He was being forced to use his shadow form. Rang-du immediately sensed danger as a swarm of aberrant insects appeared before him. Startled, he quickly backed away to keep his distance. He frowned thoughtfully. This feeling, it's just like being targeted at the insectoid nest. This time, I'm being targeted by blood insects. Could it be that shadow and blood are mortal enemies? Rang-du heard whispers again. Blood pollution, blood patterns, isolated fragments, rations. Rang-du frowned at them. Isolated, blood patterns, rations. Could the blood insects be food for the shadow in the abyss? In an instant, all 3 of them lunged to attack. He quickly jumped to dodge. Heh! This bunch of food wants to rebel? The leader of the 3 swung its tentacles. The sharp-witted Rang-du immediately sensed the danger. Luckily, he managed to turn into a shadow and hide underground. A wise man knows when to retreat. I'll take you down one by one. With that thought, he reappeared before the aberrant insects. Then, he lightly gathered momentum and leaped up. He gracefully tumbled over the swarm of insects, stabilizing himself as he landed not far away. Who would have thought? As soon as he got up, guns were pointed at him. Friendlies, don't shoot. Even so, they kept firing in Rang-du's direction. But it turned out they were shooting the aberrant insects chasing him from behind. Only then did Rang-du dare to look up at them. Someone came forward and asked, Are you okay? An entire army had appeared out of nowhere. Rang-du looked at them in amazement. Those are level 4 night watchers. I can't believe the regular army showed up this time. Time to pack it in and go home. This isn't my business anymore. The dispatched army reinforcements were also quelling the aberrant insects. They sent the insects scattering in a panic like headless ants. A barrage of explosions rocked the entire area. The night passed, and the sun began to rise. A voice boomed from the speakers. Residents, please rest assured. The aberrant insects have been dealt with. Sector 2 of East Yunhai is now safe. Please remain calm and do not panic. Rang-du returned to the Yunhai University Library. He tossed the book An Overview of the Abyssal Insectoid Races onto the table. Finally found it. This time, I have to clarify the relationships between the aberrant insects in the abyss and find out just how many mortal enemies the shadow has. The book read, The Abyss, a dimension different from our blue star. Its social structure and its insectoid races are all extremely unique. The author has read numerous documents and combined them with his personal experiences in the abyss to write this book, a simple description of the creatures in the abyss. Signed, Inspector. Rangdu was slightly surprised. This book was written by Chu Li. He described the abyss. It's not that there is no sun. On the contrary, there are 3 suns in its sky. The abyss is filled with dense pollution everywhere. For superhumans below level 3, or those with willpower below level 4, entering it means they are not far from death. The aberrant insects living here gradually form phylogenetic relationships based on bloodline hierarchy and attributes. Each insect race is a large clan, and among these clans exist various relationships like dependency, alliance, and mortal enmity, he exclaimed. So, even aberrant insects have alliances. Maybe the shadow has some too. Rangdu, read on. The high-tier insectoid races in the abyss have extremely large bodies and usually possess no special abilities. Their physical bodies alone are enough to wreak havoc. Their young can often grow to the height of a 3 to 5-story building, and their numbers are extremely limited. Because of their size, it's difficult for them to slip through the cracks to Blue Star. He frowned and muttered, if these things really came to our world, I'm afraid only Ultraman could handle them. After flipping through the book for a while, he suddenly stopped. Rangdu stared in disbelief. Looking at the illustration in shock, he thought, this. Uncle Lai must have made a mistake, right? Why are there beautiful women in a book about aberrant insects? What does this mean? It was the glamour demon insect, a mid-tier race from the abyss. They survive using their innate glamour abilities. Their combat power is quite weak in terms of fighting prowess. They might not even match some low-tier insects. Glamour demon insects are nearly humanoid, possess high intelligence, and can use various schemes to infiltrate human society. Approaching high-level figures, he was shocked. So this is an aberrant insect too? Disguising themselves to infiltrate the top ranks. This type of insect is really dangerous. If I ever run into a glamour demon insect, I must take it down at all costs. Then, Rangdu summarized, Bone Insect, a mid-tier race from the abyss, uses bones as its power source. Light Insect, a low-tier race, feeds on light and electricity with very weak combat power. Interesting. If light insects exist, could sword insects and plague insects exist too? Suddenly, he read a crucial piece of information. It was about the shadow insect, also called the shadow demon insect, the highest tier race in the abyss, with the potential to become one of the 3 strongest races alongside the ancient demon insect and the soul demon insect. Compared to other races, the shadow insect develops many other insect clans as its subordinates, practicing a hierarchical rule similar to human society. Rangdu couldn't help but be amazed. Wow, so the shadow insect is like a demon king in the abyss. And here I thought it was just some sneaky assassin. The book continued. However, for some unknown reason, the shadow insect empire collapsed overnight. According to the author, the shadow insect treated its subordinates as targets for random slaughter. Even if it didn't destroy itself, under such long-term oppression, it was inevitable that other aberrant insects would unite to overthrow its tyranny. Reading this, he shuddered and threw the book on the table. His face paled as he realized, no way. If that's true, the shadow insect has no allies in the abyss. Rangdu leaned back wearily. The ancient shadow insect's bad karma is all on my head now. Such bad luck, but them targeting me proves they're still wary. Afraid I'll grow strong. He muttered to himself, maybe one day I can be like the old shadow insect. A king returned. I'll sweep through the abyss and have a harem of glamour demons as servants. Just thinking about it is exciting. Just then, someone said, excuse me, student, please keep your voice down in the library. You're just like your Uncle Lai, the man teased, laughing foolishly to yourself. Rangdu was surprised. You know Uncle Lai? The man gestured for him to be quiet. The inspector was a former student of mine. Rangdu immediately tried to build a connection. Really? Then you're basically an acquaintance of my teacher. In that case, about the true history you mentioned. Jiang cut him off. No rush. You'll understand when you reach level 3. Rangdu quickly asked, then how do I get to level 3? Are there any tricks? Fear isn't necessarily a bad thing, he said. In fact, the more the better. It's the process of condensing superhuman power and a prerequisite for reaching level 3. However, if you feel fear after level 3 and your will collapses, your power will instantly vanish, making it extremely difficult to advance further. Rangdu was stunned. Fear? Then I'm doomed. I'm the type who was born fearing nothing. Does that mean I can never reach level 3? Jiang shook his head and started to leave. All right, don't overthink it. You can come find me anytime if you have questions, Rang Du replied. Yes, thank you, teacher. But then the man stopped suddenly. Oh, right. A little reminder. The special training camp has an exam at the end of the month. Prepare well. Hearing this, Rang Du remembered. An exam? At the end of this month? Crap. Isn't that the day after tomorrow? And so, he had to take the exam. Rang Du tried to reassure himself. It's fine. I might be terrible at math, literature, and foreign languages, but my knowledge of the superhuman world is top-notch. As soon as the bell to start the exam rang, he calmly flipped over the test paper on his desk. Then his eyes widened in shock at its contents. It only read, "What are the full names of the basic superhuman class teachers? A. Zhang San, B. Li Si, C. Wang Wu, D. Zhao Lu." Rang Du was stunned. What the hell is this question? Rang Du held his head. This is supposed to be a giveaway question, but I really don't remember their names. Whatever, I'll just skip it. Next question. But he was helpless. I don't know this one either. Next question. The questions were all theory-based. Question 3. What laws and regulations must superhumans abide by? Finally, Jiang Du gave up. Forget it, I'll just leave it to fate. Amitabha. Then he saw the next question was an essay. The question described, Question 1, you are inside a house. Suddenly there is a loud banging on the door. You observe a level 1 mid-rank bone insect outside. You don't know if it has detected you. Relating to your own situation, what do you think is the best course of action? Question 20. Upon entering the transcendent world, level 1 is merely a process of adapting to one's abilities, and everyone's abilities are different. Question 2. Upon entering the superhuman world, level 1 is merely a process of adapting to one's abilities, and everyone's abilities are different. Question 3. An unavoidable aspect of becoming a transcendent is contact with aberrant insects and their corruption. Question 3. An unavoidable part of being a superhuman is exposure to aberrant insects and their pollution. Jiang Du's eyes lit up. These questions are all about real-life experience. I'm good at this. As he worked, he thought, there's also the final essay question. Oh my, this topic is practically made for me. By the time the exam was over, it was already noon. Seeing his enthusiasm, Jiao Jiao asked, looking at you, it seems the test went well. Jiang Du confirmed, of course, I'm not saying it's a high score, but I'm sure I'll pass this time. She reminded him, yeah, keep dreaming. You always feel great after a test, but your results are always terrible. He turned his head in disbelief. What's that? When it comes to killing variant insects, I'm quite an expert. There's definitely no problem this time. Jiao Jiao sighed helplessly. All right, I hope I've truly underestimated you. By the way, did you go back to Yunhai and see Zhao Zhao? Jiang Du nodded. Did she tell you? Her face flushed slightly. She said you've changed a lot recently. She almost didn't recognize you. She even looked you up and down, saying it's a big change, or maybe that the current Jiang Du is quite a snack. He smirked. My change is nothing, but that best friend of yours has changed even more than me. Zhao Zhao was surprised. Changed? How so? Jiang Du answered vaguely. She's just a bit unusual. She anxiously pressed. Unusual how? Tell me clearly, he teased. Go ask her yourself, making Jiao Jiao angry. Jiang Du. Meanwhile, in the grading room, an examiner was furious. Jiang Du's answer was as follows. Question 1. You are at home when suddenly there's a loud banging on the door. You see a level 1 mid-rank bone insect outside. You don't know if it has discovered you. Based on your experience, what is the best course of action? Answer. Open the door and slam its head to the ground. Question 2. Upon first entering the transcendent world, level 1 is merely a process of adapting to one's abilities. Everyone's abilities are different, and many people have no abilities at all. Based on your experience, what is the most suitable way to train your abilities? Answer. Kill variant insects. You become stronger through slaughter. Question 3. An unavoidable part of becoming a transcendent is contact with variant insects and their corruption. How do you think one can avoid corruption or minimize its damage to the body? Answer. Don't become a transcendent. The examiner kept marking his answers wrong, cursing. Guessing randomly on the multiple choice was one thing, but his short answer questions were also complete nonsense. Even his essay was just a bunch of bragging. The grader, Kan An, gritted his teeth. Jiang Du. When Jiang Du entered, he saw Kan An glaring at him angrily. The man asked sternly, Do you know why I called you here? He asked back, confused. Why? Kan An slammed the booklet on the table and yelled furiously, You've got some nerve writing this. What is all this nonsense? What if someone else had seen it? He criticized loudly, You know nothing about theory, and your written answers are a mess. Jiang Du scratched his head, trying to defend himself. But I was just telling the truth. I'm already level 2. He confidently mentioned practical combat. When you see a variant insect, you obviously just charge straight at it. Hearing this, Kan flew into a rage and began to question him. So you think that because you're level 2, you don't need to learn this theoretical knowledge anymore, right? Dealing with variant insects just requires strength? Is that it? Jiang logically argued his point. Theoretical knowledge is ultimately meant for practical application, so what matters most is still actual combat. He was so choked with anger he climbed onto the table. Kan smirked mysteriously and challenged, "Is that so? If you value practical combat that much, then let's have a practical combat test." His face paled, and he stammered, "You're not planning to beat me to a pulp, are you, sir?" He waved his hand and turned away. "Don't worry, it's not me," Jiang asked in confusion. "Then who is it?" And winked mysteriously. "You'll find out when we get there." After that, the two of them headed to the training room. Standing before the unfamiliar room, Jiang asked blankly, "Where is this place? Why does my body feel so heavy?" He explained with a smile, "It's supposed to be heavy. This is a sealed area, a place for advanced students to train their transcendent physique. There's a special forbidden object here that constantly emits high-intensity pressure. Many second-year students fail at this stage, and the chance of having to repeat the year doubles." He was shocked and skeptical. "The chance of repeating only doubles? I think you mean the failure rate." The two of them slowly entered. There, they saw the strong back of a figure on the platform. Kan grinned and pointed decisively. "Go on. Your opponent today is him." Hearing this, Jiang quickly stepped onto the arena floor. He stood respectfully and greeted, "Hello, instructor." Xiangyang silently smiled and turned his head. The moment their eyes met, Jiang mind suddenly went blank. What's happening? Just from one look. Why is my mind completely empty? He gritted his teeth as an indescribable feeling washed over him. The power in his body went out of control. Am I being affected by his power? Jiang frantically searched his memories. Wait, I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. He dazedly recalled that moment, when the man shattered the training ground with a single palm strike. Jiang dumbly realized the truth. That's right, the video said this young man broke Uncle Lee's record. Looking at his mighty appearance and heroic aura, he recalled the legendary title. 29 years old, the youngest war general in history, and the current 5th war general. Jiang was stunned by the shocking revelation. My opponent is the current war general of the great continent. He was instantly terrified. Just one look, and the power in my body is like a runaway horse, completely uncontrollable. If we actually fight, Jiang frowned, startled by a sharp killing intent. Without another word, the man threw a furious punch at him. Jiang was hit, and blood spurted from his mouth. In the blink of an eye, he was sent flying high into the air. Before he could recover, Xiangyang raised his fist again. In a critical moment, Jiang reacted flexibly, quickly jumping back to create distance. Jiang wiped the blood from his nose, indignant. He didn't even say hello before attacking. If I hadn't dodged that last attack, I would have been hospitalized for a month. Despite the looming danger, he felt incredibly excited. His fighting spirit began to boil. But it's also exciting. The chance to fight a war general of the great continent is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Without hesitation, he closed the distance, throwing a powerful punch. Jiang calmly and skillfully dodged, anticipating the move and leaping high into the air. Just as he predicted, Xiangyang spun around, preparing an uppercut. In the tense moment, Jiang dodged while analyzing his opponent. His speed and strength are immense, but his techniques are simple. Feeling underestimated, he narrowed his blood-red eyes. Instantly, Jiang found himself frozen, his body completely unable to move. Xiangyang brought a heavy fist down on his head without mercy. Seeing him injured, Kan cried out in alarm, "Jiang!" He quickly covered his head with his hands and said confidently, "Don't worry, I won't die. I've already found a way." Just then, the man spoke in a low, indifferent voice. "It seems level 1 strength can't do anything to you." Hearing this, Jiang asked in astonishment, "What? Level 1? Xiangyang's aura flared as he decisively increased his power. "Then let's try level 2. As soon as the words left his mouth, he unleashed his power to suppress him. Feeling the immense pressure on his shoulders, Jiang was startled. He couldn't help but exclaim in his mind, "It's so heavy. He's so skinny, yet his strength is astonishing." Jiang analyzed as he struggled to hold on. Plus, it doesn't even look like he's using his full strength. It seems he wasn't bluffing. He really was only using level 1 power before. Without waiting, Xiangyang kicked him into a corner. Jiang immediately slammed into the wall, slumping to the floor in a miserable heap. Just then, Kan turned and complained, "You really don't know how to hold back. What if you killed him?" He rubbed his wrist and replied coldly, "I was already going easy on him. He's just too weak." Xiangyang glanced over, his disappointment clear. "I heard a young genius had appeared in Yunhai. He comprehended the rushing state before he was even 18, so I came to see for myself." It seems I expected too much. Khan An shrugged and explained calmly. You can't hold him to your standards. The kid's talent isn't bad, he just needs time to be polished. He didn't seem to care, and said bluntly as he left, then take your time polishing him. I'm leaving, Khan An asked in surprise. You're heading back so soon? Xiangyang calmly announced his schedule. After I visit an old acquaintance, I'll return to the capital by the day after tomorrow at the latest. He waved and sincerely reminded him, as for that little genius, you shouldn't get your hopes up too high. Now Jiang angrily challenged him, planning to run away after putting on a show. He sulkily mustered his strength, and the man turned his head in surprise, calling out, Jiang, you're being incredibly stubborn and won't back down. Fine, you can go. Jiang clenched his fists and forcefully stated his condition, but you have to take one of my punches first. In that instant, as he swung his fist, Xiangyang blocked it. Jiang stubbornly pushed with more force, and realizing his obstinacy, the man pushed back just as hard. Not wanting to struggle, Xiangyang directly pinned Jiang down. Pinned under him, he struggled and sulked like a child. Damn it, one more time, I refuse to believe I can't beat you. Witnessing this commendable persistence, Xiangyang cautiously made an offer. Would you like to come to Beidou with me? He gently helped him up. Jiang was bewildered. Go to Beidou. Xiangyang whispered caringly, you're about to go to university. Beidou, Landong, and Changyang are all great choices. And as it happens, I've just taken a position in Beidou. It would also be convenient to look after you. Jiang frowned, wondering, we've only just met. We're not close at all. Isn't using the back door like this a bit too much? He had a nostalgic and grateful expression. I was once a student of War General Li. 7 years ago, I almost fell into the abyss. Back then, I was abnormally infected and lost all my abilities. Luckily, War General Li was the one who pulled me back. He smiled admiringly to himself. Uncle Li, oh Uncle Li, in my past life I couldn't be your successor, but in this life, you've let me experience this feeling. Jiang thought about past events, but 7 years ago coincided with the riot at the Chengning concentration zone, and Uncle Li was sent on a mission. When he returned, he had lost an arm, and Uncle Song had mentioned before that Uncle Li made a huge mistake back then that must be related to this incident. Xiangyang thoughtfully advised, you don't need to give me an answer right away. After all, you still haven't adapted to the special training camp's curriculum. Going to Beidou so suddenly will make you an easy target for criticism. War General Li's old enemies are still waiting for a chance to pounce on his mistakes. Hearing this, Jiang realized and blamed himself, then hesitantly agreed. Oh my god, how could I have forgotten? Uncle Li's personality easily offends others. If I go to Beidou, I won't get kidnapped and beaten up, will I? He laughed heartily and patted his shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry, you won't die. You're very talented in this area, so you must train hard. In 2 months, I'll come to check your progress. Jiang felt a weight lift off his shoulders and nodded in agreement. Okay, Brother Yang. Xiangyang was inwardly pleased and impressed. Just a month ago, he had comprehended Rue. Now he has already formed his own unique aura. If he is properly honed, his future may not be inferior to mine. After he left, the man quickly pulled up an information panel. As soon as he opened it, Xiangyang saw some astonishing content. Named Jiang age 17, willpower level yellow, rank unknown, suspected level 8, suspected ability shadow pupil. Description: adopted by Officer Li from the battlefield. Biological parents unknown. After entering the special training camp, he demonstrated level 2 abilities, mastered the Rue skill within half a month, formed his own aura, potential war general candidate. He excitedly assessed, this kid's profile needs an update. I need to add a line about his fight with Yang Yi. He acquired 3 skills for the first time, lock, coil, and overclock. Astonishing progress. An evaluation of potential war general candidate is unprecedented in history. It also means this person could become invincible. I wonder if Jiang can reach that high a level in a few years. Meanwhile, he chuckled at the man's kindness. Brother Yang is a really good person, so gentle and polite, but he's just too fierce and ruthless when he fights. A young war general in his growth period. Holding onto this thigh will save me from a lot of trouble. If I could also get a powerful older sister type war general, that would be even better. Just then, Jiang opened his phone and saw a message. It seemed to be from Yang Zi. Her message read, the materials from the blood progenitor last time have been made into a blood rush potion. Using it will burn the blood in your body to guide your aura, helping you comprehend it better. Want to try it? After reading it, his eyes lit up as if he'd fallen in love, and he cheered with joy. Oh my god, I can try this for free. Scene changed to the hospital's medical department. Jiang excitedly ran in and threw the door open. What potion? I want to try it. Seeing Yang Zi close and lock the door, he asked in confusion, Why are you locking it? Yang Zi turned, holding a thermometer, and glared at him. Behave yourself. Jiang immediately became as meek as a kitten, making a strange gesture to cover his crotch. Yes, ma'am. Then she calmly examined him. All vital signs are normal, and your bodily functions are fine. He froze in disappointment, realizing the issue. So this was just for a physical checkup. I got excited for nothing. After the examination, Yang Zi took out a pair of iron leg cuffs. She gave a stern order that left Jiang stunned. Come on, put them on. He became extremely excited, his face flushing red, and he eagerly agreed. Oh my, as expected of my one and only big sis. Even the testing method for the potion is this exciting. Okay, I'll put them on. As soon as he put them on, Jiang asked curiously, so what's next? What do we do now? Yang Zi casually pointed to the chair in the center. Go sit there quietly. Sitting in the chair, he asked in surprise. Are we doing the whole set? You're locking my hands too, she replied bluntly. I'm afraid you won't be able to take it and will run off halfway through. Jiang declared resolutely with a look of willingness. That won't happen. It's my honor to contribute to medical science. Yang Zi pinched his cheek and praised him with a smile. You're quite enlightened. Then, she fed him the potion and excitedly explained, this potion is a revised version from my master. We've already tested it on many level 1 students. Now we just need a level 2 test subject. The side effects aren't severe, just a few days of sleepless excitement. Yang Zi stood by his side and reminded him caringly, if you feel any discomfort in a bit, tell me immediately. Seeing her sinister smile, Jiang felt a shiver of suspicion and thought to himself, why does her smile look so terrifying? It couldn't be. Without another word, she immediately pressed the activation button. The next second, an electric current shot through his entire body, making him convulse rhythmically. Jiang was so shocked he felt his soul leave his body. This is certainly stimulating, but not the kind I was imagining. Seeing him in a daze, Yang Zi wondered, he's been shocked stiff. Has the potion not taken effect yet? At that moment, she excitedly decided, let's try it again. Jiang head was spinning, and his mouth moved weakly. Stop, don't. Hearing this, Yang Zi teased him mischievously. Don't stop, you say. You've got guts, then I'll grant your wish. Just then, his entire body felt like it was surging with newfound power. Seeing the change, she happily concluded, it seems the potion is finally taking effect. Inside Jiang body, it felt like a new power was awakening. He was completely stunned by the new power. Is this my aura? Since I first awakened it, this is the first time I've felt its presence so clearly. Moreover, this aura has even materialized into a visible and controllable energy. In future fights, I'll be able to use it freely. Jiang satisfyingly felt the surging energy. It feels amazing. I can clearly feel both my aura and my body's energy strengthening significantly. She gave a satisfied and pleased assessment. Very good. It seems this potion is perfectly suited for level 2 users. He greedily hatched a bold idea. If I drink this every day, won't I be able to accumulate enough aura in no time? She sarcastically shot down his idea. Dream on. This isn't the same as the aura you temper through normal combat. Besides, if you drink too much, your body can't process it, and it will lead to death. Jiang was stunned and asked for confirmation. Is that so? So it doesn't affect your lifespan? He seemed to find a loophole and cleverly retorted, wait a minute. What if I'm not afraid of dying young? You just said it yourself. If it can be fully digested, the power gained will be like training through normal combat, but the price is a shortened lifespan. She warned him seriously. Your line of thinking is very dangerous. Don't even think about getting any more blood rush potion from me. Jiang smirked and schemed to himself. If you won't give it to me, I'll find other ways to get it. In a restaurant, customers were buzzing. Did everyone hear that loud noise from the suburbs last night? I heard it. I thought it was an earthquake. Man, it was so loud I thought some big shots were brawling. Just then, Old Wu brought a dish over to the quiet corner table. He kindly asked, Old Li, you haven't been here in a while. What happened to the wound on your face? The patrol officer hesitated for a few seconds, then calmly replied, lately the cats have been very aggressive. It's normal to get scratched and injured. Old Ngo sincerely advised, then you shouldn't provoke them anymore. You guys take your time eating. Call me if you need anything. The patrol officer smiled and teased the person opposite him. Looks like you've gotten bold since becoming a war general. You hate me in your heart, yet you dare to have me pour your drink. He tilted his head, smiled lightly, and continued, we've fought, we've drunk, what more is there? Hung Dung raised an eyebrow and remarked, but the patrol officer sipped his wine and slowly explained, that's just your illusion. You always feel that I don't use my full strength when I fight you, but in reality, I'm just old now. He firmly refuted at once. I'm not stupid. I can clearly tell the difference between getting old and weak, and you holding back your strength. He shrugged, ending the argument. Perhaps, but it doesn't matter. Then, the patrol officer seriously changed the subject. But you've been to the Hunlun camp, right? How is that kid Jiang Yu? Does he have what it takes for you to accept him as a disciple? Hung Dung listened and gave an honest, accurate assessment. He has extraordinary potential. He's only been in the camp for over a month and has already mastered 4 transcendent skills. How could you not want to teach him yourself? He sighed, lamenting, I'm old. I can't compare to you youngsters. After thinking it over, you're the most suitable. I'll be at ease if I entrust him to you. As if seeing through the truth, he immediately called him out. It's obvious that no one else wants to deal with you, right? Also, don't act like you're giving your last will and testament. He's your responsibility, so you teach him. At this point, the patrol officer's expression turned more serious. All right, enough about that. Lately, that guy in Beidou has been restless. You haven't been affected, have you? Hun Duong replied cautiously. I'm fine for now, but it seems he's looking for something. He worriedly expressed his prediction. I have a feeling a storm is coming. There's hope for the path to level 6, but who knows how many years until it's common. I'm afraid we can't wait that long. Just then, Jiang Yu appeared before them and complained resentfully. Darn it, you started eating without me. He smiled and explained gently. We waited half a day for you. Were we supposed to just starve? Stop making a fuss and sit down and eat. He picked up his chopsticks, sat down, and then looked up to ask, Say, you two didn't just fight, did you? Your faces are all dirty and bruised. The patrol officer remained silent, and Hun Duong drank his wine to avoid the question. Just then, he waved his hand to change the subject. Old Mo, come here and take a picture for us. Old Mo happily agreed. Okay. He held up his iPhone and took a picture with a click. In the frame was a picture of a warm family and a boy with a big appetite. The patrol officer looked at the photo and praised it. It's a great picture. I'll send the original to you two. Jiang Yu frowned and looked at him suspiciously. What's wrong with this old uncle today? He normally hates taking pictures, but today, he asked for one himself, and even smiled so brightly. After eating, he stood up and politely excused himself. Uncle Li, Brother Duong, please continue eating, since I got to leave the camp today. I have to go do my weekly mission. He casually nodded. Go on. Hundung smiled and reminded him carefully. Be safe. A cheerful Jiang Yu stretched and got ready. Time to work. The two men watched his retreating back with happiness in their hearts. The scene changes to a hall, where he suspiciously eyed the surrounding crowd. I can't believe this small mission to catch a level 2 blood parasite attracted so many bounty hunters and members from other Night Watch organizations. That blood parasite was discovered last night. Logically, with so many people here, it should have been caught by now. Confused, Jiang Yu secretly scanned the area. Could the other organization's locators be faulty? He thought for a moment and made a bold decision. Maybe I should check the shadow plane. I might find a new clue there. Jiang Yu felt the power surging within him and teleported to the shadow plane. Ever since his power advanced to level 2, while his ability to see health bars didn't increase, his range of vision had expanded greatly. Just then, he looked up and was startled by a strange sight. Jiang Yu's gaze locked onto the opposite window where it was. He quickly realized the problem. No wonder so many people couldn't find it. It was hiding in the next residential complex. It's pretty good at hiding. Jiang Yu grew excited seeing his prey in sight. A level 2 blood parasite with 70% health remaining. I can take this. He instantly teleported to it. The blood parasite turned its head in surprise. Before it could react, Jiang Yu attacked mercilessly. Seeing the blood parasite scream in pain, he smiled in satisfaction. In the blink of an eye, it collapsed to the ground, bleeding profusely. Jiang Yu excitedly held a syringe in his hand. He plunged it into the creature's body. Just need to get a blood sample for Yang Xi's group, then I can use the blood promotion tube again. The blood parasite screamed miserably. At the same time, outside, the startled participants turned their attention toward the sound. That's coming from the next complex. Jiang Yu picked at his ear and pouted. That scream almost deafened me. A second later, an aggressive group rushed in, shouting, Don't move! Night Watch! Hands up! Hands up! He calmly and friendly announced. Hello, I'm a scavenger for the Night Watch. I was just passing by and found this blood parasite. I've already dealt with it, so you can take the corpse. Afterwards, as Jiang Yu and the group were carrying the corpse outside, they heard a strange scream. He frowned, wondering, what's going on? Is there another aberration? They quickly ran towards the commotion. Xu Xiao was being held by a blood parasite, desperately pleading in fear. Help me! Jiang Yu called out in shock. Xu Xiao! The Night Watch members raised their guns and shouted a warning. Stop right there, you can't escape. Release the hostage. Hearing this, it angrily slashed her chest. Xu Xiao looked at them, her eyes welling up with tears. He anxiously weighed the situation. Damn it, if I attack now, there's a high chance Xu Xiao will be killed too. Jiang Yu reluctantly decided to use a skill. No other choice. I have to try this. He created a circular magic formation. Witnessing this, the Night Watch members exclaimed in shock. What? An oppressive aura enveloped the area. The blood parasite roared in anger. Seizing the moment it was distracted, Jiang Yu leaped up and decapitated it. Afterwards, he landed gently. Jiang Yu then turned, smiled, and asked, Xiao Xiao, are you okay? He saw that she and everyone else were frozen in place. Jiang Yu waved his hand a few times. Hey, what's wrong? Scared stiff? Xiao Xiao regained her composure and stammered. Oh. Just then, Long Feng interjected with sincere thanks. Thank you, young man. That was a really dangerous situation. We were lucky to have you. We'll take this young lady to the hospital. Xiao Xiao shook her head, politely refusing. There's no need. I have anti-contamination medicine at home, he asked cautiously. But what if you run into danger on the way? She hugged him and playfully explained, It's fine. He's my classmate. He'll take me home. Xiao Xiao smiled charmingly and asked, Right, classmate Jiang Yu? He was stunned and confused. What on earth are you up to, Xiao Xiao? Don't tell me you've actually fallen for me. Long Feng sighed in relief and agreed, then added in a friendly tone, All right then. With this young man here, there shouldn't be a problem, but you two still need to be careful. A lot of blood parasites have appeared in this area recently, she waved playfully. Don't worry, Uncle Nightwatch. Goodbye. The kind man reminded them one last time, be careful on your way. After things were settled, a team member rushed to report, Chief, the examination is complete. This blood parasite is the one that killed the 3 restaurant owners. Long Feng was utterly shocked. What? The reporter continued with the shocking details. The 3 victims were all in the same industry. His 2 eyes were wide with anticipation. They showed a ravenous craving, making the little rabbit tremble in fear. Spicy braised pork must be delicious. She moved closer and sincerely warned, I advise you not to get too close to it. Xiao Xiao added in a sweet, shy voice, Be careful. It might bite you. Jiang Yu laughed as if he agreed, but inwardly he thought, Is that so? Then I really should be a little more careful. Oh my God, dressed so seductively. Is this a test for me? Flustered, Jiang Yu decided to leave. Since you're home safe, my work here is done. I'll be going. She stopped him forcefully. Don't you even want to have a cup of tea with your classmate? Xu Xiao challenged him with a suggestive smile. Or should I say, you're scared? Afterwards, the 2 of them sat eating cake and drinking tea while watching TV together. Jiang Du blushed in surprise and stole a glance. Strange, she seemed a bit different the last time they met. Zi Xiao has really changed a lot. He stared intently. Not just her face, her figure had also gotten better. Could this be the legendary transformation women go through after growing up? Now, she took the initiative to express her gratitude. This is the 2nd time you've saved me. Jiang Du smiled and hesitantly suggested, Yes, what a coincidence. Maybe you should buy something for self-defense and carry it with you. After all, you can't always count on coincidentally running into me. Zi Xiao shook her head and refused outright. No need. If it really happens, I'll just have to accept it. I'm just an ordinary person after all. She changed the subject to show her concern. By the way, how has Zhao Zhao been doing at the barracks lately? He honestly recounted her daily schedule. Same as always. She rests after training every day. When she's free, she talks to me. Hearing this, Zi Xiao asked with a hint of probing. Just talking? Jiang Du replied nonchalantly. What else? Fatty Liu is with me too. She expressed her admiration with regret. That's great. If I had tested to have the aptitude, I would be with you guys now. It's not like we can't see each other. We're still old classmates. Jiang Du smiled and comforted his friend. Don't overthink it. By the time you're done with your exams, we'll be out of the barracks too. Then we can go shopping, eat, and chat together. Out of nowhere, she suddenly hugged him, making Jiang Du call out her name in surprise, Xiao Xiao. The 2 were pressed against each other, hearts pounding. She deftly turned and leaned against him, Xiao Xiao hugging Jiang Du tightly. He quickly pushed her away and asked in shock, Xiao Xiao, you know about me and Zhao Zhao. Why are you still doing this? She was silent for a long time. A moment later, Xiao Xiao looked up with tears in her eyes and replied, I can't accept it. She let out all her chaotic emotions and jealousy. Zhao Zhao is my best friend. She's beautiful, a good student, and highly talented. Everyone likes her. I admire her, but at the same time, I'm jealous of her. I know it's not right, but I can't stay calm. Xiao Xiao recalled a memory. Until one day, Zhao Zhao told me she wanted to study music, that she didn't want to become a superhuman. I was so happy at that moment. I thought I could finally prove myself, so I tried my best. She gave a faint smile, choking back the bitterness in her throat. But life seemed to be playing a joke on me, turning all my efforts into bubbles. Xiao Xiao looked up, expressing the reality before her. She and I are now people from two different worlds. At the same time, the door suddenly opened. Her parents walked in, calmly discussing, who would have thought, the three of them would actually die at the hands of the aberrant insects. But I guess it's karma. Although they were rivals for many years, their sudden departure is still saddening. Seeing the scene in front of them, both sides were stunned into silence. They awkwardly called his name, Jiang. He stiffly waved and greeted them. Auntie, uncle. Xiao's father asked suspiciously. You two aren't? Jiang quickly waved his hands and explained. No, auntie, uncle, it's not what you think. He quickly came up with an excuse. Oh, right, I have something to do. I should get going. Her mother gently tried to keep him. Stay for dinner before you go. Jiang politely declined. No need, thank you. My family has already cooked and is calling me home to eat. He remembered an important piece of news and announced, Oh, right, I almost forgot. I just got a call saying our residential complex has been locked down. Hearing this, he turned his head in alarm and asked, Locked down? Outside, serious-faced soldiers stood guard one by one. Team Lu looked around and assigned tasks clearly. Jiang hid behind a wall and deduced silently, Captain Lu really came to lead the team himself. This doesn't look like a simple lockdown of the complex. He intelligently came to a logical conclusion. It's like they're trying to catch something. After sweeping the area, the supervisor reported seriously, Commander Lu, the contamination index detected here is higher than in other complexes. We can confirm the target is in this complex. Team Lu didn't hesitate and decisively gave the order. All right, all squads, move out immediately. Jiang heard this and made a mental note. The target is in this complex. That bloodline wielder is really here. Just as he thought that, he noticed something unusual and looked over. Jiang saw the silhouette of a blood beast and exclaimed in shock, It really appeared. But isn't that the building where Xiao lives? He transformed and analyzed with concern. The last two times, the blood creatures both rushed towards Xiao. Don't tell me they're targeting her. Just then, it suddenly split into multiple bodies. Jiang hid and sighed helplessly. Oh man, it's using clones on me. There are so many. Which one should I chase? While he was contemplating, a blood beast suddenly went through a space portal. Soldiers quickly rushed in and surrounded it. Don't move! Surrender obediently! At that moment, more and more blood beasts suddenly appeared. He was stunned and observed silently. Jiang quickly noticed something was off. Wait, these are all fakes. The real one isn't here. He suddenly leaped up. Jiang saw its true form. He gritted his teeth and charged forward without hesitation. Don't even think about running! Then, Jiang went through the portal at the same time. As soon as he entered, he landed gently on the ground. The blood beast slashed directly at Jiang and a terrifying explosion erupted. It spoke with a curious tone. Were you looking for me, Phantom? Jiang was bewildered by the uncanny resemblance. So this is the blood system wielder? Why does she look so much like my Phantom form? He wondered in confusion. Strange, why can't I see her health bar? Without another word, it dashed straight towards him. Jiang and Xiao charged at each other. The moment his fist passed through her body, he was stunned. Before Jiang could react, Xiao used her powers to counterattack. He frowned, calculating inwardly, this one's power is much weaker than I imagined. It poses almost no threat to me, but it seems my last attack didn't do anything to her either. If that's the case, with that thought, Jiang gathered his power and clenched his fist. He suddenly launched a spinning punch at Xiao. After that attack, she returned to her original state as if completely unaffected. Jiang lost his composure now. He roared and charged towards Xiao. Are you the blood system wielder? Are you the one who contaminated the blood source of Van Hai? She just calmly slipped past and appeared behind Jiang her voice full of mockery. What do you think? Jiang froze on the spot, looking at Xiao behind him in astonishment. She smirked mockingly. Too slow. You're not as decisive as in the video when you hunt aberrant insects. Is it because you recognize me? Hearing this, Jiang became furious and questioned her. Why? They were just small business owners. Why did you have to harm them? Xiao immediately retorted. Harm? I clearly saved them. Enraged, he tried to attack her again but failed. Nonsense. Turning them into blood insects is what you call saving? You only know how to turn that couple into aberrant insects. But do you know what their business was like? The owner's younger sister was harassed by thugs. A conflict broke out, and the thugs called their boss, a so-called superhuman. Their business of many years was destroyed in an instant. Xiao reminded him with a stoic face. The aberrant insects never harmed them, but a superhuman drove them to despair. Jiang on the contrary, became even more furious. Nonsense. You're just taking advantage of their hatred. You want to turn them all into your puppets. And you're the mastermind behind all of this. I will never forgive you. Saying that, he charged at her again. Xiao Xiao smirked and slowly transformed. Is that so? Then who is the real aberrant insect, and who is the superhuman? She suddenly took on Jiao Jiao's face. Can you really tell the difference, Jiangdu? The moment he saw her face, he immediately froze. Because of this, Jiangdu's attack stopped in midair. Xiao Xiao, in the guise of Jiao Jiao, frowned and questioned him. What's wrong? Now that you know my identity, you don't dare to strike? She placed her hand on his chest and said softly, aberrant, insect, or superhuman, none of that matters. As she spoke, Xiao Xiao leaned closer to Jiangdu. What's important is me, isn't it? He froze for a moment, unable to react. She took the opportunity to stand on her toes, about to take another step, but in the next moment, her action was stopped by Jiangdu's hand. Thanks for the reminder, but that's enough, Xiao Xiao. She put on a pitiful face again. What are you talking about? What Xiao Xiao? I'm Jiao Jiao. Jiangdu bluntly exposed the truth. Jiao Jiao doesn't know my true identity in my shadow form. Only you know. When I saved you before, you were very shocked to see me. You obviously saw who I was. Besides, to be able to transform into someone who looks exactly like Jiao Jiao, other than you, Xiao Xiao, I can't think of anyone else. Hearing that, she immediately rushed forward to attack. However, Xiao Xiao had only taken a few steps before being stopped by Jiangdu. She clutched her arm, her face full of resentment. I didn't expect the gap between two people with the same personality to be this huge. Xiao Xiao finally revealed her true self. That's right, I'm the culprit you mentioned who brought chaos to Van Hai. So what? Kill me. Seeing that Jiangdu said nothing, she slowly moved forward. Xiao Xiao grabbed his wrist tightly. I've made so many mistakes, killed so many people. Just kill me. She raised Jiangdu's hand to her neck, not forgetting to put on a pitiful face. Use a little force. It's very fragile. It'll snap in an instant. As soon as she finished speaking, he granted Xiao Xiao's wish. Jiangdu punched her straight in the face. His other hand quickly grabbed Xiao Xiao's ankle. Jiangdu used all his strength to slam her around. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, Xiao Xiao couldn't react in time. He continued to swing her, hard slamming her into a nearby wall. Some liquid flowed out of Xiao Xiao and dripped down. She cursed resentfully. Jiangdu, you're not human being so harsh with a fellow student? Hearing that, Jiangdu replied indifferently, you're just a clone made of flesh and blood. Killing you would be meaningless. Those words stunned Xiao Xiao. How did you know this is a clone? Is this also one of your abilities? Jiangdu pointed at her and scolded her. Never mind that. The you right now and the Xiao Xiao I remember are two completely different people. Jiangdu asked seriously, why did you become like this? Her face immediately darkened. It seems you still don't understand. I have never changed. Xiao Xiao began to recount. My father was in the restaurant business. For years, he was constantly suppressed by 3 competitors. Old memories came flooding back. They contacted the local mafia and constantly harassed my father. They didn't even spare me and my mother. Jiangdu seemed to understand everything. So you had the blood species kill those 3 people, and to avoid suspicion, you deliberately let it attack you. She admitted it without hesitation. That's right. When I saw those 3 bastards die in front of me, I wasn't scared at all. On the contrary, I felt extremely satisfied because I could finally control the power I had always longed for. Jiangdu found it hard to believe and immediately questioned her. So, how did you obtain this power? Xiao Xiao remained nonchalant and teased. How did I get it? If I said I found it on the street, would you believe me? Hearing that Jiangdu said, seriously, I'm not in the mood to joke with you right now. She sighed in disappointment. It seems you don't trust me anymore. Oh, well, think what you will. After saying that, Xiao Xiao let out a strange laugh as her body radiated aberrant energy. Old classmates, see you next time. Startled, Jiangdu tried to stop her. Wait, Xiao Xiao. But before he could reach her, she vanished. Jiangdu blankly reached for what was left in the air. He couldn't help but stare contemplatively down at his palm. Jiangdu's expression briefly turned sad. He looked up at the sky, his voice filled with bitterness. Xiao Xiao. Jiangdu pursed his lips, staring at his hand. Xiao Xiao. He pondered in this entire fight. A health bar never appeared above her head. This proves she was most likely just a clone of the blood species, not the main body. At this thought, Jiangdu became serious. All their efforts to stir up trouble in Van Hai must be part of a bigger conspiracy. It seems I have to train harder and improve my strength. Otherwise, I'll just be a fish on the chopping block. Suddenly, his phone rang, breaking the silence. As soon as Jiangdu answered the phone, the patrol officer's piercing shout came through. Kid, where have you been? Why haven't you replied to my messages? He answered calmly. I was on a mission. Have you found the source of the bloodline corruption? Hearing that, he calmed down. It's related to your classmate, Xiao Xiao. We're issuing an all-out manhunt for her. In the coming days, Van Hai will conduct a large-scale corruption check, so don't run around. Hearing that, Jiangdu replied, I know. I'll head back to the barracks after I finish eating. He was now more certain of his suspicions. Even the Night Watch couldn't catch Xiao Xiao. It seems my guess was correct. She and the forces behind her are very well hidden. The scene changes to a restaurant. Jiang Du was stuffing his face. I probably can't leave the barracks for a good meal in the next few days. I'd better eat up. Suddenly a girl approached him and offered, "Hello, we saw you were alone, so we prepared a bear for you." Jiang Du was a bit surprised to see her. This little girl looks so much like Jiao Jiao. With that thought, he texted her. "Looks like you, doesn't she?" Jiao Jiao texted back sharply. "Like hell she does." Jiang Du texted back teasingly. "How can a girl like you talk like that?" Right after she sent a photo with an accusatory message. "You ask why? Xiao Xiao sent me this picture and then blocked me. You better explain this." Jiang Du froze, staring intently at the screen. Jiang Du muttered helplessly. "That two-faced bitch Xiao Xiao. I let you go once and you still stir up trouble behind my back." Jiang Du quickly explained, "The picture isn't real. Wait for me to get back and I'll explain it to you in person." Suddenly, a child's voice caught Jiang Du's attention. "Daddy, that doll is so cute," he thought to himself. "That voice, I feel like I've heard it before." Behind him, Dang Qua's wife was telling her daughter, "Your doll is very cute too." The little girl pouted, "But I like that other doll more." Jiang Du was surprised to see them. It's Dang Koa. Wasn't his daughter severely infected before? How did she get discharged from the hospital so quickly? Doubt surfaced in his mind again. Could he have really obtained the blood source medicine from that mysterious person? He gently reassured his daughter. "Just be a good girl and eat. After you finish, Daddy will take you to play the claw machine. You can get as many as you want." Hearing that, the little girl obediently agreed. "Okay." Jiang Du suddenly walked over with the doll in his hand. "Little one, this is for you." Seeing this, the little girl was overjoyed. "Really? You're so nice." Dang, Kwa also said gratefully, "Thanks, brother." He happily patted her head and replied, "It's nothing." Jiang Du thought to himself after the incident at So Duong Corporation, none of those medicine tubes were sold publicly anymore. The illegal circulation of these blood source medicine tubes of unknown origin. I can't shake the feeling that it's related to Xiao Xiao. He suddenly hesitated and asked, "Brother, have we met somewhere before?" He seriously confirmed it might just be a fleeting encounter. Jiang Yu secretly decided he had to find a chance to ask Dang Qua about the origin of the blood source vial, but for today, he would not disturb their reunion. Seeing him staring intently at the young man's back, she asked confusedly, "Honey, what are you looking at?" Dang, Koa quickly turned his head and replied, "It is nothing, I might have been mistaken." At the Night Watch organization's point verification area, someone quickly came over to announce, "Sorry for the wait, we have finished the verification. Your current score is 40 points. He could not help but ponder. "I remember seeing a transcendent skill book in the Night Watch's shop that cost 100 points. It looks like I need to work harder." She continued to advise him thoughtfully, "I still need to remind you of something. If you keep hunting variant insects at such a high frequency, you could get seriously contaminated." The young man then heard the person opposite him say, "Thank you." As Jiang Yu walked away, he thought to himself, "This matter is settled. It is time to head back." The expression on his face froze as he stared ahead in astonishment. Seeing the two girls in front of him, Jiang Yu asked, "What is up with you two even sitting next to each other?" Hearing him say that, both of them jumped up in unison and called out Jiang Yu. They exchanged death glares. One spoke first, Jiao Jiao. The other immediately retorted Yang Zi. She asked suspiciously, "You came for Jiang Yu," Yang Zi said. "Don't look." Meanwhile, he intended to run for his life, thinking, "Oh my god, what is this fight about? I would better get out of here." But he failed. Jiang Yu was grabbed as she said in a reproachful tone, "I knew you would try to run." Zhao Zhao angrily questioned him. "That is why I came to the station early to intercept you. Now talk. What is going on between you and Xiao Xiao?" Jiang Yu played dumb. "It is broad daylight. Give your man some face, will you?" Hearing this, she hastily waved her hands and stammered, "Don't talk nonsense, you are not my man." At that moment, Jiang Yu stepped forward and teased, "So sorry, but I am afraid I will have to borrow your man for a bit." She said proudly, "You're not bad, kid. You killed 12 level 2 aberrations in 3 days, but you didn't even get your contamination treated. The Night Watch organization has been calling us, telling us to bring you back for treatment immediately." Hearing this, Jiang Yu was secretly surprised. Wow, the point verification center is really fast. At this moment, he pretended to be innocent. Hey, look at this," she said, feigning disinterest. "Hurry up and get your contamination treated. Just looking at you is annoying." Lying on the bed, Jiang Yu said, "Hey miss, next time, can you please not dress like that? It's a bad influence." Hearing this, Yang Si replied nonchalantly, "It's fine. I don't dress for other people to see." Her face flushed red as she made a suggestion. "From now on, I'll only dress like this in front of you, for you to see. How about it?" Hearing this, Jiang Yu vehemently refused. "Don't do that. Someone will die." Her goal achieved, Yang Si laughed and teased. "Scared now, are you? All those dirty thoughts but no guts. All right, get up. The checkup is over. The results will be out soon. But looking at the graph, the contamination is very light." Hearing that, He gave a faint smile and concluded, "It's not very light, it's zero contamination." That confused her. No contamination? Suddenly, Jiang Yu sat up and jumped to the floor. Waving his hand as he walked, he said, "That's right, you can write the report now. My talent level is high, so mere level 2 aberrations can't contaminate me." This made Yang Shi suspicious. High talent? She secretly wondered. I heard that among this year's students, there was someone with an unknown and heaven-defying talent level. Could it be him? Seeing the person in front of him, Jiang, Yu wondered to himself, isn't this the doctor who examined my eyes before? Why is he here? Suddenly, a voice called out. "Chu," he asked. "Xiaoqi, are you busy?" Hearing this, Yang Shi replied, "Yes, I just finished." "Teacher, did you just come from the lab?" His face turned pale as he thought in shock. "I can't believe he's a teacher from the medical department of the special training camp." He gave a gentle smile. "I have a new idea, and I'm preparing to implement it." Not long after, Chu-hee quickly took his leave. "I have something to do. I'll be going now." Seeing this, she quickly said, "Yes, goodbye, teacher." Yang Xi's face was full of pride as she said, "That's my teacher, Chu-hee." The vitality blood potion from before was his creation. Her words filled Jiang Yu with admiration. For real? But I saw him at the hospital's ophthalmology clinic before. Why would a transcendent being like him work as a doctor? She slowly turned and gently explained. I only know that he went to the hospital for field research to observe the patient's contamination and mutation status, but I don't know the specific reason. Remembering something, Yang Xi quickly announced, "Oh right, the report is out. It really shows no contamination." Hearing that, he replied, "Okay, just file the report then. I have someone waiting for me." Jiang Yu's expression turned sly. "Since I'm already here, give me another vitality blood potion." Hearing that, she yelled, "You just used one 4 days ago." But her words fell on deaf ears. "Everyone's constitution is different. My talent is extraordinary. I can recover in 4 or 5 days." Yang Xi looked annoyed. "I won't be responsible if something happens. Just this one vial, no more." At this moment, as Jiang Yu drank the potion, he suddenly realized something was wrong. Before he could react, his body was immediately enveloped in smoke. Seeing this, she panicked and screamed, "This is bad!" As if he had reached his limit, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Yang Xi caught him and called out worriedly, "Jiang Yu." After some time, he woke up. Seeing this, she said happily, "Thank heavens. If you hadn't woken up, I would have had to report it to the camp." A startled Jiang Yu quickly sat up. "Don't report it. I've already absorbed the potion's effects, right?" "I'm fine." Yang Shi quickly reminded him, "You've absorbed the effects, but you're also weak. You can't even stand steadily." "Jiang," Yu said arrogantly, "who says so? I'm fine. A real man has to be tough. A man of the Night Watch strives to be strong his whole life." Night fell, covering the houses with their scattered lights. As he opened the door, he thought, Zhao Zhao still hasn't replied to my messages. I hope she isn't angry for making her wait so long. Still half asleep, she said, "You're back." "Jiang," you walked over and patted her head. "Did I wake you up?" Hearing this, Zhao Zhao quickly replied, "No, I was waiting for you. What about you? How did the contamination treatment go?" Jiang Yu smiled and said, "It went very well." Noticing something unusual, he asked suspiciously, "Your leg, it's been contaminated by an aberration. When did this happen? Why didn't you tell me?" Hearing this, her face remained calm as she replied, "It's not a big deal. Besides, it's already been treated. I just need to apply the medicine regularly." Jiang, you quickly cast a healing spell, reminding her, "Don't move. Let me try something." Zhao Zhao panicked. "What are you doing?" As he released his pure energy, he thought, "My shadow Devour can absorb and devour aberrations, but I don't know if it works on contamination." He poured the medicine into his hand and said, "I can't draw it out, so we'll have to rely on this medicine." While massaging her leg, Jiang, you reminded her, "If it hurts, tell me." Suddenly hearing a suppressed cry, he comforted her. "Just bear with it a little longer. It's almost done." Zhao Zhao's face turned bright red, and she could only stammer in response. "Jiang, you suddenly asked, 'Your injury isn't light, so why did you still come to the station to pick me up?'" She quickly explained, "I wanted to know what happened to Zhao Xiao, and also," she thought, "I wanted to see you sooner." At this, he became serious. "Zhao Zhao, if things are as I expect, we won't be able to see Xiao Zhao anymore." Hearing this, she panicked and exclaimed, "What do you mean? What on earth happened to Xiao Xiao?" After explaining for a while, Jiang Yu said comfortingly, "That's what happened. Her obsession was too strong, and she went down the wrong path. Now, she can't turn back even if she wants to." Zhao Zhao's face became lifeless. "It's all my fault. After I joined the camp, I contacted her less. If I had just cared more and talked to her more often, she wouldn't have. Noticing her distress, he quickly covered her leg and comforted her. It's no use. She was too stubborn. She chose this path herself. She wouldn't listen to anyone. Let's just hope there's still a bit of kindness left in her heart. You should rest and recover. I'm going to read for a while. Suddenly, Zhao Zhao grabbed Jiang Yu's arm and pleaded, Don't go. Then she asked, Jiang Yu, you'll always be with me, right? Jiang Yu's face was full of gentleness. I will. A few days later, in a diner, Hao Zi asked, Old Zhou, how's your Xiao Feng? Didn't you say he had that bleeding disorder? He replied, The Night Watch gave us a vial of blood source potion. We sold our house to buy a second one. At least his life was saved. Hearing that, he secretly guessed, it's that blood source potion of unknown origin again. The man suddenly got serious. Hey, I heard that after the Chuyang group fell, an underground company in the East District started secretly selling blood source potions for 1/10 of the original price. Old Joe was skeptical. For real? Hearing this, Hao Zi just smiled and replied, I just heard about it too. Who knows if it's reliable? Old Joe said while eating. Well, it's better than nothing. If it's true, it's a lifesaver, he urged. All right, enough of this talk. Let's eat. After eating, Old Joe waved as he left. Hao Zi, I'm heading to the hospital. Thanks for today. Hearing this, Hao Zi smiled. We're brothers. No need for thanks. At that moment, Jiang Yu was standing behind Hao Zi. The man was hastily answering a call. Brother Hu, aren't we making too much of a scene? The Night Watch is keeping a close eye on things now. I know. I'm on my way. Soon, the call ended. A cloud of black smoke suddenly appeared in front of Hao Zi. He panicked, not understanding what was happening. Just then, Jiang Yu stepped out of the smoke and proposed, Where are you off to? Take me with you. The scene changes to tall buildings under a crescent moon. Somewhere, a group of terrifying aberrations had gathered. Brother Hu exuded a dark energy and yelled angrily, Damn it, who chose this batch of food? Why bring back someone trained in the special military camp? Are you trying to get us all killed? Han suddenly spoke up, Brother Hu, it was me. Han clasped his hands and quickly explained, I was capturing food at the time. Who knew she would suddenly break free? She wanted to play the hero and save people. We noticed she smelled quite fragrant, and fearing we would alert others, we just brought everyone back. Hearing this, Brother Hu angrily threw a punch and cursed, Idiot! He then suddenly pulled aside a red cloth. Underneath was a group of tied-up people, their faces filled with terror. He walked up to the iron cage, a sinister smile on his face. So you're Zhao Di, a student from the special training camp. Her face was full of anger as she screamed, You people who willingly turn into blood vermin are all aberrations, traitors to humanity. A woman appeared and asked for his opinion. Brother Hu, what should we do now? We can't kill her, but we can't just let her go like this. He gave an order to call the boss. At this moment, Brother Hu went to a corner and spoke with great respect. Boss, it's me. I need your instructions on something. All right, I understand your intentions. He returned with an excited expression. The boss said he will personally turn her into one of us. As for the Night Watch, he will handle them too. The feast will be held as scheduled. Hearing this, the mutant insects below immediately cheered. Long live Brother Hu, long live the boss. He pulled out a bottle of wine and happily opened it. As wine splashed on her, she said in a flirtatious tone, How naughty. The mutant insects slowly approached and opened the cage door. The people being dragged out were terrified, constantly begging. No, I don't want to go out. Help someone help me. Please spare me. I'll do anything you ask. She targeted one person and gave an order. Little brother, come play a game with me. If you win, I'll grant you one wish. If you lose, I'll take a bite of your flesh. Brother Hu sat down next to Xiao Di and offered, Want a drink? Oh, my apologies. I forgot your hands and feet are tied. Without another word, he pried her mouth open and poured the wine in. Let me feed you. Suddenly, Brother Hu let out a grotesque smile. I just love watching you people trample all over each other. This night patrol is nothing but a joke. So what if your talents are a little better than ours? We still have you wrapped around our little finger. Hearing this, a terrified Xiao Di asked, What are you going to do? He just gave a disgusting smile. To be honest, after I became a blood fiend, I've never tasted the flesh of a superhuman like you. Brother Hu ran his nail across her neck and said jokingly, I imagine it will be quite a delicacy. Faced with this threat, Xiao Di could only pray silently. Someone please save me. Just then, someone's finger suddenly hit the light switch. Brother Hu was startled and annoyed. What's going on? Who turned off the lights? All the lights suddenly pointed in one direction. On the stage, two figures appeared out of nowhere, surprising everyone. Jiang Yu pushed the person in front of him forward and said sarcastically, Good evening, my meals. Hao Zi panicked and screamed, Brother Hu, run! Recognizing the newcomer, she was overjoyed. Brother Yusi, it's Brother Yusi. He's here to save us. The man shouted in anger. Where did this damn brat come from, daring to ruin our fun? Brothers, get him! Chop him up for a snack! Receiving the order, the mutant insects responded in unison. Streams of power were unleashed, all aimed at him. Brother Hu's face filled with glee. Let's see how you handle this. Xiao Di prayed silently. Brother Yu, please be safe. The mutant insects didn't stand a chance. Jiang Yu easily unleashed his power, suppressing them all. At that moment, an incredibly terrifying power emanated from him. Suddenly, she rushed out from nowhere and hugged Jiang Yu tightly. This is great. I knew with your strength, Brother Yu, we'd be fine. He quickly asked Xiao Di, why are you here too? Were you captured by them? She wasn't really listening and just replied vaguely. I just happened to meet them on the road and unexpectedly fell into their trap. It's a good thing you came or I would be dead by now. His face twisted with rage as he yelled, You rotten brat! You dare injure my brothers and try to steal my snack? As he finished speaking, Brother Hu unleashed his power and attacked. Die! Jiang Yu wasn't worried. We'll see who dies. Phantom entry. The two streams of power clashed violently. Realizing something was wrong, he screamed in agony. Hiding behind him, Xiao Di questioned the man. Who is your leader? Brother Hu obediently confessed. I'll talk. I only know his surname is Liu. Is there anyone above him? He replied. I don't know. I only ever dealt with him. Even if there is someone above him, I wouldn't know about it. At this, Jiang Yu's expression turned cold. He said in a low voice, If you don't know anything, then you're useless. Brother Hu became terrified and started to stutter. My lord, spare me. I really don't know anything about the higher-ups. Sensing something was off, he grew worried. More people are coming. Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted from the doorway. A group of people stormed in. Night patrol! Nobody move! Brother Hu rushed over, crying and clinging to the officer's leg. Sir, you saved us. We were being threatened by a shadowy figure and were about to be killed. Thank goodness you're here. Hurry up and arrest him. Hearing this, the officer quickly scanned the area but found nothing. Xiao Di bravely stepped forward to accuse him. Officer, don't listen to his lies. It was these mutated blood fiends. They captured us to use as food. If Brother Yu hadn't stepped in, we would have been eaten by now. Hearing the key name, the officer guessed. Yu. Could he be that homeless bottle collector who went viral online? Suddenly, a voice came over his earpiece. What's the situation over there? He replied, We had a minor incident, but fortunately none of our personnel were injured. The blood fiend leader and his underlings have all been apprehended. The voice on the other end replied, Good. We've located the mastermind surnamed Liu and are moving in to arrest him now. From the shadows, Jiang Yu observed silently. If the patrol has already caught the fish, then I don't need to go. But is that guy Liu really the mastermind? As he sank into the ground, he thought to himself, Forget it. There will be more clues later. Today's gains weren't too bad either. My power is almost completely drained. I need to go back and recharge. Noticing something was off, she thought to herself, Brother Yu's presence has vanished. He must have left already. It's only been a month since I last saw him. He's become so much stronger. And that arrogant demeanor is just like the great demon king from the special training camp. Unless... Scene change. Yang Si spoke with doubt in her voice. You've already finished 10 bottles of blood chi potion. Logically, that should have cost you 3 years of your life. But your vital signs show no damage whatsoever. I'm becoming more and more suspicious about the composition of your body. Jiang, you paid her no mind. I'm right here. You can check for yourself. Hearing that, she reached out a finger and said, Even the equipment can't find anything wrong. How could I possibly see it with my own eyes? Suddenly, Yang Si leaned in close to him. But I believe that one day, I will discover the secret your body is hiding. She turned to leave. From now on, you can just take the medicine yourself. Jiang Yu was confused. I don't need the device anymore, Yang Si explained. That device was just to monitor your vital signs to prevent any accidents. You're very stable when you take the potion now, so it's no longer needed. He voiced his thoughts. Even so, I feel more comfortable with the device. She replied smugly. You mean you're more comfortable because you can see by tea, right? Suddenly, Yang Si leaned in seductively. How about I call you every day so you can see by tea? Jiang, you became flustered. Jiao might find out. No, wait, my heart is just getting stronger. I don't have time. You're not recording this, are you? She held up her phone and replied smugly, Of course I did. Next time bring me 20 vials of blood fiend, heart blood, or I'll send this recording to Jiao. Confused, he started scrolling through the news on his phone. A man surnamed Liu, the mastermind of today's blood fiend riot, has been caught. Hold on, let me read the news. An article appeared. According to Boss Liu's testimony, they discovered an entrance to the shadow dimension one day. As they were about to report it, a red crystal fell from the entrance. Overcome with greed, he took the crystal. Unexpectedly, this was formed from a special blood fiend after its death, and it was the source. Under its influence, his entire life was turned upside down. A transformation occurred. Initially, he intended to help the patrol team, but faced with such a rapid surge in power, those thoughts were quickly dismissed. He began to create his own clan by spreading the infection, creating special blood fiends. They can preserve fresh blood, corrupt blood sources, and increase their recovery speed. This type of blood-patterned fiend is also an expert at disguise. If one isn't careful, even members of the patrol team can be infected, let alone ordinary people. Boss Liu went directly to the food court. At the shopping center, the contaminant spread rapidly from person to person. He also secretly opened a factory to produce various blood-based medicines. In reality, he was using the source's special properties to create a fake medicine. Faced with the patrol team's interrogation and all the evidence, Liu confessed to his crimes. Seeing this, Jiang thought to himself, before Yunhai was unleashed to wreak havoc on the world, and even Xiao Xiao got involved. And now the mastermind is caught this easily? It feels a bit anticlimactic. Looks like I'll have to go to that medicine factory and see for myself. Seeing there was nothing left to do, he quickly departed. I have other business to attend to, I'm leaving now. Meanwhile, the night watch had gathered at the scene. Inside, an officer was reviewing the situation on a tablet. To the side were crates filled with egg-like objects. Just then, Jiang stealthily took one of them. He held it with surprise and curiosity. I can't believe they're actually faking blood source vials. I thought I was mistaken. Jiang wondered and made a logical deduction. But someone with a blood system mutation could already fake the vials themselves. Was it really necessary to fake them? I mean, faking them might improve the packaging, but it's also very easy to get exposed. He stared intently inside, wondering if there was some trick to this vial. Without hesitation, Jiang drank the entire vial. A moment later, he frowned and crossed his arms. Noticing the strange taste, Jiang eyes widened in shock. What? This thing tastes like soda. It's even tangerine flavored. It has some effect, but at most, it can only save your life, not cure you. He threw it away, then thoughtfully connected the dots. It seems the boss behind this is really that Liu person. Did they do all this just to get rich selling medicine? Just then, Jiang had a sudden realization. Wait a minute. If this blood source vial is a fake with added flavoring, then how was Deng Ke's daughter, Hua Hua, cured? He anxiously formed a more complex theory. Could there be more than one type of fake blood source vial on the market? Was the person who got caught just a sacrificial pawn? Looking at her wanted poster, Jiang carefully considered another question. And Zi Xiao, what role did he play in this? He dialed a number and hurried off to find Deng Ke and ask him. At that moment, an automated voice came from the phone. The number you have dialed is switched off. Jiang was annoyed and confused. What's going on? Why is his phone off now? He anxiously glanced at the bus. Don't tell me something happened. Without hesitation, Jiang quickly got on. The moment he stepped on, he anxiously looked around. Jiang was shocked to discover a key clue. There are no blood veins. Could it be Zi Xiao's clone? The bus started moving. Deng Ke had transformed into an uncle with a pale face. Noticing something was off, he peeked and was certain. No blood veins. It's him. At the bus stop, he calmly got off. Deng Ke slowly made his way inside. Sensing he was being followed, he frantically looked back. Who's there? Deng Ke frowned, doubting himself. Was it an illusion? He transformed back into his teenage form. Hiding in the shadows, Jiang frowned as he observed, shape-shifting. No wonder the Night Watch could never find a single clue about him. Then, Deng Ke entered his house and without a word, started kicking things over. He furiously smashed the surrounding objects. The scene was bizarre. Jiang wondered, what on earth is this guy trying to do? He walked to the bathroom and pulled back the shower curtain. Inside the tub was Deng Ke's student body. Seeing this, he smirked. It's dead. Perfect timing. Deng Ke opened his mouth, pulling his soul out of his current body. Then, he went straight into the mouth of that body. A moment later, Deng Ke opened his eyes in his new body. He shot up from the tub. Annoyed, Deng Ke slashed his old body to pieces. From it, a terrifying deviant insect emerged. It desperately tried to escape, searching for a way out. The deviant insect crashed into the window, then turned and slammed into the wall. He raised his hand and absorbed the deviant insect's source into his body. Once finished, Deng Ke happily dripped the product into a vial. Success. A brand new blood source vial. The next morning, at a huge apartment building, Deng Ke stood at a door and knocked twice gently. His wife happily opened the door. You're here. Deng Ke nodded and smiled in greeting. Just then, a boy excitedly ran out. Uncle, look, this is my new house. It's so beautiful and spacious, Deng Ke asked gently. It seems you really like the new house. Too bad your dad is still away on business, so I'm here to help you and your mom. He smiled cheerfully, presenting his gifts. Here, I brought you lots of delicious soda. The little girl politely took the gift. Thank you, uncle. She then asked seriously, is everything taken care of? Deng Ke lowered his head and confirmed. It will all be over very soon. After he was done, he quickly left. On the way, Deng Ke sighed in relief. Just then, Jiang calm voice was heard. Feeling relieved now that you're no longer a suspect? Startled, he quickly glanced back. Who's there? Jiang voice cut in. I just read the news about a thug who often bullied a university student. He ended up dying from blood source contamination and mutating at the hands of the student. But the student also died in the end because he couldn't handle the contamination. Jiang Yu hinted at the real issue. But what no one knew was that both of them were already long dead. This whole incident was just an act you put on using your powers. He sharply laid out the truth. Your only goal was to get their blood to create fake blood source vials. I'm not wrong, am I? He coldly called out the name Dang Koa. Deng Qi transformed his body, then wryly admitted it. I never thought a plan I'd arranged for so long would be discovered by you. He changed back to his original form and said admiringly, as expected of brother UC, you're as sharp as ever. He asked curiously, when did you start suspecting me? Was it at our meeting in East District 2? Or even earlier? Jiang Yu calmly replied, I was suspicious when Hua was contaminated. And that time in East District 2, you were the first to arrive. Deng Qi shrugged self-deprecatingly. Is that right? I even intentionally let the bloodworms attack me, but it still wasn't enough to fool you. Jiang Yu expressed his deep disappointment. No, I was suspicious, but I never truly believed it was you, Deng Ke. You shouldn't be this kind of person. What in the world happened? He replied bitterly. Indeed, I'm not that kind of person, but I did it for my family. Then, Deng Ke transformed into a deviant insect. What's there to regret about becoming a monster? He charged forward ferociously. The two clashed violently, shaking the entire area. Jiang Yu seriously advised, turn yourself in to the Night Watch. It's not too late. Deng Ke repeated with surprised doubt. The Night Watch? He pushed Jiang Yu aside and sneered. If they could have helped, I wouldn't be in this situation. Deng Ke growled. My wife and daughter are being tormented by the blood system contamination. Other than blood source vials, there is no other way. But an ordinary person like me can't afford them, so I had to take others' fresh blood to make medicine to keep my wife and child alive. He sobbed helplessly. I thought things were getting better, but it was only the beginning. Their bodies are constantly mutating. The fresh blood is only a temporary fix. I have no other choice. I can't just stand by and watch my wife and child die. Deng Ke raised his fist and declared forcefully, so no one can stop me, not even you. Then, he threw a punch straight down. A moment later, Jiang Yu quickly blocked the attack. He frowned and questioned, then what about the new house? Deng Ke froze, confused. What? Jiang Yu smirked, exposing the lie. That house wasn't cheap. You've made a lot of money selling blood source vials, haven't you? He ruthlessly stripped away the facade. This whole for my family claim is just an excuse. Jiang Yu struck at his greed without hesitation. The power, influence, and wealth that strength brings, that's what you truly desire. He added profoundly, desire is a deep well, and greed is a bottomless pit. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Yu kicked him in the stomach, causing him to spit blood. The surprise attack sent Deng Ke flying into a utility pole. He snarled with angry contempt. So you're finally getting serious? Deng Ke arrogantly revealed his true nature. Fine. I won't hide it anymore either. He lunged forward, declaring, come on, let's fight to the death. Deng Ke used his deviant insect skill to strike the ground, but Jiang Yu wasn't there. Realizing it was a feint, he quickly looked up. Deng Ke quickly countered with his ability. Seeing the situation was bad, Jiang Yu retreated. He smugly leaped high to press the attack. Deng Ke roared, stabbing at him with a sharp appendage. Jiang Yu cleverly blocked the blow with crackling lightning. He taunted excitedly and arrogantly. What's wrong, brother Yuchi? Is this all you've got? So this is the extent of a high-rank shadow seed. Not letting him get the upper hand, Dang Koa summoned tentacles, completely surrounding him. Wincing, Jiang Du blocked the lightning swords in front of him as the tentacles immediately wrapped around his blade. Then, Dang Koa flung him into the air. He threw Jiang Du, sending him crashing into the building ahead. A moment later, Dang Koa rushed in to check. Seeing no one, he roared in frustration. Damn it, where is he? Just then, Jiang Du launched a surprise attack on Dang Koa from behind. Before he could land a blow, Dang Koa had already bound him tightly with his tentacles. Dang, Koa crossed his arms and laughed smugly. How naive, Brother Du. Did you really think you could trick me by exploiting a small opening? I know you too well. Your moves, your methods, and your fighting habits. I know everything about them, he declared arrogantly. If I wanted to kill you right now, it would be as easy as flipping my hand. Just then, Jiang Du smirked and calmly replied, Is that so? I think you're the one who's been tricked. He gave a final, bold warning. Look at your feet. In an instant, a strange black aura completely surrounded Dang Koa. Before he could react, he was startled by a violent tremor. The ground suddenly cracked open, and Dang Koa lost his footing, plummeting down. He was transported to another dark and gloomy place, the shadow layer. Dang, Koa looked up and sneered. You think you can defeat me just by luring me into the shadow layer? He threatened fiercely. Do you think I can't find you just because you're hiding in the shadows? I am a blood system apostle. Even if I can't see you, I can smell my own blood inside your body. Hearing this, Jiang scoffed. Indeed, you know my fighting style very well. He confidently revealed his improvement, but that was the old me. The me of today has been tempered by Van Hai's training. I've been completely reborn. To deal with you, I don't even need to use sneak attacks. Disbelieving, Dang Koa rushed forward like a flash. You talk big. Your shadow system wants to fight my blood system head-on? Jiang scornfully closed in on him and simply said, die. He then launched a powerful attack, overwhelming Dang Koa. Feeling the immense power, he was utterly shocked. Impossible. In terms of physical strength, the shadow system can't overpower me. What in the world is this? Just then, Dang Koa froze, his eyes wide in disbelief. He was stunned by the power displayed before his eyes. That's the power of the blood system. Without hesitation, Jiang pressed his attack on Dang Koa. He decisively slashed at his chest, causing Dang Koa to clutch his wound and flee in pain. Next, Jiang slashed off his demonic arm, then swiftly moved to cut at his leg. Before he could even react, he was screaming in agony. Having lost all 4 limbs, Dang Koa fell backward onto the ground. Gasping for breath in despair, he accepted his defeat. As expected of you, Brother Du. I really thought after I gained this power, I would finally have a chance, but this is fine too. At least I'll die by your hand. Go on, Brother Du. Jiang stood silently, his expression unchanged. He quietly watched Dang Koa struggling for breath on the ground. Seeing that Jiang wasn't acting, he sneered. What's wrong? Can't you bring yourself to finish me off? Dang Koa then painfully confessed the truth. Actually, I was the one who caused the blood contamination of Hua Hua and her mother. He let out a long sigh. Then, Dang Koa continued his story in anguish. I brought the blood system apostle fragment home. From that day on, the blood contamination gradually spread to them. He raised his hand as if trying to grasp something. You were right. My family is my weakness. I just wanted power. However, all that influence and power didn't bring me any sense of security at all. The countless blood debts gave me sleepless nights. But by the time I realized my mistake, it was too late. There was no turning back for me. Dang Koa covered his face and sobbed out his feelings. I'm not afraid to die, but I'm filled with so much regret. I regret that my greed ended up hurting my family. I don't want anything now. I just want my family to be able to live. Jiang shook his head and asked grimly, but the price was the lives of other people. If your family found out about this, would they still want to live on? He gazed into the distance with a pensive look. He made his final decision. I won't kill you, but your crimes will be judged by the Night Watch. For the sake of our acquaintance, I hope you can give me an honest answer. Jiang asked directly. Where exactly did you get your apostle fragment from? Dang, Koa gave a bitter smile and answered truthfully. If I told you I just picked it up off the street, would you believe me? Hearing this, Jiang frowned in thought. Xiao said the same thing. Could they really have just picked them up off the street? Then, he immediately realized the problem. That's not right. How could an apostle fragment be found so easily? It was obvious someone deliberately placed it there to lure them in. At that moment, a strange energy suddenly suffocated him, sucking out all the air. Alarmed, Jiang quickly shouted, Dang Koa, what's wrong? In the blink of an eye, he was engulfed by a ring of fire. The attacker, who had the form of a mutant, was none other than Zhao Qi. Seeing the ferocious look, he frowned warily. So there's another blood system apostle. As he spoke, tendrils of fire bored into Dang Koa's body. Seeing this, Jiang acted decisively. Slash! Instantly, Dang Koa was freed, collapsing to the ground. Zhao Qi threatened menacingly, Don't get in my way. He fired a volley of blood-red flames at him, but Jiang deftly dodged them just in time. He closed in on Zhao Qi and swung his arm, forming a sharp blade. Realizing Zhao Qi was a high-level mutant, Jiang saw the situation was dire and instinctively retreated. Zhao Qi seized the opportunity to attack Dang Koa. Just then, he choked and coughed up blood as the creature pulled a life stone from his chest. Unable to stop him in time, Jiang panicked and screamed, Dang Koa! Then, Zhao Qi raised his hand and took the stone. Without hesitation, he absorbed all of its power. Seeing Zhao Qi about to enter the portal, Jiang yelled, Stop right there! He erupted with power, blasting away the high-level mutants. Get out of my way! Jiang shot out a sharp chain, which instantly pierced the mask, causing it to fall to the ground. Jiang looked up suspiciously and asked, You are? He was stunned to see the face behind the mask. Dr. Zhao. Jiang froze for a moment. The man asked in surprise, You know me? Saying nothing, Jiang warily assumed a fighting stance as the high-level mutants aggressively rose to their feet. Zhao Qi said coldly, I've given you and Dang Koa enough time to catch up. Now, It would be best for you to leave. Jiang Du let out a scornful laugh. Retreat? You want me to let the mastermind behind all this just walk away? The man smiled and quickly denied it. You're mistaken. Dang, Koa was the one who committed all the murders and poisonings. I had nothing to do with it. Jiang Du angrily scoffed at the blatant lie. You did nothing? Then who gave the blood system apostle fragments to Xiao Xiao and Dang Koa? He angrily tightened his grip on his sword. Whether it was Dang Kwa or Xiao Xiao, they were nothing but pawns to you. You used them to cause one blood contamination incident after another. You dragged innocent people into this, turning them into blood mutants. To obtain more blood mutant samples, you researched that blood-corrupting drug. Am I wrong, Dr. Zhao Qi? His face darkened, and he said with annoyance, I didn't want any more trouble. Zhao Qi gritted his teeth and viciously ordered the mutants, but you know far too much. Jiang Du stood his ground, swinging his sword and knocking them aside. Then, Jiang Du quickly teleported behind him, but before he could strike, Zhao Qi skillfully blocked the attack. The man calmly assessed, that was incredibly fast. It seems you weren't using your full strength against Dang Koa. Zhao Qi sneered and turned around contemptuously, but against me. He narrowed his eyes and declared menacingly, you're just looking to die. Instantly, Jiang Du was assaulted by sharp blades of fire. Realizing a head-on clash was a bad idea, he quickly fell back. In a flash, Jiang Du vanished into the dust cloud. He appeared behind him and boldly declared, you're the one who's looking to die. With a cold expression, Zhao Qi wrapped himself in tentacles for protection. Not letting him escape, Jiang Du swung his sword, severing the tentacles. Without a word, he leaped into the air. Zhao Qi nimbly dodged the blow. Jiang Du narrowed his eyes and roared. Trying to run, he then unleashed a flurry of countless sword strikes. Jiang Yu confidently unleashes his powerful move, take this shadow ball of mine. Just then, the sphere burst open, casting a net towards him. Zhou Qi panics as his body is tightly ensnared in the spider web. Seeing his target caught, a smug Jiang Yu confidently declares, this time you couldn't escape even if you grew wings. He finally decides to unleash his ultimate move, activating his killing stance. The overwhelming skill attacks shatter the man's sharp blades. The terrified Zhou Qi tries to protect his life stone. However, Jiang Yu's terrifying attack still manages to wound him. Seeing him touch his only treasure, Zhou Qi flinches violently. He furiously throws him away with suffocating killing intent, yelling, get lost. A moment later, Jiang Yu slams into the wall. Zhou Qi, displeased, straightens his clothes and says mockingly, I admit I underestimated you, but unfortunately, you're still no match for me. An unfazed Jiang Yu calmly replies, is that so? He cunningly takes out the lifestone. What if you don't have this? The man is stunned, speechless. You. Jiang Yu smugly tightens his grip on the object. I'll hold on to this for you. Losing his cool, Zhou Qi screams in rage, give it back to me. He aims his tentacles right at Jiang Yu. Knowing his intent, Jiang Yu confidently taunts him. You want it? He blocks the bolts in front of him, then directly challenges, come and get it yourself. Seeing the dense web surrounding him, Zhou Qi grits his teeth in frustration. Damn it. Is this your true power? If I had known, I should have taken the fragment before he found out. He roars angrily in his mind. I can't accept this. I'm always just one step away. Zhou Qi painfully recalls the difficult days. To research a drug to resist the abyss, I lost sleep and appetite, pouring all my energy into it for countless days and nights. But when I was just one step away, my superiors suddenly ordered a halt to my research. 15 years of dedication were thrown away with a single sentence. I couldn't accept it. I was desperate. I was full of hatred. I couldn't just fail like that. And at that moment, a voice spoke from within my heart. Just then, a mysterious and enchanting voice rang out. Are you calling for me? He recalls that fateful moment. That day, the abyss appeared before him and gave him the blood system position fragment. In desperation, Zhou Qi reached out and made a decision. Humanity has abandoned me. He bowed his head to the dark power. I will surrender to the abyss. Zhou Qi began to act secretly and subtly. To avoid prying eyes, I divided the position fragment into many parts and gave them to those in need. Through them, I collected a large number of bloodworm samples to continue my research. Those fragments grew stronger by absorbing the blood energy of their hosts. He dreamed of the glory of his grand plan. Eventually, I will be able to retrieve all the blood system position fragments and stand at the pinnacle of this world. Returning to the present, Zhou Qi roars with firm resolve. It wasn't easy to get this far. How could I possibly give up now? He explodes in anger and takes out 2 mysterious vials. If you all look down on the potion I created, Zhou Qi madly drinks it all in one go, then I'll show you its power. Immediately, his power surges abnormally. Zhou Qi swiftly swings his giant hand. Sensing the imminent danger, Jiang Yu calmly hides within the shadows. This guy is this powerful even without the fragment. I should retreat for now and reassess. At the same time, a series of fire drops sneak inside. In the blink of an eye, he grabs Jiang Yu and pulls him out. Jiang Yu is shocked, unable to believe his eyes. Impossible. He can actually break through the shadow plane. At this moment, Zhou Qi gives a smug, mocking smile. Surprising, isn't it? The ingredients in my potion were specifically researched to deal with the abyss. He eloquently explains further, and of course, it also contains ingredients to counter your shadow system. While attacking all the shadows, Zhou Qi arrogantly declares, "My potion is clearly outstanding, yet those higher-ups refuse to acknowledge it." He angrily grits his teeth and retorts loudly, saying it would cause terrible contamination to the human body. That's complete nonsense. Speaking of contamination, isn't being a transcendent the same? Yet my potion can unleash a power even greater than that of a transcendent. Zhou Qi frantically knocks him into a spatial portal, and this is the proof. Jiang Yu immediately slams back into the real world. Exhausted and panting, he thinks, "This is bad. After fighting several battles in a row, my shadow points are almost gone, and this guy's combat power just keeps increasing. Am I really out of options?" Now, the man aggressively advances with powerful fireballs. Jiang Yu falls into a spiral of despair, dazedly wondering, is my path as a transcendent going to end here? Zhou Qi arrogantly holds out his hand and orders, "Hand it over, and I won't have to act." Jiang Yu frowns, remaining silent. Then, Jiang Yu slowly reaches into his clothes. He takes out the man's life stone. Zhou Qi happily reaches out to take it. That's more like it. Before he can grab it, Jiang Yu quickly pulls it back. With an iron will, he resolutely declares, "I'll die before I give this to you." Jiang Yu closes his eyes and swallows the object in his hand. In an instant, a powerful energy surges through his body. Witnessing this reckless act, the man exclaims in shock, "You're insane." Jiang Yu stumbles to his knees, coughing. Zhou Qi remarks with smug contempt, "Foolish. The danger of fusing with a position fragment is immense. Swallowing it whole is simply suicide." He arrogantly holds out his hand. "Forget it. I'm a doctor after all." Zhou Qi sinisterly decides to grant a favor. "I'll be merciful and give you a quick release." However, the raging power within Jiang Yu suddenly vanishes in an instant, and he disappears. Seeing this, the man jumps in shock, his eyes wide. Terrified and pale, Zhou Qi stammers, "How can I not sense the fragment's presence anymore? What on earth happened?" He smirks and calmly explains, "It was a little hard to swallow, but it's much better now." Jiang Yu calmly reviews the strange snack. The taste isn't bad, a bit like dragon fruit. Hearing this, the man roars in fury, "Stop putting on an act. You think the position fragment is food?" Seeing Zhou Qi preparing to attack, Jiang Yu calmly retorts. At that moment, a massive explosion erupts between them. From within the smoke and dust, he calmly reveals a shocking secret. "It seems you didn't know. The blood species is food for the shadow species." Jiang Yu stomps hard on the ground, then confidently announces, "And that blood system position fragment you so desperately desire." In the silent space, he evolves to a new level, then concludes with certainty, "Has been completely absorbed by me." Hearing this, he is stunned, sweat pouring down like rain. Zhou Qi collapses, screaming in agony, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. I did all that, only for you to ruin everything in the end." He looks up to the sky and screams, "What kind of joke is this?" At that moment, numerous vials scatter across the ground. Zhou Qi quickly transforms into a high-level bloodworm. He shouts with bitter resentment, "Kill!" The enraged Zhou Qi flails his limbs wildly, teleporting from one place to another. Jiang Yu skillfully dodges the chaotic attacks. He thinks to himself with glee, "After absorbing the position fragment, my speed and reflexes have increased dramatically." His senses expand to an astonishing degree. Moreover, I can even sense his blood flow and predict his movements. He charges forward with overwhelming momentum. Next, Jiang Yu decisively attacks. "Let me test this blade," he exclaims excitedly. "Interesting. This blade has a lifesteal effect." Jiang Yu gets engrossed in his analysis. Not only can it drain blood, but more importantly, it can also block the opponent's healing. Seeing his calm demeanor, Zhou Qi roars in anger and charges. Jiang Yu smirks contemptuously as the man frowns and unleashes his full fiery power. Zhou Qi unleashes his power, knocking him high into the air. Annoyed, Jiang Yu frowns and takes a few steps back. He frowns, thinking carefully. "I tried to slip into the shadow plane just now, but failed. It seems this form restricts my shadow abilities." The man then summons a stream of acid blood. Witnessing this, Jiang Yu exclaims in astonishment, "That's an exaggerated amount of blood. Did he use too much force and rupture his own blood vessels?" Startled, he looks closely and sees the bright red blood corroding the ground. Alarmed, Jiang Yu instinctively jumps back. "It's corrosive too." Zhou Qi laughs cunningly and smugly. Just noticed? It's too late. He mercilessly curses with deep hatred. Melt away in hell. Zhou Qi unleashes a massive amount of blood and roars in frustration. Die. Anticipating the attack, Jiang Yu quickly flies up high. Looking at Jiang Yu floating in the air, he scoffs contemptuously. You think you're safe just by jumping up? Zhou Qi splatters acid blood all over him. Faced with this tricky situation, Jiang Yu calmly analyzes the strategy. Although the blood is powerful, it seems to be fueled by consuming his own blood. I'll wait for his blood supply to run low, then I'll counterattack. As if reading his mind, the man smugly asks, Are you waiting for me to run out of blood? Zhou Qi recalled all the bloodworms, then submerged them into the sea of blood. Witnessing this reckless act, he exclaimed in shock. He's actually using bloodworms to increase the volume of blood. The crazed Zhou Qi aggressively threatened, You can't escape. My hellish blood will endlessly devour flesh and blood, and it will never stop spreading. He continued to brag about his sinister plan, while the Night Watch is still using all their strength to deal with the decoys I released. By the time they realize it, it'll be too late. Zhou Qi began to describe the apocalyptic scene. First the street, then the entire district, and finally all of Yunhai will be drowned in my blood. He laughed maniacally like a madman, declaring, Even if you kill me, it's useless. The blood will still devour everything, and you can only watch it happen. Hearing this, Jiang Yu's face darkened and his eyes grew grim. Without hesitation, he made a bold leap, diving straight into the sea of blood. Seeing this baffling act, Zhou Qi exclaimed in shock, Are you insane? Jumping into the blood on your own? Just then, he suddenly gaped as if he had seen something horrifying. Zhou Qi wondered in confusion. The blood, it's boiling. Not believing his eyes, he screamed, Impossible! You're actually burning your own blood to boil my sea of blood! Zhou Qi stammered in disbelief. Something like this can happen? Jiang Yu calmly cut to the chase. It's time to end this. He flew into the air and exclaimed in admiration, To be able to utilize my blood system fragment to this degree, that's truly surprising. Zhou Qi arrogantly gloated, Your blood can't burn forever, but my sea of blood is endless. In the end, I'll still be the one who wins. Facing the provocation, Jiang Yu retorted unflinchingly, Words are useless. We won't know who's stronger until we try. After that, they faced off for a long moment. Then, he fiercely charged, yelling, Die! Jiang Yu resolutely flew forward, and they immediately clashed violently. In the heat of battle, Jiang Yu struggled to push Zhou Qi back, gritting his teeth while at 27% health. At this moment, his strength was so overwhelming that Jiang Yu's figure became a blur. After the clash, Zhou Qi realized the figure before him had vanished. Standing on the battlefield, he laughed victoriously. I've won! Did you see that? This is my power. No one can stop me, no one! Just then, a lightning blade suddenly pierced through his left chest. Zhou Qi arched back, spitting blood from his mouth. He angrily glanced back in disbelief. You actually played dirty. He calmly replied, I'm a shadow. How else am I supposed to fight? Now, the power within the sword's blade suddenly erupted. Zhou Qi screamed in despair. I can't accept this. I don't want to die. I still have so much to do. He resentfully recalled his past. I always tried so hard, but no one ever noticed me, and no one ever acknowledged me. That's why I have to prove myself. I have to be better than everyone else. Zhou Qi fiercely declared his burning desire. I want those who look down on me to pay. I want everyone to see. I want to be the center of power. I want to become the master of this world. With tears in his eyes, he choked on all his unfinished ambitions. I want. Zhou Qi lay helplessly on the ground, whispering with his last breath, I want. A moment later, Dang Qua struggled to his feet after being unconscious. Lu Du stood before him and calmly asked, You're awake. He turned and gave a firm order, Take him away. Immediately, he was placed in iron cuffs. As Dang Qua was about to be led away, he couldn't help but glance back. He saw the figure of Jiang Yu standing silently in front of him. Dang Qua hesitated, then said his final words, My wife and Hei, I'm entrusting them to you. Jiang Yu listened in silence. Then, he was quickly led away. The scene shifts to a small eatery in the city, the fragrant smell of steamed buns filling the air. The friendly shop owner smiled and said to the customer, Your buns, sir, please enjoy. He took a bite and praised it. This is delicious. Freshly steamed buns in the morning are the best. The owner proudly introduced his specialty. That's right. Our steamed buns are quite famous in this area. Jiang Yu curiously changed the subject. By the way, I heard from the locals that, a few days ago, some item scavengers came and caused you trouble. The indignant shop owner began to explain. That's right, they thought they were hot stuff and started harassing my daughter. Hearing that, he asked with concern, So, did you report it to the Night Watch? Item scavengers fall under their jurisdiction. He sighed wearily and shook his head. What's the use? They'll just be locked up for a dozen days and released, and then they'll come back for revenge. The clever Jiang Yu immediately caught on. So you taught them a lesson yourself, didn't you? Hearing this, the shop owner flinched as if his secret was exposed. His eyes grew somber, and he remained silent for a long while. Then, the shop owner sat down and confessed, so you did find me. I thought no one knew. He sincerely presented the lifestone. You're here to retrieve this, right? I sensed it the moment you walked in. Surprised by how easily he gave it up, Jiang Yu asked, You're just handing it over? Aren't you afraid your daughter will be bullied again? The owner thoughtfully expressed his worries. Of course I'm afraid, but I can't protect her forever. Rather than relying on something with a dubious origin, it's better to rely on your own strength to grow. He smiled kindly and offered, Take these medicine tubes. They might be able to remove the contamination inside you. Seeing this, he asked in confusion, Aren't you here to arrest me? You're not from the Night Watch? Jiang Yu turned and calmly explained, That's no longer necessary. You're the last one, and the only one who passed the test. The shop owner held the item, moved to the point of tears. Inside his subconscious, a tearful Jiang Yu asked himself, Why? Staring at the horrific scene, he repeated in hollow disbelief, Why is it like this? Panicked, Jiang Yu shouted, Uncle Lu, Uncle Li, Fatty, what's wrong with you all? What happened? At that moment, a girl's figure was dropped into his subconscious. He was stunned to recognize the dear girl, Jiao Jiao. Jiang Yu tried to fly over to her. However, a smirking young man was holding Jiao Jiao tightly. Seeing the stranger, he cautiously sized him up. You are. Seeing the face clearly, Jiang Yu stammered in confusion. Me? He screamed in despair. Jiao Jiao! At the same time, outside, Jiang Yu shouted and put his hand on her chest. Jiao Jiao! At that moment, he woke up. An awkward atmosphere suddenly filled the room. Blushing with anger, she slapped his hand aside. Jiang Yu! Jiao Jiao grabbed his hair and scolded him. You'll never change, will you? A terrified, sweating Jiang Yu quickly tried to explain. No, let me explain. Jiao Jiao. Without giving him a chance, she unleashed a flurry of punches on him. A month passed in a flash. Today was the final day at the Yunhai Special Training Camp. Jiang Yu and I graduated with honors and were asked to give a speech. I don't like that kind of setting, so I went to eat with Fatty. After saying goodbye to Uncle Li and Uncle Lu, Jiang Yu and I took a plane to Beidou. On the plane, he was pensively looking out the window. Sitting beside him, she asked gently, What's wrong? You've been out of it all day. Jiang Yu honestly shared what was on his mind. I'm wondering what the abyss truly is in this world. Jiao Jiao listened and asked in surprise, You mean the abyss fragments? They already said in class that those are all over the world. Jiang Yu shook his head seriously. No, I'm talking about the abyss itself. He thoughtfully shared his new discovery. I always thought the abyss was some corner of the universe, very far from us. But a few days ago, I realized that the abyss is actually very close to us. She tilted her head and asked, Very close? Jiang Yu firmly asserted, Yes. It's inside every person's heart. Confused, Jiao Jiao teased him. What are you talking about? Why so philosophical all of a sudden? Did you hit your head or something? Jiang Yu smiled reassuringly. It's just a feeling. You can just treat it as a joke. She anxiously posed a hypothetical. So, according to what you're saying, what would you do if I were devoured by the abyss one day? Without hesitation, Jiang Yu took her hand. Then, he declared frankly, I would dive into the abyss without hesitation and risk my life to save you, even if it meant facing myself. Hearing this, she became too shy to say a word. We're getting closer and closer to Beidou. The path ahead seems bright, but I still have to be on guard, because the abyss is everywhere.